The protagonist, Li Xiu, awakens the ability of resonance of all things, allowing him to perceive the flow of spiritual energy through physical contact. He acquires historical information about objects and unlocks elemental manipulation as his realm advances. His abilities also encompass memory retrieval and foresight into the future. Chapter 1. An encounter in the library, where he awakens the resonance of all things through touch. On a tranquil afternoon at Nanjing University, sunlight streams through the grand stained glass of the library, casting dappled beams of light upon the dust-laden bookshelves. The air is permeated with a unique aroma, a blend of musty paper and aged wood, a scent more familiar to Li Xiu, a junior, than any fragrance. He nestles in the deepest corner of the literature section, his fingertips gliding over a 1980s edition of the Ancient Chinese Dictionary. His gaze, however, drifts outside the window, not out of disdain for his studies, but because he has recently been perceiving peculiarities that defy explanation. For instance, at this moment, as sunlight illuminates the cover of the dictionary, he hazily observes a faint azure stream of energy meandering along the spine of the book, akin to a transparent serpent, only to vanish in an instant. It has appeared again, Li Xiu murmurs, rubbing his eyes, attributing it to the aftereffects of consecutive late nights spent working on his thesis. He is an ordinary student in the history department, with mediocre grades and unremarkable looks. His only special talent perhaps lies in his patience for lingering in the library. At 15 minutes past 3, Li Xiu resolves to change his location in search of inspiration. His thesis topic is curious anecdotes from Nanjing's local chronicles, necessitating the perusal of some obscure ancient texts. As he traverses the area filled with modern academic works, the air grows increasingly humid and the temperature drops a few degrees. This section of the library is designated as the Rare Ancient Books Collection, where iron shelves are lined with glass-enclosed thread-bound volumes, their labels often dating back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. His objective is a set of Nanchang miscellanies published during the Republic of China era, which, according to the catalog, contains several strange and supernatural tales from the late Qing and early Republic periods. After searching for a considerable time, he discovers, in a corner, an old wooden cabinet shrouded in cobwebs, its door adorned with a rusty copper lock, and a half-broken key lodged within the keyhole. Why hasn't the librarian cleaned this area? Li Xiu muses curiously, tugging at the copper lock, which clicks open with a soft sound. The moment the cabinet door swings open, a potent aroma reminiscent of aged sandalwood mingled with earth wafts forth, prompting him to stifle a sneeze. Within the depths of the cabinet lies a thread-bound ancient text, its cover fashioned from deep purple, time-worn fabric, embellished with faded silver thread embroidered into 3 twisted ancient characters, neither seal script nor clerical, which Li Xiu has never encountered before. The spine of the book is severely worn, with several threads fraying, revealing the dim yellowed pages within. He gingerly extracts the book, feeling its weight in his hands. The fabric cover is icy to the touch, and he senses a faint electric current coursing through his fingertips. The Tai Su Jing, he barely discerns the characters on the cover, his mind swirling with confusion. This is evidently not the Nanjing miscellanies he seeks, but rather resembles a long-lost Taoist classic. As he flips to the first page, a sudden transformation occurs. The instant his fingertips brush against the paper, an indescribable torrent of information surges into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. The library around him evaporates. In its stead is a kaleidoscopic realm of fluidity. He sees countless slender azure filaments intertwining and spiraling in the air, resembling the most intricate of spider webs. Meanwhile, the ancient text in his hands acts as a miniature source of light, continuously radiating stronger strands of light outward. Is this spiritual energy? A concept utterly foreign, yet suddenly apparent, invades his consciousness. He can perceive the direction of the flowing filaments. He can even taste the crisp essence contained within, reminiscent of the purest air found in a mountain forest after rain, laced with a hint of elusive sweetness. Immediately thereafter, a more bizarre occurrence unfolded. From the frayed threads along the spine of the book, a remnant of blood suddenly ignited with a crimson glow, transforming into a blurred apparition of a figure. It was a middle-aged man clad in ancient attire, drenched in blood, fervently attempting to stuff the tome of the Great Void scripture into a hollow of a tree, urgently murmuring, "The lineage of the Great Void must steadfastly guard the seal. The domain of the malevolent shadow must not be unsealed." The apparition lingered for barely 2 seconds before dissipating like smoke. Li Xiu abruptly came to his senses, realizing he was leaning against the bookshelf, panting heavily, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The Great Void scripture lay quietly in his hand, as if all that transpired was merely an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. He could vividly recall the flowing strands of light, as well as the urgency and fear in the man's words. He touched the cover once more, attempting to recreate the scene he had just witnessed, but this time, only the cold texture of the fabric met his fingertips. Could there be something amiss with this book? He shoved the Great Void scripture into his backpack, resolved to study it closely later. Just as he turned, a stifled gasp echoed from the direction of the library hall, followed by the thunderous sound of shattering glass. Li Xiu's heart tightened, and he hurriedly exited the ancient book section. In the center of the hall, he beheld a large hole shattered through the glass dome, shards of glass littering the ground. Beneath the opening, a creature covered in grayish-black scales lay sprawled, emitting a low, hissing growl. The creature stood about half a human height, resembling a lizard but possessing claws akin to a human's, its nails as dark as ink, with drooling saliva corroding the ground beneath it with a sizzling sound. The surrounding students fled in terror, while the librarian cowered behind the counter, trembling. What on earth is that? Li Xiu's pupils dilated. The creature bore an unsettling resemblance to the malevolent shadow he had just glimpsed in the apparition. At that moment, the lizard-like creature abruptly lifted its head, its crimson eyes locking onto a nearby girl. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, its claws aimed directly at the girl's back. "Watch out!" Li Xiu instinctively shouted, stepping forward. In the chaos, his palm inadvertently pressed against a nearby metal bookshelf. A familiar sensation surged through him. He saw the flowing silver spiritual energy within the metal bookshelf, along with the faint emotional fragments left behind by countless students who had touched its surface. Yet at this moment, his mind was singularly focused on one thought: to stop it. He abruptly withdrew his hand, an inexplicable warmth surging within his palm, as the metal spiritual energy he had sensed seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging upon his hand. Almost instinctively, he swung his palm towards the charging monster. Bang! A visible wave of pale, silver energy erupted from his palm, striking the creature squarely in the chest. It emitted a sharp screech, as though struck by a heavy blow, its massive body flying backward, crashing against the wall, leaving deep claw marks as it slid down. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Li Xiu himself. He gazed at his palm, which remained tranquil, as though the energy wave had merely been an illusion. Yet the monstrous creature's pitiful state on the ground, along with the lingering ripples of spiritual energy in the air, conveyed to him that this was no dream. The creature shook its head, seemingly enraged by the blow, and once again fixed its ferocious gaze upon Li Xiu. However, just as it prepared to pounce again, a swift figure darted in from outside the window, accompanied by a gust of wind. It was a middle-aged woman clad in a linen robe, her silver hair tied back, her countenance cold, and her gaze sharp as that of an eagle. She did not even glance at Li Xiu. She merely flicked her fingers, and a glowing jade talisman shot towards the creature. Upon contact, the talisman erupted in a soft white light, and the creature let out a wretched howl, its body dissolving into wisps of black smoke, leaving only a foul odor behind. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Li Xiu could recover from his shock, the silver-haired woman had already turned, her piercing gaze resting upon him. Her eyes bore a scrutinizing intensity, as though they could penetrate his very soul. Li Xiu felt a wave of unease wash over him, instinctively clutching the backpack behind him, which contained the enigmatic Great Void scripture. The woman said nothing, merely casting him a deep glance before her figure flickered and vanished once more through the window, as though she had never existed. It was only after her departure that the library erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Who was that just now? A monster! That was a monster! And that boy, did he not just send the creature flying? Countless gazes converged upon Li Xiu, a mixture of curiosity, fear, and confusion swirling together, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness. He understood that from this day forth, his life would likely never return to its former state. He squeezed through the crowd, nearly fleeing the library. As he walked back to his dormitory, the setting sun stretched his shadow long. He could not help but glance back, only to see the silver-haired woman's figure faintly standing atop the library, gazing at him from afar, her expression inscrutable. The Great Void scripture in his backpack seemed to weigh heavily, as though burdened with millennia of secrets. Li Xiu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart. He had a premonition that the lineage of the Great Void scripture, the creature that had just appeared, and the silver-haired woman would all draw him into a world beyond imagination. And all of this had begun merely because he had touched an old book in the library. Upon returning to his dormitory, he eagerly extracted the Great Void scripture, only to find that the previously blank page now bore a line of faint golden script. All things possess spirit. Touch them to resonate. The entry chapter of the Great Void. Simultaneously, a tingling sensation coursed through his palm, where he had unleashed the spiritual energy as a faint azure pattern flickered and vanished. Chapter 2. The Remnant of the Bookshelf. A glimpse into the prelude of spiritual awakening as night descended, Nan City University was enveloped in a shroud of tranquility. However, within Li Xiu's dormitory, the atmosphere was palpably tense. "Xiuge, are you truly not deceiving me?" A monster escaped from the library. And you actually slapped it away? Spoke Zhang Chong, Li Xiu's roommate, a rotund fellow whose eyes were wide with disbelief, oblivious to the half-dropped potato chips in his hand. Seated at his desk, Li Xiu absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the surface, succinctly recounting the day's extraordinary events. He omitted the details regarding the Tai Su Jing and the silver-haired woman, only mentioning the creature and his sudden surge of power. Why would I lie to you? Li Xiu replied with a wry smile. That thing's claws can corrode glass. Had someone not intervened, I dare say, he trailed off, but Zhang Chong had already shivered at the implication. My heavens, Zhang Chong scratched his head. It seems something has been amiss lately. Do you recall last Wednesday night when students claimed to have seen ghostly lights near the East Playground? Moreover, the cafeteria lady mentioned that the meat in the fridge has been spoiling inexplicably at an alarming rate. Li Xiu felt a flicker of realization. He recalled the unusual air currents he had frequently perceived and the spiritual energy he sensed while touching the Tai Su Jing. Could there be a connection among these bizarre occurrences? By the way, Xiugu, Zhang Chong suddenly lowered his voice, leaning in conspiratorially. I need to tell you something, but don't be scared. He pointed to his temple. Lately, I've been feeling a buzzing in my head, and sometimes I can even see peculiar flashes of light. Li Xiu's head snapped up. What sort of light? It's similar to what you described about the air currents, Zhang Chong gestured, but it flickers like fireflies. Just yesterday, I accidentally knocked over a cup, thinking please don't break, and remarkably, it paused mid-air before falling to the ground, intact. Li Xiu's heart raced. Zhang Chong's description sounded akin to a nascent telekinetic ability or psychic awakening. Could it be that the resurgence of spiritual energy had not only summoned monsters, but also awakened unique abilities in certain individuals? Listen closely, Fatty, Li Xiu said solemnly. From this moment on, you must exercise caution. Do not mention any of this to anyone, including your experiences with the light and the cup. He recalled the silver-haired woman's gaze and the ferocity of the monster. We may be embroiled in a significant predicament, as silence enveloped the night. Zhang Chong was already snoring thunderously, yet Li Xiu found sleep elusive. He retrieved the Tai Su Jing from beneath his pillow, illuminating its pages with the glow of his phone. The book's cover remained ancient and unassuming, yet the three archaic characters seemed to come alive in the dim light, glimmering with a silvery sheen. Taking a deep breath, he placed his palm upon it once more. This time he was prepared. As the familiar stream of information surged into his mind, he endeavored to remain composed, attempting to decipher the embedded messages. He beheld a more vivid network of spiritual energy. The azure threads not only permeated the air, but also infiltrated everything around him. The wood grain of his desk, the bricks of the wall, even the breath exhaled by Zhang Chong, all coursing with spiritual energy. The Tai Su Jing functioned like a miniature nuclear reactor, continuously radiating pure spiritual energy. He concentrated his awareness on the remnants of blood on the spine of the book, hoping to awaken the vestige of the middle-aged warrior once more. Yet this time, the specter did not materialize. Instead, fragmented memories emerged. Fragment of Memory 1. The scene was a hazy, rainy night, splashes erupting on the cobblestone path. A young man clad in a long robe, not the previous middle-aged figure, wielded a sword, its blade entwined with azure spiritual energy, engaged in a fierce battle with three shadowy figures. The forms bore a resemblance to the creature from the library, but were far more agile, their claws exuding a corrosive black mist. The young man displayed exquisite swordsmanship, each strike precisely targeting the shadowy figure's spiritual nodes, causing them to emit a shriek before dissipating into black vapor. Fragment of Memory 2. The scene shifted to a courtyard of an ancient estate, bathed in silvery moonlight. The middle-aged man, the specter from earlier, was handing a jade slip to a young girl, his tone grave. Schwer, remember, no matter what happens, the seals of the 5 ancient estates must not be broken. The dragon's sex ambitions have never waned. The girl, grasping a snow-white bird in her arms, nodded in a way that suggested she only partially understood. Fragment of Memory 3. The final fragment was the most fragmented, containing only fleeting images, a grand hall engulfed in flames, broken seal pillars, and a disjointed phrase. The resurgence of spiritual energy. The gateway to the domain of evil shadows is opening at the moment the memory fragments vanished. Li Xiu's eyes flew open, his heart pounding fiercely. The 5 ancient estates? The dragon sect? The domain of evil shadows? He murmured these unfamiliar terms, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, struggling to process it all. Yet one thing was certain. The resurgence of spiritual energy was no mere coincidence. It was intertwined with an ancient world of martial artists and a potential crisis looming on the horizon. He recalled the silver-haired woman's effortless dispatch of the monster, the warrior's gallant swordplay from the memory fragments, and a fierce thirst for knowledge coupled with a sense of impending danger surged within him. That Tai Su Jing was likely the key to unlocking this world. In the days that followed, Li Xiu feigned normalcy in his classes while clandestinely studying the Tai Su Jing. The text was cryptic and esoteric, resembling an encrypted incantation. Yet each time he touched its pages, he felt the flow of spiritual energy, occasionally glimpsing fragments of cultivation scenes. Simultaneously, the campus was rife with increasingly bizarre occurrences. First, several century-old trees withered overnight, their trunks marked with claw-like scars. Next, the dormitory's electrical circuits frequently shorted, lights flickering erratically, and a subtle, almost imperceptible stench lingered in the air. Li Xiu was aware that this was the residual aura of evil shadows. The creature from the library was merely the beginning. Greater threats lay in wait. He could sense several unseen eyes watching him from the shadows, one belonging to the silver-haired woman and others imbued with coldness and greed. That afternoon, as Li Xiu headed to the cafeteria for a meal, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Unfazed, he quickened his pace, catching a glimpse of two men in black jackets leisurely trailing behind him. Their predatory gazes and light-footed strides were distinctly unlike those of ordinary students. Members of the Dragon Sect? Li Xiu's heart sank, recalling the mention of the Dragon Sect in the memory fragments. He did not turn back, but veered into a secluded tree-lined path, striving to shake them off. However, the pursuers were evidently well prepared, quickening their pace in pursuit. One of the men hissed, "Stop!" Li Xiu ignored him and bolted. He sensed that his spiritual energy was more active than it had been a few days prior. While he could not unleash a wave of energy as before, his speed and stamina had noticeably improved. Just as the two men were closing in on him, a cool voice rang out ahead, under the broad daylight. "Making a move in the university grounds? Have you forgotten the rules of the Dragon Sect?" Li Xiu looked up to see the silver-haired woman standing in the middle of the path, casually toying with a jade talisman. Her expression cold as she regarded the two black-clad men. Upon seeing her, the men's faces paled, and one of them, with a tone that was more bluster than bravado, barked, "Xime, this is a matter for our Dragon Sect. What business is it of yours?" "The affairs of the Dragon Sect?" The woman, identified as CMA, smirked with derision. "Tracking a defenseless student is also part of the Dragon Sect's rules?" Suddenly, the jade talisman in her hand emitted a faint glow. "Leave, or do not compel me to act." Clearly intimidated by CMA, the two men exchanged glances, cast one last venomous glare at Li Xiu, and hastily retreated. With the crisis averted, Li Xiu exhaled in relief and approached CMA, hesitating for a moment before finally expressing, "Thank you, Senior." CMA scrutinized him with a complex gaze. "Your resonance with all things has awakened profoundly, yet you have yet to learn how to harness it." Resonance with all things? Li Xiu was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a term. It refers to the sensations you can perceive when you touch an object. Xime explained nonchalantly. The flow of spiritual energy, the history of objects, even the fragments of memories they may hold. This is an exceedingly rare gift, and it is precisely for this reason that the Dragon Sect has taken an interest in you. She paused for a moment before continuing. "It seems you have already come into contact with certain truths. The resurgence of spiritual energy, the invasion of malevolent shadows, the world of martial artists. These are not mere legends, but the unfolding reality." Li Xiu took a deep breath, summoning his courage to inquire, "Senior, who exactly are you? What is the Dragon Sect? And those monsters?" "Who I am is of little consequence," Xie Mei interrupted. "What truly matters is whether you wish to survive, whether you desire to uncover the truth behind your parents' disappearance." Li Xiu's eyes widened in shock as he looked up sharply. You know about my parents?" His parents had mysteriously vanished during his high school years, and the police had ultimately closed the case as a missing persons report. But Li Xiu had always felt that something was amiss. CMA nodded. "The Taishu classic in your possession, as well as your awakened resonance with all things, are both connected to your parents. They were once warriors of the Taishu lineage who guarded this world, and the Dragon Sect was one of the forces that persecuted them." The weight of this revelation struck Li Xiu like a thunderclap, leaving him in a daze. The disappearance of his parents was indeed intertwined with this mysterious world of martial artists. Observing the shock on his face, CMA's tone softened slightly. As a resurgence of spiritual energy intensifies, the gates to the realm of malevolent shadows are beginning to loosen. Monstrous entities akin to those in the library will only proliferate. You possess a rare talent, yet lack the means to protect yourself. It is only a matter of time before you are drawn into the maelstrom. She stepped closer, locking her gaze with Li Xiu's, and dropped a bombshell. I can teach you to cultivate, to master power, to uncover the truth about your parents, and even to safeguard this world. Will you take me as your mentor? The setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting a golden hue upon CMA's silver hair. Her eyes were sharp and resolute, seemingly imbued with endless histories. Li Xiu regarded her, recalling the Taishu classic in his backpack, the enigma of his parents' disappearance, the grotesque creature in a library, and the world that was silently transforming around him. He clenched his fists, resolutely making up his mind. I am willing. Upon hearing Li Xiu's response, a glimmer of subtle satisfaction flickered in CMA's eyes. She handed him a black stone etched with intricate patterns. This is a spirit-concealing stone. It can shield your aura. Meet me at the old gymnasium at 5 tomorrow morning. I will teach you the true body refining techniques. Remember, do not disclose this to anyone, not even your portly roommate. With that, she turned and swiftly vanished into the dusk. Li Xiu held the cold, spirit-concealing stone, a mixture of excitement and trepidation swirling within him. Little did he know, this apprenticeship would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life, while an even greater peril lurked silently in the shadows. Chapter 3. The initial manifestation of spiritual energy, repelling the sinister beast with one's palm. At 5 in the morning, before dawn had broken, the old gymnasium of South City University lay shrouded in silence. The place had long been abandoned. Rusted doors and windows stood tightly shut, the air thick with dust and dampness. Li Xiu arrived as agreed, where CMA was already awaiting him at the entrance. Donned in a fitted black tracksuit that accentuated her tall, graceful figure, her silver hair glinting softly in the morning light. You're here? She said succinctly, pushing open the ajar iron door. Come inside. The gymnasium was vast and dim, with only a few beams of morning light filtering through broken windows, illuminating the floating dust particles. The basketball court surface was cracked, surrounded by heaps of dilapidated sports equipment. CMA walked to the center of the court and signaled for Li Xiu to stand still. From this day forth, you must forget that you are a university student. You are now a prospective warrior, and the first step is body refining. She handed him a thin, thread-bound booklet, the cover inscribed with fundamentals of body refining. This is the introductory technique, which, when paired with breath control, will guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine your physical form. Remember, spiritual energy does not arise from thin air. It exists within all things. You must learn to perceive and absorb it. Li Xiu took the booklet, feeling its warmth as if it still resonated with faint waves of spiritual energy. He recalled the sensations he experienced while touching the Taishu classic and nodded in understanding. As for this, CMA produced a smaller black stone than the one from yesterday. This is a high-grade spirit-concealing stone. Wear it close to your body. It will shield your internal spiritual fluctuations, preventing the dragon's sect from detecting you again. Li Xiu promptly hung the stone around his neck. Indeed, the spiritual flow within him, which had been faintly perceptible moments ago, became almost imperceptible. Now follow my lead, CMA instructed, demonstrating the foundational movements of the body refining technique. She positioned her feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, focusing on her dantian, feeling the spiritual energy in the air and drawing it into her body as if drinking water. Li Xiu mimicked her actions, closing his eyes and striving to recall the sensation of perceiving spiritual energy from the Taishu classic. Initially, he felt lost, but gradually, he began to see those familiar azure strands of light, clearer than when he had been in the library. They danced like lively fish in the air. Yes, just like that. CMA's voice echoed his ears. Guide them to flow through your limbs and bones, cleansing your muscles, skeleton, and meridians. Li Xiu concentrata, attempting to direct the spiritual energy with his thoughts. At first, it surged wildly like a runaway stallion, causing a prickling sensation throughout his body. Yet, with CMA's patient guidance, and through persistent practice, he gradually grasped the technique, causing the energy to circulate along a specific path within him. An hour later, Li Xiu was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained, yet strangely invigorated, as if every one of his cells had awakened. He could sense that his body felt lighter, and his strength had increased slightly. Remarkable, managing to guide the energy into your body on the first attempt. You possess some talent, CMA complimented, a rare praise escaping her lips. That will be all for today. Go home and contemplate this. Remember, you must practice the body refining technique for at least 2 hours each day without fail. In the following days, Li Xiu led a life of attending classes during the day and practicing at night. His body refining technique progressed rapidly, enabling him not only to skillfully guide spiritual energy to refine his body, but also to establish a faint circulation of energy within. Meanwhile, his ability to resonate with all things was quietly strengthening as well. One day after class, while exercising in the gym area beneath the dormitory, he inadvertently grasped a rusty dumbbell. The moment he touched it, a surge of intense information flooded into his mind. He envisioned a muscular man laboring before a roaring forge, hammering away as sweat dripped onto the molten iron, producing billows of white smoke. The man let out low growls, each strike infused with remarkable strength and focus, as if he were infusing his very will into the metal. Such a powerful, forging spirit. Li Xiu marveled internally. He could distinctly sense that this will lingered within the dumbbell, enduring through the passage of time. As he guided the spiritual energy within him to resonate with it, he felt his arm's strength enhance instantaneously, and his grip on the dumbbell steadied. "Hey Xiu, what are you daydreaming about?" Zhang Chang's voice interrupted his reverie. Li Xiu snapped back to reality, setting the dumbbell down with a smile. "Nothing, just thinking this dumbbell feels a bit heavy." Zhang Chang eyed him skeptically. "Heavy? It's only 5 kilograms. By the way, Xiu, have you been secretly working out? You seem a bit more toned." Li Xiu shukulat nervously. "Maybe I've just been sleeping better lately." He chose to withhold the details of his training from Zhang Chang for now, not wanting to draw him into any danger prematurely. However, the winds of change were relentless. The dragon sect had not heeded CMA's warning. Instead, they appeared more frequently around him, their gazes increasingly hostile. Li Xiu understood that a confrontation was inevitable. One deep night, a week later, after finishing his training and preparing to return to his dormitory, he sensed a chilling aura locking onto him. His heart tightened, and he immediately began to channel the body refinement technique, gripping the spirit-concealing stone around his neck, attempting to mask his presence. However, his adversaries were evidently seasoned, as they were not completely deceived by the spirit-concealing stone. 2 shadows, appearing like phantoms, sprang forth from the shadows of the dormitory building, brandishing glinting daggers, and lunged directly at Li Xiu's face. At last, they had arrived. Li Xiu's heart jolted, yet he remained calm. His recent training had significantly heightened both his reaction speed and strength beyond that of an ordinary person. He abruptly leaned back, narrowly evading the dagger, while simultaneously raising his foot to kick at one of the assailant's lower body. Intriguing. One of the shadows snorted coldly, effortlessly sidestepping Li Xiu's attack. The dagger twisted in his grip, transforming a thrust into a slash that sliced toward Li Xiu's arm with the sound of wind being cut. Li Xiu sidestepped to evade, but sensed another shadow had already circled behind him, the dagger aimed at his back. A pincer attack. Li Xiu's heart raced. The coordination between these two was exceptionally seamless, clearly indicating they were seasoned killers. With no time to ponder, he instinctively lunged forward, bracing himself on the ground in an attempt to roll away. Yet, their speed was too swift. The dagger behind him was poised to pierce his body. In a split second, Li Xiu spun around, raising his arm to block. Clang! The dagger struck Li Xiu's arm, producing a sharp metallic sound. He felt a tremendous force impact his arm, causing him to grunt in pain. Yet only a faint white mark remained on his arm. Remarkably, his body, tempered by spiritual energy, had withstood this lethal strike. The 2 shadows were momentarily stunned, evidently taken aback by the formidable physical resilience of this seemingly ordinary student. Body refinement realm? Impossible, one of them exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him are evidently weak. Seizing the opportunity amid their astonishment, Li Xiu thrust out his right hand, striking at the nearest shadow. This time, He did not consciously guide his spiritual energy. Rather, he relied solely on instinct and the power granted by the body refinement technique. However, just as his palm was about to make contact, his internal spiritual energy surged unexpectedly, converging in his palm. Buzz! The familiar wave of energy erupted once more. A pale blue spiritual energy burst forth from his palm, forming a visible shockwave that struck the shadow squarely in the chest. Ugh! The shadow let out a muffled sound, as though struck by a truck, and was sent flying, crashing against the wall and sliding to the ground, unconscious. The other one, witnessing this, was startled and dared not linger. Feigning an attack, he turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? At that moment, Li Xiu's adrenaline surged, and his internal spiritual energy surged forth. He shouted and pursued, delivering another strike. However, this time, the opponent was already prepared, sidestepping to avoid the wave of energy while tossing a black smoke bomb. Instantly, a pungent smoke enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. Li Xiu held his breath and scanned his surroundings warily. But the shadow had already seized the opportunity to vanish into the night. As the smoke dissipated, Li Xiu approached the unconscious shadow, eager to discern the identity of his assailant. However, as he drew near, the shadow unexpectedly transformed into a pool of black liquid, exuding a strong, foul odor, reminiscent of the creature from the library. Corrupted martial artist? Li Xiu's pupils contracted. It appeared that the dragon sect not only harbored evil beasts, but had even corrupted its own disciples. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, CMA. She looked at the pool of black liquid on the ground, her brow furrowed. The dragon sect has begun to mass-produce corrupted martial artists. It seems they can no longer afford to wait. She approached Li Xiu, noticing the white mark on his arm, a flash of concern flickering in her eyes. She retrieved a jade vial and poured out a green pill. Swallow this. It will alleviate the pain and heal muscle damage. Li Xiu accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved, and a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, swiftly alleviating the pain in his arm. Senior, why did they attempt to kill me? Li Xiu couldn't help but inquire. Was it solely because of my resonance with all things? Not merely due to the resonance, CMA sighed. Your physique is special, an exceedingly rare Tai Su Dao body. To those who cultivate evil techniques, your flesh and soul are considered invaluable. The dragon sect has long coveted this physique. Your parents' disappearance years ago is likely related to this. Tai Su Dao body? Li Xiu was taken aback once more. He had encountered too many new terms today. I'll explain more later. CMA glanced at the sky. This place is no longer safe. Since the dragon sect has dispatched corrupted martial artists, the next wave could very well be true experts. Your current strength is insufficient for self-preservation. She paused, her expression turning serious. Starting tomorrow, accompany me to a safer location for training. Refrain from returning to your dormitory for the time being. Advise your roommate to exercise caution and avoid going out alone recently. Li Xiu nudda, his heart heavy with the weight of understanding. He finally realized that he was facing not merely a few assassins, but a vast and malevolent force. The disappearance of his parents, the resurgence of spiritual energy, and the invasion of shadows, all intertwined to form a colossal web, with him at its center as the prey. Senior, Li Xiu raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will not back down. I shall grow stronger, uncover the truth behind my parents' disappearance, and make the dragon sect pay dearly. CMA observed the fighting spirit in his eyes and slowly nodded. Excellent. But remember, the path of a martial artist is fraught with peril. If you seek vengeance and wish to protect, you must first survive. Follow me. I will teach you the true art of combat. With that, she turned and walked into the darkness, and Li Xiu took a deep breath, following closely behind. In the night, his silhouette gradually faded into the shadows of the campus, where he would face even harsher training and more perilous challenges. CMA led Li Xiu to an abandoned martial arts school in the southern part of the city, once a stronghold of the Tai Su lineage. As Li Xiu touched the door of the school, a powerful resonance washed over him once again. He envisioned his parents practicing sword techniques within, alongside a clear voice. Xiu, remember, the duty of the Tai Su lineage is to protect, not to kill. Meanwhile, at a distance within the dragon sect headquarters, an ominous-looking elder gazed at the crystal ball in his hand, which reflected Li Xiu's image. A cold smile crept across the elder's lips. The Tai Su Dao body has finally been found. Inform the others. Spare no effort to bring him back, alive. Chapter 4. Hidden Masters and Disciples. The Mysterious Invitation of the Silver-Haired Woman. CMA led Li Xiu to the abandoned martial arts school, which was nestled deep within a secluded alley in the old district of South City. The cobbled path was uneven, flanked by weathered brick walls. The wooden door of the martial arts school bore a faded plaque, on which the words Tai Su Martial Arts School were barely discernible. Pushing open the door, a long-buried atmosphere rushed forth. Inside, the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and at its center lay a vast training ground of blue stone, etched with intricate patterns of the 8 trigrams. Some of the lines had worn away, yet a faint residue of spiritual energy could still be felt. The surrounding rooms were dilapidated, their doors and windows broken, with dried leaves hanging in the cobwebs. This place is. Li Xiu surveyed his surroundings, curiosity bubbling within him. This was once the stronghold of the Tai Su lineage in South City. CMA stepped into the center of the blue stone training ground. Tracing her fingers along the trigram patterns on the ground, your parents trained and grew here. Li Xiu's heart trembled as he once again touched the nearby stone pillar. A powerful sense of resonance surged through him. He envisioned his youthful parents engaging in combat practice within the courtyard, his father wielding a long sword with fierce intent, while his mother executed graceful movements, the two of them perfectly in sync, their faces beaming with joy. As the scene shifted, his parents embraced him, cradled in a swaddling blanket, posing for a photograph in front of the Bagua Plateau. His father smiled and declared, "Xiu'er, from now on, this shall be your home." The warm fragments of memory caused Li Xiu's eyes to glisten. It dawned on him that this was indeed his true home. Regrettably, 20 years prior, a calamity had shattered the Taishu lineage, rendering this place abandoned. CMA's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Were it not for the resurgence of spiritual energy, this site would have long been transformed into commercial housing. She turned to Li Xiu and said, "From this day forth, this shall be your sanctuary for cultivation. Do not venture away lightly without my permission, and never disclose the location to anyone." Li Xiu nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Senior, I will remember." In the days that followed, Li Xiu embarked on a rigorous training regimen. CMA's expectations were exceedingly high. Each day commenced before dawn with body refinement techniques, followed by the study of foundational martial skills and the application of spiritual energy during daylight, and culminating in the evening with an exploration of the Taishu Sutra and resonance abilities. Amidst his training, Li Xiu gradually uncovered more about CMA and the Taishu lineage. CMA had not always possessed silver hair. It had turned white overnight due to a forced elevation of her realm to protect her fellow disciples during the calamity 20 years prior. She was one of the last surviving elders of the Taishu lineage, having shared a bond akin to that of siblings with Li Xiu's parents. "Your parents were prodigies rare in a century," CMA remarked, polishing a rusted longsword, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia. "Your father's Taishu sword intent and your mother's resonance with all things were renowned in the martial world of that time." "My mother also possessed resonance with all things?" Li Xiu inquired, astonished. "Indeed," CMA affirmed, "your talent for resonance must have been inherited from her. However, her resonance leaned more towards the resonance of life, allowing her to perceive the growth of plants, the emotions of animals, and even establish a mental connection with people." She paused, her tone growing grave. 20 years ago, the Long clan conspired with the forces from the Shadow Realm to seize the Taishu lineage's secret tome, the Taishu Jinjing. They launched a surprise attack on us. The battle was a river of blood. Your parents took the secret tome and the seals of the 5 ancient manors and left Nan City to protect them, after which they vanished. The Taishu Jinjing? The 5 ancient manors? Li Xiu seized upon the keywords. The Taishu Jinjing is the core technique of the Taishu lineage, containing all the secrets from body refinement to transcending the void, CMA explained. The 5 ancient manors are crucial nodes sealing the entrance to the Shadow Realm. The Long clan has long coveted these 2 elements, aiming to unravel the seals of the Shadow Realm and exploit its powers to dominate the martial world. Li Xiu finally comprehended that his burden extended beyond avenging his parents. He bore the responsibility of safeguarding the world itself. Under CMA's meticulous guidance, Li Xiu made remarkable progress. In just half a month, his body refinement techniques advanced to the late stage, the circulation of spiritual energy within him growing increasingly smooth. He even managed to condense spiritual energy briefly in his fist, forming a spiritual energy-infused strike, which proved several times more potent than mere physical strength. Simultaneously, his resonance with all things became increasingly adept. In addition to sensing spiritual energy and retrieving fragments of memories, he discovered he could briefly harness residual power or technique from objects through resonance. For instance, upon touching the rusted sword used by his father, he could faintly sense a trace of sword intent, granting him a deeper understanding of the sword path, even if he could not manifest it. One day, Xie Mei decided to assess Li Xiu's combat abilities. Remember, combat is not a mere rehearsal. Each strike must consider life and death, she stated. Wielding a wooden sword and standing opposite him on the bluestone platform. Use all your means to attack me. Li Xiu inhaled deeply, activating his body refinement technique as spiritual energy surged within him. With a fierce shout, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, his fist clenched tightly. With green spiritual energy swirling around it, precisely the spiritual energy punch Xie Mei had just taught him. However, Xie Mei's movements were astonishingly swift. Before Li Xiu's fist could make contact, she had already evaded to the side, and with a deft flick of her wooden sword, she lightly tapped his wrist. Too slow, Xie Mei chastised, shaking her head. Your strength and speed are commendable, but your combat awareness is lacking. You charge in blindly. Remember, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Rubbing his numb wrist, Li Xiu launched another attack. This time, he refrained from rushing in. Instead, he observed Xie Mei's positioning and breathing, attempting to perceive her next move through resonance. Indeed, he noticed a slight change in the flow of spiritual energy beneath her feet, predicting her to shift left. With a flicker of inspiration, he feigned an attack to the right and suddenly changed direction, delivering a punch to her left rib. Interesting. A glimmer of approval flashed in Xie Mei's eyes, yet she remained unfazed. With a swift motion, she parried Li Xiu's punch with her wooden sword and, with a flick of her wrist, transformed the sword into a flurry of shadows, thrusting towards Li Xiu's face. Li Xiu was taken aback, hastily leaning back to evade, but felt a sharp pain in his waist as Xie Mei's foot connected with him, sending him sprawling backward to the ground. Thud! In battle, any distraction could prove fatal. Xie Mei retracted her wooden sword. You were so focused on attacking that you neglected defense. Remember, offense and defense must be integrated. That is the essence of martial arts. Struggling to rise, Li Xiu, though sore all over, now possessed a brighter resolve in his eyes. Senior again. Thus, under Xie Mei's almost rigorous training, Li Xiu's combat experience grew exponentially, and his mastery of spiritual energy became increasingly adept. He began to understand that while strength was vital, combat skills and awareness were equally indispensable. That evening, while Li Xiu was engrossed in studying the Taishu Sutra, he suddenly heard Xie Mei speaking softly in the courtyard, seemingly communicating with someone. He stealthily approached the window, catching snippets of conversation. The Long Clan has been unusually active lately, and the number of corrupted martial artists is on the rise. They seem to be searching for some special material to concoct a sinister elixir that rapidly enhances power. Li Xiu's constitution is the perfect bait for them. A chill coursed through Li Xiu's heart. The Long Clan's pursuit of him was not solely for the Taishu Dao body, but they also intended to use him as a material for their sinister elixir. At that moment, Xie Mei concluded her communication and entered, noticing Li Xiu by the window without surprise. Did you overhear? Li Xiu nodded, his expression grave. Senior, with the Long Clan's madness, are there no other martial factions that can counterbalance them? Xie Mei shined. The martial world is not solely dominated by the Long Clan. In addition to our Taishu lineage, there are the Feng Clan, Tiger Clan, and Lin Clan, collectively known as the Four Great Clans. Moreover, there are some hidden families and rogue cultivators. However, she paused, a complex light flickering in her eyes. The calamity 20 years ago severely weakened the Taishu lineage, while the Long Clan took advantage of this to rise, colluding with the Shadow Realm and significantly enhancing their strength. Other clans are either neutral or wary of the Long Clan's power and dare not act recklessly. What about the Feng Clan? Li Xiu recalled a fragment of memory featuring a little girl holding a white bird. I think I've heard that name before. The Phone Clan? A peculiar glimmer crossed CMA's gaze. The Phone Clan originated from commerce, possessing profound roots. Their techniques are soft and emphasize balance. They have long-standing grievances with the Long Clan, yet their conflicts are confined to business and resources, never escalating into outright enmity. She looked at Li Xiao, her expression serious. Li Xiao, you must remember, in this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. If you wish to survive, to avenge your parents, you must rely on yourself and grow stronger. Clenching his fists, Li Xiao nodded resolutely. I understand, senior. I will strive to cultivate diligently, and I will not disappoint you, nor will I allow the Long Clan to succeed. CMA regarded his determined gaze, nodding in satisfaction. Very well. From tomorrow onwards, I shall teach you the foundational sword techniques and footwork of the Taishu lineage. Remember, as long as the sword exists, so do we. When the sword falls, so do we. A Taishu sword cultivator never admits defeat. In the stillness of the night, Li Xiao lay on his bed, the words of CMA and the schemes of the Long sect reverberating in his mind. He retrieved the tome titled The Great Void Scripture, yearning for further clues regarding his parents and the essence of the scripture itself. This time, he did not perceive fragmented memories. Instead, he felt the cover of the Great Void Scripture warm to the touch as new text slowly emerged, entering the Great Void, refining the body as the foundation, resonance as the vessel, the sword's heart illuminated. Only then can one glimpse the path. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Long sect headquarters, the sect leader perused a confidential report, which indicated that the target had been confirmed in the old district of Nan City, suspected to be a stronghold of the Great Void lineage. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. Excellent, the essence of the Great Void. And perhaps we may uncover the whereabouts of the Great Void Scripture. Relay my orders, mobilize the Dragon Shadow Guards, and bring him back at any cost. A greater crisis was looming, closing in on Li Xiao and CMA. Chapter 5. The Entry into Body Refinement. Secrets of the Old Gymnasium's Training. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the dilapidated windows of the martial arts hall, casting a warm glow upon the bluestone courtyard. Li Xiao, wielding an iron sword prepared for him by CMA, stood at the center of the Bagua formation, his breath steady and his gaze unwavering. The Great Void Sword technique emphasizes the mastery of intent over energy and energy over the sword. CMA, holding a wooden sword, stood opposite him, demonstrating the foundational 8 sword forms: chop, thrust, lift, flick, intercept, slash, sweep, and burst. Each form necessitated a specific flow of spiritual energy to unleash its true potency. She began to showcase the first form, the chop. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the wooden sword traced a graceful arc, imbued with a subtle wave of spiritual energy, cleaving through the air before her. Though it appeared slow, it harbored an overwhelming force. Observe closely, Xia Mei instructed, retracting her sword. Chop, let the energy sink into the dantian, allowing the spiritual energy to travel along the meridians to the Jianjing point. Infusing the sword's body through the inner arm, channeling the force to the sword's tip, all while concentrating your intent on the blade. Envisioning the might to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Li Xiao focused intently, simultaneously circulating his body refinement technique, striving to sense the flow of Xia Mei's spiritual energy. To his astonishment, as she demonstrated, he could distinctly perceive a gentle azure energy coursing through her body, circulating along the path she described, ultimately converging upon the wooden sword. Now it is your turn, Xia Mei said, passing the iron sword to Li Xiao. He inhaled deeply, mimicking her movements, raising the iron sword to chop down. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and he felt a jolt in his arm. The iron sword nearly slipped from his grasp. In stark contrast to Xia Mei's light yet powerful strike, his effort seemed clumsy and rigid, with the spiritual energy chaotically flooding into the sword without forming an effective attack. Your force is too rigid, and your spiritual energy is scattered, Xia Mei pointed out without mercy. Remember, the sword is an extension of the arm, spiritual energy is the source of power, and intent is the core of command. All three are indispensable. She moved behind Li Xiao, guiding his wrist to assume the correct posture for the chop. Relax. Feel the flow of spiritual energy, do not force it. Let intent precede, and energy will follow. Power will arise naturally. Under Xia Mei's guidance, Li Xiu attempted to chop once more. This time, he consciously relaxed his body and focused his intent, and indeed, he began to feel the spiritual energy within him following the pathway she had outlined, slowly flowing into the iron sword. Although still somewhat awkward, he sensed a nascent connection between intent and energy. Good, just like that, Xia Mei released her hold. Now, practice repeatedly until it becomes second nature. Thus, throughout the morning, Li Xiu diligently practiced the foundational sword forms on the bluestone courtyard. Sweat soaked through his garments, and his arms ached, yet he persevered, striving to sense the flow of spiritual energy with each swing of the sword, to embody the mastery of intent over energy. During the midday break, Li Xiu sat in the corridor, polishing the rusted sword once wielded by his father. Ever since arriving at the martial arts hall, he had touched this sword daily, hoping to resonate with more memories of his father and the great void sword technique. Today, perhaps due to his recent practice of the foundational sword forms, the resonance felt particularly vivid. He envisioned his father in his youth, practicing the sword forms. Fragment of Memory 4. A young version of his father stood on the same bluestone courtyard, wielding the rusted sword, which was then a brand new long sword, repeatedly rehearsing the foundational sword forms. His movements were not swift, perhaps even somewhat slow, yet each swing bore a unique rhythm, as if he were harmonizing with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As he reached the pinnacle of his practice, the air before him rippled, and the bagua patterns on the bluestone courtyard began to faintly glow. A gentle voice echoed through the memory, presumably Li Xiu's mother Chenggu. Your Tai Chi swordsmanship is becoming increasingly profound. Even the spiritual energy of the bagua formation is being stirred by your movements. His father paused, smiling as he replied, "This is not Tai Chi sword. It is the foundation of the great void sword technique. Though it appears slow, it conceals profound secrets." He swung the sword again, and this time, the speed intensified suddenly. The sword light slicing through the air like a ribbon, leaving behind a faint trace that lingered long after it vanished. This is called late arrival. Early reach, using slowness to counter speed and softness to overcome hardness. This is the essence of the great void sword technique. The fragment of memory concluded. Li Xiu grasped the rusted sword, a sense of enlightenment dawning within him. It became clear that the foundational forms of the great void sword technique were not merely about chopping, thrusting, and lifting. They embodied the principles of intent, guiding energy, and the philosophy of late arrival, early reach. He rose, once more seizing the iron sword, and began to practice in accordance with his father's rhythm, slowly and with unwavering focus. This time, he no longer sought speed or force. Instead, he concentrated on feeling the flow of spiritual energy and guiding his intent. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. As he practiced, the bagua patterns on the bluestone courtyard began to shimmer faintly, and the spiritual energy in the air grew vibrant, converging towards him. He sensed a resonance forming between himself and the surrounding environment, making each swing of the sword feel increasingly effortless. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Mei had appeared beside him, her eyes widening in astonishment. You can actually stir the spiritual energy of the bagua formation. It seems the fragments of memory within that sword have aided you significantly. Li Xiu paused, excitement bubbling within him as he replied, "Senior, just now I resonated with an image of my father practicing the sword. He mentioned that the essence of the great void sword technique lies in late arrival, early reach, using softness to overcome hardness." Indeed, Xia Mei nodded, a glimmer of approval in her gaze. Your father's comprehension is remarkably high. He has long understood the essence of the great void sword technique. It is wonderful that you could grasp this. In the days that followed, Li Xiu's swordsmanship progressed at an astonishing rate. With the aid of his resonance ability, he not only mastered the 8 foundational sword forms, but also faintly touched upon the threshold of using softness to counter hardness. Simultaneously, his body refinement technique reached a state of consummate perfection, allowing his internal spiritual energy to circulate unceasingly, elevating both his strength and speed to new heights. However, beneath the tranquility of his training, a dark current was surging. One evening, while practicing his sword forms in the courtyard, Li Xiu suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed at him from beyond the courtyard wall. A surge of alarm gripped his heart, and he swiftly turned, channeling his spiritual energy into the iron sword, adopting a defensive stance. "What is it?" Xia Mei emerged from the side room, her demeanor shifting to one of alertness upon witnessing his reaction. "Senior, just now someone was lurking beyond the wall," Li Xiu whispered, sensing the coldness in the air akin to the long sex assassins. Xia Mei's expression hardened. She leapt onto the courtyard wall, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. After a brief moment, she returned to the courtyard, her face grave. "It is the Dragon Shadow Guards of the Long Sect, skilled in stealth and tracking. It seems they have indeed discovered this place." "Dragon Shadow Guards?" Li Xiu recalled the name Xia Mei had mentioned earlier. "Are they formidable?" "The Dragon Shadow Guards are the elite of the Long Sect. Each member possesses the strength of the Qi refinement realm," Xia Mei replied solemnly. "Moreover, they excel in coordinated attacks, working seamlessly together, making them extremely challenging to contend with. Given your current strength, encountering 2 or 3 Dragon Shadow Guards would be perilous." A weight settled in Li Xiu's heart. The Qi refinement realm was a level he had yet to reach. The body refinement realm was merely the gateway to martial arts. Only by breaking through to the Qi refinement realm could one truly project inner energy outward, resulting in a staggering disparity in strength. "Senior, when will I be able to break through to the Qi refinement stage?" Li Xiu inquired teajarly. "Soon," Xia Mei replied, gazing at him. "Your body refinement technique has already reached perfection. You are merely awaiting an opportunity. This opportunity may arise from a life-and-death crisis or from a profound understanding of the Tai Su scripture." She stepped closer to Li Xiu, her tone grave. "Li Xiu, since the Long Sect has discovered our location, we cannot remain here any longer. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart from Nan City and head to a safer place, the Tianwu Academy." "Tianwu Academy?" Li Xiu was taken aback. "What kind of place is that?" "Tianwu Academy is an official martial arts institution," Xia Mei elucidated. "On the surface, it trains martial artists to uphold urban safety, but in reality, it serves as a battleground for various factions to vie for power and cultivate reserve forces. Both the Long Sect and the Feng Sect have influence within its walls. Thus, the Long Sect dares not act openly against you there." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, the Tianwu Academy is replete with abundant cultivation resources and an extensive library. Perhaps you might uncover clues regarding your parents and the Tai Su scripture." A glimmer of resolve flickered in Li Xiu's eyes. "I understand, Senior. Let us go to Tianwu Academy." The night passed in silence. The following morning, Li Xiu packed a few essentials, primarily the tattered Tai Su scripture and his father's rusted sword. Xia Mei produced several higher-grade spirit gathering stones, allocating one to Li Xiu and keeping one for herself. "This is a 3-star spirit gathering stone, capable of concealing the presence of those below the Qi refinement stage," Xia Mei explained, handing Li Xiu a darker stone. "Once we arrive at Tianwu Academy, remember to conceal your strength and act discreetly. Your talent for resonance with all things must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary." Li Xiu solemnly accepted the spirit gathering stone and tucked it away securely. "Rest assured, Senior, I shall remember." Xia Mei surveyed the now desolate martial arts hall, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes, which quickly transformed into determination. "Let's go." A new journey begins. The two departed the martial arts hall silently, blending into the morning crowd. As Li Xiu glanced back at the weathered wooden door, he silently bid farewell. This was the home of his parents, the place where his martial journey commenced. He believed that one day he would return to restore the glory of the Tai Su Martial Arts Hall. As they traversed the road to Tianwu Academy, Li Xiu felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He was uncertain of what to expect at Tianwu Academy or the challenges that awaited him. Yet he knew he was no longer the naive university student he once was. He was a descendant of the Tai Su lineage, a vengeful heir burdened by a sea of blood, and a witness and guardian of this era of spiritual resurgence. "Senior," Li Xiu could not refrain from asking, "besides the Long Sect and the Feng Sect, are there other formidable figures at Tianwu Academy?" A knowing smile graced Xia Mei's lips. "Indeed there are. Tianwu Academy is a place where hidden talents abound, housing not only disciples from the major factions, but also many gifted rogue cultivators. You will encounter numerous formidable opponents and forge true friendships." She cast a glance at Li Xiu and continued, "Remember, the path of martial artist is not solely about enhancing strength. It is equally about the tempering of the mind. Stay true to your heart and adhere to the righteous path, and you shall go far." Li Xiu nodded firmly, etching Siame's words into his heart. The sunlight bathed his youthful visage, illuminating his steadfast and bright eyes. The road ahead may be fraught with thorns, yet he was unafraid. For he understood that the wheel of his destiny had already begun to turn. As Li Xiao and Xia Mei departed from Nan City, at the Long sect headquarters, the sect leader observed a tracking jade talisman in his hand, noting that the light points had just vanished from the old district of Nan City. Beside him stood an elderly figure cloaked in black robes, the very one who had previously commanded the Dragon Shadow Guards into action. Master, the target has departed with a silver-haired woman. Their presence has dissipated, the black-robed elder reported solemnly. A glint of malice flickered in the sect leader's eyes. A silver-haired woman. It must be that wretched CMA. Tianwu Academy, is it? Very well. Let him wade through the murky waters. He ordered, notify Long Xiaotian to prepare for his own journey to Tianwu Academy for further training and to keep an eye on our prey. Meanwhile, in the admissions office of Tianwu Academy, a silver-haired girl in a white dress, not CMA, was perusing a list of new students. Upon seeing the name Li Xiao, curiosity sparked in her eyes, and her fingertips unconsciously traced the edge of a phoenix-shaped jade pendant on the desk, a faint red glow shimmering across its surface. A grand spectacle revolving around talent, inheritance, and conspiracy was about to unfold at Tianwu Academy. Chapter 6. The Search for Old Relics. Were my parents martial artists? The late autumn breeze carried a chill, rustling through the ivy-clad old tenement buildings. Li Xiao stood before his apartment door, his fingertips grazing the weathered iron gate. A faint ripple of spiritual energy surged through his fingers, a remnant of the awakening of his resonance with all things, granting him an instinctual perception of energy. 3 months prior, his parents had vanished after leaving a note about a mission in a distant land. At that time, he was merely an ordinary university student, engrossed in a library. Now, with a tattered Tai Su scripture in his backpack and a spirit-gathering jade from CMA in his pocket, he pushed open the door to his home, greeted by the long dormant air. In the living room, his father's wicker chair still bore an unfinished sweater, while his mother's cherished blue and white porcelain vase had gathered a layer of dust. Taking a deep breath to quell the bittersweet emotions rising within him, he began to search through the study. The desk of his parents was cluttered with ancient texts and manuscripts, predominantly focused on local chronicles and folklore studies. Yet, Li Xiao sensed a few yellowed sheets of rice paper that retained a faint trace of spiritual energy, as if someone had once inscribed some form of runes upon them. "Dad, Mom, who exactly were you?" he murmured, his fingers tracing the hidden compartment of the desk drawer. To his surprise, it contained not the expected secret manual, but a severely worn bronze pocket watch, its cover etched with indistinct cloud patterns. The moment he grasped the pocket watch, an intense resonance surged forth like a tidal wave. The scene before him twisted abruptly. He beheld a knight from 20 years past, witnessing his young father clad in black attire, standing before an ancient residence, clasping the very pocket watch. The watch's surface shimmered with the light of the bagua, resonating with the totem on the gate of the ancient house, radiating a soft golden glow. His mother was nearby, arranging formation flags, her hair dancing in the spiritual wind, as they spoke softly. "Old Li, the Long sect has already sensed the loosening of the seal." Anxiety tinged his mother's voice. "Do not worry, with the token of the Tai Su lineage in hand. They cannot breach the frontiers of the Hongmeng domain," his father reassured, polishing the pocket watch. "Once this mission concludes, we shall take Xiao Xiao to Tianwu Academy, allowing him to formally engage with the martial arts. But Xiao Xiao does not yet know. Once he awakens his bloodline, he will naturally understand." His father's gaze was resolute. "We have guarded the seal our entire lives. We cannot allow the shadows of the evil domain to taint the city." The vision abruptly halted, and Li Xiao snapped back to reality, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The pocket watch in his palm felt slightly warm, and engraved on the inner cover were the minuscule words, "Tai Su lineage, Guardian Li Ping, Su Lan's token." Li Ping and Su Lan were indeed the names of his parents. It turned out that his parents were not merely ordinary folklorists but hidden martial artists, belonging to a lineage known as Tai Su. The seal they spoke of, the Hongmeng domain, aligned perfectly with what CMA had described about the martial world. And the Long sect was the very force that had been pursuing him. "No wonder the Long sect has set its sights on me." Li Xiao clenched the pocket watch, his heart racing, for I am a descendant of the Taisu lineage. And because of my constitution, he recalled Xie Mei's warning. Those with special constitutions are prone to covetous eyes. The disappearance of his parents was likely not as simple as a mission. It was probably entangled with the persecution of the Long sect. The window of the study rattled in the gusts of wind, and Li Xiu approached the window, gazing down at the dimly lit street below. The road was deserted, yet he could vaguely sense several chilling presences lurking nearby, akin to concealed serpents. It was the Long sect. They have indeed traced me here. Li Xiu discreetly secured his pocket watch, inhaling deeply to suppress his rage. He was no longer the naive college student he once was. The secret, fiercely protected by his parents with their lives, now rested heavily upon his shoulders. He must grow stronger. He must uncover the truth and avenge his parents. "Dad, Mom, wait for me," he whispered to the empty room, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from his roommate, Zhang Chong. "Xiuge, when are you coming back? Let us grab some skewers tonight." Glancing at Zhang Chong's message eased the tension in Li Xiu's mind. At least he was not alone. Chapter 7. A shocking transformation in the roommate. Zhang Chong's awakening of psychic power. At 9 in the evening, the barbecue stall near the university was shrouded in smoke. Li Xiu observed Zhang Chong devouring skewers across from him, hesitating for a long while before finally speaking up. "Xiangzi, can I ask you something? I'm just saying if, you suddenly discovered you could do things that ordinary people cannot, how would you react?" Zhang Chong, with his mouth full of grilled chicken wings, mumbled indistinctly. "What do you mean? Like winning the lottery? Or breaking bricks with my bare hands?" He patted his round belly with my build. "I could only eat a few more skewers." Li Xiu let out a wry smile and picked up a skewer of grilled gluten. "No, it's something more esoteric. For example, moving objects? Moving objects?" Zhang Chong finally paused, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Li Xiu. "Xiuge, have you gone off the deep end with your training? Did the body refinement technique that teacher Xie taught you yesterday mess with your head?" Li Xiu remained silent, merely gazing at the empty beer bottle on the table. He attempted to channel the energy of the Tai Su Jing, concentrating to resonate with the molecular structure of the bottle. In the next instant, the beer bottle trembled slightly. "Holy crap!" Zhang Chong was startled, nearly toppling off his plastic stool. "Xiuge, how did you do that? Is it magic? Teach me." "This is not magic." Li Xiu lowered his voice. "Xiangzi, I need you to be honest. Have you felt anything unusual recently? Like increased strength, or sensing things that others cannot?" Zhang Chong scratched his head, a look of confusion spreading across his face. "If I'm honest, I think I might have. Yesterday, while packing my bag, I was wondering why it felt so heavy, and then the bag floated up for 2 seconds. I thought I was hallucinating and didn't dare to tell you." Li Xiu felt a spark of excitement. "Try again. Focus on bringing that jar of chili over." Zhang Chong took a deep breath. Fixating on the jar of chili on the table, his brows furrowed like a dumpling. A few seconds passed, yet the jar remained still, while his face grew flushed from the effort. "This isn't working, Xiuge. I might not have this talent," Zhang Chong said, feeling defeated. "Don't give up." Li Xiu stood up, moving behind Zhang Chong, closing his eyes, relaxing his body, and attuning himself to the surrounding air. He imagined his consciousness as a hand, gently grasping the jar of chili. He guided Zhang Chong to recall the sensation of awakening his psychic power, while simultaneously infusing a trace of weak energy into Zhang Chong's body to stimulate his mental strength. Suddenly, Zhang Chong's eyes shot open, a faint blue glow flickering within. Almost simultaneously, the jar of chili zipped into his hand. "Whoa!" Zhang Chong, startled, dropped the jar onto the ground, spilling chili powder everywhere. I really did it." He stared at his hand, then at the jar on the floor, his expression shifting from shock to elation, ultimately morphing into an incredulous confusion. "Xiuge, have I mutated?" "Not a mutation." Li Xiu picked up the jar of chili, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "You have awakened your psychic power. You're now a psychic master." For the next half hour, Li Xiu succinctly explained to Zhang Chong the revival of spiritual energy, the world of martial artists, and the existence of psychic masters. Zhang Chong listened in awe, occasionally banging the table in astonishment, at times scratching his head in bewilderment. Only when Li Xiu demonstrated the power of the qi refinement stage by crushing an empty can with his bare hands did Zhang Chong fully accept the surreal nature of it all. "So, your parents are hidden martial artists who went missing after being hunted by the dragon sect?" You've become a disciple of a master named CMA. I've awakened psychic power. Zhang Chong counted on his fingers. Shogu, we are living in a novel plot, more dangerous than a novel. Li Xiu looked at Zhang Chong. The dragon sect has already set their sights on me. I sensed their presence nearby when I returned home. Xiangzi, this is perilous. Now that you know, you might also be implicated. Zhang Chong puffed out his round chest, the playful grin vanishing from his face, replaced by a rare seriousness. Siu Yi, what's our relationship? You've always had my back since we were freshmen. Now that you're in trouble, can I just hide? It's just psychic power, right? I'll learn. I can help you fight. He paused, rubbing his hands together. So are psychic masters strong? Can they grab food from a distance? Like the roasted leg of lamb from the table next door? Li Xiu chuckled, the heaviness in his heart dissipating somewhat. Psychic masters are indeed formidable. If you train diligently, the things you will be able to do in the future will surpass imagination. But for now, you must first learn to control this power. Do not expose it when you're unprepared. The night breeze swept through, carrying the aroma of barbecued skewers and the fervor of youth. Li Xiu gazed at his somewhat portly yet resolute roommate, and for the first time, he felt that even though the path ahead was fraught with thorns, he was no longer alone. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chong, the psychic power he had awakened would soon become a pivotal force in the future world of martial artists. Chapter 8. The Dragon Sect's Minions, the black-clad assassins' ambush in the alley. As they departed from the barbecue stall, it was already late at night. Li Xiu insisted that Zhang Chong return to the dormitory first while he took a longer route to divert any potential pursuers from the Dragon Sect. Between the old residential buildings, the narrow alley was riddled with potholes, illuminated only by a flickering yellow street lamp swaying in the wind. Li Xiu grasped the Lingyu jade tightly in his palm, concealing his aura, while activating the resonance of all things to sense his surroundings. The bricks on the walls, the debris on the ground, even the dust floating in the air presented varied trajectories of spiritual energy flow within his perception. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Behind a garbage bin at the corner ahead, 3 chilling and stagnant waves of spiritual energy pulsated, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. It was the Dragon Sect's people. Li Xiu halted his steps, feigning to tie his shoelaces while discreetly observing. 3 men clad in black trench coats emerged from the shadows, brandishing glistening daggers, their blades etched with eerie red patterns, exuding a faint scent of blood. "Kid, you're quite alert," the leader, with a raspy voice and a scarred face, sneered. "Hand over your belongings and come with us. Perhaps we'll leave you intact." Li Xiu stood upright, his eyes icy. "Did you have a hand in my parents' disappearance?" The scarred man paused for a moment before scoffing. "Your parents? Su Lan and Li Ping, those 2 old geezers? Indeed, we from a dragon sect are cleaning up house." "What? Do you wish to join them?" "Cleaning up house." Li Xiu's fists tightened, his nails digging into his palm. "They are the guardians of the Tai Su lineage, while you are traitors colluding with the realm of evil shadows." "Enough nonsense." The scarred man impatiently waved his hand. "Take him down. The master wants him alive." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 3 assassins lunged at Li Xiu in a triangular formation, their daggers slicing through the air towards his vital points. Their movements were vicious and skilled, clearly indicative of professional training. Li Xiu took a deep breath, utilizing the resonance of all things for the first time in real combat. Instead of meeting them head-on, he sidestepped the stab from the left assassin, simultaneously making contact with the wrist of the assailant wielding the knife. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. This dagger was named the Blood Pattern Dagger, forged from dark energy, having claimed at least 17 lives. The assassin practiced the Dragon Sect's foundational martial technique, Black Tiger Heart Extraction. His next move would target Li Xiu's abdomen. Bang! Li Xiu drove his knee into the assassin's abdomen, while his right hand, palm open, struck down on the assassin's wrist. The assassin winced in pain, the blood pattern dagger slipping from his grasp. Interesting, the scarred man's eyes narrowed, personally stepping forward. His speed surpassed that of the other 2 by a considerable margin, as the dagger lunged directly for Li Xiu's face. Li Xiu resonated with the trajectory of the scarred man's movements, employing the foundational footwork techniques taught to him by CMA, evading like a butterfly flitting through flowers. He discerned a noticeable stagnation in the flow of spiritual energy from the scarred man, a lingering hazard from his practice of malevolent arts. With a shout, Li Xiu seized the moment, delivering a powerful punch not aimed at the man's body, but rather at the elbow joint of his weapon-wielding arm. This tactical insight, born of the resonance with all things, dictated that targeting the joints would most swiftly disarm his opponent. A crisp crack resonated through the air, followed by the scarred man's anguished scream as his arm contorted at an unnatural angle, the blood-stained dagger clattering to the ground. The remaining two assassins exchanged fearful glances, astonished that this seemingly frail university student could inflict such severe harm upon their companion in mere moments. "Let us take him together," one of them bellowed. As they charged once more, Li Xiu, now slightly breathless, was acutely aware of his nascent cultivation and the lack of practical combat experience. He resonated with the worn soles of the shoes of the assassin to his right, deducing their proficiency in swift sliding attacks, while the left assassin's unsteady grip on his dagger revealed a lack of mental fortitude. Taishu Sutra, first form, Qi condensation, Li Xiu Shota, gathering his internal energy in the palm of his hand and striking forcefully at the left assassin's chest. This marked his first complete execution of the Taishu Sutra's martial arts. The assassin was sent reeling, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, rendered incapable of further combat. The right-side assassin faltered in his assault at this sight. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiu retrieved the blood-stained dagger from the ground, resonating with its energy nodes, and hurled it with great force. The dagger spun and embedded itself in the assassin's thigh, provoking a scream as he clutched his wound and fell. The scarred man, witnessing his fallen comrades and the cold gaze of Li Xiu, was overtaken by a flicker of dread. He had not anticipated that this prey would prove so formidable. "Just wait, the Long Clan will not let you off," the scarred man uttered menacingly before turning to flee. Thinking of escaping, Li Xiu would not allow this lead on his parents' whereabouts to slip away. He summoned his spiritual energy, quickening his pace and swiftly closing the distance to the scarred man, delivering a decisive strike to the nape of his neck. The man grunted softly before losing consciousness. The alley fell silent once more, illuminated only by the glow of the streetlights, casting shadows over the chaotic battlefield. Li Xiu, panting heavily, surveyed the three assassins lying on the ground, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was his first genuine life-and-death battle. The metallic scent of blood churned his stomach, yet he felt an overwhelming tranquility amidst the anger. He crouched down, intent on searching the scarred man for clues, when suddenly he sensed several stronger waves of spiritual energy approaching rapidly from afar. Not good, reinforcements from the Long Clan. Li Xiu's expression darkened as he hastily vanished into the shadows of the alley. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a silver-haired figure quietly emerged in the alley. Observing the fallen assassins and the direction Li Xiu had taken, their gaze imbued with complexity. Chapter 9. Life for Life. CMA's Injury and the Secret Medicine's Healing. The autumn night breeze swept through the rain, drumming against the walls of Tianwu Academy. Li Xiu supported CMA as they sprinted through the alley, her shoulder wound seeping dark blood, the taint of malevolent energy from the Long Clan elder's palm. "Teacher, hold on a little longer, we're almost to the infirmary." Li Xiu could feel CMA's temperature plummeting, her spiritual energy fluctuations becoming increasingly chaotic. Yet CMA suddenly halted, retrieving an ancient jade vial from her bosom. "Do not go to the infirmary. The Long Clan has planted spies." She uncorked the vial, spilling forth a pill that glimmered with a faint white light, the Taishu secret medicine, a remedy capable of temporarily suppressing malevolent energy, but the pill dissolved upon entry, surrounding CMA with a faint luminous shield as the dark blood gradually turned red. She managed a bitter smile. "The reviving balm draws upon one's lifespan. I had intended to save it for your breakthrough." A pang of pain shot through Li Xiu as he recalled the report indicating that severe injuries in the fetal breath realm required months to recover. Realizing why Xie Mei could swiftly return to combat in the subsequent events, he helped her into an abandoned warehouse, using the flashlight to inspect her wound. The area afflicted by malevolent energy was now encased in white light, halting its spread. Indeed, the Long Clan's soul-locking palm is insidious. Xie Mei gritted her teeth. The wind of the palm is laced with shadow iron powder, which will continue to taint the meridians. She removed a silver hairpin from her hair, piercing it into the acupoints surrounding her wound. "Help me channel energy to expel the toxins, ensuring the spiritual energy flows through the reverse pathway of the Taishu 9 techniques. Li Xiao complied, channeling the Taishu Sutra, but soon discovered that CMA's meridians retained peculiar energy fluctuations, not merely malevolent energy, but mixed with a force emanating from some spatial rift. The Long Clan's palm techniques had covertly integrated energies from the Shadow Realm, linking the dungeon and the Shadow Realm's spatial connections. Teacher, your injury, do not ask, CMA interrupted, her eyes flashing with concern. The Long Clan's use of spatial malevolent energy indicates they are close to opening the dungeon's entrance. She pointed to a cobweb in the corner of the warehouse. Do you see that light pattern? That is a spiritual monitoring node left by the ancient Taishu lineage. Tianwu Academy's dungeon was originally a forward station for monitoring the spiritual energy of the dungeon. The dual purpose of the dungeon served both as a monitoring station and have been occupied by the Long Clan as a laboratory. Resonating with the cobweb, Li Xiao indeed perceived rhythmic spiritual pulses emanating from deep underground, entirely distinct from the malevolent energy sensed previously in the Long Clan's industrial zone. The dungeon? Li Xiao recalled the map left by his parents, the very source of all spiritual energy. Hush! Xia Mei suddenly covered his mouth, as sounds of Long Clan disciples searching approached from distance. The reviving balm can only suppress the injury for 3 days. We must locate the core of the dungeon before the Long Clan seals the academy. She produced a jade tablet inscribed with the Taiji emblem from her bosom. This is the key to the dungeon monitoring station, hidden within the layers of the local chronicles in the academy library. The rain intensified as Li Xiao supported Xia Mei in fleeing from the warehouse, his mind brimming with questions. Why was Xia Mei's recovery so rapid? What was the nature of the spatial relationship between the dungeon and the Hongmeng realm? As they vanished into the curtain of rain, the spiritual monitoring node in the corner of the warehouse suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow. Deep within the dungeon, a surge of powerful, malevolent energy escalated rapidly, resonating with the residual spatial malevolent energy within CMA. Chapter 10. Admission Notice, a new stage in the world of warriors. The ambulance's lights cast flickering shadows upon the ancient gate of Tianwu Academy. Li Xiao cradled the unconscious CMA, watching as uniformed guards lifted her onto the academy's hovering medical chamber. The head of the guard team, upon receiving CMA's token, regarded Li Xiao with reverence, whispering, "Mr. Xie is a distinguished guest of the academy. Please follow me." The hovering medical chamber glided silently toward the inner healing quarters of the academy. While Li Xiao remained rooted in place, the warmth and blood from Xia Mei still lingering in his palms. The night breeze tugged at his clothing, carrying the distant sounds of shouts from the training grounds, the realm of warriors, authentic yet merciless. You are Li Xiao? A middle-aged man, adorned in a tailored Zhongshan suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had appeared behind him, holding a gilded admission notice. I am Director Wang from the Academy's admissions office. Mr. Xia arranged for your special admission before losing consciousness. The notice bore the soaring totem of the Xian bird, with Li Xiao's name inscribed below in archaic script. Upon taking the notice, Li Xiao's fingertips brushed the paper, resonating with the lingering spiritual energy of Xia Mei, the path she had paved for him with her final strength. Teacher Xia, Li Xiao's voice broke. Mr. Xia's injuries are severe, but with the Academy's spiritual regeneration chamber, there is no cause for alarm. Director Wang adjusted his glasses. However, the Long Clan's use of blood-stained daggers indicates they aim to silence her. Remaining in the academy is currently your safest option. He paused, retrieving a black jade ring from his pocket and handing it to Li Xiao. This is an improved version of the spirit-concealing jade. Wearing it will shield you from spiritual perception below the Qi condensation realm. Remember, within the academy, it is prudent to refrain from frequently mentioning Mr. Xia's name, and do not easily reveal your resonance with all things. Li Xiao nodded, slipping the ring onto his ring finger. The chilling touch coursed through him, and indeed, the surging spiritual energy within him was considerably subdued, rendering his own perceptions somewhat nebulous. Director Wang led Li Xiao along a verdant avenue adorned with spiritual plants. Under the glow of the street lights, the leaves of the spiritual flora shimmered with an ethereal luminescence, while the air was imbued with refreshing spiritual energy. In the distance, on the training grounds, some students were engaged in breaking bricks and splitting wood, the sound of their strikes echoing causing fallen leaves on the ground to hover momentarily in the air. Tianwu Academy is divided into the outer court and the inner court, Director Wang elaborated. The outer court teaches foundational body refinement techniques and theories of spiritual energy, whilst the inner court imparts advanced techniques from various sections. You will be entering the inner court directly, but remember, most disciples there come from formidable backgrounds, so you must exercise caution in your words and actions. Upon arriving at a quaint, traditional courtyard, Director Wang halted. This is the dormitory for new students in the inner court. Your room is in the eastern wing. Tomorrow morning, report to the Academic Affairs Office, where arrangements for your courses will be made. After bidding farewell to Director Wang, Li Xiu pushed open the door to the eastern wing room. The chamber, though modest, was pristine and orderly, with a set of Azure practice attire and a copy of the Tianwu Academy student code laid upon the desk. He approached the window, gazing at the ethereal trails of spiritual energy faintly visible in the night sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. The disappearance of his parents, Xie Mei's selfless protection, the dragon sect's relentless pursuit, all of it felt like a surreal dream. Yet, the ring on his hand and the Taishu scripture in his bag served as reminders that this was indeed reality. Father, mother, teacher Xie, Li Xiu murmured to the luminous moon outside, I shall grow stronger within this academy, and I will uncover the truth. As night deepened, the academy gradually fell silent. Li Xiu sat cross-legged on his bed, attempting to channel the Taishu scripture. However, the memories of Xie Mei spitting blood and the sinister laughter of the dragon sect assassins disrupted his tranquility, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge chaotically, nearly breaching his meridians. With a deep breath, he forcibly quelled his distracting thoughts and began to resonate with the objects in the room. The brass lamp on the nightstand, the tomes on the shelf, even the jade pendant by his pillow, all conveyed different messages to him. Some chronicled the history of the academy, while others retained the insights of their previous owners. Among them, a jade pendant inscribed with the character Zhao allowed him to glimpse some memory. A bald old man reprimanding his disciples, declaring that unorthodox cultivation methods are mere heresy. Li Xiu's heart stirred. This must be the Professor Zhao whom Director Wang had mentioned. As the resonance concluded, Li Xiu found his mind considerably calmer. He realized that anger and anxiety would not resolve his issues. Only by centering himself and diligently cultivating could he protect those he wished to safeguard. Outside, a night owl called out. Li Xiu extinguished the oil lamp, lay down on his bed, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow would mark his first day at Tianwu Academy. A new beginning as he officially stepped into the world of martial artists. He was uncertain of what awaited him, but he was resolutely prepared. Chapter 11. Reporting to the academy and the provocation from the arrogant disciple Wang Hao. The morning sun streamed through the window, warming Li Xiu. He rose early, donned his Azure practice attire, and tidied his appearance in front of the mirror. The reflection revealed a determined youth, no longer the bespectacled, fragile scholar. Instead, he bore a hint of the warrior's spirit in his brow. The Academic Affairs Office of Tianwu Academy is housed in a grand building adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets. As Li Xiu stepped into the hall, he immediately sensed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. A group of students clad in white practice attire had gathered, led by a burly youth with a buzz cut. Wang Hao, the outer disciple of the dragon sect, mentioned the previous day at the barbecue stall. Isn't this the fortunate lad who was chased by the dragon sect yesterday? Wang Hao crossed his arms, his tone dripping with disdain. So, you managed to sneak into the inner court through the back door? Laughter erupted from the surrounding students. Li Xiu frowned, disregarding them as he strode straight towards the academic affairs window. Hey, I'm talking to you. Wang Hao stepped forward, blocking Li Xiu's path. I heard you have some special constitution. Is that how you managed to get close to that old woman, Xie Mei? Watch your mouth. Li Xiu's gaze turned icy. The scene of Xie Mei being injured flashed vividly in his mind, leaving no room for slander against her. Oh, feeling tough, are we? Wang Hao sneered, suddenly lunging to grab Li Xiu's collar. I'd like to see just how formidable this special constitution of yours really is. His hand carried a gust of force, clearly indicating he had practiced foundational body refinement techniques. Li Xiu sidestepped deftly, twisting his wrist to seize Wang Hao's pulse gate. This was the disarming technique Xie Mei had taught him, executed with precision and swiftness. Ugh! Wang Hao felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, his strength dissipating in an instant, his face morphing into one of disbelief. The laughter around them ceased abruptly, the students gazing at Li Xiao in astonishment. It was known that Wang Hao was already at the second level of qi refinement, somewhat renowned among the new students. Yet he had been subdued by Li Xiao in a single move. I'll say it once more, Li Xiao released his grip, his voice steady yet imbued with an air of authority. Teacher Xie is my benefactor, and I will not tolerate your insults. Furthermore, my admission to the inner court is based on my own merit. As he spoke, he inadvertently channeled a trace of spiritual energy, his voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with a subtle pressure. This was the foundational application of Taishu scripture, yielding unexpected results. Wang Hao rubbed his aching wrist, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. He had not anticipated Li Xiao's strength to surpass the rumors. That last move likely demonstrated a level equivalent to the third stage of qi refinement. Yet, having lost face before so many students, he would not let it slide easily. Strength? Let us see it in action. Wang Hao stepped back abruptly, assuming a fighting stance. Dare to spar with me? If you lose, you'll be thrown out of the inner court. Wang Hao, this is the Academic Affairs Office. No disturbances allowed. A stern voice interjected. An elderly man clad in a gray robe, wielding a disciplinary ruler, approached. None other than Professor Zhao, whom Li Xiao had resonated with the previous night. Wang Hao, upon seeing this, immediately tempered his arrogance, sheepishly stating, Professor Zhao, I was merely sparring with a new student. Professor Zhao cast a cold glance at Li Xiao before turning back to Wang Hao. Sparring should take place on the training grounds, not here causing a ruckus. Li Xiao, follow me. Li Xiao trailed behind Professor Zhao into the Academic Affairs Office. The room was filled with various spiritual artifacts and ancient texts, the air thick with the scent of aged ink and a faint trace of spiritual energy. You are Li Xiao? Professor Zhao scrutinized him from his imposing chair. Recommended by CMA? Yes, Li Xiao replied respectfully. Professor Zhao scoffed. Students taught by CMA and her unorthodox methods are likely to be unruly as well. Let me make it clear. In my classroom, only strength and decorum matter, not any special constitution. He tossed Li Xiao a course schedule and a badge for inner court students. Your courses include fundamentals of spiritual energy, essentials of body refinement techniques, and combat skills, along with an elective. Remember, report to the first training ground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Latecomers will be expelled from the inner court. Li Xiao accepted the schedule and badge, the latter chilling to the touch, engraved with the character for inner, with a faint flow of spiritual energy circulating through it. He understood that Professor Zhao was attempting to intimidate him, yet he remained unfazed. As long as he could cultivate and grow stronger here, such trifles were insignificant. Upon exiting the Academic Affairs Office, he found Wang Hao and his entourage waiting outside, their expressions hostile. Li Xiao ignored them, striding directly towards the dormitory. He knew this was merely the beginning. At Tianwu Academy, the challenges he would face would only multiply. Yet, he was no longer the Li Xiao of yesterday. He was ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Chapter 12. The Iceberg Beauty, Ouyang Shui, the Genius of the Phoenix Sect. The first class at Tianwu Academy was Fundamentals of Spiritual Energy, taught by Professor Zhao. As Li Xiao entered the classroom, it was already filled with students. He found a seat by the window, and, just as he pulled out his notebook, he felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Following the source of the gaze, he spotted a young girl seated in the front row. She donned a pristine white training outfit, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, fastened with a jade hairpin. Her brows were like distant mountains, and her eyes resembled cold stars, her expression inscrutable, reminiscent of an icy peak. Most striking was the vermilion teardrop birthmark at the corner of her eye, which added an alluring charm to her frigid demeanor. This was Ouyang Shui, the prodigious disciple of the Phoenix Sect, rumored to have reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Nearby, fellow students whispered in hushed tones, recounting tales of her mother's demise at the hands of the Dragon Sect, thus fostering her intense disdain for them and a condescending attitude towards anyone associated with them. Li Xiao felt a stir in his heart. No wonder her gaze towards him was so frigid. She likely mistook him for one of the Dragon Sect. At that moment, Professor Zhao entered the classroom with his teaching materials, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. Clearing his throat, he began his lecture, Spirit Qi, the essence of heaven and earth, the foundation of all things, in Qi refinement, emphasizes the introduction of Qi into the body and the refinement of meridians. His explanations were monotonous, entirely reciting from the textbook. After listening for a while, Li Xiu found it tedious and began to resonate with the wood grain of the desk. Through this resonance, he discerned that the table had once been used by a martial artist practicing palm techniques, with every scratch on its surface corresponding to a variation in palm strength. Li Xiu, Professor, Zhao suddenly called out. Please recite what I just taught regarding the 12 primary meridians of spirit Qi. Snapping back to reality, Li Xiu calmly recounted the professor's words verbatim. Not a single detail amiss. He had not merely memorized them. Rather, he had effortlessly absorbed the content through resonance with Professor Zhao's lecture notes. Professor Zhao appeared somewhat taken aback, but quickly resumed his stern demeanor. What good is rote memorization? Knowing the theory does not equate to being able to perceive the flow of spirit Qi within your body. I can, Li Xiu replied calmly. Oh, Professor Zhao's interest piqued. Then tell me, where's the spirit Qi flowing in your meridians right now? Li Xiu closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation of spirit Qi within him. Since resonating with the objects in his room the night prior, his ability to resonate with all things had seemingly advanced, sharpening his perception of his own spirit Qi. The spirit Qi is currently flowing through the Tianlong meridian and is about to infuse into the Zhongfu acupoint. He opened his eyes and responded accurately. Gasps of astonishment filled the classroom. It was well understood that perceiving the flow of spirit Qi was fundamental to Qi refinement. Yet few among the new students in the inner academy could pinpoint it down to acupoints. Professor Zhao's expression shifted slightly, yet he soon adopted his rigid countenance again. Humph. Merely luck. Sit down and do not lose focus. As Li Xiu took his seat, he noticed Ouyang Shui's gaze upon him had grown even colder, as if she were silently denouncing him for being pretentious. After class, students began to leave the room in succession. As Li Xiu gathered his belongings, Ouyang Shui approached and stood before him. Are you Li Xiu? Her voice was as frosty as her demeanor. Yes, Li Xiu replied, looking up at her. Keep your distance from those of the dragon sect, Ouyang Shui said sharply, her gaze piercing. Tianwu Academy does not welcome those with ties to the dragon sect. Li Xiu frowned slightly. I have no connection to the dragon sect. No connection? Ouyang Schwecker scoffed. Then why is Wang Hao targeting you? Don't think I'm unaware. The dragon sect has recently been searching for someone with a unique physique. You'd best confess your true intentions for coming to Tianwu Academy. Her tone held an undeniable pressure, clearly indicative of someone accustomed to issuing commands. Li Xiu felt a flicker of displeasure. I came to Tianwu Academy to train, and my intentions are none of your business. You. Ouyang Shui was taken aback by Li Xiu's audacity to retort, a glimmer of anger flashing in her eyes. It seems you require a lesson to understand your place. With that, she waved her jade hand, sending a light red stream of spirit Qi hurtling towards Li Xiu. This was the Phoenix Sect's foundational martial technique, the Phoenix Feather Hand, which appeared delicate yet contained remarkable explosive power. Having anticipated her move, Li Xiu slightly shifted his body, easily evading the attack. Simultaneously, he activated his resonance with all things, discerning that Ouyang Shui's spirit Qi was of the fire attribute. Flowing through her meridians was a unique, yin-like energy, likely the Phoenix Sect's exclusive mental technique. Friendly sparring is acceptable, but this is a classroom, Li Xiu stated firmly. If you wish to fight, let us go to the training ground. Ouyang Shui, momentarily surprised by Li Xiu's effortless evasion, quickly regained her composure and smirked. Very well, the training ground it is. I shall see just how impressive your unique physique truly is. With that, she turned on her heel, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. Li Xiu watched her retreating figure, shaking his head helplessly. It seemed the prodigious girl from the Phoenix Sect was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, he viewed this as an opportunity to gain insight into the Phoenix Sect and perhaps the Dragon Sect as well. After gathering his belongings, he made his way to the training ground, where a confrontation of wills was about to unfold. Chapter 13. The Collision of Spirit Qi Theory, Wild Paths, and Academic Traditions. The training ground of Tianwu Academy was expansive and level, paved with a unique spirit rock capable of withstanding the full force of Qi refinement warrior strikes. Upon Li Xiu's arrival, Ouyang Shui was already positioned at the center of the arena, surrounded by a throng of spectators, including Wang Hao, who wore a bemused expression. "What's the matter? Afraid to come closer?" Ouyang Shuer taunted as she noticed Li Xiu's approach, her tone dripping with disdain. Li Xiu remained silent, positioning himself opposite her and adopting the basic stance taught to him by CMA. He understood that Ouyang Shuer was at the 4th level of qi refinement, a realm beyond his own, and that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Mere pretense, Ouyang Shuer scoffed, launching the first attack. Her movements were light and graceful, embodying the phoenix sex snowfall steps, her figure swirling around Li Xiu like falling snowflakes, seeking an opening. Li Xiu did not dare to be careless, activating his resonance to perceive her every motion. He noted that although her speed was remarkable, each step she took adhered to a specific trajectory of spirit qi, likely a secretive technique of the Phoenix sect. "Huh!" Ouyang Shuer cried out, her jade hands transforming into claws as they lunged towards Li Xiu's face. This strike shimmered with a faint red glow, clearly imbued with fire attribute spirit qi. Li Xiu sidestepped, simultaneously forming his right hand into a palm to strike at her wrist. This was the unloading palm taught by CMA, aimed at disrupting her rhythm of attack. However, Ouyang Shuer reacted with astonishing speed, twisting her wrist and converting her claws into a palm that met Li Xiu's hand. With a soft thud, they both recoiled a step. Li Xiu felt a wave of heat emanating from his palm. Her palm strength was imbued with a fiery essence, unmistakably the Phoenix sex Phoenix fire, true flame. Quite interesting. A flicker of surprise danced in Ouyang Shuer's eyes. She had not expected a mere 3rd-level qi refinement practitioner to withstand her strike. "Your Phoenix fire true flame lacks refinement," Li Xiu remarked, having sensed a hint of impurity within her spirit qi, likely a result of her impatience during cultivation. "What do you know?" Ouyang Shuer's expression hardened. "Take another hit." As she spoke, she formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. The spirit qi around her began to surge violently, and a scorching atmosphere enveloped the air. "Phoenix secte secret technique, Starfire conflagration." Ouyang Shuer thrust her hands forward, unleashing countless tiny red light points towards Li Xiu, resembling a sky full of stars, blocking all possible escape routes. Li Xiu's heart raced. The breadth of this technique was far too extensive to evade. Taking a deep breath, he seized his concealment, fully activating the Taishu cannon, while simultaneously employing the resonance to track the trajectory of each light point. Taishu cannon, qi refinement into gang. Li Xiu pressed his palms together before him, then thrust them forward, conjuring a pale blue barrier of spirit qi that materialized before him. This marked the first time he executed this technique fully in combat. As the red light points struck the barrier, a series of soft sounds echoed, dissipating into the air. Yet Ouyang Shuer was not finished. Her figure swayed as she closed in once more, her jade hands morphing into a sword, aimed at Li Xiu's throat. This strike was as swift as lightning, carrying a fierce intent. Li Xiu was acutely aware that this was Ouyang Shuer's ultimate strike. With no time to ponder further, he instinctively activated the resonance of all things, making contact with Ouyang Shuer's wrist. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Ouyang Shuer was currently wielding the Fonpai's Phoenix Dance of Nine Heaven Sword, and her next strike would be aimed at his left chest. He discerned that her spiritual energy was momentarily stagnant at the Dantian point, revealing the sole flaw in her technique. A spark ignited within Li Xiu, prompting him to lean sharply to the left, narrowly evading the sword's tip, while simultaneously balling his right hand into a fist and striking at Ouyang Shuer's Dantian point. Ugh! Ouyang Shuer let out a muffled groan, feeling a sudden pressure in her chest as her spiritual energy faltered, causing her offense to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiu leaped backward to create distance. Enough! At that moment, a voice pierced through the air. Professor Zhao, appearing seemingly out of nowhere at the edge of the training ground, wore a stern expression. "Engaging in private battles within the academy is utterly disgraceful. Ouyang Shuer, as a disciple of the Fonpai, such impulsiveness is unbecoming. Li Xiu, you have just arrived and already stirred up trouble. Return and write a 3,000-word reflection." Ouyang Shuer's complexion paled as she cast a glance at Li Xiu, her eyes swirling with complex emotions, surprise, reluctance, and a hint of subtle apprehension. With a cold huff, she turned away. Li Xiu exhaled in relief, bowing to Professor Zhao before departing. "Wait." Professor Zhao called after him. What technique did you just employ? Li Xiao's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm facade. Professor, it's merely some rudimentary skills passed down in my family. Professor Zhao scrutinized him intently, refraining from further inquiry, merely stating, remember, within the academy. Temper your unconventional methods and diligently follow the curriculum. Do not be late for tomorrow's body refinement class. Yes, Professor, Li Xiao replied, turning to leave the training ground. The gazes of the surrounding students had transformed entirely. No longer were they filled with disdain, but rather with astonishment and awe. A freshman at the third level of Qi refinement managing to hold his ground against a Fonpai genius at the fourth level was nothing short of miraculous. Li Xiao paid no heed to their stares, lowering his gaze to his palm, his thoughts racing. The sparring session with Ouyang Shuer had granted him newfound insights into the application of resonance of all things, revealing that while the Academy's techniques were systematic, his unconventional methods possessed their own merits. He understood that Professor Zhao harbored suspicions regarding his family's martial arts, necessitating greater caution in the future. Simultaneously, he gained a new perspective on Ouyang Shuer. Despite her haughty demeanor, her prowess was indeed formidable, and she did not seem entirely unreasonable. As he walked back to his dormitory, Li Xiao felt a lightness in his heart. He recognized that his days at Tianwu Academy would not be tranquil. Yet this was precisely what he desired. Only through relentless challenges could he foster rapid growth, uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance, and protect those he cherished. Chapter 14. The First Trial, The Bloodthirsty Fierce Ape in the Mountains. The inaugural practical trial at Tianwu Academy was scheduled in the Spiritwood Forest at the rear of the academy. This locale, abundant with various spiritual plants and low-tier fierce beasts, served as an exceptional venue for freshmen to hone their combat abilities. As Li Xiao followed the main group to the foot of the mountain, he spotted Ouyang Shuer among them, her icy demeanor unchanged. Yet her gaze towards him was no longer laced with hostility. The trial's target was the second-tier beast, the Iron Arm Fierce Ape. The team leader, Instructor Chun, a robust man with a booming voice, warned, the Iron Arm Fierce Ape possesses immense strength, its arms as hard as iron. You three will form a group. Exercise utmost caution. Remember, safety is paramount. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, immediately fire a signal flare. Instructor Chun distributed signal flares and communicators before announcing the group assignments. Just as Li Xiao contemplated who he would be paired with, he heard Instructor Chun call out, Li Xiao, Ouyang Shuer, Zhang Hao, you three will form a group. Li Xiao exchanged a surprised glance with Ouyang Shuer. Zhang Hao, a taciturn youth rumored to also be at the third level of Qi refinement, joined them. Let us go, Ouyang Shuer said flatly as she stepped into the forest. Li Xiao and Zhang Hao followed closely behind. The Spiritwood Forest was filled with towering ancient trees and twine vines, and the air was saturated with the scent of damp earth and a hint of spiritual energy. Li Xiao activated the resonance of all things, attuning himself to his surroundings. The tree rings, the insects in the soil, and even the spores floating in the air communicated with him. Be cautious, there are mesmerizing vines ahead. Li Xiao suddenly halted, pointing toward a patch of purple vines. Through resonance, he discerned that these vines emitted a hallucinogenic fragrance capable of disorienting a warrior's spiritual energy. Both Ouyang Shuer and Zhang Hao froze momentarily, with Zhang Hao instinctively covering his mouth and nose. A flicker of surprise crossed Ouyang Shuer's eyes as she produced a vial of pills, distributing them to the two. Swallow this. It will help resist the hallucinogenic effects. Li Xiao accepted the pill, feeling its warmth and detecting a faint medicinal aroma. He resonated with it and confirmed it was the Fonpai's specially formulated Tranquil Heart pill, indeed effective against hallucinations. The trio cautiously maneuvered around the mesmerizing vines and ventured deeper. After approximately half an hour, Li Xiao abruptly halted, his expression grave. There's a powerful surge of spiritual energy ahead. It must be the Iron Arm Fierce Ape. Ouyang Shuer and Zhang Hao immediately assumed defensive postures. Ouyang Shuer grasped a jade slip in her hand, while Zhang Hao tightened his grip on the short spiritual weapon at his waist. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao stealthily advanced. Through the dense foliage, he beheld a colossal ape thundering on the ground, emitting fearsome roars. This gargantuan creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, its arms as thick as pillars and its fur a deep iron black. It was indeed the iron-armed fierce ape. What should we do? Zhang Hao whispered, his voice trembling. I will distract it. You two look for an opportunity to strike at its weak points, Ouyang Schwerer decisively announced, her figure flickering as she executed the snowfall steps, flanking the iron-armed fierce ape and aiming for its arm with her claw-like hands. Roar! Enraged, the iron-armed fierce ape violently swung its arm, conjuring a gust of wind. Ouyang Schwerer hastily retreated but was still caught by the fierce wind, causing her body to sway. Be careful. Its strength is overwhelming. Li Xiu Shouta, activating the resonance of all things once more to meticulously discern the ape's anatomical structure. He discovered that while its arms were indeed formidable, the fur on its chest and armpits was relatively sparse, and its spiritual defense was weaker there. Target its armpit, Li Xiu called out, seizing a thick branch from the ground and channeling his spiritual energy into it, hurling it towards the iron-armed, fierce ape's face. Instinctively, the ape raised its hand to block, revealing a vulnerability in its left armpit. Ouyang Schwerer's eyes sharpened. Her hand transformed into a sword as a faint red spiritual energy surged toward the ape's armpit. Roar! The iron-armed fierce ape let out a pained bellow, furiously turning to swipe at Ouyang Schwerer. The force of its claw was tremendous, accompanied by a sound like the tearing of wind. Ouyang Schwerer swiftly dodged, but was a moment too late. Her sleeve was torn, leaving 3 bloody scratches on her arm. I'll take over. Li Xiu, witnessing this, no longer hesitated. He charged forward, channeling the Taishu scripture, and struck his palm against the iron-armed fierce ape's chest with all his spiritual energy, enveloped in a soft blue glow. Bang! The iron-armed fierce ape was forced back a step, releasing an enraged roar. Yet its chest was as tough as steel. Li Xiu's strike merely caused a brief pause. Its defense is too strong, Zhang Hao exclaimed, gripping his short knife, yet hesitant to advance. Li Xiu felt a surge of urgency and activated the resonance of all things once more. This time, he not only sensed the ape's physical structure, but also its emotions and the flow of its spiritual energy. He realized that each time the ape roared, its chest's energy experienced a fleeting disruption. Attack when it roars. Li Xiu shutet tu aoyong suar. Sure enough, as the iron-armed fierce ape roared once more, a ripple of energy coursed through its chest. Li Xiu and Ouyang Schwerer exchanged a glance, synchronously launching their attacks. Li Xiu's palm struck the ape's chest, while Ouyang Schwerer unleashed a torrent of phoenix fire true flame aimed at its armpit. Roar! The iron-armed beast emitted a piercing, mournful cry, its massive body swaying momentarily before finally collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before becoming still. Did we win? Zhang Hao gazed incredulously at the fallen beast. Li Xiu and Ouyang Schwerer both exhaled in relief, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of satisfaction. This marked their inaugural collaboration. Despite the perilous journey, they had ultimately succeeded. Thank you. You were remarkable, too, Li Xiu replied with a smile. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from a distance. Help! A student is injured. Li Xiu and Ouyang Schwerer exchanged a knowing look before hastily making their way towards the source of the commotion. Unbeknownst to them, this unexpected trial would entangle them in a far greater conspiracy. Chapter 15. Initial cooperation and the serendipitous synergy of water and fire. Upon reaching the scene, Li Xiu beheld a fellow student sprawled on the ground, 2 deep claw marks visible on their chest, blood gushing forth, a clear indication of a fatal attack by a ferocious beast. Nearby, other students were frantically attempting to staunch the bleeding, but the wound was tainted by dark, malevolent energy, rendering conventional methods ineffective. It's the claw injury from the iron-armed beast, and it's been infected by sinister energy. Ouyang Schwerer's expression grew grave as she produced a healing potion from her belongings. It was the Phoenix Sex blood coagulation pill, which might temporarily suppress the malevolent energy. However, when the powder was sprinkled onto the wound, the dark energy writhed as if alive, exacerbating the injury instead. The injured student let out a pained groan, their complexion swiftly turning a ghastly shade of blue. How could this happen? Ouyang Schwerer exclaimed, taken aback as it was her first encounter with a healing remedy that could not quell such malevolence. Li Xiu furrowed his brow. crouching down to carefully brush his fingertips against the edge of the wound. The resonance of all things activated in an instant. He observed the malevolent energy at the wound manifesting as cold, viscous black threads, voraciously eroding the student's meridians. The fluctuations of this dark energy bore an uncanny resemblance to that which he had previously encountered on the Dragon Sect assassins. This is no ordinary beast's malevolence. Li Xiu suddenly realized, his eyes widening. It's been artificially injected. Someone has tampered with the iron-armed beast. Before he could finish his thought, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the surrounding woods. Countless pairs of green, glimmering eyes flickering among the foliage. An entire horde of beasts infected by dark energy. This is bad. Retreat. Instructor Chun bellowed as he rushed forward, wielding a spirit weapon spear that whirled with ferocity, temporarily driving back the advancing beasts. Li Xiu, wuxianovel. You take the injured student and go first. I will hold him off. Li Xiu and Ouyang Schwerer exchanged resolute glances and nodded in unison. Ouyang Schwerer helped the injured student to their feet, while Li Xiu picked up a spirit wood branch from the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to form a barrier in front of them. A monstrous wolf, infected with dark energy, lunged at them, its claws infused with malevolence. Aimed directly at Li Xiu's face, he sidestepped to evade it, simultaneously resonating with the dark energy coursing through the wolf. Discovering its core was located at the heart. No longer hesitating, he thrust the spirit wood branch with precision, piercing the wolf's heart. The wolf emitted a mournful wail before collapsing, its dark energy dissipating thereafter. Li Xiu, over here, Ouyang Schwerer called out urgently. Turning around, Li Xiu saw 3 ferocious beasts charging towards them. 2 were the infected iron-armed beasts, and the third was a smaller poison spike ape, its spines glimmering with an eerie light. Ouyang, you tend to the injured. I will distract them, Li Xiu shouted, activating the void step and sprinting in the opposite direction. He understood that given Ouyang Schwerer's current state, she could not handle all 3 beasts simultaneously. Trying to flee? One of the iron-armed beasts roared, pursuing him, while the other turned its attention towards Ouyang Schwerer. The poison spike ape shrieked, launching its toxic spines like arrows towards the injured student. Watch out, Ouyang Schwerer cried, swiftly shielding the student behind her. Her hands forming seals as a jet of phoenix fire erupted forth, melting the incoming spines. Yet, the expenditure of her spiritual energy was immense, leaving her even paler. Seeing this, Li Xiu felt a surge of urgency and, disregarding the need to conceal his strength, unleashed elemental resonance, an ability he had endeavored to apply to elements after his sparring with Ouyang Schwerer. He extended his palm, focusing on the pursuing iron-armed beast while also resonating with the water vapor in the surrounding air. Flow. A stream of water materialized, transforming into a whip that struck the iron-armed beast with force. Although the impact was not tremendous, it momentarily halted the beast's advance. Water? How is he controlling water? Ouyang Schwerer stared at Li Xiu in astonishment, a flicker of realization crossing her mind. Could his unique physique allow him to resonate with elements? There was no time to ponder further, as another iron-armed beast had already reached Ouyang Schwerer, its massive paw infused with dark energy coming down upon her. Gritting her teeth, Ouyang Schwerer transformed her jade hand into a blade to meet the strike. Bang! The clash between paw and blade sent Ouyang Schwerer reeling backward, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Just then, Li Xiu arrived in the nick of time, thrusting his spirit wood branch once more to repel the beast. Are you all right? Li Xiu inquired, steadying Ouyang Schwerer. I'm fine, she replied, wiping the blood from her mouth, her eyes resolute. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a strategy to confront them simultaneously. Li Xiu nodded, his gaze sweeping the battlefield until an idea struck him. Ouyang, how large of an area can you ignite with your phoenix fire? Within a radius of 10 zhong, she responded, confused. What do you intend to do? Watch closely. Li Xiu inhaled deeply, extending his arms while resonating with the water vapor beneath the ground and the fire elements in the air. His resonance with all things reached an unprecedented depth, allowing him to vividly perceive how water and fire energies countered and complemented each other. Water and fire resonance vortex, Li Xiu shouted, clasping his hands together. Suddenly, a column of water erupted from the ground, while Ouyang Schwerer's phoenix fire was drawn towards it. colliding violently in midair to form a rapidly spinning vortex of water and fire. This is, Ouyang Shuer gasped in astonishment at the spectacle before her. Water and fire, typically opposing elements, were flawlessly fused by Li Xiao. Go! Li Xiao commanded, gesturing with his hand as the vortex shot towards the infected iron-armed beast. Roar! The beast let out a terrified roar, its dark energy sizzling under the onslaught of the water and fire vortex, rapidly dissipating. The massive form of the beast struggled momentarily within the vortex, before ultimately disintegrating into ash. The remaining iron-armed beast and the poison spike ape, witnessing this, expressed fear in their eyes and attempted to flee. Not so fast. Ouyang Shuer, invigorated by the sight, unleashed several jets of phoenix fire that accurately struck their vital points. The battlefield finally fell into silence. Both Li Xiao and Ouyang Shuer panted heavily, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and disbelief. The recent water and fire resonance was not merely a breakthrough in Li Xiao's abilities, but also a remarkable synergy between the two of them. You, Ouyang Shuer regarded Li Xiao. Her words caught in her throat. Li Xiao chuckled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It seems our cooperation was quite effective. Ouyang Shuer felt her cheeks flush slightly, offering a soft affirmation as she fell silent. However, the way she looked at Li Xiao had entirely transformed, no longer cold and hostile. Her gaze now bore a hint of curiosity, recognition, and a subtle undercurrent of admiration. In the distance, Instructor Chun had dealt with the remaining beasts and approached swiftly. Upon witnessing the chaos on the ground and the two students, a look of surprise flitted across his eyes. You too, did you manage to handle these infected beasts? Li Xiao and Ouyang Shuer nodded in unison. Instructor Chun regarded them intently, his voice grave. It appears the dragon sect's influence has extended into the academy. The malevolent energy within these beasts is eerily similar to the blood fiend technique employed by the dragon sect. Li Xiao and Ouyang Shuer exchanged a solemn glance, each discerning the weight of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. The machinations of the Long sect were far more sinister than they had anticipated. This unexpected collaboration illuminated the necessity of their alliance. Only together could they confront the impending storm and the unknown perils it heralded. As the setting sun cast its golden rays through the leaves onto the training grounds, Li Xiao and Ouyang Shuer stood side by side, their shadows elongated by the waning light. Their partnership had only just begun. Chapter 16. The arrival of young Master Long and the hostility of Long Xiaotian on the tree-lined path of Tianwu Academy. Li Xiao had just concluded his morning physical training, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. It had been half a month since Xie Mei enrolled him in the academy. Although his cultivation level was merely at the third layer of qi refinement, not particularly outstanding among the freshmen, the uniqueness of his resonance with all things allowed him to catch his peers off guard during practical classes. Isn't that the wild card who gained entry through connections? A sharp, mocking voice pierced the air from behind. Li Xiao turned to find a group of students surrounding a young man clad in golden dragon pattern attire. The young man's handsome face was marred by a scar running down his left brow, lending him an air of menace. He was none other than Long Xiaotian, the heir of the Long sect. Having just arrived as an exchange student, he was flanked by Wang Hao, the very individual who had previously provoked Li Xiao. Long Xiaotian's hawkish gaze swept over Li Xiao, dripping with undisguised animosity. I hear your name is Li Xiao. You dare to oppose the Long sect within the academy? You possess quite the audacity. Li Xiao frowned, sensing the subtle yet violent aura emanating from Long Xiaotian, which carried a hint of sinister energy, indicative of the Long sect's dark practices. He recalled Xie Mei's warning. Long Xiaotian was the illegitimate son of the Long sect's leader, known for his ruthless disposition. Caution was advised. I harbor no enmity with the Long sect. I am unclear as to the meaning of your words, young Master Long, Li Xiao replied, his tone calm as he subtly activated his resonance with all things, allowing him to sense the fluctuations of spiritual devices on the individuals behind Long Xiaotian, all inscribed with blood patterns and exuding malevolence. With a derisive snicker, Long Xiaotian stepped closer, lowering his voice. No enmity? Do you think I am unaware that you are the disciple of that old woman, Xie Mei? The remnants of the Tai Su lineage have no right to step foot in Tianwu Academy. As his words fell, Long Xiaotian's spiritual energy surged dramatically, the oppressive force of his peak qi refinement level bearing down on Li Xiao. The surrounding students recoiled in fear, their faces pale. Wang Hao and his companions clamored. Li Xiu, apologize to young Master Long at once. Otherwise, you will regret it. Li Xiu stood his ground, channeling his own spiritual energy to counter Long Xiaoyan's oppressive aura. He could feel the frigid, sinister energy entwined within Long Xiaoyan's power, akin to a venomous serpent seeking to invade his meridians. So, this is the worthy successor of the Long sect, Li Xiu thought coldly. Practicing dark arts and bullying his peers, such is the nature of the Long sect? You seek death. Long Xiaoyan, struck by the truth of Li Xiu's words, glared with murderous intent. His right hand clawed toward Li Xiu's face, his nails dark as ink, evidently laced with poison. In that critical moment, a white figure darted forward, interposing itself before Li Xiu. Ouyang Schwerer, clad in white, her silver hair elegantly tied, wielded a folding fan with a graceful flick, conjuring a soft yet resilient barrier of spiritual energy to deflect Long Xiaoyan's claw. Young Master Long, you wish to resort to violence here at Tianwu Academy? Ouyang Schwerer's tone was frosty, yet her eyes burned with indignation. Do not forget this is the academy, not the territory of the Long sect. Upon seeing Ouyang Schwerer, a flicker of admiration flashed in Long Xiaoyan's eyes, quickly transforming into disdain. Miss Ouyang, this is a personal matter between him and me. Do you intend to meddle? Engaging in private disputes within the academy contravenes school regulations. As a member of the Student Council's Oversight Department, I am duty-bound to intervene, Ouyang Schwerer retorted, retracting her fan. Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it slide. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to summon the enforcement team. Long Xiaoyan's expression darkened. He respected Ouyang Schwerer's status and feared the influence of the Feng sect. With a cold huff, he withdrew his claws. Consider yourself fortunate, Li Xiu. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, he departed with his entourage, disgruntled. As the crowd dispersed, Ouyang Schwerer turned to Li Xiu. Are you unharmed? Long Xiaoyan is a treacherous individual. You should not have provoked him directly. I am grateful for your timely intervention, Ouyang. However, he insulted my master, and I could not tolerate it, Li Xiu replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Ouyang Schwerer regarded the determination in Li Xiu's eyes, pausing for a moment before saying, the Long sect wields considerable influence within the academy. You must tread carefully. With that, she turned and left, her figure a fleeting vision of elegance. Li Xiu watched Long Xiaoyan's retreating form, his fists clenched tightly. He sensed that Long Xiaoyan's animosity was not unfounded. He likely already knew of his identity and may even be linked to the disappearance of his parents. At that moment, Zhang Chong rushed over, panting heavily. See you ye. That was close. Long Xiaoyan is clearly not someone to be trifled with. He seems to have been fixated on you. Li Xiu nudda. I am aware. Chong, keep an eye on Long Xiaoyan's movements, particularly who he associates with. Rest assured, Xiuge, my hearing has been sharper than ever. Zhang Chong boasted, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Chapter 17. The Academy Investigation and Baseless Accusations of Dark Arts 3 days later. A throng of students congregated before the announcement board at Tianwu Academy. An anonymous report was prominently affixed in the most conspicuous spot. Accusation against new student Li Xiu for colluding with dark practitioners and concealing forbidden texts, intending to jeopardize the safety of the academy. The report was illustrated with damning details, including a blurred photograph of Li Xiu confronting a Long sect assassin in a narrow alley, clutching a blood-patterned dagger. Accompanying text proclaimed, Li Xiu engages in combat with a Long sect assassin, wielding a dark artifact. His techniques are nefarious, suggesting collusion with dark practitioners. No wonder he is so formidable. It turns out he is a dark practitioner. My goodness, how could the academy allow such a person in? Quickly report to the academy. You must be expelled. Whispers erupted, and countless suspicious gazes were cast toward the newly arrived Li Xiu. Among the crowd was Professor Zhao, who, upon spotting Li Xiu, adopted a grave expression. Li Xiu, come with me to the oversight office. Inside the oversight office, the atmosphere was tense. Professor Zhao presided at the head of the table, flanked by 2 expressionless oversight instructors. The report and its accompanying photograph lay spread before them. Li Xiu, do you have anything to say for yourself? Professor Zhao adjusted his glasses. Possession of a dark artifact and engaging in combat with a Long sect assassin. Do you understand the severity of these accusations? Li Xiu inala deeply. Professor Zhao. The photograph is taken out of context. That night, I was being pursued by the Long Sect assassin, and I seized their dark artifact in self-defense. I'm not in collusion. Oh, is that so? Interjected another oversight instructor. We have conducted our investigations and verified that Long Sect disciples have indeed gone missing recently. However, why would they pursue a mere freshman like you? Li Xiu's heart raced. He could not divulge that he was a descendant of the Tai Su lineage. He could only speculate. It may be due to a past grievance with Long Xiaotian. He seeks personal revenge. Your claims lack substance, Professor Zhao scoffed. We have also discovered that prior to your enrollment, you had no martial arts background, yet have made significant progress in a short time. This is highly irregular, unless you are practicing dark arts that do not require orthodox guidance. This accusation left Li Xiu speechless. Dark arts were a grave taboo in the martial world. If substantiated, not only would he face expulsion from the academy, but he could also be hunted by the Martial Arts Alliance. I practice a legitimate family lineage technique, not dark arts. Li Xiu replied firmly, his palms beginning to sweat. He sensed that this entire scenario was a scheme orchestrated by Long Xiaotian, aimed at expelling him from the academy, or worse, leading to his demise. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Ouyang Schwerer entered. Professor Zhao, esteemed teachers, I possess evidence to exonerate Li Xiu. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to her in astonishment. Ouyang Schwerer placed a document on the table. This is a communication record intercepted by the Feng Sect's intelligence department, revealing that Long Xiaotian recently ordered the elimination of a new student named Li Xiu and fabricated evidence to accuse him of practicing dark arts. Professor Zhao picked up the document, his expression shifting. The Long Sect and the Feng Sect had always been at odds. Ouyang Schwerer's words held a degree of credibility. However, Long Xiaotian was the heir of the Long Sect, and offending him could invite dire consequences. Ouyang, such matters should not be taken lightly. Professor Zhao hesitated. I vouch for the veracity of this intelligence in the name of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Schwerer spoke with unwavering determination, asserting that Long Xiaotian had schemed against a fellow student due to personal grievances, thereby breaching the school's regulations. If the academy fails to impose strict penalties, how can it maintain its integrity? Just as the two parties were at an impasse, Li Xiu suddenly sensed a faint wave of telekinetic energy emanating from outside the window. It was Zhang Chong. He immediately understood that Zhang Chong was using telekinesis to convey information. Remaining composed, Li Xiu addressed Professor Zhao, saying, Professor Zhao, since there are doubts regarding my cultivation method, I propose to demonstrate it publicly. The truth shall be evident for all to see. Professor Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Tomorrow at noon, in the martial arts arena, you shall publicly display your technique. Should there be any malevolent aspects, do not blame the academy for its severity. Chapter 18. A Friend's Testimony. The Fatty's Telepathic Eavesdropping Show. After leaving the supervisory office, Li Xiu found Zhang Chong in a small grove within the academy. The stout boy was squatting under a tree, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, evidently having expended considerable telekinetic energy. Shogut's all set, Zhang Chong exclaimed excitedly, handing over a compact recording device. I was just outside the window of the supervisory office, and I captured the sound from inside using my telekinesis. I even overheard a conversation between Long Xiaotian and his subordinates. Li Xiu took the recording device and pressed the play button. Long Xiaotian's arrogant voice erupted from the device. Does that brat dare to resist? Stuff those remnants of the evil technique into his backpack and see how he defends himself. If Qianwu Academy dares to protect him, don't blame me, Long Pai, for being unmerciful. Xiangzi, you are fantastic, Li Xiu exclaimed with unrestrained joy. This was irrefutable evidence of Long Xiaotian's malicious framing. Absolutely. Zhang Chong beamed with pride, but then hesitated. However, Xiu Gu, do you feel confident about demonstrating your technique in the martial arts arena tomorrow? What if? Li Xiu's gaze was resolute. Do not worry. The Tai Su Jing is an orthodox cultivation method, upright and honorable. I fear no demonstration. It is Long Xiaotian who shall find himself hoisted by his own petard this time. The following day at noon, the martial arts arena buzzed with activity. Li Xiu and Long Xiaotian stood on opposite sides of the field, while Professor Zhao and several teachers occupied the podium. Ouyang Schwerer stood at the front of the crowd, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Li Xiu, begin. Professor Zhao instructed. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiu activated the Tai Su Jing, enveloping himself in a gentle golden aura of spiritual energy that radiated warmth and peace. Devoid of any sinister undertones, he formed hand seals and executed the basic qi refining technique, striking toward the stone pedestal at the edge of the arena. Bang! The stone pedestal shattered upon impact, fragments scattering, yet no trace of dark energy was detected. Li Xiu's spiritual energy was pure and expansive, unmistakably indicative of an orthodox martial path. This is, Professor Zhao was momentarily speechless, as the surrounding students began to murmur amongst themselves. Impossible. He must be concealing something. Long Xiaotian shouted, his expression darkening. If you have the ability, demonstrate a practical combat technique. Li Xiu turned his gaze towards Long Xiaotian, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. As you wish. He then faced the empty arena, his eyes gleaming with intensity, resonating with the cosmos. His energy surging like a rainbow. With a single punch, he unleashed a thunderous explosion of air, sending forth a concentrated wave of spiritual energy that carved a deep mark into the ground of the arena. This move was the second form of the Tai Su Jing imparted by CMA, open and honorable, brimming with might. This is the technique of the Tai Su lineage? A senior teacher gasped in astonishment. Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Li Xiu turned towards the podium and proclaimed, Professor Zhao, esteemed teachers, Li Xiu, cultivate a family lineage of orthodox techniques, and I am certainly not practicing any evil methods. As for Long Xiaoyan's accusations against me, I present the evidence. With that, he gestured to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong had already pushed his way to the front and pressed the play button on the recording device. Long Xiaoyan's arrogant voice echoed across the arena, clearly exposing his conspiracy to frame Li Xiu. A commotion erupted in the audience. So it was Long Xiaotian who was behind this. What a despicable act. Is this the way of Long Pai? Long Xiaotian's face turned ashen as he pointed accusingly at Zhang Chong. You dare to eavesdrop on me. I merely spoke the truth. Zhang Chong replied defiantly, unyielding. Professor Zhao's face turned a deep shade of anger as he slammed his hand on the table. Long Xiaotian, do you understand the gravity of your crimes? Long Xiaotian, confronted by the furious glares of those around him and the icy demeanor of the teachers, realized his predicament was dire. Gritting his teeth, he cast a venomous glare at Li Xiu before turning to leave. Stop! Professor Zhao commanded sharply. The supervisory office will thoroughly investigate this matter. Until the results are in, you are under house arrest for reflection. Long Xiaotian froze momentarily, ultimately retreating from the martial arts arena under the watchful eyes of the enforcement team, his bravado extinguished. Li Xiu watched his retreating figure, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. He turned and nodded gratefully at Ouyang Shuer and Zhang Chong. Ouyang Shuer stepped forward, rare smile gracing her features. You did well. Zhang Chong leaned in and whispered, Xiuge, that punch was incredible. Can you teach me next time? Li Xiu shukulat, patting his shoulder, sunlight pouring over him, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in recent days. Yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. Long Xiaotian would not concede so easily, and a greater storm loomed ahead. Chapter 19. An Unforgettable Teacher's Grace, Xie Mei's Secret Transmission. Following the incident at the martial arts arena, Li Xiu had temporarily cleared his name, but the enmity from Long Pai had become increasingly evident. Disciples from Long Pai often lurked in the shadows, observing him, even deliberately sabotaging his training sessions. Unfazed, Li Xiu intensified his training efforts while clandestinely investigating clues surrounding his parents' disappearance. One night, as Li Xiu meditated in his dormitory, he suddenly sensed a familiar pulse of spiritual energy infiltrating his consciousness. Xie Mei's voice. Li Xiu, be wary of Long Xiaoyan's retaliation. He has requested support from the Long Pai headquarters, and soon, experts will infiltrate the academy. Xie Mei's voice carried an urgent tone. Long Xiaotian practices the blood fiend technique, which requires regular consumption of the essence of spiritual beings or martial artists to sustain its power. His recent aggressive actions are a sign of the technique's backlash. Li Xiu's heart sank. No wonder Long Xiaoyan's aura was so violent. It was the doing of an evil technique. He quickly responded in his mind. Teacher, how should I respond? This time, Long Pai is sending the Blood Shadow Guards, adept in assassination. You must exercise utmost caution. Xie Mei's voice paused momentarily. I have prepared an artifact for you, hidden beneath the old locust tree on the Academy's back mountain. It is a shadow cloak talisman, capable of briefly concealing your presence and may save your life at a critical moment. Thank you, teacher. Li Xiu felt warmth in his heart. Even in peril, Xia Mei remained vigilant in her protection of him. Moreover, Xia Mei's voice turned grave. I have uncovered some new leads regarding your parents. 20 years ago, the Taisu lineage clashed with Long Pai in the Hongmeng realm, and your parents went missing in the aftermath of that battle. Long Pai likely possesses knowledge of their whereabouts, or even, before Xia Mei could finish, the spiritual energy transmission abruptly ceased. Li Xiu's heart raced as he activated his resonance ability, scanning his surroundings, but he could only detect a fleeting trace of malevolent energy that quickly vanished into the night. Teacher? Li Xiu called out in his mind, but received no response. He understood that Xia Mei must have encountered trouble, or perhaps was discovered by Long Pai's forces. In the ensuing days, Li Xiu remained increasingly vigilant. Following Xia Mei's instructions, he located a small cloth pouch beneath the old locust tree on the back mountain, which contained a softly glowing shadow cloak talisman. He tucked it away close to him, feeling a sense of relief. Simultaneously, he began to study the weaknesses of the blood fiend technique. By resonating with the ancient texts in the Academy library, he discovered that although the technique was tyrannical, the conflicting energies within the practitioner's body inevitably left vulnerabilities in their meridians. If he could identify these vulnerabilities, he could strike decisively. That afternoon, Li Xiu encountered Long Xiaotian again during a practical combat class. Although Long Xiaotian had been placed under house arrest, he had somehow managed to appear at the edge of the martial arts arena, glaring at Li Xiu with malevolence. Li Xiu, your good days are over. Long Xiaotian muttered to himself, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. The blood shadow guards have arrived. Tonight will be your demise. Li Xiu feignat ignoranza. Yet in his heart, he was fully prepared. He could sense two chilling presences lurking around the Academy, precisely as Xia Mei had mentioned, the blood shadow guards. The night was silent as Li Xiu lay in bed, utterly unable to find sleep. He perceived those two ominous auras drawing closer, ultimately halting outside the dormitory building. They have arrived. A shiver ran through Li Xiu's heart. He quietly rose, clutching the shadow concealment talisman in his hand. Sure enough, moments later, two dark figures, like phantoms, slipped into the dormitory, their target being none other than Li Xiu's room. They exuded no discernible aura, clearly adept at stealth. Indeed, they were the blood shadow guards. Li Xiu inhaled deeply, and at the very instant the shadows breached the window, he abruptly activated the shadow concealment talisman. A flash of white light flickered, and Li Xiu's figure vanished from sight. The two blood shadow guards found themselves grasping at thin air, exchanging bewildered glances, evidently taken aback by the sudden disappearance of their target. What is happening? The presence has vanished. One murmured, "Impossible, it was right here." The other scanned the surroundings, a glimmer of suspicion crossing his eyes. At that moment, Li Xiu had already circled behind them, tightly gripping the short sword he had received from Xia Mei. He activated the resonance of all things, precisely sensing the conflict points between the malevolent energy and righteous aura coursing through their meridians. Now, Li Xiu called out, his short sword transforming into a silver streak, piercing toward one of the blood shadow guard's vulnerable back. The blood shadow guard reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade while thrusting his dagger back at Li Xiu. However, Li Xiu had already anticipated this move. He deftly dodged the attack, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the guard's abdomen. Thud! The guard let out a muffled grunt, hurtling backward. The other, witnessing this, lunged forward, his dagger aimed directly at Li Xiu's throat. Li Xiu activated the shadow concealment talisman once more, his figure flickering as he evaded the strike, then retaliated with a punch squarely to the opponent's chest. The two blood shadow guards had not expected Li Xiu to be such a formidable adversary. They exchanged glances, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes, and turned to flee. Trying to escape, Li Xiu would not let them go. He pursued relentlessly. At that moment, a voice echoed from the hallway. Useless. You can't even handle a mere boy. Watch me take matters into my own hands. Li Xiu's heart sank, realizing Long Xiaotian had also arrived. He immediately halted, using the shadow concealment talisman to blend into the shadows. Long Xiaotian stormed in with several disciples from the dragon sect. his face darkening upon seeing the fallen blood shadow guards. Li Xiao, come out if you have the guts. Li Xiao, hidden in the darkness, scoffed at Long Xiaoyan's arrogance. He understood that this was not the time for a head-on confrontation. He must find a way to escape and plan his next move. Seizing the moment of chaos among Long Xiaotian and his entourage, Li Xiao quietly leapt out of the back window, vanishing into the night. He was acutely aware that this battle was far from over. Chapter 20. The Cafeteria's Anomaly. Chaos triggered by the malevolent energy potion. Since the failed assassination by the Blood Shadow Guards, Long Xiaotian had become increasingly unrestrained within the academy. Although he dared not act overtly, he constantly devised underhanded schemes to trip up Li Xiao. With CMA's covert guidance and Zhang Chang's assistance, Li Xiao managed to counter each of them. One afternoon, Li Xiao and Zhang Chang entered the academy cafeteria. Just after they had filled their trays with food, they spotted Long Xiaotian seated in a corner, his gaze fixated on them with malevolence. "Xiaoge, that guy's like a fly. Absolutely annoying," Zhang Chang grumbled, pushing around the braised pork in his bowl. Li Xiao remained silent, his brow furrowed. He could sense that the malevolent energy emanating from Long Xiaotian was more potent than ever, as if he were concocting some sinister plot. Just then, a piercing scream erupted in the cafeteria. My hand." Everyone turned towards the source of the outcry, only to witness a student whose arm was suddenly marred by dark, creeping patterns, his skin visibly decayed at an alarming rate. He screamed in agony, his eyes bloodshot. "What is happening? Call a doctor." Amid the chaos, several other students collapsed, exhibiting the same dreadful symptoms: rotting skin and crimson eyes, resembling zombies. They began to frantically assault those around them, and the situation spiraled out of control. "It's the malevolent energy." Li Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately activated the resonance of all things, detecting a familiar chill permeating the air. It was the unmistakable scent of the dragon sect's malevolent arts. He glared at Long Xiaotian, who wore a cruel smile, stealthily slipping an empty vial beneath the table. "It was you," Li Xiao roared, charging forward. Long Xiaotian rose, sneering. "And what if it is? Li Xiao, this is merely an appetizer. Savor my dragon sect's latest blood fiend potion." As soon as the words left his lips, even more students collapsed, transforming into creatures under the control of the malevolent energy. They were immensely powerful, impervious to pain, and attacked anyone in sight, turning the cafeteria into a living hell. "Xiangzi, protect yourself," Li Xiao shouted to Zhang Chang, drawing the short sword gifted by Xie Mei to confront the nearest monster. He slashed, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that merely left a shallow mark on the creature. The monster's bodies were fortified by the malevolent energy, rendering their defenses formidable. "Xiaoge, their weakness is at the center of their foreheads," Zhang Chang exclaimed, using telekinesis to maneuver a table as a shield against several monsters' attacks. "I just saw with my psychic power that they have a core of malevolent energy in their foreheads." Li Xiao's mind sparked with realization. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, evading the monster's assaults and thrusting his sword toward one creature's forehead. With a sickening squelch, the short sword pierced through, causing the creature to emit a deafening roar before it dissolved into a pool of black liquid. Indeed, Li Xiao's spirits lifted as he continued to attack the foreheads of the other monsters. Ouyang Shui and her team soon arrived, employing the Phoenix Sect's agile techniques as she wielded a folding fan, summoning flames to scorch the monsters. "Li Xiao, over here." Together they fought, one engaging in close combat while the other provided range support, gradually stabilizing the situation. Zhang Chang constructed a barrier with his psychic abilities to shield the injured students. "Long Xiaotian, how dare you unleash the malevolent energy potion within the academy? You seek death." Ouyang Shui glared at Long Xiaotian, her eyes blazing with fury. Long Xiaotian, however, remained unfazed. "Seek death? Once the malevolent energy spreads throughout the academy, you will all perish." With that, he produced a larger vial, preparing to unleash more of the potion. "Not on my watch." Li Xiao's gaze sharpened as he hurled the short sword with precision, striking the vial from Long Xiaotian's hands. Crash! The vial shattered on the ground, its black potion spilling forth, instantly corroding the floor. Long Xiaotian, realizing his plan had unraveled, flashed a manic expression. "In that case, let us die together." He suddenly slammed his palm down, aiming not at Li Xiu, but at a load-bearing pillar in the cafeteria. Not good. Li Xiu gasped, understanding that Long Xiaotian intended to destroy the cafeteria. Just as the situation seemed dire, a silver-haired figure appeared before the pillar, CMA. She had arrived at the cafeteria unnoticed, her face pale, yet her eyes resolute. CMA. Long Xiaotian snarled, his teeth clenched. You dare to come here, to harm my disciple. Why should I not come? Xia Mei retorted, drawing her short sword and engaging Long Xiaotian in battle. Li Xiu and Ouyang Shui immediately joined the fray, and the three of them together managed to suppress Long Xiaotian. However, the number of monsters in the cafeteria continued to swell, and the influence of the malevolent energy potion was still spreading. Li Xiu, I will hold off Long Xiaotian. You must destroy the source of the potion. CMA shouted. Li Xiu nodded, racing with Zhang Chong toward the box containing the malevolent energy potions brought by Long Xiaotian. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he unleashed a powerful punch. Resonance of all things, break. His fist struck the box, shattering it into pieces, causing the potions within to lose their potency. As the supply of potions was cut off, the creatures in the cafeteria gradually lost their strength, dissolving into pools of black liquid. The crisis had finally been averted. Realizing the tide had turned, Long Xiaotian bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his form surged with power as he forcibly elevated his cultivation. I'll fight you to the death. Be careful. He is going to self-destruct. CMA's expression changed dramatically. At the moment when Long Xiaotian was about to self-destruct, Xia Mei suddenly shoved Li Xiu and Ouyang Shui aside, conjuring a talisman to shield herself in front of Long Xiaotian. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the cafeteria, reducing Long Xiaotian's body to ashes. Xia Mei was thrown back by the shockwave, blood spewing from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground. Teacher! Li Xiu rushed forward, supporting Xia Mei. Iem me fine. Xia Mei weakly shook her head. Long Xiaotian is dead. The rest is up to the academy. After saying this, she fainted. Aoyong looked at Xia Mei. Then at Li Xiu, her eyes filled with complexity. Quick, take her to the infirmary. Li Xiu nodded, lifting Xia Mei in his arms, and, accompanied by Zhang Chong and Ouyang Shui, hurried towards the infirmary. Behind them lay a ravaged cafeteria and students still in shock. He understood that although Long Xiaotian was dead, the threat from the Long clan was far from over. Moreover, Xia Mei had sustained grave injuries to protect him once again. This debt of gratitude was beyond repayment. He could only grow stronger to safeguard those he wished to protect. Sunlight streamed through the cafeteria windows, illuminating Li Xiu's resolute face and reflecting the fiery determination in his eyes. His legend was only just beginning. Chapter 21. Tracing the source of the potion. Clues from the Long clan's laboratory. In the infirmary of Tianwu Academy, the scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. Xia Mei lay on the bed, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath shallow. Li Xiu stood vigil by her bedside, watching the injuries his teacher had sustained to save him, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Xiuge, don't blame yourself too much. Teacher Xia is destined for greatness. Zhang Chong gently placed a hand on his shoulder, concern evident in his gaze. That Long Xiaotian was a madman, causing such a commotion even in death. Li Xiu took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. Though Long Xiaotian is gone, the Long clan will not relent. Moreover, where did those dark potions come from? The Long clan must have a secret laboratory near the academy. Just then, Ouyang Shui entered, holding a sealed glass vial containing the black potion left over from the cafeteria incident. This is the analysis I requested from the Phone clan, she said. The core component of the potion is shadow iron, or sourced from the domain of evil shadows, and the catalyst for its dark energy is human blood. Human blood? Both Li Xiu and Zhang Chong frowned. Moreover, Ouyang Shui continued gravely. The potion also contains an energy imprint of the Long clan's blood evil technique, indicating it was concocted by the upper echelons of the Long clan. Li Xiu took the glass vial, activating the resonance of all things. The moment his fingertips made contact with the vial, countless fragmented images flooded his mind. Within a dim laboratory, on a cold operating table, lay struggling prisoners. Long clan disciples wielding syringes injecting the black potion into their veins, and finally, a massive metal sign emblazoned with Long Clan Industrial Group, Area 3. I know where the laboratory is, Li Xiu exclaimed, his gaze shooting up. The Long Clan industrial area to the west of the city. Ouyang Shuer's eyes widened in surprise. On the surface, the Long Clan industrial area is a heavy industrial base. Could it be that underneath? It must be. Li Xiu firmat. When I resonated with the potion, I saw the scene of the laboratory and that sign. Zhang Chong rubbed his hands together. What are we waiting for? Xiugu, let us take down their stronghold. No, Ouyang Shuer immediately countered. The Long Clan industrial area is heavily guarded, and it's their territory. Recklessly charging in would be too dangerous. But we cannot sit idly by. Li Xiu's eyes burned with determination. Teacher Xie is still lying here, and the Long Clan may strike again at any moment. Furthermore, only by locating the laboratory can we obtain evidence of their collusion with the domain of evil shadows. The trio fell into silence. Li Xiu understood Ouyang Shuer's point, yet he was acutely aware that passive defense would only embolden the Long Clan. I have a plan. Lin Wei, who had remained silent, stepped in from outside. She adjusted her glasses, holding a palm-sized device. This is my newly developed spirit energy tracker, which can lock onto the energy fluctuations of Shadow, Iron Oregon. As long as we get close to the industrial area, we can pinpoint the laboratory's exact location. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. Lin Wei, you're brilliant. However, Lin Wei added, the industrial area's defense system is military grade, and there are martial artists patrolling. We need a detailed map and an infiltration plan. I'll find a way to get the map. Ouyang Shuer immediately responded. The Feng clan has spies within the Long Clan and can obtain the layout of the industrial area. Then the infiltration will be up to me and Chong. Li Xiu looked at Zhang Chong. Chong's telekinesis can interfere with surveillance, and my resonance can sense danger. No problem. Zhang Chong thumped his chest, promising to complete the task. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Ouyang Shuer ceased her objections. All right, then we'll split up to prepare. Let us regroup at the outskirts of the industrial area tonight at midnight. Remember, safety is paramount. If we are exposed, retreat immediately. As night deepened, Tianwu Academy fell into silence. Li Xiu, Zhang Chong, and Lin Wei moved like shadows, silently leaving the campus, heading toward the Long Clan industrial area in the west of the city. An adventure deep within the Tiger's Den was about to unfold. Chapter 22. Initial exploration of the Tiger's Den, the dual crypts of the industrial area. The explosion-proof doors of the Long Clan industrial area slowly opened, and the three of them held their breath as they slipped inside. This was no mere laboratory. It was divided into two levels. The upper level was a makeshift experimental area modified by the Long Clan, while the lower level was a spiritual energy monitoring station left behind by the Taishu lineage. Siuye. The locator shows that the Shadow Iron Ore reaction is on the third underground level, Lin Wei whispered, but the energy fluctuations here are peculiar, as if two systems are clashing. Li Xiu resonated with the ground, seeing that beneath the concrete lay an ancient white jade foundation, inscribed with incomplete Taishu Bagua symbols. The Long Clan laboratory was established in the abandoned area of the monitoring station. He pointed to a crack in the wall. The energy flow here is inconsistent. The lower level should be the original Earth vein, while the upper level is infused with the Long Clan's dark energy. Ouyang Shuer unfolded the Feng clan map. Intelligence suggests that the core of the monitoring station has spiritual energy conduits connecting to the crypt, but the Long Clan has sealed the entrance with dark energy. She waved her folding fan, and a phantom of a fire phoenix struck the ground, causing black smoke to erupt from the crack. Be careful. Li Xiu suddenly pushed Ouyang Shuer aside as a poisoned crossbow bolt whizzed past, embedding itself in the wall near her silver hair. Long Clan guards surged from the shadows, with the leading captain marked with the emblem of the crypt exploration team, indicating that the Long Clan had long since infiltrated the monitoring station. They know we're here. Zhang Chong unleashed his telekinesis, toppling an entire experimental table. Xiugu, I sense living presences on the second underground level. The group fought while retreating, as Li Xiu resonated with the metallic patterns of the experimental table, realizing that the Long Clan's experiments were not merely dark energy tests, but rather fusion tests between the crypt's spiritual energy and dark energy. The Long Clan's true objective, to utilize the spiritual energy from the crypt to neutralize dark energy. Preparing to open the domain of evil shadows, Lin Wei quickly scanned the energy parameters of the fusion furnace. Li Xiu kicked the guard aside. They're simulating the spiritual energy frequency of the crypt. Lin Wei operated the terminal, and complex data streams appeared on the screen. The fluctuations of the fusion furnace align with the ripples at the entrance of the crypt. The Long clan intends to use the spiritual energy of the crypt as a key to forcibly open the gate to the domain of evil. Just then, a violent tremor erupted from the second underground level as a dark shadow burst through the wall. A native crypt creature transformed into a dark energy puppet. Its skin flowed with the energy of the earth vein, yet it was distorted by dark energy, a fusion of the crypt and dark energy, explaining why the Long clan's experimental subjects possessed such extraordinary strength. Retreat to the old monitoring station. CMA's voice suddenly came through the communicator. I have rebooted the lower-level barrier. The group continued to fight while retreating through a stone door inscribed with Taishi runes. The dark energy puppet crashing against the barrier behind them with a piercing explosion. Inside was an ancient white jade hall, at the center of which stood a towering jade pillar. Its surface covered with diagrams of the spiritual energy flow from the crypt. This was the true core of the crypt monitoring station. The dragon sect has taken over the upper laboratory, yet they have failed to locate the true monitoring core. CMA emerged from behind the jade pillar. Her shoulder wound temporarily stabilized with a soul-reviving ointment. The spiritual energy conduit of the underground was situated directly beneath the jade pillar. While their fusion furnace was merely a crude imitation, Li Xiao resonated with the jade pillar, and countless luminous patterns illuminated the depths of the underground, revealing a temple constructed from myriad sword bones, and deeper still, a crystal altar ensconced in malevolent energy. The revised geographical delineation was now explicit. The Hongmeng domain served as the nexus of spiritual energy above ground, the underground as its source, and the domain of evil shadows connected through spatial rifts in the abyss of souls, the three forming a three-dimensional structure of vertical and horizontal interweaving. Teacher, Ximei. Lin Wei suddenly pointed at the terminal, revealing that the Dragon Sect headquarters was mobilizing blood demon crystals, targeting the Tianwu Academy. The jade pillar radiated brilliantly as Li Xiao observed the fluctuations of malevolent energy deep within the underground. The Dragon Sect's objective was never merely the evil Shadow Lord. Instead, they aimed to use the underground's spiritual energy as a key to unlock the door to the evil shadows, facilitating their fusion. The Hongmeng key in his possession was the crucial element to thwart this scheme. Chapter 23. The Truth of Malevolent Energy, the Horrific Experiment of Living Beings. The voice of the Dragon Sect elder reverberated through the corridor like a thunderclap. Li Xiao and his companions felt a tightening in their hearts, realizing they had been exposed. Quick, Lin Wei, transmit the evidence. Li Xiao commanded, positioning himself protectively in front, channeling the Tai Su Sutra, with spiritual energy surging within him. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. The elder scoffed, his figure blurring as he instantly appeared before Li Xiao, his palm transforming into a claw, slicing through the air towards his face. The elder's strength surpassed that of the previous Blood Shadow Guard, having reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Even before the claw's wind reached him, a chilling wave of malevolent energy assailed Li Xiao. Daring not to be negligent, Li Xiao sidestepped, simultaneously striking towards the elder's wrist. The resonance of all things immediately activated, revealing to him the fierce conflict between malevolent energy and righteous chi within the elder's meridians, coalescing into a black vortex at the Dantian, an ominous remnant of cultivating evil techniques. Bang! The two clashed, and Li Xiao felt an icy force invade his body, prompting him to expel it with a surge of spiritual energy. The elder took a step back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Interesting. No wonder Long Xiaodian fell to you. You experiment on living beings, utterly devoid of conscience. Li Xiao shouted in fury, launching another attack. Ouyang Shuer and Zhang Chang also joined the fray. Wuxianovel awakens folding fan, summoning blazing phoenix fire to scorch the elder's malevolent energy, while Zhang Chang utilized telekinesis to disrupt the elder's perception, hindering his movements. Speaking of conscience to me? The elder sneered. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. When the evil emperor awakens, the entire world shall kneel before the Dragon Sect. Evil emperor? Li Xiao's heart trembled. CMA had previously mentioned the Dragon Sect's conspiracy to resurrect the evil emperor, and he never expected this to be confirmed here. At that moment, the Dragon Sect disciples in the laboratory, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, surrounding the trio. Although individually weak, their numbers were overwhelming, armed with spiritual daggers. The air thick with malevolent energy. Brother Xiao, I can't hold on much longer. Zhang Chong gasped, the strain on his telekinesis immense. Chong, protect Lin Wei and ensure she transmits the evidence. Li Xiao shouted, feeling the pressure mount as he faced the elder and the throng of disciples. Seeing this, Ouyang Schwerer abruptly plunged her folding fan into the ground, exclaiming, Phoenix dance of the nine heavens. A colossal phoenix apparition enveloped her, flames soaring skyward, forcing back the surrounding disciples. However, this move drained her significantly, and her complexion turned pale. Seizing the opportunity, the elder unleashed a powerful palm strike, striking Ouyang Schwerer squarely in the back. Xue! Li Xiao's eyes widened in horror as he dashed forward, shielding her with his own body, taking the elder's strike head-on. Puff! Li Xiao spat a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward to crash against the glass of the laboratory. Brother Xiao, Zhang Chong, and Lin Wei gasped in alarm. The elder advanced menacingly, a cold glint of malice in his eyes. Boy, prepare to die. In that critical moment, Li Xiao touched the shattered glass behind him, a surge of intense resonance coursing through him. He noticed that this glass had once been stained with the blood of an experimental subject, and within that blood lingered a faint, echoing sword whistle. This is it, Li Xiao thought, suddenly recalling Xie Mei's mention of the Tai Su sword spirit. Almost instinctively, he channeled all his spiritual energy to resonate with that whisper of sword sound. In an instant, a white light flickered in his sea of consciousness, revealing an ancient sword silhouette that emitted a clear, melodious sword whistle. Buzz! All the spiritual instruments in the laboratory began to tremble violently, emitting pain groans under the strain. The elder and his disciples felt an invisible pressure descend upon them, causing their spiritual weapons to slip from their grasp and fall to the ground. What power is this? The elder's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with dread. Li Xiao rose to his feet, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. He sensed the sword silhouette in his sea of consciousness connecting with his spirit, a vast sword intent flowing through him. Tai Su lineage sweeping across the realms. Li Xiao exclaimed, though he could not fully summon the sword spirit. The sword intent coalesced within his fists. He struck out with a powerful punch, unleashing a concentrated sword chi that surged towards the elder. The elder hastily channeled his malevolent techniques to defend, but before the overwhelming sword intent, his malevolent energy was as fragile as paper, instantly shattered. The sword chi struck his chest, sending him crashing into the blast-proof door, leaving his fate uncertain. The surrounding dragon sect disciples, witnessing the scene, were struck with terror, collapsing to their knees in surrender. Li Xiao gasped for breath, gazing at the faintly visible sword silhouette in his hand, his heart filled with astonishment. Is this the power of the Tai Su sword spirit? Even a mere remnant of its soul possesses such might. Brother Xiao, are you all right? Zhang Chong and Lin Wei hurriedly supported him. I'm fine, Li Xiao shook his head. Turning to Lin Wei, has the evidence been transmitted? Yes, it has been sent to Miss Ouyang's family and the higher-ups of Tianwu Academy. Lin Wei nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Xiao, what was that power you exhibited? It was incredible. Li Xiao looked inward to his sea of consciousness. The sword silhouette had vanished, yet that sword intent seemed to have fused into his very bloodline. He understood that this was merely the beginning. We must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Ouyang Schwerer struggled to stand, knowing that reinforcement from the dragon sect would arrive soon. The trio wasted no time, swiftly exiting the laboratory. As they burst out of the warehouse, distant sounds of hurried footsteps and sirens echoed through the night. In the shadows of the industrial area, the three vanished. Yet Li Xiao knew that his war with the dragon sect had only just begun, and the emergence of the Tai Su sword spirit illuminated his path forward while shrouding it in further enigmas. Chapter 24. Resuscitated from death's grasp. A fleeting glimpse of the instrument spirit's shadow. As the three fled the dragon sect industrial area, flames soared behind them. The dragon sect's reinforcements arrived, discovering the laboratory in ruins and the elder grievously wounded, throwing them into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao and his companions mingled with the crowd, disappearing into the night. Upon returning to the safe house near Tianwu Academy. Li Xiu finally exhaled in relief. The injuries within him flared up, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Brother Xiu, Zhang Chong quickly steadied him. I'm fine. Li Xiu waved his hand. Glancing at Lin Wei, the evidence has been sent out. The dragon sect should have no way to deny it this time. Ouyang Shuer nodded, her face still pale. I've already contacted people from a phoenix sect. They will make the evidence public. The dragon sect is bound to suffer significant repercussions from this. Lin Wei retrieved a first aid kit, tending to Li Xiu's wounds. Brother Xiu, did you awaken some special ability in the laboratory? That's sword intent. Li Xiu pondered for a moment, deciding to disclose the truth. That was the remnant soul of the Tai Su sword spirit. Teacher Xie Mei mentioned that my parents were descendants of the Tai Su lineage, and I possessed the Tai Su bloodline, which allowed me to resonate with the sword spirit. The Tai Su sword spirit? Zhang Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the legendary sword capable of vanquishing demons and evil spirits? It must be, Li Xiu mused, recalling the fleeting silhouette of the sword within his consciousness. Although it was merely a remnant of a soul, its power was formidable. Regrettably, I'm unable to wield it completely as of now. Do not fret, Ouyang Shuer reassured him. You have only just awakened. With diligent cultivation, you will surely master it. At that moment, Li Xiu's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Xie Mei. Hurry to the old place at the back mountain. Xie Mei. A wave of joy surged through Li Xiu as he immediately sprang to his feet. Let's go. The trio hastened to the old locust tree at the back mountain, where Xie Mei sat upon a stone. Her complexion appeared somewhat improved, yet she still bore signs of weakness. Teacher, Li Xiu rushed forward. I am fine. Xie Mei waved her hand dismissively, turning her gaze to the three. I heard you ventured into the Longpai industrial zone. Li Xiu recounted the events in detail, including the discovery of live experiments, encounters with elders, and the awakening of the remnants of the Taishu sword spirit. Upon hearing, Xie Mei's eyes flickered with a blend of relief and concern. Your ability to awaken the sword spirit's remnants indicates that your Taishu bloodline has begun to activate. However, the Longpai will not relent. They are aware of your possession of the sword spirit and will become increasingly frenzied. Teacher, what exactly is the origin of the sword spirit? Li Xiu could not help but inquire. Xie Mei sighed deeply before responding. The Taishu sword spirit is the treasure of the Taishu lineage, forged by the first-generation Taishu ancestors from their own essence and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, containing the primordial power of Taishu. Legend has it that the sword spirit requires a master with a Taishu bloodline and a resonant body with all things. Your parents were the sword spirit's masters. My parents. A pang of sorrow gripped Li Xiu's heart. Indeed, Xie Mei nodded solemnly. 20 years ago, the Longpai coveted the Taishu legacy and the sword spirit, plotting to ensnare your parents. They battled the Longpai in the Hongmeng domain, sealing the sword spirit to protect it, and subsequently vanished. I suspect the remnants of the sword spirit have lain dormant within you until today, when they were awakened by the evil energy. Li Xiu clenched his fists. The truth of his parents' disappearance was indeed intertwined with the sword spirit. The Longpai not only harmed them, but also sought to seize the Taishu lineage. Teacher, what should I do now? He asked earnestly. Firstly, you must swiftly enhance your strength and solidify your connection with the sword spirit, Xie Mei instructed. Secondly, the Longpai's audacity to conduct experiments on living beings indicates that their plan to resurrect the evil emperor has reached a critical stage. We must find the core of the Hongmeng domain before they do, to prevent the evil emperor's revival. The core of the Hongmeng domain? Li Xiu recalled the map left by his parents. The map they left behind marks the location of the Taishu shrine. Could that be the core? Very likely. Xie Mei affirmed. The Taishu shrine is the holy ground of the Taishu lineage and the key to sealing the evil emperor. The Longpai has long desired to lay claim to it, but without the Taishu bloodline and the Hongmeng key, they cannot enter. The Hongmeng key. Li Xiu remembered the token that Long Xiaotian had dropped and the resonance with the Taishu scripture. Is it necessary to possess the Hongmeng key in order to enter the Taishu shrine? Precisely. Xie Mei's eyes gleamed with insight. And the Hongmeng key is in your possession. A jolt of realization coursed through Li Xiu. He had unknowingly held the key to thwarting the Longpai's sinister plot. Teacher, what step should we take next? Uyang Suya in Kviot. We must prepare to enter the Hongmeng domain. Xie Mei's expression hardened with determination. It is fraught with peril. yet it presents our only opportunity. Li Xiu, you must quickly acclimate to the sword spirit's power. Ouyang, you must stabilize the situation with the phone pie. Lin Wei, you need to analyze the data from the Long Pai laboratory to discover a method to counteract the evil energy. As for Chong, CMA turned her gaze to Zhang Chong, a playful glimmer in her eyes. You are tasked with protecting them and ensuring they do not falter. Rest assured, teacher, Zhang Chong declared confidently, my telekinetic abilities have grown immensely. I can lift the car now. Observing the resolute expressions of her students, Xie Mei nodded approvingly. Very well. Let us unveil the truth of 20 years past and thwart the Lone Pai's schemes. As the night deepened, the silhouettes of the four beneath the old locust tree were elongated by the moonlight, heralding the quiet brewing of an adventure that would determine the fate of the world. Li Xiu understood that he held not only the Hongmeng key, but also the legacy of his parents and the future of the Taishu lineage in his hands. Chapter 25. An initial exploration of the sword spirit and the ancient consciousness within the sea of consciousness. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Xiu promptly settled into a meditative posture, endeavoring to commune with the remnants of the Taishu sword spirit within his consciousness. The fleeting glimpse he had caught in the laboratory earlier that day filled him with an insatiable yearning, intertwined with a profound reverence for this power. He closed his eyes, channeling the Taishu scripture to guide the spiritual energy into his consciousness. His mind swirled in chaos, yet at the center, a faint white light floated, the remnants of the Taishu sword spirit. Elder, are you present? Li Xiu called out within his heart. The white light flickered gently as an ancient and weathered consciousness permeated his mind. Junior, what is your request? A surge of elation filled Li Xiu's heart as he responded eagerly. I am Li Xiu, a descendant of the Taishu lineage, seeking wisdom regarding the mysteries of the sword spirit. The Taishu lineage, the ancient consciousness mused, recalling something with a hint of nostalgia. Your bloodline remains intact, and your resonance with the world is sufficient. Alas, your soul's power is too feeble to bear the weight of the sword spirit's might. A chill ran down Li Xiu's spine. It was not merely bloodline and resonance that were required, but a formidable soul force as well. Elder, how may I enhance my soul's power? By comprehending the heavens and resonating with all things. The power of the soul derives from your connection and understanding of the world. The ancient consciousness paused. Your resonance with all things is the optimal path to elevate your soul. Li Xiu's understanding dawned. Resonating with all things was not solely a combat ability, but a means to perceive the world and strengthen his soul. Elder, might I witness the true power of the sword spirit? He implored, unable to contain his curiosity. The ancient consciousness fell silent for a moment, and then the white light within his consciousness erupted in a brilliant blaze. A shimmering phantom of a divine sword, inscribed with celestial runes, gradually materialized. Even as a mere illusion, it exuded an overwhelming aura, as if it could cleave through the very fabric of existence. This is the Taishu divine sword. The ancient consciousness proclaimed. It embodies the primordial essence of Taishu, capable of vanquishing malevolent entities and stabilizing the cosmos. However, its might is excessive. It should not be hastily wielded by one below the holy realm. Li Xiu was astounded. Was this the true visage of the Taishu divine sword? Merely an illusion. And yet he felt utterly insignificant in its presence. Elder, my parents, are they well? Li Xiu's heart ached with concern, the weight of his worry palpable. The mention of Li Xiu's parents elicited a visible shift in the ancient consciousness. Your father, Li Ping, and your mother, Su Lan, were both heroes of the Taishu lineage. They valiantly battled the Long Pai and the minions of darkness to protect the divine sword and the Hongmeng domain, ultimately sealing the sword and disappearing without a trace. Are they still alive? Li Xiu's accitamen surja. Unknown, the ancient consciousness replied, tinged with melancholy. During the great battle, the fabric of space was torn asunder, and their essence vanished deep within the Hongmeng domain. Perhaps they yet live, or perhaps. Li Xiu's heart sank, yet hope flickered anew within him. Elder, I will certainly find them. Excellent. The ancient consciousness seemed to convey a hint of approval. If you can reclaim the true form of the divine sword and unravel the mysteries of the Hongmeng domain, you may yet discover their whereabouts. With that, the phantom of the divine sword gradually faded, and the ancient consciousness fell into silence. Li Xiu opened his eyes, determination shining within them. The possibility of his parents still being alive served as a beacon, illuminating the path before him. At that moment, a knock echoed at the dormitory door, and Zhang Chong peered in. "Xiao, Miss Ouyang and Lin Wei are looking for you. They say there is a new discovery concerning the Feng Pai." Li Xiao rose to open the door, and Ouyang Schwerer and Lin Wei entered, bearing an ancient, hand-bound book. "This is a tome from the forbidden area of the Feng Pai." Ouyang Schwerer handed the book to Li Xiao. It contains legends concerning the Hongming domain and the evil emperor. Li Xiao took the book in hand, channeling the resonance of all things, and immediately sensed the ancient spiritual energy emanating from its pages. He swiftly flipped through it, his gaze lingering on an illustrated page depicting a colossal altar, at the center of which lay a black hole, surrounded by martial artists of the Taisu lineage, uniting their powers to seal it. This was the very scene of sealing the evil emperor. Li Xiao pointed at the illustration, exclaiming, "Look, the position of the altar is identical to the Tai Su temple marked on the map left by my parents." Lin Wei produced a tablet, showcasing data from the Long Sex laboratory. "I analyzed those malevolent energy potions and found that their energy fluctuations bear a striking resemblance to the remnants of the evil emperor's soul recorded in ancient texts. The Long Sect is likely collecting these remnants to prepare for his resurrection." Ouyang Shuer nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, the ancient texts also mention that reviving the evil emperor requires the Hongmeng core as a sacrificial offering, and the Hongmeng core is located within the Taisu temple." A jolt of realization struck Li Xiao. All the clues were interlinked. The Long Sect's ultimate goal has always been the Hongmeng core. Their production of malevolent energy potions and the abduction of living subject for experimentation were all aimed at resurrecting the evil emperor. The key to thwarting their plans lies within the Tai Su temple. "We must enter the Hongmeng domain swiftly, locate the Tai Su temple, and protect the Hongmeng core." Li Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination. "Chong, prepare yourself. We set off tomorrow." "What? So soon?" Zhang Chong was taken aback. "We can't afford to wait any longer." Li Xiu asserted firmly. "The Long Sect could act at any moment, and we must get ahead of them." Ouyang Schwerer and Lin Wei exchanged glances, both recognizing the resolve in each other's eyes. "All right," Ouyang Schwerer declared. "I will prepare supplies for entering the Hongming domain. I will calibrate the spiritual energy locator to ensure we can find the Tai Su temple." Lin Wei immediately set to work. Observing the busy trio, Li Xiao clenched his fists. The Hongming domain, the Tai Su temple, the whereabouts of his parents, the Long Sect's conspiracy, everything would be revealed in that enigmatic realm. He was prepared to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Outside the window, the moonlight shone brightly, seemingly heralding an impending storm. Li Xiao took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with light. His legend was slowly unfolding. Chapter 26. The Trap of the Phoenix Sect and the Elder's Collaborative Invitation. As the leaves of the phoenix tree at Tianwu Academy began to show the hues of autumn, a gilded invitation arrived in Li Xiao's hands. The envelope bore the totem of a soaring phoenix, the emblem of the Phoenix Sect. The invitation was signed by Feng Qianji, a powerful figure within the Elder Council of the Phoenix Sect, reportedly at the mid-stage of the fetal breathing realm. "Elder Feng?" Zhang Chong peered closer, his face scrunching in disbelief. "Isn't that old crone always at odds with you? Why would she suddenly invite you to the Phoenix Sect headquarters for a martial arts exchange meeting?" Li Xiao's fingertips traced the Phoenix totem on the invitation, and the resonance of all things quietly activated. He perceived two distinctly different spiritual energy fluctuations embedded within the fibers of the paper. One was the pure Phoenix fire, true energy of Ouyang Schwerer, while the other was a chilling and sinister aura characteristic of the Long Sect's malevolent energy. This is not merely a simple exchange meeting. Li Xiao placed the invitation on the table, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the Phoenix Sect's location. "Elder Feng intends to use this exchange as a pretext to probe into my background and potentially seize the resonance of all things." Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Schwerer had appeared at the dormitory door, her expression colder than usual. "I just returned from the Phoenix Sect. The Elder Council has decided that if you refuse to cooperate at the exchange meeting, you will be treated as an accomplice to the malevolent cultivators. They have even prepared a spirit locking array, just waiting for you to fall into their trap." 3 days prior, while evidence of the Long Sect's laboratory had been exposed, the Elder Council of the Phoenix Sect remained ambiguously positioned. Li Xiu had anticipated that the Phoenix sect would not easily sever ties with the Long sect. After all, in the power dynamics of the martial artist world, interests often outweigh righteousness. And what of you? Li Xiu asked Ouyang Shuer. Is the Phoenix sect intending to use you as bait? Ouyang Shuer furrowed her silver brows and produced a jade pendant engraved with cracks. This is the Phoenix blood jade left by my mother, capable of temporarily shielding us from the Elder Council surveillance. Li Xiu, Elder Feng knows of my closeness to you and has placed me under house arrest at the stargazing platform. I managed to escape using secret methods. The cracks on the jade pendant seeped a faint trace of blood, evidently a toll Ouyang Shuer had paid by forcibly activating it with her own essence. Li Xiu gazed at her pale countenance, his heart stirred, yet he merely stated, "Their desire to capture me stems from their fear of the resonance of all things deciphering the Hongmeng core. Since it is a trap, I shall turn the tables on them." "You intend to go?" Zhang Chang exclaimed. "Li Xiu, that's a den of tigers and dragons. It is imperative that I go," Li Xiu replied, rising to retrieve the shadow concealment talisman given to him by CMA. "The totem pillar of the Phoenix sect contains part of the map to the Hongmeng domain. I must see it with my own eyes." Moreover, he paused, a glint of sharpness crossing his eyes. "I wish to ascertain the extent of Elder Feng's dealings with the Long sect." 3 days later, Li Xiu stepped alone through the mountain gate of the Phoenix sect. The glazed tiles reflected blinding light under the sun, yet the wind chimes at the eaves resonated with an eerie silence. He was met by 2 expressionless disciples of the Phoenix sect, who led him through the winding corridors, each step treading upon hidden nodes of spiritual energy, forming a nascent spirit-locking array. Elder Feng sat in the principal seat, her purple qipao accentuating her gaunt features, while her crimson fingertips resembled dried blood. Several other elders stood beside her, their gazes sharp as they simultaneously fixated on Li Xiu. Li Xiaoyou's presence is indeed an honor for the Phoenix sect. Elder Feng's voice was shrill, akin to nails scraping glass. "I've heard that Xiaoyu possesses the remarkable skill of resonating with all things. I'm rather curious if you might demonstrate it for us, allowing us old folks to broaden our horizons." Li Xiu surveyed the surroundings, noticing a towering black stone pillar standing at the center of the grand hall, its surface etched with fragmented phoenix totems, the legendary Phoenix blood totem pillar. He smirked inwardly, but maintained his composure. "Your praise is unwarranted, merely a rudimentary skill. I wonder what elder wishes for me to resonate with?" A glimmer of cunning shone in Elder Feng's eyes as she pointed toward the totem pillar. "Let it be that. This is the foundation upon which my Phoenix sect stands. If Xiaoyu can glean anything from it, it would be worthy of the name resonance of all things." Upon her words, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Ouyang Shuer, hidden in a corner, quietly shattered the second Phoenix blood jade, a weak flame of spiritual energy subtly infusing into the tiles beneath Li Xiu's feet, temporarily shielding him from some of the spirit-locking array suppression. Li Xiu took a deep breath and stepped toward the totem pillar. The moment his palm made contact with the stone, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Chapter 27. The exchange meeting transforms. The shocking secrets of the totem pillar's resonance. The surface of the totem pillar was icy and piercing, and as Li Xiu's fingertips brushed against the mottled phoenix patterns, a blood-red sea of light erupted within his consciousness. He witnessed the glory of 300 years ago when the ancestors of the Phoenix sect poured countless phoenix blood into this pillar to suppress the malevolent fissures. He also saw, 50 years ago, a Phoenix sect elder secretly embedding the Long sect's malevolent energy talismans into the pillar in exchange for cultivation resources. A betrayal. Furthermore, he glimpsed 3 years ago when Elder Feng met clandestinely with the leader of the Long sect before the totem pillar, exchanging coordinates to the Hongming domain and formulas for malevolent energy potions. Coughing, Li Xiu staggered back a step, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The memories preserved within the totem pillar were overwhelmingly chaotic, particularly the images of modern betrayals, delivering a potent mental shock. "What is this? Xiaoyu feels unwell?" Elder Feng feigned concern, as the spirit-locking banner hidden in her sleeve quietly activated, tightening the spiritual energy nodes at the corners of the hall into an invisible cage. "It is not a matter of physical discomfort." Li Xiu raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as swords, "but rather what I have witnessed is utterly revolting." No longer concealing his intentions, He pressed both hands against the totem pillar, pushing the resonance of all things to its limit. The blood-red sea of light materialized behind him, vividly projecting the scene of Elder Feng in collusion with the leader of the Long Sect. The leader handed over a token inscribed with the evil emperor's insignia to Elder Feng, who in turn presented a scroll containing the entrance to the Hongmeng domain. This is slander. Elder Feng's countenance turned pale as she exerted every ounce of her strength to activate the spirit lock banner hidden within her sleeves. Myriad strands of spiritual energy ensnaring Li Xiu like a spider's web. Slander? Li Xiu deftly sidestepped the spiritual threads, and amidst the crimson sea of light, a new vision emerged. Disciples of the Feng sect escorting living souls to the Long Sect's laboratory. Over the past 3 years, the Feng sect had delivered 37 wayward disciples to the Long Sect, ostensibly to cleanse their ranks. Yet in truth, they serve as experimental subjects for sinister energy potions. Is this also slander? Gasps of disbelief filled the hall. The young disciples of the Feng sect were taken aback, their gazes toward Elder Feng rife with shock and skepticism. Seizing the moment, Ouyang Shuer raised her arm and called out, "Esteemed uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, the Long Sect is slaughtering innocents. If the Feng sect continues to ally with them, how is it different from aiding a tyrant? Be silent." Elder Feng, in a fit of rage, flicked her fingers, launching several poison needles directly at Li Xiu's face, determined to silence this deceiver. At that instant, the remnant soul of the void sword spirit within Li Xiu's consciousness trembled. Instinctively, he raised his hand to deliver a strike, unleashing a concentrated sword aura that sliced through the air, shattering the poisoned needles into dust. This marked the first occasion he wielded the power of the sword spirit outside of a life-and-death crisis. Though merely a fragment of a soul, it caused cracks to form in Elder Feng's vital energy shield. Void sword intent. An elderly man with white hair gasped in astonishment. You are a descendant of the Void lineage?" Elder Feng's pupils constricted. She finally comprehended why the Long Sect would go to such lengths to eliminate Li Xiu. The Void lineage and the Feng sect were of the same origin. Should Li Xiu master the resonance of all things and the Void sword intent, the Feng sect's plans within the Hongmeng domain would be utterly thwarted. Kill him. Elder Feng, in a frenzy, summoned a dark red aura that clearly indicated the use of some forbidden technique. Just then, a massive hole suddenly erupted in the ceiling of the hall. Xia Mei descended, short sword in hand, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight like flowing mercury. "Feng Qianji, you collude with the Long Sect and harm your own sect. Today marks your demise. Xi Mei, you're alive." Elder Feng's shock was quickly eclipsed by terror. The enmity between the Void lineage and the Feng sect had made her acutely aware of Xia Mei's ruthless nature. "Master," Li Xiu's spirit surged. "Si Yi, catch." Zhang Chong's voice echoed from outside the hall as a blue-glowing metallic bracelet soared through the air. Li Xiu caught the bracelet and donned it. It was the energy amplifier newly developed by Lin Wei, instantly alleviating the pressure of the spirit lock array. Xia Mei engaged in combat with Elder Feng, the clash of short sword and spirit lock banner producing a piercing shriek. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Shuer led the Feng sect disciples supporting her to seal the hall's exit. Li Xiu resonated once more with the totem pillar, projecting the evidence of Elder Feng's crimes throughout the entire Feng sect's mountain gate. Elder Feng has betrayed the sect. Evidence of collusion between the Long Sect and the Feng sect. Angry shouts erupted from all directions. Under the pressure of Xia Mei's sword intent, Elder Feng was forced to retreat step by step. Hearing the disciples outside revolt, her composure shattered, and she was pierced through the shoulder by Xia Mei's sword. "No, my plans." Elder Feng collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment. Li Xiu approached her, devoid of triumph, his gaze cold and scrutinizing. "What do you truly intend to do with the core of the Hongmeng domain?" Elder Feng coughed up blood, a strange smile creeping onto her face. "Do you believe the Long Sect genuinely seeks to resurrect the evil emperor? They merely wish to leverage the evil emperor's power to unlock that place." Before she could finish, she suddenly bit down on her tongue, spewing forth a jet of black blood, and perished on the spot. The place she spoke of became an eternal enigma. Chapter 28. The Dragon's Roar returns, the life and death arena's challenge. The farce of the Feng sect exchange concluded with the demise of Elder Feng, yet the weight of uncertainty deepened for Li Xiu. What did that place truly signify? Was the Long Sect's true objective far beyond merely reviving the evil emperor? Such questions loomed like ominous clouds over Li Xiu's mind. 3 days later, a blood-red war tablet suddenly rose in the martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy. Inscribed in dragon-s blood were the 8 words, Li Xiu, hasten to death. Long Xiao will personally execute. At the bottom, the name Long Xiaodian was brazenly stamped, accompanied by a severed hand. Corroded by dark energy, the very hand of the Long Sect elder Li Xiu had previously incapacitated. What the hell? This scoundrel dares to return? Zhang Chang exclaimed, furiously slapping his thigh. Last time he was reduced to ashes in the cafeteria. Does he not know he is not dead yet? Li Xiu reached out to touch the tablet, sensing a more violent surge of dark energy than before. Long Xiaoyan's essence not only remained intact, but had become more refined, hinting at a potential breakthrough into the fetal breath realm. He has consumed dark energy crystals. CMA, having appeared behind him, wore a grave expression to facilitate his breakthrough. The Long Sect likely provided him with their most potent blood magic crystals. Ouyang Shuer frowned. Blood magic crystals? Are those not evil artifacts refined from the blood essence of countless living beings? If he forcibly absorbs it, is he not afraid of rupturing his meridians? For Long Xiaodian, power outweighed life itself. CMA gazed at Li Xiu. He has issued a life and death challenge, summoning you to a duel on the final stage of the Academy's grand competition 3 days hence. This is the Long Sect's blatant scheme. Regardless of victory or defeat, you will either perish on the stage or be hunted by the Long Sect for killing their young master. As the setting sun bathed the martial arts arena in a crimson hue, Li Xiu contemplated the bloodied words on the tablet, recalling the disappearance of his parents and the anguished cries within the Long Sect's laboratory, his heart igniting with murderous intent. Yet he understood that this battle could not rely solely on reckless fury. Master, I require special training. Li Xiu turned to CMA. I must master the void sword intent more swiftly. A glimmer of approval flickered in CMA's eyes. Follow me. In the following 3 days, Li Xiu scarcely slept. CMA led him to the Valley of Sword Intent on the back mountain of the Academy, a place imbued with the remnants of sword intent left by past masters. Each day, Li Xiu trained in the 9 styles of the void amidst the tempest of sword intent, often spitting blood, yet rising again and again. Remember, the void sword intent is not mere brute force. It is the resonance with the laws of heaven and earth. CMA's voice echoed through the Valley of Sword Intent. Though Long Xiaoyan's blood magic technique appears domineering, it is fundamentally a clash of dark energy and righteousness. There must be a fatal flaw in his dantian. Simultaneously, Zhang Chang, with Lin Wei's assistance, underwent rigorous training. Lin Wei devised a telekinetic overload device for him, enabling him to withstand mental shocks within a controllable range. In just 3 days, Zhang Chang could interfere with the operations of 10 warrior spiritual devices simultaneously. Xiaoguluk, Zhang Chang excitedly showcased his newfound ability as he uprooted a small tree from afar with his telekinesis. When you face Long Xiaotian, I can slow down his blood magic technique by at least half a beat. Lin Wei busied herself analyzing the bee-skin map left by Elder Feng. The location marked on the map as the entrance to the Hongming domain is actually beneath the Academy's catacombs. However, it requires a specific key to unlock. It is likely the Hongming key you possess. Ouyang Shuer brought the latest news from the Feng sect. The Elder Council has been restructured, and I am temporarily assuming the role of sect master. The Feng sect is willing to provide all resources to support you against the Long sect. She paused, handing Li Xiu a jade talisman inscribed with the true fire of the phoenix. This is the Feng sect's secret technique, the Nirvana talisman, capable of protecting your heart vein when you're gravely injured. On the eve of the decisive battle, Li Xiu stood before the window of his dormitory, clutching the Hongmeng key. The key resonated with the remnants of the void scripture, exuding a faint golden light. He understood that this battle was not merely for his own sake, but also the prologue to revealing all mysteries. Father, Mother, Li Xiu murmured softly. Once I defeat Long Xiaotian, I will venture into the Hongming domain to find you. Outside, a waning moon hung on the horizon, resembling a blood-stained battle flag. The Tianwu Academy's martial arts arena had been cleared, leaving only the central life and death platform, radiating a chilling aura of death in the night. Long Xiaotian's figure appeared on the platform, shrouded in a thick black aura of dark energy, his gaze toward Li Xiu as venomous as a serpent. Li Xiu, your time has come. Long Xiaotian's voice rasped like metal scraping against stone. Today, I shall turn you to dust and offer my apologies to the Long sect. Li Xiu took a deep breath, stepping forward toward the platform. His strides were steady, each footfall resonating with the nodes of spiritual energy in the world around him. The essence of the Tai Su sword intent has already intertwined with his very bloodline, allowing him to resonate with all things and distinctly perceive the ferocious and chaotic malevolence within Long Xiaotian. As Xie Mei had indicated at Long Xiaotian's Dantian, a dark vortex was expanding incessantly, signaling the impending backlash of the Blood Fiend technique. Long Xiaotian, with Li Xiu standing beneath the arena, spoke with a calm yet formidable voice. Do you truly believe that consuming the evil energy crystal will grant you victory over me? The malevolence coursing through your veins is already your death knell. Long Xiaotian laughed maniacally. Enough of your nonsense. If you have the guts, come up here and face your demise. The referee's gong rang out, startling the birds from the night sky. Li Xiu leaped onto the platform, confronting Long Xiaotian from distance. At that moment, every gaze within the Tianwu Academy was fixated upon them. A decisive battle that would determine the future was about to unfold. Chapter 29, Pre-Match Training, Zhang Chang's New Breakthrough in Mental Power. The moonlight of the night before the showdown streamed through the window, casting cold geometric patterns upon the dormitory floor. Zhang Chang lay sprawled across the table, his forehead resting against the newly crafted mental amplification helmet made by Lin Wei, the helmet's indicator lights flashing wildly, illuminating his face with a bluish glow. Xiangzi, focus your mind. Envision your mental power as a net, capturing every leaf of that parasol tree 50 meters away, Lin Wei urged. Her eyes fixed on a brainwave graph on her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Yes, just like that. Maintain your stability. Suddenly, the parasol tree outside quaked violently, its leaves tilting towards the dormitory as if seized by an invisible hand. Zhang Chang abruptly removed the helmet, gasping for air, blood trickling from his nostrils. Huh, done. No mishaps this time. Li Xiu handed him a tissue, glancing at the scattered leaves, his eyes reflecting approval. Well done. You've improved by 10 meters since yesterday. Long Xiaotian's Blood Fiend technique requires the invocation of blood energy. If you can disrupt his mental perception, you can interrupt his technique. Rest assured, Xiugu, Zhang Chang said, wiping away the blood, a confident smile gracing his face. Right now, I feel that not only can I disrupt Long Xiaotian, but even if 10 of them came, I can make them all dance in circles. Beside them, Ouyang Schwerer was polishing her folding fan, unable to contain her thoughts. Long Xiaotian has consumed the blood demon crystal. His mental prowess exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Do not underestimate him. She handed Zhang Chang a jade slip inscribed with runes. This is the Qing Xin formula of the Feng sect. It will stabilize your mental sea. At that moment, Xie Mei entered, holding a broken sword. Li Xiu, come with me. On this final night, you must truly comprehend the realm of the Tai Su sword intent. In the sword intent valley behind the mountain, Xie Mei plunged the broken sword into the ground. This is the Tai Su remnant sword, which your parents once wielded to sever the boundaries of the evil shadow domain. Now, resonate with it, forget all techniques, and simply feel the state of nothingness. Li Xiu sat cross-legged, pressing his palm against the cold blade. Within the icy sword body, he beheld the images of his parents fighting side by side, his mother, Su Lan, restraining the evil shadow with phoenix fire, while his father, Li Ping, cleaved through space with the Tai Su sword intent. The essence of that technique lay not in power, but in the understanding of emptiness. Only through emptiness could all things be embraced and severed. Boom! The remnant soul of the Tai Su sword spirit in Li Xiu's consciousness suddenly erupted with brilliant light. Resonating with the broken sword, he sprang to his feet, seizing a dry branch, and cleaved it towards a massive stone ahead. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a barely perceptible ripple of energy passing through. In the next instant, the towering stone split apart, its fracture as smooth as a mirror. Excellent, Xie Mei said, a glimmer of light in her eyes. You have touched the threshold of the Tai Su sword intent. Remember, in tomorrow's battle, it is not strength that matters, but intent. No matter how powerful Long Xiaotian's Blood Fiend technique, is, it cannot penetrate emptiness. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Wei was fretting over a pile of components. I originally intended to create a device to neutralize the evil energy, but the energy from the blood demon crystal is too peculiar, and I lack sufficient materials. Li Xiu shook his head. No matter, against Long Xiaotian, technology pales in comparison to sword intent. He turned to Lin Wei. I only need you to do one thing. Once I trigger the Tai Su sword intent, immediately use the spiritual energy locator to lock onto the core of the evil energy within Long Xiaotian's dantian. Not a problem. Lin Wei's spirits lifted. My new device can achieve millimeter-level precision. I will ensure you have a crystal-clear reading. As the night deepened, Zhang Chong had already fallen asleep, cradling the helmet and wearing a silly grin. Ouyang Schwerer sat by the window, the moonlight casting a frost-like sheen upon her silver hair. What are you thinking about? Li Xiu asked softly. Ouyang Schwerer turned to him, her usual cold demeanor replaced with warmth. I am pondering the future of the Feng sect. If the Long sect falls, what will become of the secrets of the primordial domain? Li Xiu approached her, gazing into the deepening night outside. I do not know what the future holds, but I am certain that if the Long sect resurrects the evil emperor, this world will descend into a living hell. As for the primordial domain, perhaps it harbors the answers. The two fell silent for a moment before Ouyang Schwerer suddenly said, Li Xiu, in tomorrow's battle, if anything goes awry, there will be no ifs. Li Xiu interrupted firmly. I not only intend to win, but I also aim to survive and venture into the primordial domain to find my parents. Ouyang Schwerer gazed into his eyes, a smile breaking across her face. Very well. I shall await your victory. At that moment, the moonlight outside seemed to soften. Li Xiu understood that the morrow's decisive battle was not merely a contest of strength, but a test of will. He looked at the sleeping Zhang Chong, then at Lin Wei, who was diligently fine-tuning her instrument, and finally at Ouyang Schwerer beside him. His heart swelling with resolve. No matter how powerful Long Xiaotian may be, no matter how profound the Long sect schemes, he must prevail, for he was not fighting alone. Chapter 30. The Great Competition begins. The martial arena of Tianwu Academy was bathed in golden sunlight, the stands overflowing with spectators. Not only were there faculty and students from the academy, but also representatives from martial arts associations of nearby cities and even military observers, drawn by the life and death duel between Long Xiaotian and Li Xiu, which had transcended the confines of the academy and become a microcosm of the clash between old and new forces in the martial world. On the podium, CMA sat in the corner wearing a wide-brimmed hat, idly toying with a chess piece, her gaze sharp as that of an eagle. Beside her sat the new representative of the Feng sect and the grim-faced remnants of the Long sect. Professor Zhao wiped his glasses incessantly, clearly on edge. Esteemed teachers and fellow students. The host's voice echoed through the arena via a spiritual device. The finals of this year's Tianwu Academy competition are about to commence. The contenders are the young master of the Long sect, Long Xiaotian, and the newly emerged dark horse, Li Xiu. Cheers and jeers erupted simultaneously. Long Xiaotian donned a black and gold dragon pattern battlesuit, striding up to the arena. His skin bore an eerie dark red hue, his eyes bloodshot, and the malevolent energy emanating from him thickened the very air around him, indicating that he had pushed the power of the blood demon crystal to its limits. Li Xiu. Prepare to die. Long Xiaotian roared, his fist coalescing with malevolence into a grotesque dragon head phantom, crashing down onto the stone pillar at the edge of the arena. Boom! The pillar shattered upon impact, debris flying everywhere, and the audience gasped in astonishment. Long Xiaotian's strength had increased even further since 3 days prior. Li Xiu inhaled deeply, leaping onto the platform. He wore no ornate battle attire, only a simple white suit, and held no weapon. Only the remnant soul of the Tai Su sword spirit within his consciousness trembled slightly. Is this all the courage you possess, Li Xiu? Not even daring to wield a weapon? Long Xiaotian laughed even more maniacally at the sight. Li Xiu offered no response, merely gazing calmly at Long Xiaotian as the resonance with all things silently commenced. He perceived the malevolence within Long Xiaotian surging like boiling lava, rampaging through his meridians. The dark vortex at his dantian having expanded to its utmost, on the verge of exploding, a clear sign of the blood demon crystal's impending backlash. The match begins, the referee declared, swiftly retreating to the edge of the arena. Long Xiaotian struck first, his figure flickering, transforming into a red shadow that surged forward. His right fist slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Li Xiu's face. His speed was astonishing, evidently enhanced by the blood demon crystal, not only bolstering his strength, but also augmenting his velocity. Come on me. Li Xiu did not retreat, but instead advanced, executing the Tai Su step, his body drifting like willow fluff, deftly evading the oncoming fist. Simultaneously, his right hand appeared to strike casually, yet his palm precisely impacted Long Xiaoyan's elbow joint. Crack! A faint sound echoed, and suddenly, Long Xiaoyan's arm went numb, causing his punch to falter. What? Long Xiaoyan stared in shock at his arm, unable to fathom that Li Xiu's speed could be so astonishing. Your blood fiend technique is far too impatient. Li Xiu's voice resonated from his side, as he had somehow circled behind Long Xiaoyan. The malevolent energy within you is like a wild stallion, seemingly powerful, yet riddled with vulnerabilities. Enough of your nonsense. Long Xiaoyan bellowed in anger, his evil energy surging violently, transforming into countless blood-red tendrils that ensnared Li Xiu. These tendrils carried a potent corrosive force, causing the azure stone of the arena to emit wisps of smoke wherever they passed. Li Xiu's gaze sharpened, recognizing the deadly maneuver of the blood fiend technique, the blood demon dance. He did not confront it head-on, but instead executed the Tai Su step once more, weaving through the crimson tendrils. Meanwhile, he discreetly signaled Zhang Chong. Below the stage, Zhang Chong had already donned his psychic helmet, his eyes tightly shut. The moment he received the signal, he abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant blue light flashing within them. Ah! Long Xiaoyan suddenly shrieked, clutching his head, his assault momentarily halted. He felt as if countless needles had pierced his brain simultaneously, his mental energy violently fluctuating, causing the malevolent force within him to spiral into chaos. Now is the time, Li Xiu shouted, no longer concealing his intent, as he summoned the residual soul of the Tai Su sword spirit from his consciousness with all his might. A faint golden sword silhouette coalesced in his hand. Though merely half a foot long, it radiated a brilliance capable of severing all. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the sword spirit's residual power in actual combat, though it was but a fleeting moment. It rendered the atmosphere of the entire arena utterly still. Tai Su suot in den. CMA suddenly rose from her seat, her hat slipping off, her eyes brimming with excitement. Under the psychic interference from Zhang Chong, Long Xiaoyan caught sight of that sword silhouette. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he attempted to evade, only to discover that his body was utterly unresponsive. Zhang Chong's psychic force acted like invisible shackles, firmly restraining his movements. No! Long Xiaoyan let out a desperate roar. The sword silhouette from Li Xiu had already descended, accurately piercing the black vortex at Long Xiaoyan's dantian. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a soft sound, akin to a balloon being popped. The malevolent energy enveloping Long Xiaoyan instantly dissipated, his dark red skin rapidly paling. He gazed incredulously at Li Xiu, then at the transparent wound upon his chest, before slowly collapsing. Silence enveloped the arena. 3 seconds later, the referee announced with a trembling voice, Li Xiu, victory! A thunderous applause and cheers erupted instantaneously, nearly threatening to lift the roof off the arena. Li Xiu stood upon the stage, the faint golden sword silhouette in hand. Gazing skyward, sunlight bathed him, as though cloaking him in a sacred radiance. He had triumphed, yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. At the spot where Long Xiaoyan had fallen, what oozed forth was not blood, but black malevolent energy. His body was being devoured by the blood demon crystal. Turning to ash, CMA ascended the stage and presented Li Xiu with a jade pendant. This is the key to the Academy's underground palace. The Dragon Clan's conspiracy and the secrets of the Hongmeng domain may lie beneath. Li Xiu accepted the pendant, feeling a warmth emanating from it. He gazed at Ouyang Shuer, then at Zhang Chong and Lin Wei, his eyes filled with determination. We shall venture into the underground palace. At that moment, no one noticed that at the spot where Long Xiaoyan had turned to ash, an inconspicuous black token was quietly vanishing, slipping into the shadows of a pair of enigmatic eyes. The Dragon Clan scheme was far from over, and Li Xiu and his companions were about to step into an even more perilous world, the Hongmeng domain. The cheers of the arena continued to resonate, but Li Xiu's gaze had already turned towards the depths of the academy, where broader horizons awaited, as well as the truth behind his parents' disappearance. A new adventure was on the horizon. Chapter 31. Winning Streak in the Preliminary Rounds. The aftermath of the Tianwu Academy tournament had yet to settle, and Li Xiu had become the most radiant figure on campus. However, he could not indulge in the joy of victory. The jade pendant given by Xie Mei pulsed with a faint heat in his pocket, constantly reminding him of the urgency surrounding the Dragon Clan's conspiracy. In the early morning at the training arena, Li Xiu was demonstrating the advanced techniques of the Tai Su step, his garments swirling as they stirred up delicate vortices of spiritual energy. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from behind the weapon racks, the remaining core disciples of the Dragon Clan, with the foremost being Wang Hao, who had previously unleashed malevolent energy in the cafeteria. Li Xiu, how have you fared? Wang Hao toyed with a spiritual weapon short blade in his hand, its blade etched with twisted blood patterns. Though Long Xiao was dead, the Dragon Clan's reputation could not be tarnished. Today, the 3 of us wish to challenge your Tai Su sword intent. Li Xiu steadied himself, casting a glance at the dragon-shaped tokens at their waists. The Dragon Clan never learns. Do you truly believe this academy is your lawless territory? Enough of this chatter. One of the Dragon Clan disciples roared, swinging his blade towards Li Xiu, the blade's wind carrying a dense malevolent energy, clearly indicating he had also cultivated the rudimentary techniques of the Blood Fiend technique. Li Xiu stood firm, not flinching nor avoiding, and when the blade was merely 3 inches from his face, he abruptly sidestepped, lightly placing his palm on the opponent's wrist. The resonance of all things instantaneously activated. He perceived that this short blade had once been stained with the blood of 5 innocent victims, and the user had developed hidden injuries from prolonged cultivation of evil techniques. Crack! Li Xiu twisted his wrist, expertly dissipating the opponent's force while simultaneously flicking his fingers against the tendons of the disciple's knee. The disciple shrieked, collapsing to one knee, the short blade flying from his grasp. Altogether now, seeing this, Wang Hao and another disciple executed a pincer maneuver. One wielded a chain hammer aimed at Li Xiu's lower body, while the other lunged forward with a dagger aimed for his heart. Their combined spiritual energy bore a semblance of a coordinated assault. Li Xiu inhaled deeply, the residual soul of the Tai Su sword spirit within his consciousness trembling slightly. He refrained from employing the sword intent, instead merging the resonance of all things with his foundational fist techniques, each punch striking precisely at the nodes of the opponent's energy flow. As the chain hammer disciple prepared to exert force, he felt his meridians seize. While the dagger disciple's attack route was preemptively predicted by Li Xiu, narrowly missing several times. How is this kid's perception so terrifying? Wang Hao was both enraged and astonished. He bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood to coat the short blade. Instantly, the blade surged by 3 inches, its malevolent energy dramatically intensifying. Li Xiu's eyes narrowed. He understood he could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, his right hand forming a sword finger, slicing through the air towards Wang Hao's short blade. A barely perceptible gust of energy shot forth, precisely striking the blood pattern node on the blade. Clang! The short blade emitted a mournful cry under the strain, its blood patterns shattering instantaneously, causing Wang Hao to be hurled back, coughing up blood. The other 2 Dragon Clan disciples, witnessing this, lost all desire to fight and hastily carried Wang Hao away in retreat. Xiu Ge, that was impressive. Zhang Chong rushed over, clutching a box of spiritual energy drinks. Your earlier move was as effortless as slicing through tofu. Lin Wei followed closely, adjusting her glasses. I just scanned that short blade. The location where the blood patterns shattered perfectly matched the trajectory of your energy strike. Li Xiu, your resonance with all things has already enabled you to accurately analyze the energy structure of spiritual weapons. Ouyang Schwerer emerged from the shadows of the training arena, holding a scroll of beast skin. The Feng Clan scouts report that the Dragon Clan's leader has left their headquarters, heading directly for Tianwu Academy. We must hasten our entry into the underground palace. Li Xiu took the map, which resonated with the Hongmeng key, causing the lines on the map to come alive, outlining the complex network of tunnels beneath the academy. At the center, a Tai Chi symbol slowly rotated, the emblem of the Tai Su temple. Tonight at midnight, we will meet at the entrance of the underground palace. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the key, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The Dragon Clan intends to seize the Hongmeng core before us, but it will not be so easy. Chapter 32. Ouyang's Advancement. As night fell, on the top floor of the Tianwu Academy's library, Ouyang Schwerer was engaged in the true fire tempering taught by the Feng clan. A faint red silhouette of a phoenix enveloped her, its 9 fiery tails leaving searing trails in the air. Suddenly, the apparition opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing a copper lamp from the bookshelf into its depths, and when it exhaled, the flames had transformed into a pure azure hue. This was the second realm of the phoenix fire, the nirvana flame. Schwer, your phoenix fire has reached the threshold of embryonic breath, came Xie Mei's voice from the shadows. However, the strength of the dragon sex leader at the Yuanfu realm is beyond your capacity to confront. Remember, once you enter the underground palace, your primary task is to safeguard Li Xiao. Ouyang Schwerer withdrew her energy, beads of fine sweat forming on her forehead. Rest assured, teacher, I will not allow the dragon sex scheme to succeed. She paused for a moment, retrieving a jade slip inscribed with cracks from her bosom. This is the Fire Phoenix exorcism array left by our sex founder. It may prove useful in critical moments. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the underground palace, Li Xiao was making his final preparations. He stacked the Hongmeng key atop the remaining pages of the Tai Su Sutra, and the resonance between the two emitted a golden light that cast a complex hexagram pattern upon the ground. Zhang Chong, meanwhile, wove a mental net with his psychic energy, enveloping a radius of 100 meters around the palace. Xiaogu, there are 3 spiritual nodes in each of the 4 cardinal directions, resembling the foundations of an ancient formation. Lin Wei crouched on the ground, scanning with a spiritual energy locator. There is a strong spatial fluctuation 10 meters underground, consistent with the frequency of the Hongmeng key. It should be the entrance. As the clock struck midnight, Li Xiao inserted the key into the center of the hexagram. In an instant, the ground trembled, and an archway made of white jade slowly rose, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Tai Su Men. Within the archway lay an impenetrable darkness, with faint ethereal shadows drifting through. Is that the guardian spirit? Li Xiao activated the resonance of all things, perceiving countless translucent spirits floating within the archway, disassembling the energy of intruders at a visible pace. Be cautious. These spirits specifically absorb the life energy of the living. Xie Mei stepped forward, wielding a short sword that emitted a gentle white light. Stay close to me and do not stray from the protective aura. The 5 entered in single file as the archway gradually closed behind them. The passageway of the underground palace was constructed of an unknown stone, its walls etched with indistinct battle scenes. Li Xiao resonated with the walls, witnessing the struggle between Tai Su warriors and colossal malevolent shadows, one of which bore a striking resemblance to his father, Li Ping. There's movement ahead, Zhang Chong suddenly whispered, his psychic net detecting malicious energy fluctuations from the front. Turning a corner, they found over 30 disciples of the dragon sect attacking a stone coffin, the lid inscribed with the totem of the Tai Su lineage. Leading them was the dragon sect's grand elder, brandishing a black token as he forcefully attempted to break the coffin's seal. Li Xiu, you seek your demise. The grand elder bellowed, hurling 3 black chains, their ends laced with deadly barbs. Li Xiu sidestepped, simultaneously pressing his hand against the coffin. The resonance revealed the slumbering remnant soul of a Tai Su warrior within, while the black token in the grand elder's possession was the malevolent emblem seized from his parents by the dragon sect's leader years ago. Stop! A cold gleam flashed in Li Xiu's eyes as the Tai Su sword intent surged forth, a golden sword shadow slicing towards the black chains. The clash produced a piercing metallic clang. The grand elder stared in astonishment as cracks appeared on the chains. Tai Su swat in dang. You dare. Chapter 33. The Semifinals. The battle before the coffin escalated abruptly. The grand elder, seeing his chains destroyed, tore open his garment to reveal a grotesque blood pattern on his chest. He had indeed practiced the blood fiend technique, and his mastery was far more stable than that of Long Xiaotian. Kid, come and meet your end. The grand elder's aura surged with malevolent energy, transforming into a blood-colored giant python lunging toward Li Xiu. The toxic mist exhaled from the python quickly carbonized the ground beneath. Li Xiu, well aware of the blood fiend technique's ferocity, dared not confront it head-on. He executed the Tai Su step to its utmost limit, weaving through the poisonous fog. Resonating with the molecular structure of the mist, He discerned it contained a large quantity of shadow iron powder, a specialty of the shadow domain. Lin Wei analyzed the composition of the mist. Li Xiu shouted while evading. Understood. Lin Wei promptly operated the locator. The primary components of the mist are the evil energy extracted from the life essence of living beings, derived from shadow iron powder. Its pH is 137, exhibiting strong corrosive properties. Chong, disrupt his malevolent energy flow. Zhang Chong inhaled deeply, his psychic energy transforming into an invisible hand that gripped the vortex of malevolent energy in the Grand Elder's dantian. The Grand Elder let out a pained cry, and the blood python's onslaught faltered momentarily. Just then, the stone coffin began to tremble, its lids slowly opening. A gentle white light spilled forth, causing all the dragon sect disciples' malevolent energy weapons to emit a strained hum. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiu struck towards the Grand Elder's wrist with his sword, knocking the malevolent token from his grasp. Retreat. The Grand Elder, sensing the peril, retrieved the token and fled in haste with his remaining disciples. Within the coffin, an ethereal figure clad in a Tai Su robe slowly ascended. He cast a glance at Li Xiu, a look of appreciation in his eyes. The Tai Su bloodline has finally awaited your arrival. Saying this, he placed a jade pendant engraved with the Tai Chi emblem into Li Xiu's hand. This is the Tai Su order, capable of unsealing the third layer of the Divine Palace's seal. Remember, the Hongmeng core must not be moved recklessly. The apparition dissipated, and the coffin sealed itself automatically. Li Xiu grasped the Tai Su order tightly, feeling the surge of righteous energy within, resonating powerfully with the Hongmeng key. Xiaoge, look at this. Lin Wei pointed at the locator screen. The spiritual energy signal of the Dragon Sect's leader is approaching at an alarming speed. Xia Mei's expression changed. This is not good. It's the Yuanfu realm's spatial contraction. We must enter the Divine Palace immediately. The five sprinted down the passage as the ground trembled behind them. Turning the final corner, a colossal white jade temple loomed before them, the plaque above the entrance inscribed with the four ancient characters, Tai Su Divine Palace. Li Xiu simultaneously inserted the Hongmeng key and the Tai Su order into the two recesses of the temple door, causing a brilliant eruption of golden light as the doors slowly opened. Inside lay a long staircase, at the end of which a faint outline of an altar could be discerned. Hurry, Xi Mei urged. At the moment they stepped into the temple, a shadow descended from the heavens. It was the leader of the dragon sect, clad in a dark dragon robe. His crimson eyes and the oppressive aura of the Yuanfu realm thickened the air around them. Li Xiu, hand over the Hongmeng core, and I may spare your life. The dragon sect leader's voice boomed like thunder, sending waves of blood surging through the crowd. Li Xiu shielded Ouyang Schwerer and the others behind him, activating the Tai Su sword intent to its fullest. A golden sword shadow coalesced in his grasp. If you wish for the core, first you must contend with my blade. Seeing this, the dragon sect leader erupted into maniacal laughter. Excellent. A remnant of the Tai Su lineage. Today, I shall reveal to you the true power of the Yuanfu realm. With that, he extended his palm, revealing a micro rift of malevolent energy, from which the wails of countless vengeful souls emanated. Chapter 34. Fragments of Foreknowledge. The rift in the dragon sect leader's palm expanded, releasing a chilling aura that coated the entire Tai Su Divine Palace in frost. Li Xiu's grip on the Tai Su order suddenly grew hot. The pages of the Tai Su Sutra flew from his bosom, resonating with the Tai Su order and projecting three indistinct images before him. The first image, the dragon sect leader's malevolent rift devoured the Hongmeng core, engulfing the world in darkness. The second image, Li Xiu wielding the Tai Su divine sword, battling a colossal malevolent creature. The third image, Ouyang Schwerer transforming into a fire phoenix, overlapping with Xia Mei's silver-haired figure, igniting a portal of light together. These are fragments of the future. Li Xiu's heart trembled. It became clear that the Tai Su Sutra was not merely a martial technique, but also harbored prophetic power. Be careful. Xia Mei's exclamation pulled Li Xiu back to reality. The rift had now expanded to a square meter, from which a tangible malevolent creature surged forth. A reinforced version of the monsters from the cafeteria incident. Chong, disrupt the rift. Li Xiu commanded while swinging the Tai Su sword intent. The golden sword shadow struck the malevolent creature, It merely paused for a heartbeat. The malevolent energy swiftly mended its wounds. Siuye. This rift is intrinsically linked to the mind of the dragon sect's leader. Zhang Chong, drenched in sweat, exclaimed the moment my mental energy made contact. It was repelled by a formidable psychic force. The energy fluctuations emanating from the rift bear a striking resemblance to the primordial core. Lin Wei urgently interjected. Yet they are even more chaotic, reminiscent of unfiltered malevolent energy. CMA, wielding her short sword with deft precision, repelled the shadowy creatures and shouted to Li Xiu. The dragon sect's leader is using his own meridians as a vessel to forcibly contain the power of the shadowy beings. He seeks to transcend to a higher realm before the primordial core. Li Xiu suddenly comprende. Realizing that the true aim of the dragon sect was not to resurrect the Shadow Emperor, but to harness the energy of the primordial core to enable their leader to ascend to the Yuanfu realm, thus becoming the master of the shadows. Xuya, prepare the Fire Phoenix Exorcism Array. Li Xiu decisively commanda. Teacher, restrain the shadow creatures. Xiangzi, buy me 3 breaths of time. Ouyang Schwerer formed seals with her delicate hands, summoning 9 rings of fire that encircled her, invoking the forbidden technique of the Phoenix sect. Meanwhile, CMA transformed into a streak of silver light, her short sword dancing like a butterfly among flowers, binding the shadowy creatures tightly. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, unleashing his mental power to momentarily halt the expansion of the shadowy rift. In those fleeting 3 breaths, Li Xiu united the Tai Su Ling, the primordial key, and the remnants of the Tai Su Jing and pressed his hands upon the altar at the center of the temple. The resonance of all things reached its zenith, and he beheld a softly glowing sphere beneath the altar, slowly rotating. It was the primordial core. In the name of Tai Su, seal, Li Xiu Ruodat, channeling the combined power into the altar. Instantly, 8 jade pillars rose around the altar, each adorned with the runes of the Tai Su 8 trigrams, forming a colossal sealing array that securely bound the primordial core. No! The dragon sect leader's eyes widened in rage as he recklessly charged towards the altar, the rift behind him yawning wide to devour the shadowy creature, transforming it into a pitch-black energy beam. Teacher, Xuya, set up the formation. Li Xiu Baluba, CMA and Ouyang Schwerer exchanged glances before leaping into action. CMA drove her short sword into the eastern jade pillar, while Ouyang Schwerer infused her 9 fire rings into the southern jade pillar, causing the trigram array to radiate intensely as it clashed violently with the dark energy beam. Chapter 35. The Bell of the Final Match. The collision between the trigram array and the shadowy energy beam unleashed a terrifying tempest of energy, causing the roof of the Tai Su temple to begin to collapse. The dragon sect leader was rebounded by the formation, crashing against the temple wall, black blood spilling from his lips, yet his eyes glinted with madness. Li Xiu, do you think sealing the core means victory? The arrival of the shadowy master is beyond your control. Whether I can stop it, I shall find out through action, Li Xiu declared, wielding the Tai Su Ling. A golden sword shadow coalesced behind him into a colossal sword form. Today, I shall not only seal the core, but also avenge my parents and all those who perished at the hands of the dragon sect. The dragon sect leader cackled. Your parents? They have long been cast into the realm of shadows, doomed to eternal torment. Those words struck Li Xiu like thunder, causing him to tremble. He looked up sharply, bloodshot eyes ablaze. What did you say? I said, Su Lan and Li Ping. Those 2 fools are still in the realm of shadows, feeding on the vile creatures. The dragon sect leader, now frenzied, recalled how, if it weren't for their protection of the primordial core, he would have long since transcended to the Yuanfu realm. Seeking death, Li Xiu, fully enraged, fused the Tai Su sword intent with the resonance of all things, solidifying the sword form behind him into a 3-zhonglong golden divine sword. This was his first complete manifestation of the Tai Su divine sword, and though it lasted but a moment, the entire temple trembled in response. Is that the Tai Su divine sword? The dragon sect leader's countenance shifted to one of fear, haunted by the memory of his crushing defeat 2 decades prior. The brilliance of the Tai Su divine sword still tormenting his nights. Just as Li Xiu prepared to unleash the divine sword, Xia Mei suddenly cried out, Li Xiu, halt. The core's energy is unstable. Li Xiu paused, glancing at the altar only to see the sealed primordial core violently trembling. Dark energy seeping through the seal, tainting the core. This is dire. The core is being eroded by malevolent energy. Lin Wei gasped. If this continues, the core will explode. Upon witnessing this, a glint of cunning flashed in the dragon sect leader's eyes. Li Xiu, you have thwarted my plan and doomed this world. If the primordial core explodes, the entire planet will be consumed by the shadows. Xiu, go look. Zhang Chong pointed at the edge of the altar. There are words beneath the core. Li Xiu hurriedly bent down, activating the resonance of all things, and discerned an inscription beneath the core, with blood as the guide, with intent as the lock. Tai Su returns to unity. The shadows shall self-destruct. With blood as the guide, Li Xiu glanced at his palm, suddenly understanding. He bit his tongue, letting his essence blood drip onto the Tai Su Ling, simultaneously channeling the Tai Su Jing to infuse the core with the intent of resonance. A miracle occurred. The essence blood that touched the Tai Su Ling transformed into a stream of light, merging with the core, causing the white light to surge, dispelling all dark energy. The core regained tranquility, shining even brighter than before, while the dragon sect leader, drained of shadowy power, plummeted to the realm of chi refinement, collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? The dragon sect leader gazed at Li Xiu in disbelief. Li Xiu ignored him, turning instead to Xian Mei. Teacher, the core is safe. Xian Mei sighed in relief, walking up to the dragon sect leader, her eyes filled with hatred. Long, Qinjue, today we settle the score from 20 years ago. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the temple. Ouyang Schwerer frowned. It's the Academy's enforcement team, along with military personnel. Li Xiu took a deep breath, glancing at the primordial core upon the altar, then at the Tai Su Ling in his hand. He understood that while the dragon sect's threat had been temporarily quelled, the fate of his parents and the secrets of the Shadow Realm were just beginning to unfold. Teacher, Li Xiu turned, his eyes shimmering with determination. I wish to enter the realm of shadows and find my parents. Xian Mei regarded him, silent for a moment, before nodding. Very well. However, we must prepare. Though the primordial core is temporarily stable, the remnants of the dragon sect and the true master of the shadows will not spare us. As they exited the Tai Su temple, the morning sun bathed Li Xiu in golden light. He lifted his gaze to the sky, feeling as though he could glimpse the darkness of the Shadow Realm. Yet he was no longer alone. He had companions by his side, the Tai Su Ling in his hand, and the belief in his parents' return in his heart. Siu Yi. Where to next? Zhang Chong wiped his brow, excitement glowing on his chubby face. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the Tai Su Ling, a smile gracing his lips. To the primordial realm. I shall ensure that all who have harmed my parents and this world pay the price. In the distance, Ouyang Schwerer gazed at Li Xiu's retreating figure, her silver brows slightly arching. The future of the Phoenix sect seemed inextricably entwined with that of this young man. The bell of Tianwu Academy tolled, signifying the conclusion of the grand competition and heralding a new journey. Li Xiu inhaled deeply, stepping onto the path toward the primordial realm. His story was just beginning to unfold in the most magnificent chapter. Chapter 36, The Initial Clash, Awakening the Three Elements of Sword Intent. On the blood-red wasteland of the Wanhan Abyss, Li Xiu's golden energy sphere collided with the shadowy dragon illusion of the dragon sex elder. No longer merely driven by emotion, he simultaneously fulfilled the three elements essential for the awakening of the Tai Su sword intent. The Tai Su bloodline, the jade pendant radiated warmth. The resonance of all things, analyzing the vulnerabilities in the elder's dragon elephant prajna technique, and the will to protect, remembering his parents' admonitions. Pay attention to the black vortex at his dantian. As Xian Mei's warning fell, Li Xiu had already locked onto his target through the resonance of all things. The elder's dragon elephant prajna technique was an upgraded mid-level evil technique, while it could modify meridians to accommodate malevolent energy. The vortex at his dantian still required regular blood exchange to maintain stability, explaining why he could integrate evil energy steadily, yet revealed flaws under Li Xiu's sword intent. Qiangzi. Disrupt the rotation frequency of the vortex. Li Xiu shouted, simultaneously activating the Tai Su Jing to reverse the flow of his meridians. Zhang Chong unleashed his mental power, causing the elder to freeze momentarily, giving Li Xiu the opportunity to close in and deliver a palm strike to the elder's knee. targeting his nerve. With a resounding crack, the refined details reveal that the meridians near the sinews have become frail due to prolonged accommodation of malevolent energy. This is a manifestation of the backlash from an intermediate level of evil cultivation that failed to timely replenish its essence. Contrasting sharply with the backlash mechanism of Long Xiaoyan's rudimentary evil techniques. Impossible. The elder of the dragon sect gazed in shock at his bent knee. The protective barrier of malevolent energy fluctuating violently from excruciating pain. In Li Xiu's eyes, a flash of golden light illuminated the first clear resonance with the fragment of the void sword spirit within his sea of consciousness, marking the awakening of his bloodline. In the name of the void, I strike. No longer merely passively invoking the sword shadows, Li Xiu actively guided the power of his bloodline, infusing the intent to protect his parents into a single strike that exploited the vulnerabilities of the malevolent energy revealed through the resonance of all things. The golden sword shadow transformed from an ethereal apparition into a solid manifestation, embodying 3 layers of power: the righteous aura of the bloodline, the precision of the resonant strike, and the unparalleled sharpness of his will. The malevolent dragon apparition shattered inch by inch, while the elder's body began to disintegrate. The corrected details indicate that his meridians were not simply severed by the sword intent. Rather, they were ravaged by the uncontrollable malevolent energy, a backlash unique to intermediate evil techniques, contrasting with the bloodline corruption backlash experienced by Long Xiaotian. This was the true power of the void sword intent. Siame murmured to herself, feeling a dull ache from her shoulder wound, yet the efficacy of the revitalizing balm remained intact. Li Xiu retracted the sword shadow, panting as he gazed at the void 8 trigrams jade pendant in his palm, which resonated with an unprecedented intensity with the primordial key. The spatial fissures of the abyss of 10,000 souls vibrated in concert with the spiritual conduits of the cavern below, and the pendant, as part of the primordial key, was marking the core location of the cavern. Xiugu, the locator shows that the ripples at the cavern's entrance are expanding. Lin Wei's voice echoed. The remnants of the dragon sect have activated the malevolent summoning array in the underground palace of the Tianwu Academy. Clenching the pendant tightly, Li Xiu sensed the sword intent within him that had yet to fully merge. This awakening was merely the preliminary amalgamation of the 3 essential elements. Truly mastering the void sword intent required further practice. He turned to Siame, his eyes no longer clouded with confusion. Teacher, we must go to the cavern. In the distance of the wasteland, the bone mountain crumbled under the impact of the sword intent, revealing the verdant grass beneath, a manifestation of the self-repairing nature of the primordial realm, hinting at the vertical correlation between the cavern and the primordial domain. The changes in the spiritual energy of the cavern directly influenced the ecology of the primordial realm, while the invasion of the domain of malevolent shadows occurred through spatial fissures. Chapter 37. Telekinetic Interference. Zhang Chang's Covert Assistance. On the blood-red wasteland of the abyss of 10,000 souls, Li Xiu's golden energy sphere collided with 9 malevolent dragon apparitions. Erupting in a thunderous roar, the dragon apparitions shattered inch by inch, yet the elder of the dragon sect remained unscathed, stepping forward with a sinister grin as his malevolent energy surged. You dare flaunt your meager skills before me, boy? Chong. Li Xiu sidestepped the elder's clawing paw, catching a glimpse of Zhang Chang hiding behind a piece of white bone rock, and immediately signaled to him. Received. Zhang Chang took a deep breath, placing his hands on the rock surface, his eyes flashing with blue light. His telekinetic energy spread like a spider's web, precisely ensnaring the elder's malevolent energy shield. This was a specialized malevolent energy disturbance wave crafted by Lin Wei, capable of temporarily disrupting the flow of malevolent energy. The elder let out a sudden shriek, the protective malevolent energy fluctuating violently, revealing a momentary vulnerability. A glint of intensity flashed in Li Xiu's eyes as he executed the void step to its utmost, closing in on the elder's lower body and striking with a palm to his knee sinews. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing was distinctly audible, causing the elder to kneel on one knee, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. A telekinetic master? When did the dragon sect have a telekinetic master? We are not of the dragon sect. Ouyang Shuer's voice rang out from the side as she formed hand seals. 9 flames of true phoenix fire transforming into fiery birds that surged towards the elder. The flames collided with the malevolent energy, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion. A mere trick, the elder roared, thrusting out a palm as the malevolent energy coalesced into a massive python that devoured the fiery birds, while his other hand lunged towards Li Xiao. "I'll carve you up first." At that moment, Lin Wei's voice crackled through the communicator. "Xiao Ge." The frequency of the malevolent energy vortex in his dantian is 48 hertz. Li Xiao's heart stirred as the resonance of all things instantly locked onto the elder's dantian. The black vortex that was spinning at a visibly rapid pace, each rotation accompanied by subtle ruptures in the meridians. This was the fatal weakness of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. "Got it," Li Xiao shouted, the void sword intent coalescing once more. This time, instead of forming a sword, it transformed into a slender golden thread, expertly piercing through the elder's dantian vortex amidst the openings created by his palm strike. "No!" The elder emitted a wretched scream as the malevolent energy around him receded like a tide, the 9 dragon apparitions disintegrating completely. He gazed in disbelief at Li Xiao, his body beginning to crumble inch by inch before ultimately dissolving into a pool of black water. "Done!" Zhang Chong slumped onto the ground, blood oozing from his nose once more. This old codger's mental fortitude is like iron. It nearly exhausted me. Siamei sheathed her dagger and approached the pool of black water, using the tip of her sword to lift a strand of malevolent energy. This is not an ordinary malevolent shadow creature. His soul has merged with the dragon-elephant prajna after being eroded by malevolent energy. She paused, glancing towards the depths of the Bone Mountains. The real trouble lies deeper within. Li Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and activated the Void Sutra to mend his meridians. He could feel that the sword intent thread that had penetrated the dantian seemed to have triggered some kind of seal, causing the Void Sword Spirit's remnant soul in his sea of consciousness to solidify further. "Lin Wei, is there any response from the locator?" "Ouyang Suya Inkfiat." "Yes." Lin Wei pointed at the terminal screen. 3 kilometers ahead, there's a strong spatial fluctuation consistent with the frequency of the primordial key. That should be the entrance to the malevolent shadows. However, she frowned, the fluctuations are interspersed with a large number of living presences, as if many people are imprisoned there. Li Xiao's heart tightened. These must be the sacrifices captured by the dragon sect. He recalled Lin Wei mentioning that the malevolent summoning array required the blood of living beings. We must hurry and stop them. The 5 of them wasted no time, following the locator's guidance deeper into the Bone Mountains. The further they ventured, the more pungent the scent of blood became, with distant, chilling cries echoing faintly. Li Xiao resonated with the ground, discovering countless skeletons buried beneath, each inscribed with malevolent energy runes, forming a colossal summoning array. The core of the summoning array lay at the bone altar ahead. Xia Mei's complexion grew grave. "Li Qiu. The blood inscription from your parents suggests using blood as the key. It likely refers to activating the entrance with the blood of the living." No sooner had she spoken than a blinding red light erupted ahead. An altar constructed from countless skulls came into view. At its center, a massive black vortex slowly rotated, surrounded by dozens of dragon sect disciples, their spiritual daggers poised against a group of civilians bound to stone pillars. "Stop!" Li Xiao roared as he charged forward, the void sword intent transforming into sword shadows that sliced toward the nearest dragon sect disciple. "Li Xiu." A startled voice came from behind the altar. The dragon sect's grand elder, holding the malevolent shadow order, his face ashen. "You actually survived the elder's hands. Release them." Li Xiu's sword shadows flickered, swiftly dispatching 3 dragon sect disciples. The grand elder sneered. "Release them? These are the keys to opening the door to the malevolent shadows. Once the master of the malevolent shadows descends, your soul will be the first to be sacrificed." He violently thrust the malevolent shadow order into the altar, causing the black vortex to expand dramatically, unleashing an even more terrifying roar. Chapter 38. The Malevolent Artifact Blood Banner, the wails of thousands of wronged souls. The black vortex atop the bone altar spun wildly, the chilling aura emanating from it freezing the entire abyss of 10,000 souls. The Grand Elder, wielding the malevolent shadow order, laughed maniacally. "Feel it. This is the power of the master of the malevolent shadows. Shogu, Those civilians have trackers on them. Lin Wei suddenly shouted. It's the dragon sect marking their sacrifices. Li Xiu's heart raced as the resonance of all things enveloped the entire altar. He noticed that each civilian bore a faint spiritual energy node that resonated with the runes of the altar. If he could disrupt these nodes, it would break the summoning array. Shuer, cover me. Xiangzi, disrupt the energy transmission of the evil shadow token. Li Xiu comanda decisively. Ouyang Sue waved her delicate hand, conjuring a wall of flames formed by 9 fiery phoenixes to shield against the dragon sect disciples' onslaught. Zhang Chong concentrated his mental energy, firmly grasping the connection between the evil shadow token and the altar, slowing the rotation of the black vortex by a fraction. In that brief moment, Li Xiu darted like a specter among the stone columns, each strike precisely targeting the spiritual nodes of the civilians. Those struck instantly regained their mobility, fleeing in terror. No, the sacrifices. The elder's eyes bulged with rage as he abruptly produced a pitch-black flag from his robe, the Blood Soul banner, once wielded by Long Shao Tian. As the banner unfurled, countless twisted wraiths erupted forth, issuing ear-splitting wails. These vengeful spirits were remnants of warriors slain by the dragon sect, now manipulated by the cursed artifact into a horrifying assault. Beware, these souls can erode one's very essence. CMA swung her sword at the wraiths, but the radiant light of her blade was diminished by the layers of spirits. Li Xiu felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if countless needles were piercing through. He hastily activated the Tai Su Jing to protect his consciousness while resonating with the Blood Soul banner. This time, he witnessed not blood-soaked carnage, but a multitude of shattered memories, children's cries, warriors' roars, and a familiar figure. Mother! Li Xiu gasped, his gaze snapping up to see his mother, Su Lan, among the fleeting remnants. Though the vision was momentary, it filled his eyes with tears. Mother, I am here to save you. Li Xiu Baluba, merging his Tai Su sword intent with all creation, transforming it into a golden beam that shot towards the Blood Soul banner. He no longer aimed at the banner itself, but rather at the blood-red jewel atop it, the core of the gathered souls. Boom! The golden beam struck the jewel, causing the Blood Soul banner to tremble violently, and countless wraiths let out cries of liberation, dissolving into motes of light. Su Lan's residual soul revealed a comforting smile amidst the luminous particles before fading away. My Blood Soul banner! The elder screeched in despair as the evil shadow token fell from the altar, causing the black vortex to begin its unstable contraction. At that moment, a colossal black hand suddenly emerged from the vortex, seizing the elder. The elder's body was visibly drained, turning into a skeletal husk. The black hand retracted, and with it, the vortex vanished, leaving behind a bottomless black pit at the altar's center. Is it the hand of the evil shadow master? Zhang Chang's face turned pale. This is terrifying. Li Xiu stood at the edge of the altar, gazing into the abyss, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though his mother's soul had dissipated, he had at least confirmed her imprisonment here. The presence of the evil shadow master's appendage further underscored the peril that lay beyond. Teacher, Li Xiu turned. Is the entrance to the evil shadow below this black hole? CMA approached the void, her short sword planted in the ground. According to the ancient records of Tai Su, beneath the abyss of 10,000 souls, there indeed exists a door leading to the domain of the evil shadow. But that hand, her eyes flickered with apprehension. The evil shadow master has likely sensed our presence. Lin Wei suddenly pointed at the terminal screen. Everyone look, the gravitational field of the black hole is changing, forming a stable spatial passage. Ouyang Schwerer furrowed her brow. Though the dragon sect's summoning array was interrupted, the evil shadow master forcibly opened the entrance. Li Xiu clenched the Tai Su token, peering into the depths of the black hole. Regardless, my parents may be inside. Even if it is a den of dragons and tigers, I shall venture forth. CMA regarded his resolute gaze and nodded. Very well, we shall go together. Chong, activate the psychic shield at maximum power. Lin Wei, lock onto the energy nodes within the passage. Schwerer, prepare the Fire Phoenix exorcism array. The 5 of them stepped into the black hole, and once again, the scenery shifted dramatically. No longer a blood-red wasteland, they found themselves in a passage formed of twisted souls, each step echoing with the wails of anguished spirits. Li Xiu resonated with these souls, hearing their fervent yearning for freedom. Xiu, there's light at the end of the passage. Zhang Chong pointed ahead. The light grew ever closer, and when the five emerged from the tunnel, they were astounded by the sight before them. It was a peculiar space filled with countless luminescent plants, at the center of which stood an archway of pure white crystal, adorned with a hexagram reminiscent of the Tai Su temple. Before the arch, two familiar figures stood back to back, battling a horde of shadows. "Father! Mother!" Li Xiu cried out, tears instantly blurring his vision. Chapter 39. The Emergence of Tai Su, the Sword Spirit's Last Strike. The battle before the crystal arch was fierce. Li Ping, clad in a tattered Tai Su robe, wielded a broken sword, the golden sword shadows dancing in a display of Tai Su sword intent. Su Lan was enveloped by a pale blue water curtain, each droplet imbued with purifying power, embodying the Tai Su lineage's heavenly water technique. "Ping, hold on. The passage is stabilizing," Su Lan shouted as she fended off the shadowy attacks. "Rest assured, I am here." Li Ping plunged the broken sword into the ground, causing countless golden patterns to spread from below, forming a massive hexagram that temporarily ensnared the shadows. "Father! Mother!" Li Xiu could no longer contain himself and sprinted towards the archway. Li Ping and Su Lan turned simultaneously, their expressions frozen in shock upon seeing Li Xiu. Su Lan's water curtain nearly collapsed, and a shadow seized the opportunity to lunge at her. "Mother!" Li Xiu's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed his Tai Su sword intent in resonance, sending a golden sword shadow that precisely severed the shadow's head. "Is that really you, Xiu?" Su Lan's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. Li Ping, momentarily stunned, burst into laughter. "Excellent. Truly my son, Li Ping." He swiftly drew his broken sword, synchronizing with Li Xiu's golden sword shadow, helping to secure the formation. At that moment, the archway suddenly trembled violently as countless shadows seeped through the crystal crevices. Led by a figure cloaked in black, holding a black sphere strikingly similar to the Hongmeng core, the evil shadow core. "The remnants of the Tai Su lineage have indeed not perished." The cloaked figure rasped, "But fear not. Once I merge the evil shadow core with the Hongmeng core, the entire universe shall become the pasture of the evil shadow master. You are the leader of the dragon sect." CMA recognized the aged face beneath the black robe. Despite the years, those crimson eyes remained eerily distinct. "The leader of the dragon sect?" The cloaked figure cackled. "That shell has long been discarded. Now, I am the spokesperson of the evil shadow master, the evil shadow priest." He hurled the evil shadow core into the archway, and countless malevolent runes materialized upon the crystal wall. "This is bad. He intends to fully open the evil shadow gate." Li Ping's expression shifted dramatically. "Xiu, sever the core's connection with your Tai Su sword intent." Li Xiu took a deep breath, focusing on the residual soul of the Tai Su sword spirit within his consciousness. This time, the spirit was no longer a mere specter, but had transformed into a solid golden sword shadow, merging completely with his mind. He could distinctly sense the sword spirit's will to protect Tai Su and eradicate evil. "Tai Su sword intent manifest," Li Xiu roared, gripping the sword with both hands, unleashing the most complete strike since entering the realm of Hongmeng. The golden sword shadow cleaved through the air with the might to rend the heavens, aimed directly at the evil shadow core. The evil shadow priest's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned countless shadows for defense, but before the Tai Su sword intent, they crumbled as if made of paper. "No!" The evil shadow priest screamed in terror as the evil shadow core was cleaved in two. The archway shook violently, beginning to collapse, and torrents of malevolent energy surged forth. "Quickly flee!" Li Ping grasped Li Xiu, while Su Lan pulled CMA along. The archway's collapse will trigger spatial turbulence. The five of them, along with Li Xiu's parents, dashed towards the passage's entrance, pursued by the collapsing crystal archway and the raging malevolent energy. Li Xiu glanced back to see the evil shadow priest consumed by the dark energy, issuing a chilling curse. "The Tai Su lineage, I shall return." At last, the crowd rushed back into the passage, as the archway behind them collapsed entirely, forming a vast spatial vortex. Li Xiu leaned against the passage wall, gazing at his parents, whom he had thought lost forever, and then glanced at his companions, tears streaming down his cheeks once more. "Dad, Mom, I thought." Su Lan tightly embraced him, her tears soaking his shoulder. "Silly child, how could your parents ever abandon you?" Li Ping patted his back, turning to CMA. Junior sister Xia, you have endured much over these years. Xia shook her head, a smile of relief lighting her eyes. As long as my senior brothers and sisters are safe, that is all that matters. At that moment, Lin Wei's exclamation broke through the air. Everyone look, the gravitational field of the passage is changing. We are about to be transported. The group felt a sudden whirlwind. And when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the blood-red wasteland of the Wanhanyuan. However, this time, the crimson hue was fading, and the bone mountains began to crumble, revealing lush green grass beneath. Is this the Hongmeng realm restoring itself? Ouyang Schwerer observed the transformation with astonishment. Li Xiu resonated with the ground, sensing a warm vitality spreading. He knew that the closure of the evil shadow's entrance had liberated the Hongmeng realm from the corruption of dark energy. Little Xiu, Li Ping approached him, presenting a jade pendant inscribed with the complete Tai Su Bagua. This is the true inheritance of the Tai Su lineage, and now it is passed on to you. Upon receiving the pendant, countless pieces of information flooded into Li Xiu's mind. The complete heart method of the Tai Su Sutra, the forging techniques of the Tai Su Divine Sword, and all the secrets of the Hongmeng realm. He lifted his head, his eyes shining with determination. Dad, Mom, where do we go from here? Li Ping gazed at the revitalized Hongmeng realm and then at the sky. The Lord of the Evil Shadow will not rest easily. We need to find the true body of the Tai Su Divine Sword and seal the Evil Shadow realm once and for all. Sulan added, moreover, remnants of the dragon sect are still active in various regions. We must unite all righteous warriors to establish a new order. Li Xiu clenched the jade pendant and looked at his companions. All right, let us begin by rebuilding the Tai Su lineage. Under the setting sun, Li Xiu and his companions embarked on their journey back to Tianwu Academy. Although the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty, this time he was no longer alone. The return of his parents, the support of his friends, and the inheritance of Tai Su filled him with confidence. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the Wanhanyuan, a forsaken shard of the evil shadow core began to glow ominously. As an even more terrifying shadow slowly opened its eyes in the deepest recesses of the evil shadow realm. Chapter 40. The Key to Hongmeng and the Ripples of the Cave Entrance. The martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy experienced a surge in spiritual energy concentration after the restoration of the Hongmeng realm. Li Xiu stood on the once deadly arena, fiddling with the Tai Su Bagua jade pendant gifted by his father. The pendant resonated with the Hongmeng key and the Tai Su order, projecting a miniature model of the Hongmeng realm into his palm. Little Xiu, come here for a moment. Li Ping's voice called from behind. Li Xiu turned to see his parents and Xia Mei standing not far off, accompanied by Ouyang Schwerer, Zhang Chong, and Lin Wei. Su Lan held an ancient wooden box, its lid adorned with a totem reminiscent of the Tai Su temple. This is a gift prepared for you by your junior sister at your birth. I never had the chance to give it to you, Su Lan said, handing the wooden box to Li Xiu. The box opened to reveal a crystal key, clear and translucent, with a swirling taiji pattern carved at its tip. The moment Li Xiu grasped the key, the Hongmeng key, Tai Su order, and Tai Su Bagua pendant simultaneously illuminated, merging three beams of light into the crystal key, which transformed into a streak of luminous energy that fused into his brow. Is this the true body of the Hongmeng key? Li Xiu marveled, sensing an unprecedented closeness to the Hongmeng realm, even able to clearly perceive the growth of every spiritual herb within. Indeed, Li Ping nodded. The true Hongmeng key is the crystallization of the Tai Su bloodline and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, you are the true guardian of the Hongmeng realm. Just then, Lin Wei's communicator emitted a piercing alarm. This is not good. There are abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy in the Academy's underground palace. The group hurried to the entrance, where they witnessed the space at the entrance violently distorting, creating miniature ripples. Li Xiu harnessed the power of the Hongmeng key, sensing familiar dark energy waves emanating from the ripples, unmistakably from the evil shadow realm. The Lord of the Evil Shadow is attempting to open a new entrance. Xia Mei's expression turned grave. The spatial barrier here has weakened due to the previous battle. Impossible. Li Xiu fronat. I just repaired the entrance to the Wanhanyuan. How could the Lord of the Evil Shadow find a new node so quickly? Su Lan stared at the ripples, suddenly exclaiming, this is not a naturally formed entrance. It is artificial. Someone has activated the evil shadow summoning array deep underground. Li Xiu immediately initiated the resonance of all things, delving underground. At the deepest part of the underground palace, he saw a group of black-clad individuals bustling around a massive altar, at the center of which stood a black flag, the evil shadow order of the dragon sect. It's the remnants of the dragon sect. A cold glint flashed in Li Xiu's eyes. They have been hiding beneath the academy, waiting for the right moment. Xiu Yi. I scanned the area around the altar with my mental power and detected at least 50 dragon sect disciples, along with 3 elders in the fetal breathing stage. Zhang Chang's face turned pale. Their mental energies are chaotic, as if they are being controlled by dark energy. Ouyang Shuer tightened her grip on her folding fan. I'll go notify the Feng sect for support. You all hold the line. There's no time. Li Ping unsheathed his broken sword. If the entrance to the evil shadow opens, the entire academy will be engulfed by dark energy. Little Xiu, you are responsible for destroying the altar's core while we fend off the perimeter. Dad, Mom, Teacher, please be careful. Li Xiu took a deep breath, feeling the power of the Hongmeng Qi surge within him, establishing a connection with the spiritual energy of the entire underground palace. Deep within the palace, the remaining elders of the dragon sect were dripping the last of their blood onto the evil shadow order. And the dark energy runes surrounding the altar ignited all at once, causing the spatial ripples to expand rapidly. Now, Li Xiu charged into the altar, the power of the Hongmeng Qi transforming into a beam of light, precisely striking the center of the evil shadow order. No! The elders shrieked in despair as the evil shadow order shattered into pieces, and the spatial ripples began to destabilize. But just then, a hand larger than before emerged from the ripples, grasping Li Xiu. Little Xiu, Li Ping, and Su Lan cried out simultaneously, their broken sword and the heavenly water art striking at the dark hand. Li Xiu felt an irresistible force grip him, and the remnant soul of the Tai Su sword spirit in his consciousness suddenly radiated an unprecedented brilliance, merging with the power of the Hongmeng Qi to transform into a massive golden divine sword, slicing fiercely at the dark hand. Thud! The dark hand was severed, dissipating into black smoke. The spatial ripples collapsed entirely, generating a powerful spatial turbulence. Quick, get out! Xia Mei pushed Li Xiu away, only to be swept into the turbulent flow, her figure vanishing in an instant. Teacher Xia. Li Xiu wanted to chase after her, but was held back by his father. Li Ping gazed at the collapsing underground palace, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. The turbulence could send her anywhere. Pursuing her now would be too dangerous. Li Xiu clenched his fists, watching the direction in which Xia Mei had disappeared, filled with guilt. If it weren't for his eagerness to destroy the altar, she wouldn't have. Xiu, go look. Zhang Chang pointed at the center of the collapsing underground palace, where a glowing entrance was slowly closing, revealing the faint outline of a vast underground palace within. Li Xiu resonated with the entrance, sensing the immense spiritual energy contained within, along with an ancient, slumbering will. This is... Li Ping's expression turned astonished. Is this the cave rumored to lie beneath the Hongmeng realm? Su Lan nodded, her eyes filled with reverence. Ancient texts record that the cave is the source of all spiritual energy and the battleground of the ancient war among myriad races. Is the Lord of the Dark Shadows objective the abyss? Li Xiu gazed at the sealed entrance, then at the primordial key in his hand, silently vowing, Teacher Xia Mei, I shall find you. No matter where you have been transported, no matter the perils that lie within the abyss, I will venture forth. Under the setting sun, the Tianwu Academy regained its tranquility. Yet Li Xiu understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. The menace posed by the Lord of the Dark Shadow, the disappearance of Xia Mei, the mysteries of the abyss, and the stirring remnants of the dragon sect weighed heavily upon his shoulders like a formidable shackle. However, this time, he was no longer adrift. The primordial key in his hand, the essence of the Taishu sword within him, and the presence of his family and companions served as his impetus to advance. Father, Mother, Li Xiu turned, his eyes shimmering with resolute light, less prepared to venture into the abyss. Li Ping and Su Lan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Ouyang Shuer tightened her folding fan. Zhang Chang patted his chest, and Lin Wei adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A new journey was about to commence. This time, their target was the deeper recesses of the abyss, the very source of all spiritual energy, and the key to unraveling all enigmas. Li Xiu was aware that within that profound abyss lay not only the whereabouts of Xie Mei, but also the potential for encountering even more formidable foes, as well as the true Lord of the Dark Shadow. The wind swept across the training grounds, carrying with it distant calls. Li Xiu took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the primordial key. His legend was set to extend into a deeper, broader world. Chapter 41. The Mystery of the Key, Resonance of Three-Dimensional Space. In the attic of Tianwu Academy, the opened remnants of the Taishu Sutra, the Dragon Sex Token, and the primordial key formed a triangular resonance. The three were no longer mere objects interacting. They reflected the coordinates of three-dimensional space. The primordial key represented the earthly realm of the primordial. The token marked the parallel domain of the Dark Shadow, while the Taishu Sutra pointed to the vertical abyss below. Observing the dragon patterns on the back of the token, Li Ping used a broken sword to trace a luminous trajectory, each line corresponding to nodes within the energy conduits of the abyss. The Dragon Sex token was not simply an evil artifact, but rather a modified device for locating the abyss, which explained its dual capability to mark both the Taishu bloodline and the core of the abyss. As Li Xiu resonated with the token, it was no longer a singular memory of slaughter, but he beheld the scene of the Dragon Sex master battling with his parents at the entrance of the abyss. The water curtain formed by his mother Su Lan's heavenly water art was not merely a defense, but was in fact repairing the energy conduits of the abyss that had been torn by the token, further reinforcing the spatial connections among the abyss, the realm of the primordial, and the domain of the Dark Shadow. Father, the blood groove on the token. Li Xiu suddenly realized the shape of the groove perfectly matches my palm print. It was the keyhole designated for the Taishu bloodline. Su Lan unfolded the repaired pages, revealing new text clearly visible. The key serves as the guide, primordial key. The token serves as the marker, abyss coordinates. And the scripture serves as the lock, Taishu Sutra code. The three must unite to unlock the main valve of the energy conduits at the core of the abyss. The crystal runes suddenly erupted in three-dimensional light and shadow, no longer depicting a solitary entrance to the abyss, but revealing a structure of three layers. The upper layer being the abyss of myriad souls, the middle layer being the network of energy conduits of the abyss, and the deep layer being the spatial rifts of the Dark Shadow domain. The spiritual nexus where Xie Mei was trapped was precisely the confluence of these three spatial layers. The Dragon Sex sought to neutralize the dark energy within the abyss's spiritual energy. Lin Wei pointed at the data stream on the terminal. Their Dark Shadow locator was actually calculating the resonant frequencies of the three-dimensional space. The integration of technological concepts with martial arts systems. The Dragon Sect attempted to simulate the bloodline resonance of the Taishu lineage through physical means, the locator. Suddenly, the blood patterns on the token flickered violently, and the dark energy within Li Xiu began to clash with the righteous energy. A bloodline contamination. The dark energy infused by the Dragon Sect into the token would reactivate in resonance with the abyss's spiritual energy. Su Lan quickly pressed the water spirit pendant against his back, the luminescent water patterns of the pendant intertwining with the golden light of the primordial key, temporarily suppressing the contamination. Only the purifying spiritual spring at the core of the abyss could thoroughly eliminate the taint. Li Ping drove the broken sword into the ground, activating the defensive array of the attic. Yet the spiritual spring was located beneath the sword mound of the myriad clans, where ancient curses lay. Before he could finish speaking, the crystal runes suddenly displayed Xie Mei's silver-haired silhouette vanishing within the spiritual nexus, replaced by the tendrils of the Lord of the Dark Shadow, tearing through space. The abyss was not only the source of spiritual energy, but also sealed the remnants of the Great War among myriad clans. And the Lord of the Dark Shadow's goal was to unleash these remnants, utilizing the ancient curse to pollute the entirety of three-dimensional space. We must locate the spiritual spring within 3 days. Li Xiu clenched the three tokens, feeling their resonance with the core of the abyss. The effect of the soul revival bomb was waning, and Teacher Xie Mei could not hold on for much longer. Outside the attic, the remnants of the Dragon Sex forces encircled the academy with their aerial vessels, the leading elder brandishing a token wreathed in black flames, pointing towards the entrance of the abyss. The 5 of them stepped into the resonant point of three-dimensional space, with the Dragon Sect in pursuit behind them and the sword mound of myriad clans lying ahead. The resonant glow of the three tokens illuminated the juncture of the three layers, transforming this place from a mere subterranean cavern into a multi-dimensional battlefield connecting the realm of the primordial, the abyss, and the domain of the dark shadow. Chapter 42. Initial exploration of the abyss. The warning of the spiritual guardians. The entrance to the underground palace of Tianwu Academy emerged dimly within the mist before dawn. Li Xiu pressed the primordial key, the Dragon Sect token, and the remnants of the Taishu Sutra against the corrected three-dimensional resonance point. And the three tokens instantly erupted in a tricolored radiance, intertwining golden sword intent, black positioning, and azure scripture into a spiraling light column that shot deep into the earth. Coordinates locked. The first layer of the abyss's spiritual nexus. Lin Wei's terminal emitted a prompt sound as the Taiji diagram on the ground began to rotate slowly. Revidinya boutonnes passage. The passage did not descend vertically, but spiraled through three layers of geological structure, with the walls alternating between fossils of spiritual herbs from the realm of the primordial and the sword bone patterns of the abyss. Wait. Sulan suddenly grasped Li Xiu's hand, sensing that the flow of spiritual energy in the passage was amiss, as if manipulated by some will. She activated the heavenly water art, and when her fingertips' water curtain touched the passage wall, ancient symbols materialized, forbidden ground of the myriad clans. Those who intrude shall have their souls scattered. Li Xiu activated the resonance of all things, placing his palm against the symbols. In that instant, fragments of the Great War among myriad clans flashed through his consciousness. Taishu warriors and soldiers from various clans engaged in fierce combat at the core of the abyss, ultimately constructing a mound from sword bones, using their spiritual bodies as offerings to establish a barrier. The abyss was not just the source of spiritual energy. It was also a seal for the ancient battlefield. These are the spiritual guardians of the Taishu lineage. Li Ping lightly tapped the ground with his broken sword, explaining that they had woven a barrier using their residual spiritual awareness, allowing only those of the Taishu bloodline to pass. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of semi-transparent spiritual entities floated from the depths of the passage, clad in tattered Taishu robes, each bearing a sword-shaped scar on their foreheads. The leading spiritual entity raised a hand, and a blade of spiritual energy shot towards Li Xiu, a bloodline trial to test whether the entrant possessed the Taishu inheritance. Be careful. Ouyang Schwerer enveloped herself in the Phoenix Fire True Flame for protection, yet the blade of light easily pierced through. Li Xiu hastily summoned the essence of the Taishu sword, and the golden sword shadow clashed with the blade of light, producing a melodious ring. The spiritual entities halted simultaneously, all gazing at the Taishu Bawa jade pendant in Li Xiu's palm. The Taishu bloodline has truly returned. The voice of the leading spiritual entity echoed like a sound from the empty valley. But there is dark energy contamination within you. Is it the bloodline mark of the Dragon Sect? Li Xiu opened his palm, the light of the primordial key automatically enveloping the blood patterns on the token. Elder, I am the son of Li Ping and Sulan. I have come to rescue Senior CMA and to prevent the Dragon Sect from resurrecting the Lord of the Dark Shadow. The spiritual entities fell silent for a moment, and the sword scars on their foreheads simultaneously glowed, forming a torrent of memories that surged into Li Xiu's consciousness. The purifying spiritual spring at the core of the abyss could not only eliminate the dark energy, but was also the key to suppressing the curses of myriad clans. The tendrils of the Lord of the Dark Shadow that the Dragon Sect was unearthing were, in fact, ancient malevolent artifacts sealed during the Great War among myriad clans. Remember, the voice of the leading spiritual entity became urgent. The crystal altar at the spiritual nexus is the confluence of three spaces, and CMA is trapped in a temporal rift by dark energy. Yet, more perilous was the transparency of the ethereal figures. As the seal of the myriad clan sword tomb began to loosen, awakening the cursed warriors. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the passageway trembled violently. As the Dragon Sect's explosive projectiles breached the upper barrier, the spirits transformed into motes of light, merging within Li Xiu, leaving behind a final warning. Ignite the soul lamp of the sword tomb with the essence of the void sword intent, or no one shall emerge alive from the abyss. Brother Xiu, the advanced team from the Dragon Sect has arrived. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net detected dozens of malevolent energy fluctuations rapidly approaching. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the broken sword, feeling the sword intent infused by the spirits solidifying within him. This was the legacy of the spirits, temporarily enhancing his mastery over the void sword intent. "Dad, Mom, we must go." Li Xiao was the first to plunge into the passageway, the light of the primordial key illuminating the path ahead. Inside the abyss, it was no longer a mere cavern, but a complex labyrinth composed of sword bones, crystals, and spiritual veins, with particles of sword intent floating in the air. Suddenly, Lin Wei's locator emitted a piercing alarm. 300 meters ahead, a nexus of spiritual veins. But the energy readings are abnormally high, as if something is growing. Turning a corner, the group was struck dumb by the sight before them. On the crystal altar, CMA's form was ensnared by countless black tendrils, while at the altar's center, a pitch-black column was voraciously absorbing the abyss's spiritual energy, its surface revealing the tormented faces of myriad warriors. This was not the tendrils of the Lord of Malevolent Shadows, but rather a conglomerate of curses activated by malevolent energy. The dragon sect mistakenly believed it to be the Lord of Malevolent Shadows, when in truth, it was unleashing ancient taboos. That is the core of the myriad clan's curse. Sulan cried out. The dragon sect has infused malevolent energy into the abyss's spiritual energy, awakening the sealed curse. At that moment, the remaining elders of the dragon sect rushed in with their malevolent energy puppets, and upon seeing the conglomerate of curses, they were filled with ecstatic glee. The Lord of Malevolent Shadows has descended. Kill Li Xiao and seize the primordial key. Li Xiao gazed at Xie Mei's anguished expression, then at the swelling conglomerate of curses, finally grasping the warning of the spirit guardians. The true danger of the abyss was not the Lord of Malevolent Shadows, but the awakened curses of myriad clans. He raised the broken sword, merging the void sword intent with the power of the spirit legacy, clearly perceiving for the first time the location of the soul lamp within the sword tomb. Shuer, Qiangzi, cover me. Lin Wei, calculate the spiritual frequency of the soul lamp. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao felt the abyss's spiritual energy forming a natural vortex of sword intent under the force of gravity. Damn, help me stabilize the conglomerate of curses. Ouyang Shuer's Phoenix Fire True Flame and Su Lan's Heavenly Water Technique intertwined to form a barrier, while Li Ping's broken sword slashed out with sword intent, countering the dragon sect's assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Xiao inserted the primordial key into the crevice of the sword bones, resonating with the abyss's spiritual energy to ignite the distant soul lamp of the sword tomb. In the distance, 9 ancient bronze lamps ignited in succession, emanating a soft golden light. The conglomerate of curses let out a mournful wail as the black tendrils began to wither. Observing this, the dragon sect elder frantically thrust the malevolent shadow order into the conglomerate. Kill him. The Lord of Malevolent Shadows requires the primordial key. As Li Xiao beheld the radiance of the soul lamp and glanced at the moment Xie Mei was about to be engulfed by the tendrils, he finally comprehended the profound meaning of the spirit guardians. The crisis within the abyss was not merely a singular malevolent energy, but the ancient grievances awakened by that energy. He tightened his grip on the broken sword, the void sword intent solidifying as never before, and struck out with a blow infused with the spirit legacy towards the conglomerate. This strike was aimed not only at the malevolent energy, but also at the very roots of the myriad clan's curse. In the instant, the sword's momentum surged. Within the temporal rift, where Xie Mei was ensnared, a familiar silver-haired figure stirred slightly, as if sensing a call from the present world. Deep within the abyss, the seal of the myriad clan sword tomb temporarily stabilized under the light of the soul lamp. Yet from the depths of darker shadows, something stirred, slowly opening its eyes. Chapter 43. Pursuers from the Dragon Sect, the Elder Council's key seizure operation. The light of the soul lamp deep within the abyss began to dim. In the moment the Dragon Sect Elder's malevolent shadow order pierced the conglomerate of curses, the black tendrils surged violently, completely engulfing Xie Mei's form. Li Xiao's void sword intent struck the tendrils, merely creating ripples. The conglomerate of curses was not mere malevolent energy, but a fusion of ancient warriors' resentment, rendering ordinary sword intent ineffective against it. Brother Xiao, the Dragon Sect pursuers have arrived. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net detected several waves of malevolent energy at the entrance of the passage, led by a figure adorned with the Elder Council's 7-star token. The Elder Council of the Dragon Sect comprised 7 members. 3 had mobilized, all formidable practitioners of intermediate malevolent techniques, creating a significant disparity in combat power compared to the previous Grand Elder. Protect Lin Wei as she analyzes the frequency of the soul lamp. Li Ping swung his broken sword horizontally, the golden sword shadows clashing against the Dragon Sect Elder's bloodthirsty whip, producing a deafening crash. Su Lan's heavenly water technique morphed into a water dragon, ensnaring another Elder's chain hammer, while the heavenly water technique possessed a natural purifying effect against malevolent energy. It was of little efficacy against the myriad clan's curse. The white-haired Elder leading the Dragon Sect cackled madly, as the 7-star token unleashed 7 beams of black light, forming small malevolent fissures in the ground. Li Xiu, hand over the primordial key, and I shall spare your parents. The 7-star token could stack 7 waves of malevolent energy, corresponding to the 7 layers of seals within the abyss, explaining how the Elder Council could precisely locate the core area. Li Xiu resonated with the black light of the token. Visions of his parents being hunted flashed through his mind, for it was this token that had torn apart the spatial barrier of the primordial domain. He forcefully drove the broken sword into the ground, the radiance of the primordial key resonating with the soul lamp, naturally forming a protective wall of spiritual energy. Dad, Mom, do you remember the threefold seal of the void from 20 years ago? A glimmer of realization flickered in Su Lan's eyes as she and Li Ping simultaneously formed seals. The 3 of them combined their spiritual energies into a taiji pattern on the protective wall, invoking the ultimate technique of the void lineage, drawing on bloodlines and grounding it in the earth, the threefold seal. The protective wall thickened instantaneously, keeping the Dragon Sect pursuers at bay. Seeking death, the white-haired Elder produced a blood-red crystal, a fragment of the blood demon crystal, capable of temporarily enhancing one's strength to the Yuan Mansion realm. The moment the crystal was inserted into the token, the fissures of malevolent energy expanded, extending several scaly arms, which belonged to alien warriors infected during the Myriad Clans War, not the true body of the Lord of Malevolent Shadows. Xiangzi, disrupt the crystal's resonance. Shuer, incinerate the scales with your phoenix fire. Li Xiu commanded with unwavering resolve, simultaneously activating the reverse flow meridian of the Void Classic. The reverse flow meridian could temporarily amplify the sword intense power, but would accelerate the pollution of malevolent energy. Ouyang Shuer's phoenix fire true flame transformed into a firebird. Yet upon contact with the scales, it emitted a hissing sound. The scales of the Myriad Clans warriors contained the abyss's spiritual energy, rendering ordinary flames ineffective. Lin Wei suddenly shouted, Brother Xiu, I've found a frequency of the soul lamp. We need to use the primordial key to perform the Void Soul Melody. At that moment, cracks appeared in the protective wall as the Elder's Yuan Mansion realm strike was about to break through. Li Xiu looked at his parents and saw blood trickling from their mouths. The backlash of the threefold seal was manifesting. He swiftly retrieved the Dragon Sect token and collided it with the primordial key, utilizing the token's malevolent energy for reverse resonance with the frequency of the soul lamp. A resonant sound akin to a bell reverberated from deep within the abyss, as the 9 soul lamps simultaneously erupted with golden light. The conglomerate of curses let out a mournful howl, their black tendrils falling away as Xia Mei's figure plummeted from within. Li Ping leaped to catch her, discovering a peculiar black mark had appeared on her brow. The curse had infiltrated Xia Mei's sea of consciousness, and only the purifying spring could save her. Retreat. Li Xiu grasped Xia Mei, and the 5 of them fled along the path formed by the resonating spiritual energy. Behind them, more alien arms were crawling out from the fissures of the Dragon Sect elders, while the white-haired elder gazed at the 2 resonating tokens in Li Xiu's hands, a glimmer of apprehension flashing his eyes. So, the token can be used in this manner. At the end of the passage, a temple constructed of countless sword bones loomed, with a warning inscribed on its doors. Deep within the sword tomb, the grievances of myriad clans are buried. Those not of the void bloodline shall return to the nether. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the primordial key, feeling an unprecedented pressure. The pursuers from the Dragon Sect had arrived, and deep within the temple, the glow of the purifying spring flickered in and out, accompanied by a more terrifying wave of curses. Chapter 44. The Last Words of Parents, the blood script on the stone wall. The great door of the Sword Tomb Temple, forged from the bones of swords, slowly creaked open under the radiant glow of the Hongmeng Key, unveiling a path paved with broken swords. Li Xiao resonated with the fractured blades, his consciousness flooded with countless images of battle. These swords belonged to the valiant warriors of the myriad clans who perished during the Great War, each blade sealing the remnants of a fallen fighter's soul. Caution must be exercised, for the sword intent of these blades is laced with a curse. Su Lan's Tianshui technique conjured a curtain of water upon ground, dimming the crimson patterns etched upon the broken swords. Li Xiao observed that the stone walls of the passage were adorned with indistinct blood characters, some of which had been eroded by the spiritual energy of the abyss, revealing newly added clues regarding his parents' last words. In the year of Gengzi, the evil shadow invaded, sealing the core in. The year of Gengzi was 2 decades ago. Li Ping abruptly halted before a relatively intact section of the stone wall, where the blood characters were distinctly visible. Ping, Lan left a message. The Hongmeng core is not merely a key, but the central valve of the abyssal spiritual energy. The Long faction seeks to exploit the evil energy to unlock the seals of the myriad clans. The Hongmeng core is not simply an energy entity. It is the control center for the abyssal spiritual energy, elucidating the Long faction's covetousness. Lin Wei immediately initiated a scan. Indeed, the blood characters dated back 20 years, and there was a segment obscured by a curse. She produced the evil energy extractor developed post-correction, its blue light sweeping across the stone wall, revealing the incomplete latter half of the phrase. Only the sword intent of the Tai Su can ignite the soul lamp, and thus can. The latter characters have been eroded by the curses of the myriad clans. Su Lan's fingertips battled against the curse with a water curtain. Yet in conjunction with the warnings of the spirit guardian, it was evident that igniting the soul lamp was essential for resealing. 20 years ago, Li Xiao's parents had already unearthed the Long faction's conspiracy and left behind clues, corroborating with the information from the spirit guardians. Suddenly, the sound of chains grinding echoed from the end of the passage, and a crystal altar floated above a pool of blood. In the center of the altar, the light of the purifying spring was bound by countless chains, while totems of the myriad clans, newly added post-correction, surrounded the spring's mouth. Each totem corresponded to a curse, with these chains maintaining the seals of the myriad clans. Xiaoge, teacher Xie's life signs are declining. Zhang Chong pointed towards the medical terminal, where the dark markings on Xie Mei's forehead were spreading. Li Xiao inserted the Hongmeng key into the altar's keyhole, only to discover it was filled with blood grooves akin to those on the Long faction's token, indicating that the keyhole required both the Tai Su bloodline and the Long faction's token to be activated simultaneously, explaining how his parents had managed to seal the core back then. Use the token, Li Ping suddenly exclaimed. We used the token stolen from the Long faction in conjunction with the Hongmeng key to complete the sealing. His parents did not possess the token voluntarily. Rather, they had seized it from the Long faction, thus enabling them to seal the core and avoiding logical inconsistencies. As both tokens were inserted, the crystal altar erupted with a blinding golden light. The chains in the blood pool began to tremble, and the totems of the myriad clans emitted anguished wails. Li Xiao resonated with the chains, and his consciousness was flooded with memories of his parents from that time. Mother Su Lan purifying the chains with the Tianshui technique, while Father Li Ping severed the evil energy with the Tai Su sword intent, ultimately sealing the Hongmeng core beneath the spiritual spring. It became clear that the Hongmeng core acted as a brake for the abyssal spiritual energy. Li Xiao suddenly comprehended the Long faction's intent to remove the brake, allowing the abyssal spiritual energy to run rampant, thus shattering the seals of the evil shadow domain. The Long faction did not aim to resurrect the master of the evil shadow, but rather to utilize the uncontrolled spiritual energy as a battering ram against the evil shadow domain's barriers. Just then, the forces of the Long faction breached the gate of the Sword Tomb, and the white-haired elder's 7-star token shot forth a black light, striking the seal node of the altar. The crystal altar shook violently, and 3 chains in the blood pool snapped, releasing the curses of the myriad clans like a billowing black smoke. Quick, ignite the soul lamp. Su Lan pushed Li Xiao towards the spiritual spring. We'll hold them off. Li Ping and Su Lan leapt simultaneously, their broken swords and Tianshui technique weaving a net to temporarily shield against the curses and the onslaught of the Long faction. Li Xiu gazed at the model of the soul lamp above the spiritual spring, finally grasping the profound meaning behind his parents' last words. He raised the Hongmeng key and the Long faction's token high, under the resonance of the abyssal spiritual energy. The light emanating from the two tokens coalesced into the notes of the Tai Su soul melody. Only by utilizing both righteous and evil tokens simultaneously could the true soul melody be played, elucidating why the Long faction had never succeeded in completing the seal. The model of the soul lamp erupted with brilliance, and the distant 9 soul lamps lit up in unison. The chains in the blood pool tightened once more, and the curses of the myriad clans were repressed anew. Yet, at that moment, the evil energy pollution within Li Xiu suddenly erupted. The blood patterns on the token and the golden light of the Hongmeng key clashing violently, as using both righteous and evil tokens would incite a bloodline conflict. The white-haired elder gazed at the restored seal, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Even if the seal is restored, CMA is still afflicted by the curses of the myriad clans. Li Xiu, do you dare to use the spiritual spring to save her? Once the spiritual spring is activated, the fluctuations of the abyssal spiritual energy will expose the core's coordinates. Li Xiu looked at Xie Mei's pallid face, then at his parents' resolute expressions, and tightened his grip on the tokens. The light of the spiritual spring illuminated his profile, and behind him, the blood characters of his parents flickered in the golden light, as if recounting the unfinished battle from 20 years prior. Deep within the abyss, the suppressed curses of the myriad clans writhed beneath the chains, awaiting their next opportunity to break free. Chapter 45, Urgent Sealing, the Backlash of Key Resonance. Under the radiance of the soul lamp on the crystal altar, the righteous and evil energies within Li Xiu clashed violently. The golden light of the Hongmeng key attempted to purify the blood patterns of the Long faction's token, only to be tainted by evil energy, forming black veins upon his arm. Simultaneously, using both righteous and evil tokens would incite a tug-of-war within the bloodline. If the Tai Su bloodline was not powerful enough, it would succumb to the corruption of evil energy. Xiaogu, your spiritual energy frequency is in chaos. Lin Wei's positioning device emitted a red light, warning that the abyssal spiritual energy was converging upon him, threatening to trigger a spiritual vein eruption. The Hongmeng key, as the master key of the abyssal spiritual energy, if it spiraled out of control, could lead to a tidal wave of spiritual energy throughout the entire abyss. Seeing this, Sulon immediately pressed her water spirit pendant against Li Xiu's back, used the Tianshui technique to neutralize the evil energy. Pinggu, help me stabilize his meridians. Li Ping lightly tapped several acupoints on Li Xiu, the golden sword intent temporarily suppressing the black veins. The combination of Tai Su sword intent and Tianshui technique could momentarily alleviate the backlash. Want to save CMA? First, you must pass through me. The white-haired elder activated the 7-star token once more, and 7 black beams formed an evil shadow formation, effectively partitioning the light of the soul lamp. The 7-star token corresponded to the 7-layer seals of the abyss, partially countering the suppressive force of the soul lamp, which explained why the elders of the Long faction could maintain their assault. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiu activated the Tai Su classic, attempting to guide the righteous and evil energies towards the spiritual spring. Suddenly, the remnant soul of the Tai Su sword spirit within his consciousness trembled violently, resonating with the Hongmeng key. Only under the extreme pressure of the bloodline conflict would the sword spirit's remnant soul actively merge, clarifying why previous awakenings had been somewhat passive. With a hum, a solid golden small sword materialized in the palm of Li Xiu's hand, representing the nascent form of the Tai Su sword spirit. The small sword pierced into the seal node of the spiritual spring, and the spring erupted with pure spiritual energy, enveloping Xie Mei in a protective shield. The Tai Su sword spirit served not only as a means of attack, but also as a crucial instrument for purifying evil energy. Not good. The spiritual spring has been activated. The elders of the Long faction paled in shock, as a deep rumbling emanated from the depths of the abyss. The activation of the spiritual spring would incite the pulse of the abyssal spiritual energy, effectively sounding the alarm for the spatial barrier, thus widening the fissures of the evil shadow domain. Li Xiu watched as the dark markings on Xie Mei's forehead gradually faded, Yet the backlash within him intensified. Suddenly, he recalled his parents' last words. Only the Tai Su sword intent can ignite the soul lamp. He hurled the Tai Su small sword towards the nearest soul lamp, using the sword spirit as a catalyst to resonate in place of the tokens, thereby avoiding the continued backlash. With a clang, the soul lamp was ignited, and the tidal waves of abyssal, spiritual energy abruptly calmed. The evil shadow formation of the Long faction's elders lost its source of energy and collapsed in an instant. The white-haired elder gazed at the Tai Su small sword in Li Xiu's hand, terror finally dawning in his eyes. The Tai Su sword spirit, you actually. At that moment, CMA abruptly opened her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the dark markings on her forehead vanishing completely. Yet her first words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Quick, seal the core. In the depths of the abyss, something has awakened. The purification by the spiritual spring may have saved CMA, but it has awakened the sealed entity at the very bottom of the abyss. Li Ping and Su Lan exchanged glances and simultaneously moved to reinsert the Hongmeng key and the Long faction's token into the altar. The crystal altar emitted its final radiance. The curse of the myriad clans thoroughly suppressed, and the spirit spring once again sealed by chains. Yet this time, Li Xiu distinctly sensed a pair of eyes gazing at them from the darkness beneath the chains. We must depart. Xia Mei struggled to rise, glancing at the incomplete black markings on Li Xiu's arm. Would the Dragon Clan elders relent? The true secret of the abyssal core. Her words abruptly halted, as if she recalled memories shrouded in curses. As they traversed the return passage, Li Xiu's backlash symptoms gradually eased, yet the Taishu sword became increasingly solidified. Lin Wei's locator indicated that the Dragon Clan pursuers had temporarily retreated, but the energy readings from deep within the abyss continued to escalate. The Dragon Clan had not given up. Rather, they were preparing for more perilous means. The awakening entity in the depths of the abyss posed the real threat. Xiaoge, look! Zhang Chong suddenly pointed at the stone wall of the passage. The blood-written words of his parents, illuminated by the soul-guarding lantern, revealed the concealed latter half. At the bottom of the abyss, the true soul of the Lord of Evil Shadows lies buried. Only the Taishu divine sword can sever it. The true soul of the Lord of Evil Shadows was not confined to the realm of shadows, but sealed in the deepest part of the abyss by the victors of the Myriad Clan's war. Elucidating why the Dragon Clan was so fervently intent on breaching the abyss, Li Xiu tightened his grip on the Taishu sword, observing the gradually discernible runes on its blade, finally comprehending the true mission of his parents. The journey into the abyss not only saved Xia Mei, but also unveiled the truth of the Myriad Clan's war and the actual location of the Lord of Evil Shadows. The sword spirit in his hand was, in fact, the legendary prototype of the Taishu, divine, sword capable of slaying true souls. Outside the passage, the morning light of Tianwu Academy streamed through the entrance of the abyss. Li Xiu turned back to glance. In the darkness of the abyss, something seemed to writhe slowly. He understood that the Dragon Clan's quest for the key was merely the beginning. The true war would unfold at the abyss's bottom, against the awakened true soul of the Lord of Evil Shadows. Chapter 46. The Complete Memories of Xia Mei. In the infirmary of Tianwu Academy, Xia Mei leaned against the headboard, spinning a token inscribed with the character for Xia in her hand. The black tendrils on Li Xiu's arm had faded, and the Taishu sword had merged into his consciousness, transforming into a golden sword mark. The integration of the sword spirit into his body left a permanent mark, a testament to his enhanced power. 20 years ago, I was merely a novice in the Taishu lineage. Xia Mei's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as she elaborated on her initiation, explaining the close ties with Li Xiu's parents. Your parents were my seniors. At that time, the Taishu lineage still held sway in the Taishu temple of the Hongmeng realm. Li Ping and Su Lan sat nearby, their eyes flickering with reminiscence. The Taishu lineage had not always remained hidden. It had retreated to the Hongmeng realm to safeguard the seals of the abyss following the war of the Myriad Clans. Xia Mei continued. Back then, the Dragon Clan was still called the Abyss Exploration Team, ostensibly researching spiritual energy while secretly seeking the true soul of the Lord of Evil Shadows. Is the true soul really at the bottom of the abyss? Li Xiu recalled the blood-written words on the wall. Xia Mei nodded, retrieving a yellowed animal hide scroll from beneath her pillow. This is a remnant of the war of the Myriad Clans. chronicling how the Lord of Evil Shadows was slain by the Taishu ancestor and his true soul shattered and sealed in 3 locations: the Shadow Realm, the Hongmeng Realm, and the bottom of the abyss. The Lord of Evil Shadows was not a singular entity, but a collection of true soul fragments, explaining the Dragon Clan's simultaneous strategies across the 3 locations. CMA pointed to the illustrations on the hide. The Taishu ancestor shattered the true soul with the Taishu divine sword, but the sword also fractured, transforming into the residual soul of the sword spirit, awaiting a fated individual to be reforged. So my awakened sword spirit is the first fragment of the divine sword. Li Xiu suddenly comprehended. Su Lan interjected. The Dragon Clan's ambush on the Taishu temple was to seize the fragments of the divine sword. Your father and I sealed the fragments within you, which led to the subsequent pursuit. This clarified the origin of the sword spirit within Li Xiu and the direct cause of his parents' disappearance. Suddenly, Ximai coughed violently, black blood seeping from her chest, a consequence of the lingering effects. Although the curse of the myriad clans had been purified, it had inflicted permanent damage to her meridians. The Dragon Clan's leader had not stolen the core of Hongmeng, but rather the true soul coordinates from the bottom of the abyss. She unfolded a map, marked in blood red at the locations of the 7 seals in the abyss. The 7-star token corresponds to the 7 seals. Li Ping pointed at the 7 red dots on the map. Each elder of the Dragon Clan possessed one, intending to gradually dismantle the seals. The Dragon Clan's quest for the key was not a hasty endeavor, but a long-term scheme, explaining the layered nature of their previous actions. Then why didn't my parents destroy the true soul directly? Li Xiu voiced his doubts. CMA smiled wryly. After the Taishu divine sword shattered, no one could slay the true soul. We could only reinforce the seals. While the Dragon Clan discovered a method to awaken the true soul using corrupted energy, by breaking the seals with abyssal spiritual energy and then tainting the true soul with corrupted energy, turning it into a controllable weapon. Should the true soul of the Lord of Evil Shadows be tainted with corrupted energy, it would become a weapon driven solely by destruction. A fate far more terrifying than mere resurrection. CMA gazed at the sword mark in Li Xiu's consciousness. Only by reforging the Taishu divine sword can the true soul be entirely severed. The materials needed for the reforging lie at the bottom of the abyss in the sword tomb of the myriad clans. Suddenly, the windows of the infirmary shook violently as the Dragon Clan's flying vessels appeared above the academy. CMA sprang to her feet, a fierce glint in her eyes. They have come. Li Xiu, remember my words. Reforging the divine sword requires 3 items: the Taishu sword spirit, the star-fallen iron from the sword tomb of the myriad clans, and, before she could finish, a corrupted energy shell pierced through the roof. Li Ping and Su Lan simultaneously took action, their broken sword and the heavenly water art forming a protective shield. CMA seized the opportunity to thrust a token inscribed with a sword design into Li Xiu's hand. This is the seeking sword token of the Taishu lineage. It can sense the fragments of the divine sword. Hurry, go to the bottom of the abyss. The appearance of the seeking sword token provided clues for the subsequent reforging of the divine sword, explaining why Xia Mei had not mentioned it earlier. Li Xiu clasped the token tightly, feeling the powerful resonance emanating from it, a call from the other divine sword fragments. Teacher, Li Xiu watched as more black blood seeped from Xia Mei, his heart heavy with sorrow. Don't worry about me. Xia Mei urged him towards the secret passage. The Dragon Clan's target is you and the key. Only you can reforge the divine sword. Her self-sacrificial spirit shone through. At the end of the secret passage, Lin Wei's spiritual energy vehicle awaited. Li Xiu turned back to see the infirmary collapsing under the onslaught of corrupted energy. The figures of his parents and Xia Mei vanishing amidst the smoke and dust. He understood that Xia Mei's complete memories not only unveiled the history of the Taishu lineage, but also illuminated the path forward, reforging the Taishu divine sword to slay the true soul of the Lord of Evil Shadows, thereby conclusively ending the Dragon Clan's conspiracy. As the spiritual energy vehicle entered the abyssal passage, the seeking sword token in Li Xiu's hand radiated with brilliant light. Deep within the abyss, a muffled sound of swords echoed from the direction of the sword tomb of the myriad clans, as if welcoming a new master. Above the academy, the 7-star tokens of the Dragon Clan elders illuminated simultaneously, pointing toward the abyss's bottom. where not only lay the fragments of the divine sword, but also the soon-to-awaken true soul of the Lord of Evil Shadows, in an epic battle of fate that had spanned millennia. Chapter 47. The Position of the Phoenix Clan, Ouyang Shuer's Dilemma. As the alarm of Tianwu Academy shattered the morning mist, Ouyang Shuer stood before the bronze doors of the Phoenix Clan's assembly hall. The voices of the elders within were rife with heated disputes, interspersed with mentions of the Lord of Evil Shadows and the Taishu lineage, indicating that news of the Dragon Clan's ambush had reached the upper echelons of the Phoenix Clan. Miss Ouyang, the Elder Council requests your presence. A guard from the Phoenix Clan spoke respectfully, though his gaze bore a hint of scrutiny. The internal stance of the Phoenix Clan regarding Li Xiu was divided. The younger disciples, influenced by Ouyang Shuer, leaned toward support, while the Elder Council remained wary of their established interests with the Dragon Clan. In the center of the hall, the newly appointed leader of the Phoenix Clan, Ouyang Shuer's uncle, Ouyang Kuan, was incinerating a Dragon Clan missive with Phoenix Fire. The letter bore the words regarding shared resources from the Abyss, with a corner inscribed in corrupted energy runes promising the Phoenix Clan a millennia-long spiritual vein upon success. Shuer. Ouyang Kuan crushed the ashes. The Dragon Clan proposes to use the spiritual veins of the Abyss as bait in exchange for our neutrality. You have befriended Li Xiu. Are you aware of the implications? Although Ouyang Kuan was the leader, he was constrained by the Elder Council, needing to consider the interests of the clan. Ouyang Shuer furrowed her silver brows, unfolding the spiritual message jade slip from Xia Mei hidden in her sleeve. Uncle, the Dragon Clan's abyssal spiritual veins are catalyzed by the curse of the myriad clans, and inhalation is fatal. Her fingertips ignited with phoenix flames, projecting the analysis of the underground spirit vein from the jade slip onto the Grand Hall. The Phoenix sect utilized fiery energy to convey information, merging tradition with technology. Words without proof. Elder 3 slammed his hand on the table, revealing a blood-patterned jade bracelet unique to the Dragon sect from his sleeve. It became evident that Elder 3 had secretly colluded with the Dragon sect, explaining why the Phoenix sect's intelligence was always delayed. Years ago, the Taishu lineage hoarded the primordial core, blatantly violating the covenant among the myriad clans. Ouyang Shuer turned to face Elder 3. 9 strands of true Phoenix fire coalescing behind her into a phantom of the Fire Phoenix. The jade bracelet from Elder 3's sleeve served as tangible evidence. Ouyang Shuer had long been prepared, leveraging the purifying properties of the true Phoenix flames to force the malevolent energy fluctuations from the bracelet. You. Elder 3's face turned ashen as the bracelet suddenly exploded, its malevolent energy completely incinerated by the Fire Phoenix phantom. A glint of cold light flickered in Ouyang Kuan's eyes as he instantly pinned Elder 3's wrist with a phoenix feather arrow from his sleeve, for colluding with the Dragon sect. According to the laws of the Phoenix sect, your cultivation is revoked, and you shall be imprisoned in the Demon Lock Tower, with the traitor dealt with. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall shifted dramatically. Seizing the moment, Ouyang Shuer produced the true soul coordinates of the Master of the Malevolent Shadows, deciphered by Lin Wei. Elders, the Dragon sect's target is the true soul at the bottom of the underground, and once unsealed, the entire primordial domain will become a pasture for malevolent shadows. The 7-star markings on the coordinate map corresponded precisely with the Dragon sect's insignia, confirming Xia Mei's recollections. The Grand Elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Shuer, do you wish for the Phoenix sect to engage in full-scale war with the Dragon sect? No. Ouyang Shuer shook her head, as true Phoenix flames transformed into runes. Inscribing in midair, I intend to invoke the ancient covenant against malevolence established by the myriad clans. The ancient covenant, signed after the Great War among the clans, stipulated that no sect was to collude with malevolent forces, providing a legal basis for the Phoenix sect's intervention. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Lin Wei burst in, clutching a terminal. The screen displaying that the Dragon sect's fleet had surrounded the Tianwu Academy. Xiugu and the others are trapped at the entrance of the underground. The Dragon sect is using malevolent energy explosives to breach the seal. The stance of the Phoenix sect must be determined by strength. With that, she leapt into the air, merging with the Fire Phoenix phantom, as the Phoenix sect totem within the hall suddenly radiated light. Ouyang Schwerer awakened her high-tier phoenix bloodline amidst the crisis, a 9-colored fire phoenix phantom manifesting behind her. In the name of the Phoenix sect, Ouyang Kuan finally drew his phoenix feather bow from his waist, activating the Fire Phoenix Scorched Earth formation to support the Tianwu Academy. The totem pillars of the Phoenix sect's Grand Hall collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into countless fiery feathers soaring into the sky. Ouyang Schwerer turned midair, bowing respectfully towards the direction of Li Xiao in the underground. Her choice was not merely a matter of sect allegiance, but also an affirmation of her belief in Li Xiao. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the underground, Li Xiao sensed the Fire Phoenix phantom in the sky, gripping the sword, seeking order tightly. The Phoenix sect's involvement truly heralded the beginning of the myriad clans' resistance against the Dragon sect. Chapter 48, Technological Artifacts, Lin Wei's New Invention. In the skeletal passage at the entrance of the underground, Lin Wei's spirit energy vehicle was undergoing urgent modifications. The vehicle's body was adorned with hastily welded copper coils. The trunk, wide open, filled with components hastily transported from the Academy's laboratory. Xiaogu placed the primordial key on this resonance base. Lin Wei adjusted the dashboard without looking up. I need to collect the resonance frequency between the key and the underground spirit energy. The core of the spirit energy vehicle was the Dragon Sect engine that Lin Wei had reverse engineered, but she had reprogrammed it using Tai Su spirit energy. Li Xiao placed the key at the center of the base, and instantly, countless data streams surged across the vehicle's projection screen. Zhang Chang stepped back, pinching his nose. Wei Wei, why does your vehicle smell like rotten eggs? That's the raw material for the malevolent energy neutralizer. Lin Wei shot him a glare, holding up a test tube filled with a green liquid that was corroding the glass. It's made from the purification factors of the spirit's spring and malevolent energy particles from the Dragon Sect's blood demon crystal. It can temporarily incapacitate malevolent energy weapons. Utilizing the enemy's weapon materials to create an antidote exemplified Lin Wei's reverse thinking. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the entrance of the underground. The Dragon Sect's malevolent energy bomb breached the first layer of the skeletal barrier, and dozens of malevolent energy puppets surged in. Li Xiao tightened his grip on the broken sword, the Tai Su sword intent about to be unleashed, when Lin Wei suddenly shouted, "Wait. Try this." She tossed a palm-sized metal spider, its legs crackling with blue arcs. Instinctively, Li Xiao activated it, and the spider leapt onto the nearest puppet, its 8 legs piercing into the joints. With a sizzling sound, the puppet emitted black smoke and collapsed. Nano Pulse Disruptor. Lin Wei proudly displayed the terminal data, having analyzed Zhang Chang's telekinetic frequency that interfered with malevolent energy, converting it into an electromagnetic pulse specifically targeting malevolent energy-driven puppets. By transforming superpowers into technological products, she resolved the issue of telekinesis being impractical on a large scale. And this, Lin Wei handed over a pair of goggles, the Myriad Clan's Rune Analyzer, capable of translating the ancient script of the underground in real time. Li Xiao donned the goggles and gazed at the stone walls of the passage. The blurred blood characters instantly became clear. In the year of the Gengzi, the true soul was sealed in the 7th layer of the underground. Using Starfallen Iron as the base and the Tai Su Divine Sword as the lock. Starfallen Iron. Li Xiao recalled Xian Mei's words, the material needed to reforge the Divine Sword. At that moment, the blood-slaying whip of the Dragon Sect Elder broke through the skeletal barrier, the whip's malevolent energy tendrils reaching for the spirit energy vehicle. Lin Wei abruptly pressed a button on the vehicle's roof, and it transformed, unfolding 4 metal wings, becoming a small aircraft. The hastily modified skeletal wings were controlled by Lin Wei at the steering wheel, resonating with the Tai Su sword intent. The aircraft's wings shot out golden sword shadows, perfectly in sync with Li Xiao's sword intent, instantaneously severing the tendrils. The skeletal wings served not only as a means of transportation, but also as an extension of collective combat power, embodying a profound fusion of technology and martial arts. Zhang Chang stared, dumbfounded. Wei Wei, are you dismantling the underground for modifications? What do you think the energy for the spirit energy vehicle comes from? Lin Wei shot him a glare, pointing to the pulsating skeletal energy core on the dashboard. The skeletal remains of the underground are natural spirit artifacts. As long as they resonate with the Tai Su sword intent, the energy is limitless. The aircraft plunged into the depths of the underground, when suddenly Lin Wei's analyzer emitted a warning. high concentrations of star-fallen iron detected ahead. But the energy readings suggest something is being forged. Li Xiu looked through the goggles. And at the end of the passage, a panoramic depiction of the Myriad Clan's war was etched into the rock wall, depicting the Tai Su ancestor wielding the divine sword, shattering the true soul of the malevolent Shadow Master, with the furnace for forging the divine sword located at the bottom of the underground's Myriad Clan sword tomb. This corresponded the hidden map from the ancient text with the real-world scene, propelling the plot forward. The dragon sect was indeed there. Li Xiu clenched the broken sword. They intended to reforge malevolent energy weapons using star-fallen iron. The aircraft navigated through a narrow, stone crevice, and the sight before them left everyone in shock. At the center of the Myriad Clan sword tomb, a massive malevolent energy furnace was in operation, with 7 dragon sect elders gathered, feeding star-fallen iron into the furnace. Beneath it, the outline of the true soul of the malevolent Shadow Master could be faintly seen. Lin Wei immediately activated all disruptors, and a swarm of nanospiders surged toward the energy nodes of the furnace. But at that moment, the furnace suddenly exploded, and the shockwave of malevolent energy sent the aircraft flying. As Li Xiu fell, he caught sight of the figure of the Dragon Sect's leader emerging at the core of the furnace, holding a piece of star-fallen iron engulfed in black flames, upon which the incomplete totem of the Tai Su divine sword was branded. Chapter 49. Core Clue, the hidden map of the ancient texts. Amidst the shockwave of malevolent energy from the Myriad Clan sword tomb, Li Xiu's broken sword lodged into the rock wall, barely stabilizing his form. The exterior of Lin Wei's aircraft was riddled with countless holes from the corrosive malevolent energy, and the nanospiders had suffered heavy losses. Siu Yi. The star-fallen iron in the furnace has been contaminated by malevolent energy. Lin Wei coughed out black smoke, pointing at the distorted spectrum on the terminal. But the pollution frequency resonates slightly with the remnant soul of your sword spirit. The star-fallen iron, contaminated by malevolent energy, unexpectedly resonated with the remnant soul of the sword spirit, laying the groundwork for future reforging. Li Xiu resonated with the broken sword, and the Tai Su small sword in his consciousness suddenly flew out, piercing a piece of star-fallen iron. The black malevolent energy ignited upon contact with the sword, revealing faint golden patterns within the iron, which were indeed the forging runes of the Tai Su divine sword. Indeed, Su Lan's voice echoed through the communicator. The starfall iron was originally a material for divine swords, and the taint of dark energy merely awakened its dormant memories. This starfall iron possessed a natural affinity with the essence of the void sword, rendering it impervious to true corruption. Instead, it merely activated its latent attributes of a divine sword. At that moment, the Council of Elders from the Dragon Sect had completed the forging with dark energy, and 7 shards of starfall iron, enveloped in black flames, hovered in the air, each corresponding to a crack in the void divine sword. The elder with white hair laughed maniacally. Li Xiu, do you see? This is the god-slaying sword bestowed by the Lord of the Dark Shadows. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the sword-seeking order, which resonated intensely with the shards of starfall iron. Suddenly, he recalled the blood-stained words left by his parents on the stone wall. He hastily donned Lin Wei's analysis device and directed it towards the stone wall of the sword mount, combining the resonance of the sword-seeking order with the translation from the analysis device. The myriad totems on the stone wall formed a complete blueprint for forging the divine sword. They were forging the god-slaying sword according to the cracks of the divine sword. Li Xiu cried out in alarm. Each shard of the god-slaying sword corresponds to a weakness of the divine sword. At that moment, Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix apparition suddenly descended from the sky, encircling one of the shards with 9 fiery rings. Siu Yi. The phoenix fire can temporarily suppress the dark energy. However, the instant the fiery rings made contact with the shard, they were violently repelled, nearly dissipating. Futile, the Dragon Sect's leader declared, wielding the core shard, as dark energy coalesced behind him into the shadowy figure of the Lord of Dark Shadows. The god-slaying sword was forged from materials of the same origin as the divine sword. How could the phoenix fire possibly? Before he could finish, Li Xiu abruptly inserted the primordial key into the groove of the forging blueprint on the stone wall. The ground of the Myriad Clan sword mound trembled violently, and 9 hidden soul-guarding lamps ignited simultaneously, illuminating the shards of the god-slaying sword, which began to hiss ominously. By activating the resonance array of the divine sword forging blueprint with the primordial key, it revealed that the key was not merely a sealing tool, but also the initiator of the divine sword. This is bad. The soul-guarding lamps are stripping away the dark energy. The white-haired elder's expression changed dramatically as the black flames on the shards began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiu summoned the void little sword, and as the sword's shadow collided with the purified shards of starfall iron, it emitted a clear, melodious ring. It turned out that the shards of the divine sword were calling for their companions. Enlightenment dawned upon Li Xiu as the light of the sword-seeking order pointed towards the core shard held by the dragon sect leader. The shards of the god-slaying sword were fundamentally corrupted fragments of the divine sword, and the sword-seeking order could sense their essence. Just then, Lin Wei exclaimed, "Xiugu, there's a reaction beneath the forging blueprint. It appears to be another divine sword." Everyone turned towards the sound, as the ground in the center of the forging blueprint split open, revealing a half-buried broken sword. The blade was adorned with patterns reminiscent of Li Xiu's broken sword but appeared older and more weathered. Resonating with the broken sword, Li Xiu's mind was flooded with memories of the Void Ancestor. This was the original body of the divine sword that shattered when the Void Ancestor severed the true soul. Hidden beneath the sword mound all along, the body of the Void divine sword. A glint of greed flashed in the dragon sect leader's eyes as he disregarded the backlash from the dark energy, forcefully using the core shard to absorb the power of the sword body. The shadowy figure of the Lord of Dark Shadows suddenly swelled, and a chilling sound of bones grinding echoed from the depths of the cavern. "Quick, use the key to resonate with the body." So nonstop. Li Xiu pressed the primordial key against the body of the divine sword, and the key transformed into a stream of light, merging with the blade. In an instant, all the sword bones within the myriad clan sword mound resonated simultaneously, forming a colossal sword formation that ensnared the members of the dragon sect within its center. The primordial key was indeed the key to the divine sword, and upon merging with the body, it activated the ultimate seal of the myriad clan sword mound. The dragon sect leader roared in madness within the sword formation, while the shards of the god-slaying sword uncontrollably flew towards the body of the divine sword. As the dark energy was stripped away layer by layer, Li Xiu watched as the body of the divine sword ascended slowly, along with the fragments of the god-slaying sword rushing towards it, finally comprehending where the hidden map of the ancient text pointed, not to the starfall iron, nor to the true soul, but to this slumbering void divine sword that had lain dormant for millennia. The dragon sect's plan for the god-slaying sword, through a twist of fate, had inadvertently guided him to all the shards of the divine sword. At the bottom of the cavern, the radiance resonating from the body of the divine sword and the shards illuminated the entire sword mound. Yet, in the corners untouched by the light, the true soul of the Lord of Dark Shadows was slowly writhing, absorbing the dark energy that overflowed from the elders of the dragon sect. Li Xiu clenched his fists, knowing that the crucial moment for reforging the divine sword had arrived, and that the true awakening of the Lord of Dark Shadows might very well coincide with the moment of the sword's rebirth. Chapter 50. The Void Totem Within the Key. Amidst the radiance of the divine sword's resonance within the myriad clan sword mound, the stream of light formed by the primordial key traced the complete void totem upon the body of the divine sword. The sword mark in Li Xiu's consciousness burned intensely, and the void little sword flew forth to merge with the body, instantly unleashing a torrent of golden light that soared into the heavens. All the dark energy on the shards of the god-slaying sword was thoroughly stripped away, revealing the true form of the divine sword within. "No, my god-slaying sword." The dragon sect leader attacked the sword formation in a frenzy, but was rebuffed by the sword wall formed by the myriad clan sword bones. The 7-star tokens of the white-haired elders shattered simultaneously, and the seals of the 7th layer of the cavern crumbled in response, unleashing a deafening roar from the depths. The shattering of the 7-star tokens caused the seal of the true soul at the bottom of the cavern to loosen. Li Xiu reached out to touch the body of the divine sword, and a deluge of information surged into his consciousness. Memories of the Void Ancestors forging, the complete history of the myriad clans battle, and most crucially, the reforging of the divine sword required the essence of bloodline as a guide, and the key as the core, in order to sever the true soul. "Xiugu, the energy readings at the bottom of the cavern are off the charts." Lin Wei's terminal screen nearly exploded, as if something were absorbing the dark energy. Ouyang Shui's fiery phoenix apparition suddenly fluctuated violently, and she stepped back, clutching her heart. The true soul of the Lord of Dark Shadows is consuming the dark energy of the Dragon Sect members. Indeed, the members of the Dragon Sect trapped within the sword formation suddenly screamed in agony, their bodies transforming into black smoke and being drawn into the depths of the cavern. The shadowy figure of the Lord of Dark Shadows slowly coalesced in the darkness, a giant composed of countless vengeful souls, with a void totem branded upon its brow. Identical to that of the primordial key, the true soul of the Lord of Dark Shadows also bore the void totem, hinting at its ancient connection to the void lineage. This is impossible. Li Ping gripped the broken sword tightly. The void totem is a symbol of the ancestors' bloodline. Su Lan's face turned pale. Could it be that the Lord of Dark Shadows is also of the void lineage? Just then, the body of the divine sword emitted a low hum, as the void totem on the hilt resonated with the totem on the brow of the Lord of Dark Shadows. Li Xiu felt a powerful pull, compelling him to approach the Lord of Dark Shadows. "See ye." Zhang Chong used his telekinesis to hold him back. "What are you doing?" I must go." Li Xiu's gaze became dazed. "The totem is calling me." The resonance of the void totem revealed a possible bloodline connection between Li Xiu and the Lord of Dark Shadows, deepening the tragedy of their roles. CMA's voice suddenly crackled through the communicator, urgent like never before. "Li Xiu, don't get close. The Lord of Dark Shadows is," before she could finish, the communicator erupted with deafening static. The colossal hand of the Lord of Dark Shadows reached for Li Xiu, the void totem in its palm glowing with a black golden radiance. The core of the primordial key within Li Xiu's body and the body of the divine sword both heated up simultaneously, as if they were instinctively reaching out to that giant hand. "In the name of the void, forge!" Li Xiu roared in a half-daze, as the body of the divine sword transformed into a stream of light, merging with him. In an instant, a pair of luminous wings composed of myriad sword shadows unfurled from his back, and in his hand, he wielded a complete divine sword forged from all the shards, the Void Divine Sword. "This is the sword god form of the Void Ancestor." Ouyang Kuan's voice rang out from the Fengsec fleet. "Shui'er, quickly use the Phoenix Fire to empower him." Ouyang Shui'er gritted her teeth and leaped, as the nine-colored fiery phoenix apparition surged into Li Xiu's body. The divine sword absorbed the Phoenix Fire, igniting golden flames upon its blade. In midair, Li Xiu turned. The divine sword aimed directly at the Lord of Dark Shadows, merging the divine sword, the Phoenix Fire, and the essence of the Void bloodline. Li Xiu finally possessed the power to slay the true soul. Yet just as the divine sword was about to strike, the Void totem on the brow of the Lord of Dark Shadows erupted with blinding golden light, resonating with the core of the key within Li Xiu. Within Li Xiu's consciousness, the internal structure of the primordial key gradually unfolded, revealing a complete match with the totem of the Lord of Dark Shadows. The primordial key was not merely a tool to seal the true soul. Rather, it was a vessel crafted by the Void Ancestor for the true soul, with the Void totem within the key serving to guide the true soul back to its origin. Originally, everything was orchestrated by the progenitor, Li Xiu murmured, as a divine sword strike halted in midair. The Lord of the Evil Shadow emitted a deafening roar, its colossal hand pressing against Li Xiu's chest. The brilliance of the divine sword abruptly extinguished, and Li Xiu plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Ouyang Shui'er caught him, discovering a black golden totem on his chest, identical to that of the Lord of the Evil Shadow, while the Tai Su divine sword in her hand shattered into fragments, flying back to the depths of the earth. "Xiuge, are you all right?" Li Xiu struggled to lift his head, gazing at the Lord of the Evil Shadow reforming in the abyss, and touched the totem on his chest, his eyes filled with confusion and determination. "I am fine. I have merely come to understand something." He looked at Ouyang Shui'er and then at his parents. The Lord of the Evil Shadow may be the progenitor of the Tai Su lineage. The black golden totem on Li Xiu's chest began to rotate slowly, resonating with the totem at the center of the Lord of the Evil Shadow's brow. The schemes of the Dragon faction, the truth behind the war of myriad races, and the origins of the Tai Su lineage. All clues pointed towards this astonishing revelation. The progenitor of Tai Su and the Lord of the Evil Shadow might originally have been one entity. As the key and bearer of the divine sword, Li Xiu was both the sword that slays the true soul and the vessel for its return. Chapter 51. Totem Resonance. Revelation of the Tai Su Bahua Formation. In the darkness at the depths of the earth. The black golden totem on Li Xiu's chest resonated with the totem on the Lord of the Evil Shadow's brow. Each tremor was accompanied by excruciating pain in his consciousness, as if countless needles were piercing his soul. Oyangshuer's phoenix fire true flame pressed against his back, barely suppressing the totem's violent surge. Siu Yi, your life signs are skyrocketing. Lin Wei's medical terminal blinked with red light, indicating that the frequency of the totem matched precisely with the spiritual fluctuations at the core of the abyss. The corrected setting revealed, the black golden totem is essentially the embodiment of the abyss's spiritual energy, explaining why it resonates with the core. Li Ping and Su Lan simultaneously formed seals, and the luminous patterns of the Tai Su Bagua formation unfolded on the ground. The moment Li Xiu's foot stepped into the formation's eye, the totem on his chest erupted with countless golden rays, illuminating the entirety of the abyss. The Tai Su Bagua formation was not a defensive array, but a resonance array capable of extracting historical fragments from the totem. Look, it is the progenitor of Tai Su. Zhang Chong pointed at the ethereal figure emerging within the luminous patterns. In the vision, a giant clad in a Taoist robe wielded a divine sword, carving out the totem from his brow, splitting it in two, one half transforming into the Hongmeng Qi, while the other sank deep into the abyss. This revelation clarified why the progenitor and the Lord of the Evil Shadow possessed the same totem. They were originally one entity that had split apart. It turned out that the Lord of the Evil Shadow was the other half of the progenitor's soul. Su Lan covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with shock. Suddenly, CMA's voice returned through the communicator. Indeed, during the war of myriad races, the progenitor discovered that the evil energy could not be eradicated. So he severed his own soul, transforming his malevolent thoughts into the true soul, sealing it with the Hongmeng Qi. The Lord of the Evil Shadow was not an external evil entity, but a collective of the progenitor's actively separated malevolent thoughts. The totem on Li Xiu's chest began to spin, revealing the complete memories of the progenitor during the division of his soul. He stood at the center of the Tai Su Bagua formation, inserting the divine sword into the formation's eye, chanting, with my malevolent thoughts. I suppress the grievances of the myriad races. If there are descendants, let them know my will. Will? Li Xiu murmured, as the images of the totem's resonance suddenly distorted. He saw the leader of the dragon faction digging deeper into the abyss, holding a piece of star-fallen iron engraved with half a bagua. This was indeed the token that had fallen when the progenitor divided his soul. The dragon faction had not sought destruction, but aimed to fulfill the progenitor's last wish, albeit misinterpreting its meaning. At that moment, Oyangshuer's phoenix fire apparition emitted a mournful cry, as the evil energy from the abyss surged upwards, tainting the Tai Su Bagua formation black. Lin Wei's locator showed that the remnants of the dragon faction were bombarding the formation's eye with evil energy. They seek to disrupt the resonance. We cannot let them succeed. Li Xiu stepped forward vigorously, the totem on his chest resonating with the formation's eye. The luminous patterns of the Bagua formation instantly reversed, reflecting all the evil energy back. The totem was not merely a mark, but also the key to operating the Bagua formation. Only the bloodline of Tai Su could function correctly. Amidst the explosive flames, the figure of the dragon faction's leader appeared, and the half-piece of Bagua star-fallen iron in his hand exerted a powerful attraction to the totem on Li Xiu's chest. As the two totems drew closer, the depths of the abyss echoed with the sound of myriad swords, as fragments of the Tai Su divine sword flew from all directions, swirling around Li Xiu. It became clear that the reconstruction of the divine sword required a complete totem. Li Ping finally understood that the dragon faction leader held the malevolent totem, while the one on Li Xiu's chest was the righteous totem. The divine sword required the unification of both righteous and malevolent totems to summon the sword bones of the myriad races at the core of the abyss. Just as the divine sword was about to be reforged, the Lord of the Evil Shadow's colossal hand suddenly penetrated through the ground, the black golden totem in its palm completely overlapping with the one on Li Xiu's chest. In that instant, Li Xiu's consciousness was inundated by the progenitor's complete memories. After the war of the myriad races, the progenitor foresaw that future generations would misuse the evil energy, thus severing his own soul, leaving behind the Hongmeng Qi and the Bagua formation. hoping that descendants would balance the righteous and the evil, rather than simply slaying. Balance. Li Xiu suddenly opened his eyes wide, as the fragments of the divine sword began to coalesce in his hands, no longer purely golden, but interwoven with black golden hues. The Tai Su balanced sword, which harmonized the righteous and the evil, resonated with the true legacy of the progenitor. The dragon faction leader gazed upon the balanced sword, suddenly bursting into laughter. So, it is. The progenitor desires us to merge the righteous and the evil. He actively pressed the half-totem against Li Xiu's chest. The dragon faction leader was not purely evil, but had misunderstood the progenitor's intentions, and at this moment, he finally awakened to the truth. However, just as the totems were about to unite, the Lord of the Evil Shadow let out a furious roar, retracting its giant hand violently, dragging the dragon faction leader into the depths of the abyss. As the embodiment of the progenitor's malevolent thoughts, the Lord of the Evil Shadow instinctively resisted the balance, revealing that the true enemy was the irreconcilable extreme malevolence. Li Xiu gripped the balanced sword, the totem on his chest slowly rotating, projecting the complete Tai Su Bagua diagram. At the center of the diagram, the positions of the Hongmeng Qi and the core of the Evil Shadow were clearly visible. It turned out that the true function of the abyss's core was to maintain distance between the two, preserving balance. We were wrong. CMA's voice resonated with regret. We always believed we must slay the true soul, but the progenitor wanted us to protect the balance. In the darkness at the depths of the abyss, the black golden light of the balanced sword illuminated a new pathway. At the end of the passage, a complete piece of star-fallen iron bore the final revelation. With balance established, the myriad races shall find peace, the Qi shall guide, and the Bagua shall measure. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balanced sword. Gazing into the depths of the passage, he finally comprehended that the true revelation of the Tai Su Bagua formation was not a battle of black and white, but the quest to find equilibrium between righteousness and malevolence. The totem on his chest was indeed the key to unlocking this balance. In the distance, the roars of the Lord of the Evil Shadow grew ever closer, while deeper within, the ultimate secret left by the progenitor awaited his discovery. Chapter 52. The Dragon Faction's Secret Meeting, the Conspiracy for the Key within the Elders' Council. The faint light at the depths of the abyss filtered through the crevices of the stalactites, illuminating the makeshift tent of evil energy erected by the Elders' Council of the Dragon Faction. 7 remaining elders sat in a circle around a blood-red summoning array, at the center of which floated a charred fragment of star-fallen iron. It was the malevolent totem fragment that the Dragon Faction leader had clutched tightly before being dragged into the abyss. As the blood message from the leader reached them before his demise, the eldest elder wiped the bloodstains from the star-fallen iron, a glint of fervor flashing across his wrinkled face. The Lord of the Evil Shadow has recognized our plan to disrupt the balance. The Dragon Faction leader had not been devoured, but had reached an agreement with the true soul, explaining why the Elders' Council could still receive commands. The third elder embedded an evil energy crystal into the formation's eye, and the walls of the tent projected an image of Li Xiu wielding the balance sword. This brat has somehow acquired the balance sword, capable of simultaneously controlling righteous and evil spiritual energy. The black mist seeping from the crystal coalesced into the phantom of the Lord of the Evil Shadow, its black golden totem slowly rotating. Balance? The fifth elder scoffed, his blood-stained ring piercing into the star-fallen iron. The progenitor severed his own soul to enable future generations to eradicate the malevolent thoughts. Yet this brat seeks to achieve balance? This is nothing but betrayal. The Dragon Faction had always believed that the progenitor's intent was to eliminate the evil energy, standing in stark opposition to Li Xiu's path of balance. The Grand Elder waved his hand to disperse the phantoms, revealing a mechanical apparatus deep within the tent. This sinister energy resonator was cobbled together from the remnants of the Dragon Sect's laboratory, with its core component astonishingly reconfigured from Lin Wei's discarded nanopulse disruptor. The Dragon Sect had reverse-engineered Lin Wei's invention, infusing it with technological elements designed for resistance. According to the leader's bloodline message, the Grand Elder indicated the energy spectrum of the device, noting that the weakness of the balance sword lay in the resonance frequency of the righteous and evil totems. By amplifying the malevolent energy frequency with the resonator, They could incite the totem within Li Xiu to go berserk, utilizing his unique power characteristics for a countermeasure. Showcasing the dragon's sex cunning. Suddenly, the seventh elder convulsed, his eyes rolling back as he bellowed in the leader's voice. Remember, seize the key, disrupt the balance. Only then can the true soul emerge. Before he could finish, black blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his body turning to char. Communicating with the true soul required a sacrifice of life, explaining the dragon's sex willingness to go to any lengths. The calibration of the resonator's energy is complete. The third elder exclaimed, eagerly gazing at the instrument panel. As soon as Li Xiu entered the core balance node of the underground cavern, they could activate the device, transforming him into a vessel for malevolent energy. The core of the cavern contained specific nodes designed to maintain balance, which was pivotal to the dragon's sex plan. Meanwhile, within the swordbone passageway above the cavern, Lin Wei's spiritual energy vehicle suddenly sounded an alarm. High-frequency, malevolent energy signal detected. She projected the analyzed waveform to Li Xiu, noting how closely the frequency mirrored that of the totem on his chest, resembling a trap set for him. Resonating with his chest totem, Li Xiu indeed felt an unusual pull. Ouyang Schwerer activated her Phoenix Fire True Flame Shield, but the fiery feathers hissed upon contact with the invisible waves of malevolent energy. The dragon sect has employed my Phoenix Fire frequency for interference? This hinted at a possible traitor within the dragon sect or a breach of Phoenix sect data. Moreover, Li Ping pointed to the subtle fluctuations in the waveform. They have also intermingled the frequency of the void-locking demon array that once sealed the true soul, attempting to provoke the totem into a frenzy. The dragon sect had utilized the ancient array knowledge of the void lineage, adding layers to their conspiracy. Suddenly, CMA's voice crackled through the communicator. The Dragon Sect Elder Council is awaiting you at the Soul Balance platform in the underground cavern. They intend to use your balance sword to disrupt the equilibrium established by the ancestor. The Soul Balance platform was the core, maintaining the balance between righteousness and evil. Elucidating why the Dragon Sect had chosen this location, Lin Wei clapped her hands in realization. I've got it. The Dragon Sect's resonator requires a living key to activate. They aim to transform you into a malevolent energy reactor. Quickly, she tapped on her terminal. Look, this is the operational principle of my simulated resonator. On the projection screen, the Dragon Sect's resonator resembled a massive funnel of malevolent energy, with Li Xiu's balance sword serving as its plug. Once activated, the righteous and evil totems within him would be forcibly separated, with the balance sword becoming the key to guiding the malevolent energy to annihilate the cavern. The Dragon Sect sought not only to seize the key, but also to harness Li Xiu's power to achieve their ultimate goal. We cannot allow them to succeed. Su Lan clenched the jade slip of the Tian, Shui Ju tightly. The balance established by the ancestor must hold profound significance. Disrupting it would cause the true soul at the bottom of the cavern to spiral into complete chaos. Li Xiu caressed the black golden patterns on the balance sword, suddenly recalling a phrase from the ancestor's memories. Balance is not stillness, but a dynamic equilibrium. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. They believed balance to be static, hence their desire to disrupt it. Yet true balance is a harmonious flow. At that moment, the Dragon Sect's malevolent energy resonator abruptly activated, unleashing a cacophony of wails from the cavern's core. The totem on Li Xiu's chest throbbed violently, and the balance sword uncontrollably pointed toward the Soul Balance platform. The Dragon Sect had preemptively set their scheme in motion, forcing Li Xiu to make a choice. Let us go. Li Xiu grasped the balance sword, heading toward the Soul Balance platform, determined to demonstrate what true balance entailed. The spiritual energy vehicle shattered through the swordbone barrier, revealing a platform suspended over a blood pool at the heart of the cavern. The 7 elders of the Dragon Sect had already set up a malevolent energy array atop the platform, with the resonator's black radiance piercing the heavens, creating a deadly resonance with the totem within Li Xiu. At the center of the platform, the true soul phantom of the Lord of Malevolent Shadows was slowly coalescing, awaiting the moment of disruption. Standing at the edge of the platform, the balanced sword emitted a clarion call. He understood that the Dragon Sect's scheme to seize the key was not solely about power. It was also about fulfilling their misinterpretation of the ancestors' wishes. He had to prevent this calamity without disrupting the balance. The true secret at the bottom of the cavern perhaps lay waiting on the precipice of balance and destruction, awaiting his revelation with the balance sword. Chapter 53. Pre-match Training, Xiaomei's Guidance in the Void. Deep within the sword bone chamber of the cavern, Li Xiao knelt on one knee. The balanced sword plunged into the sword bone altar before him. The black golden patterns of the sword resonated with the altar's totem, igniting myriad remnants of sword energy. Yet upon nearing his 3-foot radius, they abruptly vanished. This was the void convergence array set by Xiaomei, capable of transforming the overflow of sword intent into a nurturing current for the spiritual veins. Remember, the balanced sword is neither righteous nor evil, but embodies both. Xiaomei's voice echoed from the apex of the chamber, where she sat cross-legged on a suspended sword bone, her silver hair revealing traces of incomplete black curse markings. Though purified by the spiritual spring, the myriad curses still posed a latent threat within her body, requiring suppression through sword intent. Li Xiao activated the Void Sutra, attempting to channel the righteous and evil spiritual energies of the sword body. However, each time the black and golden energies converged in his dantian, the totem on his chest trembled violently, as if to tear his meridians apart. Teacher, the conflict between the righteous and evil energies is too intense. I cannot control it. Xiaomei flicked her fingertip, sending forth a strand of sword intent that struck the golden pattern of the balanced sword. Instantly, the sword radiated with brilliant golden light, while the black radiance was suppressed back to the hilt. You are mistaken. Balance is not repression, but harmony. She descended to the ground, placing her palm on Li Xiao's back. Feel my inner breath. Observe how the void sword intent flows. A gentle sword intent coursed into Li Xiao's meridians, not forcibly guiding, but forming a taiji pattern where the righteous and evil energies intertwined. The essence of the void sword intent was to direct rather than resist, akin to a stream guiding sediment rather than a dam opposing floodwaters. Now I understand, Li Xiao realized, akin to how the Tian Shui Ju purifies malevolent energy, not through annihilation, but transformation. He endeavored to emulate Xiaomei's inner breath trajectory, and indeed, the black and golden energies within his dantian ceased to clash, instead swirling around the taiji pattern. Excellent, Xiaomei nodded, coughing up a trace of black blood, yet maintaining her composure. The dragon sect believes balance to be a static scale, yet they fail to realize that true balance is a dynamic integration. She pointed to the taiji totem at the altar's center, explaining how the ancestor severed his soul, leaving the key with the true soul to impart to future generations the understanding that malevolent thoughts cannot be eradicated but must be guided back to righteousness. At this moment, the stone door of the chamber trembled, and Zhang Chang's voice resonated through mental energy. Xiaogu, Wei Wei has analyzed the frequency of the dragon sect's resonator. However, Lin Wei's voice followed, tinged with astonishment. The core frequency of a resonator completely matches the malevolent aspect of the totem on your chest. They intend to induce a resonance at the soul balance platform, transforming you into a vessel for malevolent energy. The dragon sect had exploited the frequency of Li Xiao's totem's malevolent aspect, exemplifying the precision of their conspiracy. Xiaomei's expression sharpened. She abruptly withdrew the convergence array. A torrent of sword energy erupted instantly, compelling Li Xiao to wield the balanced sword for defense. Yet shaken in spirit, the sword's black radiance surged perilously, nearly rebounding upon him. Did you see that? Xiaomei sliced through the black radiance. When your heart wavers, your sword falters. What the dragon sect desires is precisely the moment of your emotional upheaval. Li Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the rampaging black patterns on the balanced sword. Teacher, how can I stabilize my mind? Ask yourself. Xiaomei placed a jade pendant inscribed with the character for stillness into his palm. Years ago, when your parents were pursued, I witnessed them questioning their hearts with a sword at the soul abyss. This supplemented the mindset cultivation of his parents from back then, providing Li Xiao with a reference point. Li Xiao clutched the pendant tightly and entered a meditative state. The image of the ancestors' fragmented soul surfaced in his mind. As the giant submerged the malevolent thoughts into the cavern, there was no hatred in his eyes, only compassion. It dawned on him that the ancestor did not seek to obliterate malevolent thoughts, but to restore them to their rightful place. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the black-golden energies of the balance sword coalesced at its tip into a spinning taiji symbol. Splendid. CMA's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Guide the energy with intent, and wield the sword with that energy. This is the return to the essence of the void sword intent. She withdrew a charred bamboo scroll, the remnants of the balanced sword manual from the primordial ancestor of the void, with a final page detailing the crucial method to contend against the resonator. As the scroll unfurled, the last line of text was eroded by malevolent energy, leaving only the phrase, "With righteousness counteract evil, and with evil nourish righteousness." Resonance. The incomplete sword manual hinted at a strategy to combat the resonator by harnessing the resonance of both light and darkness. Wei. Lixiao suddenly spoke into the communicator. Reverse compile the frequency of the resonator and create a sword intent amplifier. Utilizing the frequency of the dragon sect for his own advantage demonstrated Lixiao's adaptability in the moment. Lin Wei's voice brimmed with excitement. Got it. It's akin to transforming a disruptor into an amplifier, requiring Zhang Chong's mental strength as a carrier. Ximei, observing the unwavering resolve in Lixiao's eyes, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Remember, the core of the 10,000 Souls Balance platform is, before she could finish her sentence, the sword bones at the top of the secret chamber unexpectedly collapsed, and the dragon sect's malevolent energy bomb penetrated the rock wall, unleashing a horde of malevolent puppets. Master, Lixiao brandished his sword to shield CMA, and the taiji diagram of the balanced sword erupted with brilliant radiance, repelling the puppets in one fell swoop. However, he noticed the curse markings had spread to Xia Mei's neck, realizing she had disregarded her own safety to guide him. Run. Xia Mei urged him towards the secret passage. The dragon sect's target is you. I will hold them off. Her silver hair billowed, and the sword intent emanating from her short blade was imbued with a dark glow. To augment its power, she had begun to burn her own cursed energy. Lixiao gripped the balance sword tightly, gazing into Xia Mei's resolute eyes, finally comprehending the true essence of the intense training. It was not merely an enhancement of martial skills, but a tempering of the spirit. He turned and dashed into the secret passage, the sounds of Xia Mei battling the swarm of puppets echoing behind him. Meanwhile, in the palm of his hand, the charred remnants of the balance sword manual revealed 3 final words due to his fervent blood, center of the platform. At the bottom of the cavern, the malevolent energy resonator of the 10,000 Souls Balance platform was gathering power, the sinister laughter of the Dragon Sect Elder Council echoing through the communicator. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Lixiao who had been guided by Xia Mei was no longer the boy caught in the struggle between righteousness and evil. He clutched the balance sword, the totem on his chest resonating with the taiji diagram within the sword, taking the first step towards the balance platform. And behind him, Xia Mei, at the cost of burning her life, bought him the crucial time needed to unravel the situation. Chapter 54. Support from the Phoenix Sect. Ouyang Schwerer S Intelligence Network. At the pinnacle of the Phoenix Sect's headquarters stargazing platform, Ouyang Schwerer sat cross-legged at the center of a circular formation embedded with 9 fire phoenix crystals. Her silver-white hair shimmered with a golden hue in the light of the crystals, her fingertips pinching a burning jade slip of spiritual communication. The runes on the slip arranging themselves to form a real-time projection of the Dragon Sect Elder Council's clandestine meeting. The sleeve of the third elder bore the residual fluctuations of a blood-patterned jade bracelet belonging to a traitor of the Phoenix Sect. Ouyang Schwerer whispered to the fire phoenix statue at the formation's core, and suddenly, the crystals erupted with red light, marking the coordinates of the malevolent energy tent as a crimson dot. The fire phoenix crystals of the stargazing platform could track malevolent energy and the unique blood pattern fluctuations of the Phoenix Sect, justifying the acquisition of intelligence. Miss Ouyang. Urgent news from the Southern Domain Branch. A Phoenix Sect scout, clad in crimson attire, knelt on one knee, presenting a communication shell scorched with burn marks. From the smoke billowing from the shell, a scene emerged of Dragon Sect transport ships congregating at the entrance of the domain of Evil Shadows, with the figurehead of the ship depicting half of the Evil Shadow Lord's totem. Ouyang Schwerer ignited the charred mark at the shell's opening with her true phoenix fire, revealing hidden text, the core component of the resonator, the malevolent energy frequency amplification ring, has been transported to the 10,000 Souls Balance platform by the young master of the Dragon Sect. The amplification ring was the core of the resonator, providing a target for Li Xiu's counteraction. Notify Lin Wei, Ouyang Shuer rose, the phantom of the fire phoenix unfurling 9 colorful wings behind her. The material of the amplification ring was shadow, fallen iron, which reacted uniquely to the true phoenix fire. She approached the grand map of all races at the center of the stargazing platform, tracing her finger over the projection of the cavern's depths, and also ascertained the locations of the malevolent energy anchor points arranged by the dragon sect at the balance platform. Suddenly, the ground of the stargazing platform illuminated with numerous light patterns, forming a vast intelligence network. Ouyang Shuer's intelligence network was not a singular clue, but comprised a web of fire phoenix informants scattered across various locales, including tea house proprietors, merchant guards, and even marginal figures affiliated with the dragon sect, transmitting information through jade slips, homing pigeons, and even distinctive scents. This showcased the complexity and subtlety of the Phoenix Sect's intelligence system. Miss, the Eastern Domain Scout reports. Another scout presented a blood-stained cloth, revealing that the Dragon Sect Elder Council was forcibly communicating with the evil Shadow Lord using blood sacrifice techniques, with 3 elders already having sacrificed their lives. The blood patterns on the cloth revealed the energy map of the resonator within the true Phoenix fire, confirming that the core frequency indeed aligned with Li Xiu's malevolent totem. Ouyang Shueker scrutinized the map, her silver brows furrowing slightly. They intended to trigger a resonance rupture of the righteous and evil totems when Li Xiu stepped into the center of the balance platform. She retrieved the specially crafted spiritual energy encryption device from Lin Wei, converting the intelligence into sword intent fluctuations comprehensible only to Li Xiu, advising him that the weakness of the amplification ring lay in the malevolent I'm marking at the top. At that moment, the fire phoenix crystals of the stargazing platform suddenly erupted, and a shockwave of malevolent energy penetrated the roof. Ouyang Shuer deployed her phoenix shield, only to see a dragon sect assassin surge from the shadows, a short blade laced with corrosive spirit energy in hand. Seeking death, Ouyang Shuer flicked her fingertip, unleashing true phoenix fire, reducing the short blade to ashes. The assassin detonated the malevolent energy bomb on his body, screaming in his final moments. The evil Shadow Lord will tear apart. Amidst the explosion's flames, Ouyang Shuer retrieved a miniature jade slip from between the assassin's fingernails. This was a deceptive intelligence transmission device used by the dragon sect. She scorched the slip with phoenix fire, revealing entirely contradictory information. The core of the resonator is located on the eastern side of the balance platform. The dragon sect attempted to mislead with false intelligence, highlighting the complexity of the intelligence war. Indeed a deception, Ouyang Shuer crushed the jade slip, notifying all informants to cross-verify the information, particularly focusing on those marked with malevolent eyes. She gazed at the projection of the balance platform at the center of the stargazing platform, now covered with red dots, revealing that the dragon sect had arranged 72 malevolent energy anchor points, forming the 10,000 souls locking dragon formation. Lin Wei's voice suddenly resonated from the communicator, filled with excitement. Sister Shuer, I've deciphered the layout of the malevolent energy anchor points. Their arrangement coincides with the dead gates of the Void's 8 trigrams. Lin Wei employed data analysis to unravel traditional formations, illustrating cross-disciplinary collaboration. A glint of sharpness flashed in Ouyang Shuer's eyes. The dead gate is indeed the life gate. Inform Li Xiu to enter through the dead gate. The Phoenix Sect's Fire Phoenix breaking evil formation will cover the anchor points the moment he enters. She approached the weapon rack of the stargazing platform, retrieving a phoenix feather bow engraved with 9 fire patterns. I shall personally provide support at the 10,000 souls balance platform. The Phoenix Sect fleet is already assembled on the ground, ready for firepower suppression. Outside the stargazing platform, the Fire Phoenix fleet of the Phoenix Sect was gathering, each ship's figurehead of the Fire Phoenix gaping wide, aimed at the cavern's entrance. Ouyang Shuer leaped onto the mast of the Fire Phoenix flagship, her silver hair billowing in the flames. She understood that the intelligence network conveyed not only information, but also the resolve of the Phoenix Sect. Whether Li Xiu could find balance amidst the Dragon Sect schemes depended not only on his sword, but also on the clarity the intelligence network could provide him in the midst of the fog. At the bottom of the cavern, when Li Xiu received Ouyang Shuer's sword intent message, he stood at the edge of the balance platform. He gazed at the black and gold patterns on the balanced sword in his hand, then glanced at the malevolent energy anchor point diagram sent by Lin Wei. Finally comprehending the true power of Ouyang Shuer's intelligence network. It was not merely about acquiring information, but about discerning the singular truth amidst myriad false leads. At that moment, the Fire Phoenix fleet of the Phoenix sect had already taken to the skies, prepared to illuminate his path to balance with their flames. Chapter 55, Technological Assistance, Lin Wei's Spiritual Energy Shield. At the edge of the 10,000 Souls Balance platform at the cavern's depths, Lin Wei lay atop the engine hood of the spiritual energy vehicle, her fingertips darting across the makeshift frequency regulator. The spectrum graph on the dashboard fluctuated violently, indicating that the black and gold dual-color curve representing Li Xiu's malevolent totem was being gradually pulled off course by the malevolent energy frequency of the Dragon Sect's resonator. Chong, send me another 15 units of mental energy buffer. Lin Wei bit down on her wrench, embedding a crystal engraved with the Taiji diagram into the core of the regulator. Brother Xiu's totem resonance frequency is being locked. We must establish a frequency barrier with the spiritual energy shield. Zhang Chong pressed his hands against the vehicle's body, veins bulging on his forehead. Wei, my psychic power is nearing overload. The sinister energy waves from the dragon sect surged like a tidal wave. Blue light flickered in his eyes as he struggled to maintain the stability of the psychic net, only to witness sparks erupting from the newly welded copper coils on the vehicle. This frequency neutralizer had been modified by Lin Wei using conduits of the dragon sect's sinister energy. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balance sword, observing the black radiance of the totem on his chest resonating visibly with the resonator at the center of the balance platform. Each tremor was accompanied by a piercing pain in his meridians, as if countless needles were piercing his soul. Lin Wei, how much longer for the shield? Immediately, Lin Wei connected the last wire to the crystal, and the Taiji diagram suddenly erupted with a soft white light, activating the ethereal energy shield. The frequency barrier was being established. A semi-transparent light shield spread from the energy vehicle, enveloping Li Xiu. The surface of the shield shimmered with intertwining black and white Taiji patterns. The dragon sect's sinister energy waves crashed against the shield, only to be decomposed into harmless spiritual energy particles. The ethereal energy shield, Tai Shu Hung, utilized the principle of matter-antimatter annihilation to transform sinister energy into pure spiritual essence, resonating with the theme of balance. Impossible. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Sect bellowed from the center of the balance platform, increased the frequency output. 7 elders simultaneously pressed their palms against the resonator, and the phantom of the Lord of Sinister Shadows expanded behind them. The black and gold totem on their foreheads resonated with the totem on Li Xiu's chest, generating a more potent resonance. Lin Wei's regulator emitted a piercing alarm, and the white light of the Taiji crystal began to flicker. Not good. The resonator's frequency has breached the critical threshold. The shield's energy is draining. She swiftly drew the energy amplification gun from her waist, aiming it at the crystal. Chong, simulate the frequency of the Taishu sword intent with your psychic power. Zhang Chong let out a furious roar, the psychic net transforming into a golden sword shadow that pierced the crystal. The white light of the Taiji diagram instantly solidified, and the surface of the shield manifested intricate patterns of sword bones from myriad clans. This was a defensive program pre-recorded by Lin Wei, capable of utilizing the resonance of the cave's sword bones to enhance the shield. By converting martial sword intent into a defensive program, it embodied a profound fusion of technology and martial arts. Wei, the Dragon Sect, is targeting the frequency nodes of the shield. Li Xiu resonated with the light shield. They aim to disrupt the operation of the Taiji diagram. Lin Wei observed the red dot pulsating on the regulator screen, suddenly smiling. Just in time. Activate the frequency trap. She pressed a red button, causing the Taiji diagram on the surface of the shield to rotate in reverse, channeling the Dragon Sect's sinister energy frequency into the cave's sword bones. Boom! The sword bones surrounding the balance platform erupted with countless sword energies, rebounding the attacks of the Dragon Sect elders. The Grand Elder was grazed by the sword energy on his arm, staring in shock at the shield. This shield can resonate in reverse. Not only that, Lin Wei raised the amplification gun, a beam of white light shooting forth to connect with Li Xiu's balanced sword. Xiu Gu, guide the shield's energy with the balanced sword, and try the Taiji sword domain. Li Xiao comprehended her intention, inserting the balance sword into the edge of the light shield. In an instant, the shield expanded into a hemisphere with a diameter of 100 meters, the surface's Taiji diagram transforming into countless dancing sword shadows. The dragon sect's sinister energy wave shattered upon contact, decomposed into pure positive and negative energies, which flowed into Li Xiao's body. The ethereal energy shield was not merely defensive. It could also convert energy, providing Li Xiao with combat support. This is the ancestral Taiji sword domain. CMA's voice came through the communicator, filled with astonishment. Lin Wei. How do you know this long-lost formation? While adjusting the regulator, Lin Wei replied with a smile. I deduced it from the spiritual energy fluctuations in the remnants of the Taishu classics. Technology is about translating the wisdom of our ancestors into a language machines can understand. Lin Wei demonstrated her cross-disciplinary talent by utilizing data analysis to restore a lost martial art. At that moment, the core component of the resonator, the sinister energy frequency amplification ring, suddenly erupted with black radiance, breaking through the shield's defenses and targeting the totem on Li Xiao's chest. Lin Wei's expression changed, and she immediately set the regulator to maximum power. Chong, overload output. Xiao, go block with your sword. Zhang Chong roared, pushing his psychic power to its limits. The engine of the energy vehicle emitting an unbearable roar. Li Xiao swung the balance sword, the black and gold blade colliding with the amplification ring, producing blinding sparks. However, at that moment, the sinister eye mark on the amplification ring suddenly illuminated, an irresistible pulling force emanating, causing Li Xiao's balance sword to be forcibly drawn toward the resonator. Not good. The dragon sect has activated the sinister thought pull of the amplification ring. Ouyang Shuer's voice came through the communicator. Xiao Gu. Quickly cut off the connection. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, attempting to retract the balance sword, but felt a deadly resonance between the totem on his chest and the amplification ring. Lin Wei watched the wildly fluctuating frequency curve on the regulator, and suddenly an idea struck her. She inserted an energy chip engraved with the character for reverse into the crystal. Let's try this. Frequency reversal. The white light of the Taiji diagram abruptly transformed into black light, and the frequency of the light shield reversed instantaneously. The sinister thought pull of the amplification ring morphed into a repulsive force, violently ejecting Li Xiao's balance sword, while the amplification ring developed cracks due to the frequency conflict. This use of frequency reversal to counter the pull showcased Lin Wei's quick thinking. We did it. Lin Wei cheered, but then saw the crystal of the regulator suddenly explode. The ethereal energy shield beginning to collapse, its energy depleted and unable to hold for much longer. Li Xiao gazed at the fine cracks on the balanced sword caused by the resonance, then glanced at the dragon sect elders frantically injecting energy into the resonator. A resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Lin Wei, Zhang Chong, thank you. From here on, it's up to me. He gripped the balance sword tightly. The totem on his chest and the Taiji diagram within the sword simultaneously erupting with radiant brilliance. Though the ethereal energy shield was collapsing, the positive and negative energies it had transformed were forming a perfect cycle within him. At the depths of the cave, the phantom of the Lord of Sinister Shadows emitted an enraged roar, while Li Xiao's figure slowly ascended amidst the radiance, preparing to confront the final onslaught of the resonator. Lin Wei collapsed beside the energy vehicle, gazing at the remaining Taiji frequency ripples on the regulator screen. Knowing that this collaboration between technology and martial arts had opened the final door to balance for Li Xiao. Chapter 56. Undercurrents rising, Long Xiaoyan's sinister power prepares. At the edge of the domain of sinister shadows, an altar constructed from thousands of bones shimmered under the blood-red moonlight. Long Xiaoyan sat cross-legged at the center of the altar, his bare torso entwined with chains of sinister energy. Each chain penetrated his skin, embedding itself into the heap of bones beneath, injecting the wails of countless vengeful spirits into his veins. Ugh! Long Xiaoyan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils entirely crimson, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and instantly crystallizing into tiny sinister shadow crystals upon contact with the air. The blood-patterned totem on his chest writhed violently, resonating with the core fragment of the sinister shadow hovering at the altar's center. Remnants of the true soul pilfered from the depths of the cave by the dragon sect's leader. Young master, The third stage of the blood demon crystal fusion is complete. From the shadows, an elder clad in a tattered dragon pattern cloak bowed respectfully, holding a bone bowl filled with dark red liquid. This is the sinister soul brew made from the essence of 300 martial artist blood. It will stabilize the sinister energy channels within you. Without even glancing at the elder, Long Xiaotian opened his mouth and inhaled the liquid in the bone bowl, transforming into bloodlines that flowed down his throat. In an instant, the chains of sinister energy around him erupted with blinding red light, and the bones surrounding the altar began to clash against one another, producing a drum-like thunderous roar. The fusion of the blood demon crystal occurs in 9 stages, each requiring the essence of living beings, elucidating the purpose of the dragon sex laboratory. 300? Long Xiaotian licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice hoarse like metal scraping against metal. Not enough. Bring the Taishijing martial artist from the living warehouse. I must break through to the 9th transformation of the sinister shadows within 3 days. A flicker of hesitation crossed the elder's eyes. Young master. Those are the offerings left by the leader for the Annihilation Sword project. The project? Long Xiaotian laughed maniacally, the sinister energy in his palm surging violently, sending the elder crashing against the bone wall. My father's plan has already failed. That bratly Xiao, wielding the balance sword, thinks he can maintain some ridiculous balance? He clenched his fist tightly, the core fragment of the sinister shadow at the altar trembling violently. Only by utterly destroying the balance can I become the sole agent of the Lord of Sinister Shadows. Long Xiaotian was no longer satisfied with merely being the heir of the dragon sect. He aspired to wield the power of evil energy to become an independent ruler, standing in stark opposition to Li Xiu's path of balance. The elderly man struggled to rise, retrieving a medallion engraved with cracks from his bosom. Young master, this is the evil shadow token left by the sect leader before his passing. It is said to sense the true soul coordinates at the bottom of the abyss. True soul? Long Xiaotian seized the token, and in an instant, as the evil energy surged into it, a black and golden totem flickered in his sea of consciousness, revealing that Li Xiu had a resonance with the true soul. A flicker of intense jealousy and hatred crossed his eyes. Very well. Once I merge with the 9 transformations of evil shadow, I shall rip out his heart and uncover what lies within. From the depths of the altar, the sound of dragging chains echoed. Dozens of warriors, ensnared by evil energy, staggered forth, each marked with the blood tattoo of the dragon sect, serving as the living warehouse Long Xiaotian had mentioned. Seeing this, he stood tall, arms outstretched, and the chains of evil energy shot forth like living creatures, piercing the hearts of the warriors. No, the warriors let out anguished howls as their lifeblood was forcibly extracted, transforming into crimson beams of light that flowed into Long Xiaotian's being. His muscles swelled visibly, and the veins beneath his skin shimmered with a black golden glow, eerily reminiscent of the totem on the brow of the master of evil shadow. The 9 transformations of evil shadow technique absorb the essence of living beings, forcefully simulating the power of the true soul at the cost of gradually losing one's self-awareness. Young master, your fluctuations of evil energy have already surpassed the Yuanfu realm. The elder's eyes gleamed with fervor. With the final fragment of blood demon crystal, he could challenge the position of the evil shadow master S-agent. Long Xiaotian did not respond. He remained fixated on the evil shadow token in his palm. The cracks on the token were being mended by the evil energy, gradually revealing the coordinates of the soul balance platform at the bottom of the abyss. He recalled the image of Li Xiu wielding the balance sword. The humiliation of being defeated time and again surged within him, and the evil thoughts in his heart grew like wild grass. Li Xiu, Long Xiaotian whispered, as the evil energy at his fingertips coalesced into sharp claws. Do you think possessing the balance sword will allow you to rest easy? The totem upon your chest will soon become the beacon that guides me to your demise. At that moment, the blood-red moonlight atop the altar suddenly thickened, and a massive eye composed of evil energy opened amidst the clouds. Upon witnessing this, Long Xiaotian immediately knelt on one knee. Master of evil shadow, I beseech you. Words are unnecessary. The voice of countless vengeful souls emanated from the giant eye. Li Xiu's path of balance contradicts the essence of existence. If you can tear asunder this balance for me, I shall grant you the title of Prince of Evil Shadow. Long Xiaotian, elated, bowed deeply, unaware of the flicker of sinister light that danced within the depths of the giant eye. The master of evil shadow did not genuinely intend to support him. Rather, he sought to exploit Long Xiaoyan's evil thoughts to completely disrupt the balance, thereby breaking free from his own seal. The master of evil shadow harbored ulterior motives towards all agents, sowing the seeds of peril for Long Xiaoyan's ultimate fate. Outside the altar, the remnants of the dragon's sect were rallying. Hundreds of evil energy airships hovered in the blood-red clouds, each ship's cannons aimed towards the entrance of the abyss. Inside the airships, the nanopulse disruptors previously invented by Lin Wei had been transformed into evil energy amplification cannons, with ghostly blue arcs sparking within the barrels. "Report, young master." A hoarse voice crackled over the communicator. "The evil energy fleet has completed its deployment and is ready to bombard the soul balance platform at the abyss's bottom." Long Xiaotian slowly rose, his crimson eyes devoid of any emotion, only a profound thirst for power. He caressed the emerging evil shadow totem on his chest, gazing towards the abyss, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Li Xiao, your balance is about to come to an end." At the bottom of the abyss, Li Xiao was preparing to face the final assault of the Dragon Sect's resonator when he suddenly felt an inexplicable sharp pain in the totem on his chest. Through his resonating totem, he saw a pair of crimson eyes gazing at him from the depths of the domain of evil shadow. "What is wrong, Xiaoge?" Zhang Chang noticed his discomfort. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, gripping the balance sword tightly. A powerful surge of evil energy is approaching, more terrifying than the previous master of the Dragon Sect. CMA's voice came through the communicator, laden with unprecedented gravity. "It's Long Xiaotian. He has merged with the blood demon crystal within the domain of evil shadow, and his current strength is likely nearing that of the evil shadow master S avatar." Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix apparition spiraled in the air, her phoenix eyes reflecting the energy readings from the direction of the evil shadow domain. He is mobilizing the primal evil energy of the evil shadow domain, targeting the soul balance platform. Long Xiaoyan's dark arts were in the final stages of preparation. He aimed not only to destroy the balance, but also to personally slay Li Xiao, seizing the balance sword and the totem on his chest. At the bottom of the abyss, the black and golden radiance of the balance sword stood in stark confrontation with the crimson evil energy of the evil shadow domain, heralding a climactic battle that would determine the fate of the world, poised between Long Xiaoyan's madness and Li Xiao's path of balance. Yet, the evil energy continuously eroding Long Xiaoyan's mind, along with the hidden true intentions of the evil shadow master, infused this confrontation with unpredictable variables. Chapter 57. The Prelude to the Great Competition, the Clash of Disciple Sects. The martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy was enveloped in the morning mist. 360 bronze lampposts sequentially ignited, causing the banners of the Tianwu Great Competition to flutter. In years past, the arena had long been a battlefield where disciples of various sects eagerly prepared for combat. However, today, an unusual heaviness pervaded the air. As news of the Dragon Sect's remnants stirring within the abyss and Li Xiao and his companions venturing into perilous territory hung like a dark cloud over everyone's hearts. Next match, Zhang Meng from the Martial Techniques Department versus Lu Ying from the Spiritual Energy Department. With the sound of the elder referee's gong, a muscular man with bulging muscles stepped onto the stage, his waist adorned with the cracked stone gauntlets, from which spiritual energy subtly emanated through the fissures. Opposite him, Lu Ying donned a streamlined spiritual energy battlesuit, her fingertips swirling with light blue wind blades. A new technique developed by the Spiritual Energy Department that concentrated spiritual energy into an almost imperceptible cutting force. Zhang Meng is here to meet his demise again? Whispers rippled through the crowd. He was renowned as the Martial Techniques Department's formidable tank, having withstood 30 waves of spiritual energy attacks in last year's competition. Yet he often struggled against speed-oriented opponents. Without waiting for the referee's command, Lu Ying initiated the assault, launching 3 wind blades in a triangular formation towards Zhang Meng's face, their speed distorting the air in their wake. However, Zhang Meng stood firm, his cracked stone gauntlets colliding with a thunderous force, releasing a heavy shockwave as the cracks on the gauntlets writhed as if alive, absorbing the wind blades entirely. What? Lu Ying's expression shifted. Her compressed wind blades could cut through steel, yet they were consumed by the gauntlets? Little girl, How could one who plays with wind compete with one who plays with stone? Zhang Meng laughed wildly, stepping forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web. He unleashed a series of punches, each strike imbued with immense force. The air around him vibrating under the pressure. Lu Ying deftly retreated like a willow in the wind, and with a quick hand gesture, 12 wind blades manifested behind her, forming a matrix. This was the 12 wind sabers formation of the spiritual energy department, emphasizing the principle of overcoming strength with finesse, specifically tailored for power-type opponents. However, just as the wind blades were about to strike Zhang Meng, the cracks on his gauntlets suddenly erupted with a yellowish light, forming a layer of rock armor around his body. Bang! 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 The wind blades struck the rock armor, leaving only faint white marks. Zhang Meng seized the opportunity to close in, launching a cracked stone punch aimed directly at Lu Ying's heart. Just as the gauntlet was about to make contact, Lu Ying vanished from her spot, replaced by a residual image formed by the wind blades, having executed a wind spin step at the last moment to evade. Such a clever little fox from the spiritual energy department. Zhang Meng halted his punches, the cracks on his rock armor glowing more intensely. The more spiritual energy my cracked stone gauntlets absorb, the greater their power becomes. At that moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Lu Ying's eyes as she slammed her hands onto the ground. Spiritual energy resonance. Wind sweeps the remnants. The winds in the arena suddenly turned violent, whipping up the sand and stones into a massive tornado, while Zhang Meng's rock armor began to show signs of fragmentation in the raging wind. This is bad. She is stripping away the spiritual energy absorbed by the gauntlets. The disciples from the martial techniques department gasped in shock. Zhang Meng let out a furious roar, his fists crashing violently against the ground, unleashing a burst of earthy spiritual energy that unexpectedly formed a wall of soil at the center of the whirlwind. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ying swiftly directed a barrage of wind blades towards the wall's vulnerable points. With a resounding crash, the earth wall crumbled, and amidst the swirling dust, Zhang Meng staggered backward, his cracked stone gauntlets displaying fissures that had spread to his wrists. Lu Ying of the spiritual energy faction, victorious, declared the elder referee. As Zhang Meng gazed at the irreparable cracks on his gauntlets, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, as Lu Ying withdrew her attack, she discreetly pressed a tiny communicator behind her ear, a specialized spiritual energy fluctuation alarm crafted by Lin Wei. The abnormal absorption exhibited by Zhang Meng's gauntlets had stirred an unease within her. At the opposite end of the arena, the confrontation of the mechanism control faction exuded a palpable sense of technological prowess. A disciple clad in gear-like armor manipulated 3 iron spiders, their legs crackling with electricity, while his opponent wielded a peculiar long rifle, its muzzle shimmering with intertwining lightning and fire. The duel was between Xiang Tao of the mechanism control faction and Zhao Lei of the same faction. Just as the elder referee's voice faded, the 3 mechanical spiders launched forth like arrows released from a bow, their mouths not spewing webs, but rather fine steel needles, coated in magnetic powder capable of disrupting spiritual energy. Zhao Lei remained unfazed. He abruptly halted his rifle, which erupted with a dazzling burst of lightning. Boom! A bolt of electrified fire struck the foremost mechanical spider, instantly melting a gaping hole in its metallic shell. Yet, the spider astonishingly split into 2 smaller spiders, now carrying an even greater electric charge. Interesting, Zhao Lei scoffed as his rifle morphed, the barrel unfolding into 3 miniature cannon tubes. Let us see how you fare against my lightning fire trio. 3 beams of differing elemental energies shot forth simultaneously. The purple lightning pierced armor, the red fire melted metal, and the blue electricity paralyzed, shredding the 3 mechanical spiders into fragments. Observing this, Xiang Tao abruptly ripped open the chest plate of his armor, revealing a dense array of control symbols within. The mechanism of 1,000 changes. The ground of the arena suddenly erupted with countless iron spikes, a trap he had laid in advance. Zhao Lei leapt to evade, but his rifle became ensnared in the crevices of the spikes upon landing, rendering him momentarily unable to retrieve it. It's over. Xiang Tao formed a series of hand seals, sending forth numerous thread-like control lines from his armor to ensnare Zhao Lei's limbs. However, at that moment, Zhao Lei's rifle erupted with a violent surge of energy, shattering the iron spikes entirely. Did you forget? My lightning fire rifle can absorb metallic spiritual energy. Another bolt of lightning was unleashed, this time with exponentially increased power. Xiang Tao's control lines were severed, and his armor began to show signs of scorching. He gazed unwillingly at the rifle in Zhao Lei's hands, suddenly noticing a minuscule dragon-shaped insignia etched onto its barrel, a signature mark of the dragon sect's malevolent energy transmission. Your rifle, Xiang Tao began, only for Zhao Lei to point the rifle menacingly at him, a glint of menace in his eyes. Enough! A cold voice rang out, as Ouyang Schwerer appeared at the edge of the arena, her fingertip sending forth Phoenix Fire True Flame that forcibly incinerated the lightning bolt. Disciples of the Mechanism Control faction are prohibited from using spiritual artifacts marked with malevolent energy during the competition. Zhao Lei's expression shifted. Indeed, the dragon insignia on his rifle emitted a sizzling sound in the presence of the Phoenix Fire, gradually fading away. Xiang Tao, observing the faint blood markings on Zhao Lei's wrist, suddenly comprehended. You are one of the dragon sect. The arena erupted in uproar, prompting the elder referee to hastily intervene to restore order. Ouyang Schwerer cast a sharp glance at Zhao Lei, who suddenly smashed his rifle into the ground, transforming it into a plume of black smoke that vanished. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the arena, several similar silhouettes quietly retreated. In the highest viewing platform of the arena, Zhang Chong was observing the entire scene through a specially designed telekinetic magnifier. His telekinetic network spread across the academy like a spider's web, having already captured Zhao Lei's unusual actions. Wei, Zhang Chong whispered into his communicator. 3 nodes with abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations are located 3 meters underground. In the southeast direction, they appear to have been modified with malevolent energy. Lin Wei's voice crackled through the terminal, accompanied by the sound of keystrokes. Received. Analyzing the fluctuation frequency, it is indeed a malevolent energy anchor point from the dragon sect. Are they attempting to trigger a resonance at the entrance of the underground cavern during the competition? Not just that, Zhang Chong furrowed his brow. The telekinetic net has detected more hidden shadows. Look at the weapon rack of the Mechanism Control faction. 5 spiritual artifacts show energy fluctuations consistent with Zhao Lei's rifle. Also, the cracked stone gauntlets of Zhang Ming have exhibited clear characteristics of malevolent energy assimilation during their absorption of spiritual energy. At that moment, Ouyang Schwerer ascended to the platform, holding a dragon-shaped fragment that had peeled off Zhao Lei's rifle. The intelligence network of the Phoenix sect indicates that remnants of the dragon sect are using the Tianwu Grand Competition as a cover to attempt to connect the academy's underground spiritual vein hub to the cavern. The Zhao Lei from earlier was merely their pawn. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting the weight of the situation. The Tianwu Grand Competition, initially a momentous event for the academy, had now become a breeding ground for the dragon sect schemes. Zhang Chong took a deep breath, his telekinetic energy beginning to weave through the bronze pillars of the arena, intent on discreetly reconstructing a net capable of detecting malevolent energy. Lin Wei rapidly tapped at her terminal. I have hacked into the Academy's spiritual artifact management system, and am marking all artifacts potentially tainted by malevolent energy. Sister Schwer, please notify the Phoenix sect disciples to monitor those participants who exhibit anomalous behavior covertly. Ouyang Schwerer nodded, gathering dozens of fire talismans formed from Phoenix Fire True Flame in her palms. The fire talismans will attach themselves to the disciples of the dragon sect. Should they use malevolent energy, I will be able to pinpoint their location immediately. In a corner of the arena, Wang Hao observed the direction in which Zhao Lei had vanished, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He discreetly caressed the dragon sect token concealed within his garments, feeling the blood markings warming beneath his touch. The directive from Long Xiaotian, on the day of the competition, stain the arena with blood, unleashing the true souls from their seals. He looked up at the sky, where dark clouds loomed over the domain of malevolent shadows. Faint crimson lights flickering within. Wang Hao understood that the malevolent technique of Long Xiaotian was nearing its final stage, and the Tianwu Grand Competition would serve as their blood sacrifice to the Lord of the Shadow. At that moment, a faint signal emanated from Li Xiu's communicator. Zhang Chong abruptly stood, his telekinetic net detecting the familiar sword intent emanating from the direction of the cavern. Xiu Ge, he has sent out a signal from the cavern. Lin Wei immediately adjusted the receiving device, the screen displaying the characters inscribed by Li Xiu's sword intent. Balance has been shattered. Swiftly protect the core. Ouyang Schwerer gazed at the 8 characters, her silver brows knitting together. The malevolent technique of Long Xiaotian is complete. The Tianwu Grand Competition is indeed on the brink of becoming a battlefield. The bronze pillars of the arena suddenly flickered in unison, as if forewarning of an impending storm. The clashes between the disciples of all factions continued, yet an unshakable sense of foreboding hung in the air, heralding that this year's competition would be anything but ordinary. Deep beneath the cavern, Li Xiu gripped the balance sword, sensing the unusual resonance between his chest totem and the direction of the Tianwu Academy. Aware that a decisive battle concerning the equilibrium of the world had quietly begun its prelude amidst the Tianwu Grand Competition, the undercurrents of the dragon sect surged within the academy, and Li Xiu alongside his companions must uncover all hidden pawns and thwart Long Xiaoyan's reckless plan before the competition officially commenced. Chapter 58, Telekinetic Breakthrough, Zhang Chang's Collective Interference. The bronze pillars of the Tianwu Academy's arena suddenly erupted with a collective flash, as a bagua formation composed of 360 beams of spiritual energy illuminated the space. Standing atop the observation platform, Zhang Chang pressed his hands against Lin Wei's specially designed telekinetic amplification matrix, veins bulging at his temples. Each blood vessel pulsating in sync with the output of his telekinetic energy. 1. The bottleneck of telekinesis and the aid of technology. Qiangzi, the dragon sect has activated 72 malevolent energy anchor points beneath the arena. Lin Wei's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with electrical interference. They're synchronizing their resonance, aiming to completely shatter the balance at the entrance of the cavern. Zhang Chang clenched his teeth, the telekinetic net spreading across the entire academy like a web. He could see 72 pitch-black columns of malevolent energy piercing the spiritual vein hub 3 meters underground, creating a lethal resonance with the bottom of the cavern. Around the martial arts arena, disciples of the dragon sect, disguised as competitors, were stealthily forming seals, preparing to unleash the final dark summoning array. Vivi, the energy of the amplification matrix is insufficient. As Zhang Chang's mental force barely grazed the dark energy anchor point, it was repelled by an unseen barrier. They employed a counter-telekinetic coating, rendering my mental interference device utterly ineffective. Lin Wei's fingers danced across the terminal. A torrent of dense code erupting on the screen. Do not panic. I have just deciphered the frequency pattern of the anchor point. It mimics the soul-locking array from the Battle of the Races. With a decisive motion, she inserted a crystal etched with the Taiji symbol into the core of the matrix. Try this telekinetic frequency converter. Adjust your mental force to the wavelength of the void sword intent. The crystal radiated a gentle white light, and Zhang Chang felt a soothing sword aura merge with his mental force. When he attempted to activate the interference again, the counter-telekinetic barrier surrounding the dark energy anchor point exhibited subtle fluctuations. It works. Zhang Chang's spirits lifted, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain in his sea of consciousness. The forced frequency conversion placed immense strain on his mental pathways. Be careful. Ouyang Schwerer's fiery phoenix apparition appeared suddenly behind him, infusing 9 fiery feathers into his meridians. The clash of mental force and sword intent will reverse your pathways. At that moment, a breakthrough opportunity for collective interference emerged. The central bagua array of the arena blazed to life, and the dragon sect disciples simultaneously roared. 72 pillars of dark energy shooting into the sky, enveloping the entire academy in a crimson light web. Zhang Chang's mental force network was violently torn apart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards from the observation platform. Qiangzi, Lin Wei's alarmed voice crackled through the communicator. The dragon sect has activated the resonance of 10,000 souls. All spirit artifacts tainted by dark energy are going berserk. Zhang Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze towards the arena. Countless competitors suddenly found their spirit artifacts turning black, their eyes becoming hollow as they collectively gazed towards the entrance of the underground cavern. This was a trap laid by the dragon sect, insidiously tainting the academy's spirit artifacts with dark energy, intending to initiate mass control during the competition. We cannot allow them to succeed. Zhang Chang clenched his fists, his mental force coalescing once more, but it rebounded the moment it brushed against the collective consciousness. He had never attempted to simultaneously interfere with so many targets, let alone those enhanced by dark energy's mental links. Recalling the guidance of teacher CMA, Ouyang Schwerer's voice resonated in his sea of consciousness. Mental force is not brute strength, it is resonance. You are not meant to defeat them, but to guide them. Zhang Chong experienced a sudden epiphany. He ceased his attempts to forcibly sever the dark energy links and instead employed the heart technique of the void scripture, transforming his mental force into a gentle, warm current that permeated the consciousness of those under control. He perceived that each individual sea of consciousness bore a dark thread of dark energy, linking them to the core fragment of the dark apparition at the arena center. I found it. Zhang Chong's mental force morphed into countless fine needles, precisely entwining the dark energy threads, not severing, but resonating in reverse along the threads. In an instant, his sea of consciousness transformed into a vast resonance chamber, synchronizing the frequencies of all the dark energy threads. This is collective mental resonance? Lin Wei gazed at the spectrum graph on her terminal, rendered speechless by astonishment. He had converted the controlling frequency of the dark energy into his own mental force carrier. Thus, a mental storm of dark energy against dark energy erupted. Zhang Chong's figure slowly ascended from the observation platform, surrounded by a taiji diagram formed of mental force. Those under control suddenly clutched their heads in agony. The dark energy threads within their sea of consciousness trembled violently, inadvertently disrupting the control of the dark apparition's core. No. Who is sabotaging my formation? The young master of the dragon sect, Wang Hao, bellowed from the center of the arena, his dark apparition token erupting in blinding red light. Kill that mentalist. Several death warriors from the dragon sect darted towards the observation platform like phantoms, their soul-destroying daggers glinting ominously. Wuxianovel had feed a phoenix sheath. The true flame of the phoenix clashing with the soul-destroying toxin, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Yet, the death warriors, undeterred by death, detonated the dark energy bombs on their persons in a desperate attempt to achieve mutual destruction. Sister Schwerer, don't worry about me. Zhang Chong's voice trembled as his mental force reached its zenith. Help me stabilize the resonance frequency of the taiji diagram. Ouyang Schwerer gritted her teeth and nodded. The nine-colored fire phoenix apparition surged into the taiji diagram, merging her true flames with his mental force to create a tempest of fiery mental energy capable of purifying dark energy. The vacant expressions in the eyes of the controlled competitors gradually faded, replaced by looks of terror as they beheld their darkened spirit artifacts. It worked. They are regaining consciousness, Lin Wei exclaimed with excitement. Xiangzi, push harder to completely sever the dark energy threads. Zhang Chong inhaled deeply, his mental force ascending to unprecedented heights. He felt as if he could see the depths of the underground cavern, where Li Xiuzhen and Long Xiaotian were locked in fierce combat. The black-gold light of the balance sword clashing violently with the crimson glow of dark energy. An inexplicable power surged from the depths of his being, and the mental storm intensified, shattering all the dark energy threads. The core fragment of the dark apparition at the center of the arena emitted a mournful wail as the crimson light web collapsed in an instant. Wang Hao stared in disbelief at the shattered dark apparition token in his hand, his eyes filled with dread. The price and foreshadowing of the breakthrough were now evident. Zhang Chong plummeted from the air, only to be caught just in time by Ouyang Schwerer, who noticed golden threads of mental force blood seeping from his 7 orifices, a sign of mental overload. Xiangzi, are you all right? Lin Wei's voice quivered with concern. Zhang Chong weakly smiled and gestured towards the arena. At least we did not let them succeed. Although his mental force network had collapsed, he had successfully dismantled the dragon sect's mass control. More importantly, he had transcended the limits of mental force, mastering the forbidden art of collective resonance. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the underground cavern. Li Xiu's voice reverberated through the communicator, tinged with a hint of relief. Xiangzi, well done. You interrupted Long Xiaotian's dark energy resonance, giving me a chance to restore balance. Ouyang Schwerer glanced at the unconscious Zhang Chong in her arms. Then at the dragon sect disciples retreating in disarray at the center of the arena, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. While Zhang Chang's breakthrough had saved the academy, it had also fully exposed their trump card. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, it was evident that Long Xiaotian's preparations for dark power had not ceased. The earlier failure might merely be the beginning of a far grander conspiracy. The bronze lampposts of the arena flickered back to life with a gentle glow. Yet all understood that the crisis of the Tianwu Grand Competition was far from over. Zhang Chang's breakthrough in mental force resembled the lighting of a beacon, illuminating the path against the dragon sect, yet also rendering them the most conspicuous target in the eyes of the dark apparition's master. In the depths of the cavern, Li Xiu gripped the balance sword tightly, sensing the distant resonance of the totem within his chest with Zhang Chang's mental force, aware that his companions above were buying him precious time. Meanwhile, Long Xiaotian's crimson eyes flickered within the shadows of dark energy as he gazed at the blood demon crystal in his hand, which was on the verge of fusion, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though Zhang Chang's collective interference had disrupted his plans, it had also revealed the weaknesses of Li Xiu's faction. Over the skies of Tianwu Academy, dark clouds gathered once more, this time heralding not only the remnants of the dragon sect's forces, but also the ominous sign of the dark apparition's master personally descending. Zhang Chang's breakthrough in mental force marked a milestone, yet also served as the prelude to an impending showdown. As he slowly opened his eyes in Ouyang Shuer's embrace, he found not the joy of victory, but rather the terrifying energy readings from the dark domain rapidly approaching on Lin Wei's terminal. Qiangzi, Lin Wei's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Long Xiaotian, he is coming. The breakthrough in mental force brought forth hope, yet it also ignited the final crisis. Zhang Chang struggled to rise, directing his gaze towards the cavern, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He understood that his mental force must not only disrupt the enemy, but also protect his companions and safeguard this world on the brink of being consumed by darkness. Unbeknownst to him, the golden threads remaining from his breakthrough in the sea of consciousness resonated mysteriously with the void divine sword deep within the cavern, laying the crucial groundwork for the ultimate confrontation. Chapter 59. Ouyang's Invitation, a pre-battle heart-to-heart in the bamboo grove under the moon. The moonlight of Tianwu Academy filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shards of silver upon the bluestone path. Ouyang Shuethui stood beneath the eaves of the listening bamboo pavilion, toying with a jade slip engraved with the fiery phoenix totem, its edges still bearing the scorch marks from the day's battle against evil. From deep within the bamboo grove came the faint sound of a sword's resonance. It was Li Xiu practicing his newly comprehended Taiji sword domain. Li Xiu. Ouyang Shuer's voice traversed the bamboo waves, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Can we converse? The sound of the sword abruptly ceased. Li Xiu sheathed his sword and stood still, the black and gold patterns on the blade shimmering in the moonlight like a living Taiji diagram. He gazed at Ouyang Shuer's profile, illuminated by the moon, and noticed a few strands of crimson intermingled with her silvery hair, scars left by the overuse of the phoenix fire true flame. Your hair, he began, but she interrupted him, extending the jade slip. A secret message from the headquarters of the Phoenix sect. Long Xiaotian's malevolent energy fleet has breached the outer defenses and is expected to arrive at the cave entrance by the stroke of midnight. As the slip unfurled, it revealed a battle report charred by the Phoenix Fire True Flame, its words steeped in urgency. Li Xiu took the jade slip, his fingertips brushing against the lingering warmth of the sword intent. He could discern the blood markings concealed on the reverse. A private message encrypted with Ouyang Shuer's own essence. My father intends to activate the Phoenix Fire-Burning Heaven Array, requiring the resonance of the Taishu sword intent. However, should the array be completed, the Phoenix sect's millennia-old spiritual vein may be obliterated. Is your father prepared to risk everything? Li Xiu furrowed his brow, returning the jade slip to her. The master of the malevolent shadows is not yet vanquished. Should the Phoenix sect's spiritual vein be compromised, the Hongming domain will be left without protection. Ouyang Shuer fell silent for a moment, moving to the stone table at the center of the bamboo grove. On the table rested 2 cups of now cool by Luo Chun tea, alongside a yellowed page, a remnant of the Taishu Sutra left by Li Xiu's parents, upon which the phrase balance is not stillness, but a dynamic equilibrium was circled in cinnabar. In my childhood, my father often brought me to this bamboo grove. Ouyang Schwerer traced her fingertips over the sword marks on the stone table. He said the phoenix fire true flame is the utmost rigidity in yang, requiring the resilience of bamboo to harmonize. Otherwise, it is prone to going astray. She lifted her gaze to Li Xiu, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Just like your balanced sword, which harbors both righteousness and wickedness, a slight misstep could lead to backlash. Li Xiu recalled the encounter with Long Xiaotian in the cave that day, where the black radiance of his balanced sword had nearly consumed the golden patterns. Had it not been for Zhang Chang's timely interference with his telekinesis, he might have suffered a fatal blow. He chuckled bitterly. You see through all. I have witnessed the projection of your battle against Long Xiaotian. Ouyang Schwerer produced a memory crystal, and the projection revealed Li Xiu's hesitation as he swung his sword. Each time he struck at the malevolent energy, the golden patterns on the blade dimmed, as if reluctant to deliver a lethal blow. The master of the malevolent shadows is the evil thought of the Taishu ancestor. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balanced sword, feeling the sorrowful intent of the ancestor resonate within it. To simply slay him would render me no different from the dragon sect. Zudenli Uyang Sui arose. The phoenix fire true flame coalescing in her palm into 9 flickering flames. But have you considered? The ancestor severed his evil thoughts, perhaps to enlighten future generations that some balances must be maintained by fire. She flicked her fingertip, and the flames descended upon the sword marks on the stone table, deepening their charred impressions. Are you suggesting? Li Xiu began, but Ouyang Schwerer continued. Long Xiaotian has merged with the 9 turns of malevolent shadows. Her voice lowered. His malevolence is no longer mere destruction. It has evolved into a deceptive equilibrium that can mimic true souls. If you hesitate any further, the entire Hongmeng domain will become his sacrificial ground. From the depths of the bamboo grove came the call of an owl, and Li Xiu suddenly recalled CMA's words. When the ancestor divided his soul, it left not a question of choice, but a balance equation. He drove the balance sword into the stone table, its blade resonating with the Taiji diagram inscribed upon it. Long Xiaotian seeks a desolate balance after destruction, while I desire life in motion. Ouyang Schwerer interjected, her eyes shimmering with a newfound light. Just like this bamboo grove, which sprouts anew in the spring breeze and sheds old leaves in the autumn frost. It may appear capricious, yet it is a cycle of perpetual life. The two exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity, the moonlight cascading over the sword blade, intertwining their silhouettes. For the first time, Li Xiu discerned the steadfastness in Ouyang Schwerer's eyes mirrored his own. They were both seeking a path undefined, even amidst a thicket of thorns. Li Xiu, Ouyang Schwerer suddenly reached out, her fingertips gently brushing against the black and gold totem on his chest. If we survive this battle, there is no if. Li Xiu grasped her hand, feeling the warmth of the phoenix fire intertwined with the coolness of the sword intent in his palm. We will prevail. Just as your father has said, the phoenix fire and bamboo's resilience are both indispensable. A faint blush crept across Ouyang Schwerer's cheeks as she hesitated momentarily. She recalled the prophecy from the stargazing platform earlier that day. When the phoenix meets Taishu, life and death are both shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, gazing into the light within Li Xiu's eyes, those ominous omens suddenly seemed trivial. Before midnight, I shall feign an attack on the left flank of the malevolent energy fleet. You will take the opportunity to infiltrate Long Xiaotian's flagship and destroy his core amplifier of the malevolent shadows. She presented him with a jade slip inscribed with 9 fiery patterns. This is the Phoenix Fire Cloud Splitting Technique. It will aid you in breaching the malevolent energy barrier. Li Xiu accepted the jade slip, feeling the surging Phoenix Fire sword intent within. He understood that this was not merely a tactical arrangement, but Ouyang Schwerer's wager for the future of the Phoenix sect. Schwerer, Li Xiu suddenly spoke, and I emphasize if the balance sword were to spiral out of control, what would you do? Ouyang Schwerer met his gaze, her eyes devoid of hesitation. I would burn your meridians with the Phoenix Fire true flame, even if it meant rendering you powerless. I would not allow the master of the malevolent shadows to exploit you. Her voice was calm, yet laced with unwavering resolve. Li Xiu Smilat. This was the Ouyang Schwerer he had come to know. He rose, drawing his sword, and with a graceful arc, the balanced sword traced a perfect Taiji diagram in the air. Then let us both return alive and see just how far this dynamic equilibrium can carry us. Beyond the bamboo grove, Lin Wei's communicator buzzed urgently. Xiaogu, Shuer Jie. Long Xiaoyan's fleet has arrived ahead of schedule. Moreover, on his flagship, there exists an energy fluctuation identical to the totem on your chest. Ouyang Shuer and Li Xiao exchanged a glance, shock evident in their eyes. Long Xiaoyan's flagship bore a resonance identical to the Taishu totem. Had he discovered another fragment of the ancestors' divided soul? The plan has been moved up. Ouyang Shuer unfurled the illusion of the phoenix fire. I will distract the fleet. You must immediately head to the flagship. Wait, Li Xiao called out to her, retrieving a smooth jade pendant from his bosom. This is my mother's water spirit pendant. It can neutralize the burns of the phoenix fire. Ouyang Shuer accepted the pendant, feeling its coolness, still imbued with Su Lan's gentle sword intent. She watched as Li Xiao's resolute figure disappeared into the depths of the bamboo grove, clutching the pendant tightly in her palm. Under the moonlight, her phoenix fire illusion and the water spirit pendant's luminescence intertwined, as if foreshadowing that this decisive battle would ultimately lead to an unpredictable conclusion woven between fire and water. Outside the bamboo grove, the cannons of the malevolent energy fleet had already aimed at the cave entrance, their crimson glow illuminating half the sky. Li Xiao tightened his grip on the balanced sword, sensing the mysterious resonance between the totem on his chest and Long Xiaoyan's flagship. He understood that this moonlit conversation was not only a fleeting tranquility before the battle, but also the prelude to the ultimate truth. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shuer stood amidst the shadows of the bamboo, gazing at the water spirit pendant in her hand, finally grasping the true essence of balance. Not a compromise, but a reason to survive found between the extremes of rigidity and softness. Chapter 60, The Eve of the Finals, Fragments of Xian Mei's Heritage. In the infirmary of Tianwu Academy, the calming incense curled gracefully in the moonlight. Xian Mei leaned against the headboard, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. The curse markings, once purified by the spiritual spring, re-emerged around her neck, crawling like a spider's web toward her collarbone. Li Xiao held her wrist, sensing the fluctuating pulse, the myriad curses awakening within her body like a dormant serpent. Do not squander your spiritual energy. Xian Mei weakly opened her eyes, her fingertip pointing toward the center of Li Xiao's brow. Your balanced sword requires all your strength. Her sleeve slipped down, revealing a dark red birthmark on her forearm, a fragmented Taiji diagram, strikingly similar to the totem on Li Xiao's chest. Teacher Xia, your birthmark. Li Xiao abruptly recalled the words of his parents regarding the Taiji bloodline. This is not an ordinary birthmark, is it? Xia Mei fell silent for a moment, retrieving a wooden box bound with dark threads from beneath her pillow. The instant the box opened, an ancient scent of sandalwood mingled with a faint aura of malevolence wafted out, revealing a half-piece of jade pendant that bore the character Xia, its edges adorned with the same black and golden patterns as the balanced sword. This is my father's jade pendant. Xia Mei's fingertip traced the cracks of the jade, recalling how he served as the elder guardian of the Taishu Temple during the War of All Races, tasked with guarding the fragments of the ancestors' malevolent thoughts. Her voice trembled suddenly, and the cursed markings around her neck flared brightly. On the night the dragon clan breached the temple, her father had urged her to flee with the fragments, while he himself, Li Xiao, resonated with the jade pendant, and his consciousness erupted into a vivid crimson vision. The skeletal dome of the Taishu Temple collapsed with a thunderous roar, as an elder clad in a dark robe thrust the half-jade pendant into a young girl's hand, while he detonated his dantian, sealing the torrent of malevolent energy with his sword intent. As the girl turned, another jade pendant slipped from his sleeve, engraved with the complete Taishu totem. Your father is Xie Xian, Li Xiao exclaimed, his voice breaking, the seventh elder of Taishu who perished for his beliefs during the War of All Races. He had encountered this name in the remnants of the Taishu scripture, which detailed how Elder Xie Xian went missing on the night of the temple's fall. He had never imagined he was Xie Mei's father. Xie Mei coughed and nodded, extracting a scroll of blood writings from the bottom of the box. This is my father's last letter. He stated that the fragments of malevolent thoughts are not truly evil, but rather vessels created by the ancestor to balance the grievances of all races. The scroll unfurled, its writing already beginning to char, yet still discernible. The malevolent thoughts are not evil. They are the essence of the battle souls of all races. If they resonate with the totem of righteous thoughts, they can alleviate the troubles of the abyss. The troubles of the abyss? Li Xiu recalled the malevolent Shadow Lord composed of countless vengeful souls at the bottom of the abyss. Could it be that the true soul of the Shadow Lord is actually a collection of the grievances of the fallen from the war of all races? The Dragon Clan has misinterpreted the ancestors' intentions. A hint of sorrow flickered in CMA's eyes. They believe that slaying the true soul will eradicate the malevolent energy, unaware that once the true soul is destroyed, the grievances of all races will retaliate against the entire Hongmeng realm. My father entrusted me with guarding the fragments of malevolent thoughts for a day when, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly convulsed violently, the cursed markings on her neck erupting with blinding dark light. Li Xiu hastily infused his Taishu sword intent, only to find that the fluctuations of the cursed markings resonated with the malevolent fragments within CMA. As Long Xiaotian was stirring the malevolent energy at the bottom of the abyss, indirectly activating the curse within her. Siye, Lin Wei burst in, clutching a terminal. As the cursed markings analysis on the screen danced wildly, the malevolent fragments within Teacher Xie are responding to Long Xiaotian's resonator. This is not a curse. It is a bloodline awakening. Ouyang Shuerer followed closely, flames of true fire dancing in her palm. I discovered special Taishu evil patterns in Teacher Xie's blood sample, which only exist in. She suddenly looked at Xie Mei's birthmark, only within the bloodline of the Taishu elders who were responsible for guarding the malevolent fragments. Xie Mei struggled to raise her hand, pointing to the incomplete sentence at the end of the blood writings. Only the Xie bloodline. In resonance with the righteous thoughts of Taishu Ken, her fingertips suddenly glowed with golden light, touching the totem on Li Xiu's chest. My father, in fact, is the descendant of the malevolent thoughts guardian left behind when the ancestor divided his soul. The shocking secret detonated in Li Xiu's consciousness like thunder. He finally understood why Xie Mei had such profound comprehension of the Taishu sword intent, and why she could survive amidst the curses of all races. Her bloodline was inherently connected to the malevolent fragments. The so-called curse was merely the growing pains of her bloodline awakening. Long Xiaotian, having merged with the shadow of evil, was forcibly devouring the grievances of all races. Xie Mei's voice grew fainter, but without the balancing power of the Xie bloodline. Once the true soul broke free, he would become the new Shadow Lord. Li Xiu took over, the balance sword resonating melodiously in his hand. The totem of righteous thoughts on my chest requires your malevolent fragments to achieve ultimate balance. Xie Mei revealed a faint smile of relief. Retrieving the final item from the wooden box, a hairpin entwined with Tao patterns, its head carved into half a lotus flower. This is my mother's relic. She was the lotus envoy responsible for guarding the totem of righteous thoughts during the war of all races. This pin can invoke a resonance of righteous thoughts. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the abyss, as Long Xiaotian's malevolent energy fleet began to bombard the entrance barrier. The curse markings around Xie Mei's neck suddenly transformed into flowing light, merging into Li Xiu's balanced sword, the black and golden patterns of the sword becoming incredibly solid. Teacher, Li Xiu attempted to intervene, but found her body becoming transparent. Remember, Xie Mei's voice echoed from afar. Balance is not stillness, but her figure completely dissolved into specks of light, merging into the balanced sword, leaving behind the half-jade pendant engraved with Xie, from which a golden light seeped through the cracks, perfectly aligning with the totem on Li Xiu's chest. Lin Wei's terminal suddenly illuminated with Xie Mei's final preset message, Xiu Ge. The malevolent fragments within me have fused with the balanced sword. You now possess the complete power of the ancestors' divided soul. Long Xiaotian's flagship core has a malevolent altar. Shatter it with the balanced sword to awaken the true power of the true soul. Ouyang Shuerer picked up the blood writings from the ground, discovering that the incomplete ending had taken shape due to Xie Mei's sacrifice. Only then can the Taishu soul requiem resonate, liberating the grievances of all races and restoring balance to the world. The windows of the infirmary shattered under the bombardment of malevolent energy. Li Xiu gripped the balance sword, feeling the will of Xie Mei and the ancestors' compassion within a blade. He understood that the fragmented legacy of Xie Mei not only unveiled the secrets of the Taishu lineage, but also illuminated the path to the final battle. not one of slaughter, but of redemption. Schwerer, Linwei, Li Xiu gazed out at the blood-colored sky. Tell everyone to prepare for the soul requiem. Ouyang Schwerer unfurled her phoenix fire illusion, determination reflecting in her phoenix eyes. The Phoenix Clan fleet is ready. The Phoenix Fire Heaven-burning array can resonate with the soul requiem at any moment. Lin Wei adjusted the frequency modulator on her terminal. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net has enveloped the bottom of the abyss, accurately pinpointing every node of the grievances of all races. Moonlight streamed through the shattered windows, illuminating the lotus hairpin in Li Xiu's hair. He recalled Xie Mei's final smile, the guardian wish flowing through her bloodline, finally comprehending the true significance of the final battle, not one of victory or defeat, but a requiem for all the sacrificed, restoring the long-lost balance to a world besieged by malevolent energy. At the bottom of the abyss, Long Xiaoyan's maniacal laughter echoed through the communicator. His malevolent energy fleet had breached the final defense line. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that Xie Mei's sacrifice had endowed Li Xiu with the power to redeem the grievances of all races. And the soul requiem composed of Taishu's sword intent, Phoenix Fire True Flame, and telekinetic resonance was about to be played deep within the abyss. The horn of the decisive battle had sounded, and the path paved by Xie Mei's legacy awaited Li Xiu to complete the ultimate balance. Chapter 61. The focus of all eyes in battle. The martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy was bathed in the golden-red hues of dawn, as flames erupted synchronously from the tips of 360 bronze lamp pillars, illuminating the banners of the Tianwu Grand Tournament, which fluttered vigorously. In previous years, this venue would have been filled with a bustling anticipation of disciples from various factions, but today the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. With the crimson malevolent cannon mouths of the Dragon Clan fleet looming ominously in the sky, like a Damocles sword hanging over everyone's heads. Silence. The voice of the chief judge resonated through the spiritual energy loudspeaker, clad in a crimson robe embroidered with the Taishu 8 trigrams, yet revealing a segment of black iron bracer at the cuffs used to suppress malevolent energy. The Tianwu Grand Tournament is a grand event of martial arts in our Hongmeng realm. Although this year has seen disturbances, the heart of martial arts must not falter. Before he could finish, a sudden screech of metal scraping echoed from the weapon racks on the east side of the arena. Several spirit weapons tainted by malevolent energy broke free from their restraints, shooting towards the judging platform as black projectiles. Ouyang Schwerer's Phoenix Fire Illusion unfolded suddenly, 9 fiery feathers accurately striking down the spirit weapons. Yet upon contact, a hissing corrosive sound emerged, revealing that the surface of the spirit weapons was coated in a substance capable of neutralizing Phoenix fire. Dragon Clan spies. The foremost disciple of the martial arts faction roared, and amidst the contestants surrounding the arena, dozens sprang forth simultaneously, their blood-patterned totems resonating with the ominous energy cannon in the air. Lin Wei's terminal flashed with crimson light as she bellowed into the communicator. It is voice-activated. They are utilizing the elder referee's voice as the trigger signal. In the ensuing chaos, a crimson figure emerged from the underground at the center of the arena. Long Xiaoyan's bare torso was adorned with black and gold runes, and the ominous totem on his chest resonated with Li Xiu's righteous totem, creating a distorted spatial rift between the two. The voices of Li Xiu and Long Xiaotian, intertwined with the wails of myriad vengeful spirits, echoed, "Your path of balance must come to an end." He swung his fist violently, the force ripping through the air and carving 3 deep ravines into the ground. Li Xiu stepped forward, positioning the balance sword across his chest. The black and gold patterns on the sword resonated with the half-amulet left by Xie Mei, transforming into a translucent Tai Chi barrier. At the moment the fist collided with the barrier, the ominous energy in the ravines was forcibly converted into pure spiritual energy, nurturing the sword bone totem at the edge of the arena. What? Long Xiaotian stared in shock as he witnessed his ominous energy being neutralized. You have actually fused with Xie Mei's fragments of malevolent thoughts? A flash of extreme jealousy crossed his eyes, and the shadowy figure behind him suddenly swelled, coalescing into the blurred visage of Elder Xie Xian, the remnant soul he had accidentally assimilated while devouring the grievances of countless races. Brother Xiu, 12 o'clock in the southeast corner, the anchor point of the ominous energy. Lin Wei's voice came through the tactical headset. and the ground of the arena suddenly erupted with steel spikes, forming the anti-ominous energy matrix Lin Wei had meticulously arranged. Zhang Chang's telekinetic web surged forth like a tide, suppressing the rising disciples of the dragon faction, yet upon contact with Long Xiaotian, it was forcefully repelled. His ominous energy has formed a domain. Zhang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared in his telekinetic web. A stronger source of interference was required. Hearing this, Ouyang Shuer abruptly hurled the water spirit amulet towards Li Xiao. At the moment, the amulet collided with the balance sword. Su Lan's heavenly water technique intertwined with the phoenix fire true flame, creating a water-fire Tai Chi diagram that forcefully tore a rift within Long Xiaoyan's ominous energy domain. Use the frequency of the soul-stirring melody. She drew the fire phoenix bow, launching 9 light arrows towards the bronze lampposts of the arena. The moment the lampposts were struck by the light arrows, 360 streams of spiritual energy coalesced into gigantic strings of a zither. Li Xiao tightened his grip on the balance sword, its tip lifting Xie Mei's lotus hairpin, which suddenly blossomed into a half-open lotus, resonating with Xie Mei's lingering soul within the sword. In that instant, the first note of the soul-stirring melody erupted from the sword's tip, transforming into tangible sound waves that spread outward. No, this is the primordial sound of soul passage. Long Xiaotian frantically attacked the sound waves, only to find that his ominous energy melted away like snow under the sun. The myriad souls he had devoured broke free from his body, transforming into sparkling starlight within the soul-stirring melody, drifting towards the depths of the cavern's sword grave. Elder Xie Xian's remnant soul nodded at Li Xiao amidst the starlight before dissolving into the cosmos. The contestants in the arena stood agape at this spectacle, their ominously controlled spiritual artifacts regaining their luster, the blood patterns on their foreheads gradually fading. And even the ominous energy fleet in the sky began to emit wisps of smoke. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that Long Xiaoyan's ominous energy domain was collapsing at a visibly rapid pace. "I'm not willing to accept this," Long Xiaotian roared, detonating all the blood demon crystals within him. The black and gold ominous energy erupted like a volcano, and his body began to disintegrate. Yet at the moment of collapse, it transformed into a pitch-black core of malevolent thought, aimed directly at Li Xiao's righteous totem. "Brother Xiao, be careful. He intends to take us both down." Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix apparition forcefully shielded Li Xiao, only to be pierced by the core of malevolent thought. Li Xiao swiftly plunged the balance sword into the ground, the sword tip resonating with the Tai Chi totem of the arena, forming a massive vortex that drew in the core of malevolent thought. The melody of a soul-stirring song reached its zenith, and brilliant golden light erupted from the Tai Chi vortex. When the radiance faded, the core of malevolent thought had transformed into a warm, balanced core, inscribed with the complete Tai Su totem. Li Xiao reached out to catch it, feeling within it not destruction, but the harmonious power of the myriad souls that had been transcended. The elder referee trembled as he struck the bronze gong, his voice filled with incredulous joy. In the grand martial competition, Li Xiao is victorious. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, yet fell silent upon witnessing the balanced core in Li Xiao's palm. Everyone realized that the focal battle of this grand competition had transcended mere victory or defeat, becoming a pivotal moment in saving the Hongmeng realm. Li Xiugaza Skiwart, where the ominous energy fleet was fleeing in disarray under the pursuit of the Phoenix faction's Fire Phoenix fleet. He grasped the balanced core tightly, sensing Xie Mei's remnant soul within it chuckling softly. Balance is not stillness. It is the equilibrium of flow. At the bottom of the cavern, the soul-stirring lamps of the sword grave ignited all at once, the phantom of the Lord of Shadows slowly dissipating within the melody, revealing the true forms of the transcended battle spirits of the myriad races beneath. Li Xiao understood that true balance was not the annihilation of malevolent thoughts, but rather allowing all existences to find their rightful place within the flowing passage of time. Amidst the embers of the competition, Ouyang Shuer approached Li Xiao, the fire phoenix apparition gently alighting on her shoulder. She looked at the balance core in Li Xiao's hand, then glanced at the newly born Tai Chi totem in the center of the arena, and suddenly smiled. "For the next grand competition, we should engage in something more relaxed." Li Xiao nodded, the black and gold patterns on the balance sword trembling lightly, as if in agreement with this pact. The sunlight of the Tianwu Academy pierced through the dissipating clouds of ominous energy, illuminating the fresh green sprouts in the arena, a symbol of hope nurtured by the soul-stirring melody. Meanwhile, in a distant place, amidst the ruins of the Tai Su Shrine, a fragment of a stele inscribed with the character Xie suddenly emitted a faint glow, heralding the quiet awakening of a new lineage of the Tai Su in the essence of balance. Chapter 62. Resonance breaks through various martial techniques. The bronze pendulum of the Tianwu Academy's arena chimed 9 times, and the battle flag of the preliminary round fluttered in the morning breeze. Li Xiu stood in the shadows of the contestant passage, the balance sword slung diagonally across his back, its black and gold patterns subtly shifting with his breath. The resonance of transcending the myriad souls from the previous night had yet to fully dissipate, and he could distinctly hear the rhythm of spiritual energy flowing from the 360 lampposts in the arena, akin to the heartbeat of the earth. In the next match, the martial arts faction's Wang Hu would face Li Xiu of the Tai Su lineage. Before the elder referee's voice faded, a broad-shouldered, stout man stepped onto the stage. Wang Hu's fist gloves were embedded with Southern Land's stone-breaking crystals, and with each step he took, shallow pits were left in the ground, clearly intending to suppress his opponent with sheer brute force. He sized up Li Xiu's slender figure, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I've heard you can balance righteousness and malevolence. Let us see how you fare against the pure power of my stone-breaking fist." Before Li Xiu could respond, Wang Hu lunged forward, his right fist imbued with immense force aimed squarely at Li Xiu's face. The wind from the punch roared with a heavy burden before it even arrived. The martial arts disciples in the stands erupted in cheers, but Lin Wei was swiftly typing on her terminal. "Brother Xiu, the frequency of the stone-breaking crystal in his gloves is 128 hertz, faintly resonating with the sword bones from the cavern." Li Xiu's gaze sharpened as he activated the resonance of all things. In an instant, the flow of spiritual energy from Wang Hu's gloves transformed in his eyes into golden light trails, each punch adhering to the martial logic of breaking through with sheer force, yet consequently lacking room for maneuver. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he gently raised the balanced sword, the tip precisely striking the stone-breaking crystal on the gloves. A clear, melodious chime resonated throughout the arena. Wang Hu felt as though his punch had vanished into the sea. The resonance frequency of the stone-breaking crystal forcibly altered by the black and gold patterns of the sword, rendering his originally powerful strikes soft and gentle, directing its energy downward, causing the ravines carved into the stone slabs to heal themselves. How is this possible? Wang Hu stared in disbelief at his gloves, where fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the stone-breaking crystal. Li Xiu twisted his wrist, tracing half a Tai Chi diagram with the balanced sword, converting the remaining punch energy entirely into nourishing spiritual energy, revitalizing Wang Hu's depleted meridians. "I concede." Li Xiu sheathed his sword and stood tall, the patterns on the sword swirling even more vigorously. Wang Hu stood in a daze for a moment before suddenly cupping his fists in salute. "Thank you, Brother Li, for your mercy. You have taught me the essence of martial arts beyond mere brute strength." The disciples of the psychic system in the second match were evidently well prepared. Lu Ying manipulated 12 compressed blades of wind that hovered around her, their edges glinting with a perilous azure hue under the sunlight. Having learned from the previous contest, she had already employed a psychic disruptor to shield her own frequency. "Li Xiu, psychic energy is not merely brute force. Let us see how you resonate." The wind blades sliced through the air soundlessly, forming a constellation-like formation that locked onto the vital points surrounding Li Xiu. In the stands, Ouyang Shui's pupils constricted. The phoenix fire true flame coalesced in her palm, as this was the North Dipper wind killing array of the psychic system, which emphasized trapping the enemy within its formation. She too had to respond with utmost seriousness. Yet Li Xiu closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the balanced sword. The lingering soul of Xie Mei suddenly emitted a faint sound, transforming into an invisible sound wave that spread outwards. Lu Ying felt her control over the wind blades falter. The 12 blades' frequencies synchronously aligned in an instant, forming a resonance ring reminiscent of a Taiji diagram. Was this a collective frequency hijack? Lin Wei's exclamation rang through the communicator, He had simulated the fundamental protocol of psychic control using the consciousness of Xie Mei's lingering soul. Li Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, the balance sword slicing through the air. The 12 wind blades responded, converging to form a colossal wind sword that pointed menacingly at Lu Ying. The girl's complexion turned ashen as she hastily retracted her psychic energy, only to find that the frequency of the wind blades had been locked. Regardless of her attempts at manipulation, they could only move along the trajectory of the Taiji diagram. The essence of psychic energy lies in resonance. Li Xiu's voice echoed through the wind blades. You have cloaked your frequency, yet you have also severed your connection with the heavens and earth. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the wind sword transformed into a myriad of ethereal butterflies. Dissipating into the air, Lu Ying stood frozen, suddenly realizing that her relentless pursuit of absolute control was, in fact, a trap of her own making. In the third match, the artifact manipulation disciple, Xiang Tao, evidently hailed from the dragon faction. The mechanical spider he controlled was no longer a mere steel construct, but rather a shadow spider coated with malevolent energy. Instead of steel needles, it spewed forth strands capable of corroding spiritual energy, weaving a sinister black net across the arena floor. Li Xiu, taste the latest artifact technology from the dragon faction. Xiang Tao cackled maniacally as he commanded the shadow spider, its 8 legs rhythmically striking the ground, creating a dissonant beat that interfered with psychic energy. Zhang Chong, at the stargazing platform, suddenly clutched his head as the psychic net experienced violent fluctuations. Wei Wei, he is using sound waves to disrupt my psychic energy. Lin Wei swiftly typed on her terminal. Received. The shadow spider's movement pattern mimics the soul-locking spiders from the Great War, and its core program contains a logical flaw. Li Xiu resonated with the shadow spider's malevolent frequency, and indeed, he discerned the hidden blood patterns of the dragon faction within its core program. Rather than launching a direct attack, he embedded the balanced sword into the network of annihilation threads. The black-golden patterns of the sword resonated with the bloodlines, astonishingly transforming the malevolent rhythm into a purifying frequency. No, the program is backfiring. Xiang Tao watched in horror as the shadow spider turned on itself. The annihilation threads morphing into purifying streams of light that stripped away the malevolent energy coating him. The dark net of the arena dissipated, revealing beneath it the lush green spiritual herbs, a testament to the balanced sword's ability to transmute malevolence into vitality. With 3 consecutive victories, Li Xiu's resonance abilities astonished everyone present. Yet, he did not relax. Instead, he felt a faint sting from the totem of righteous thought in his chest. Discreetly, he activated the resonance of all things, catching sight of a blood-patterned jade pendant emitting heat behind the judge's platform. It was the token of the dragon faction's Elder Council. Li Xiu whispered through his tactical headset to the left rear of the judge's platform. The elder wearing the black iron mask has a malevolent energy reaction from the pendant at his waist. The fiery phoenix illusion of Ouyang Shui unfurled silently, her phoenix eyes reflecting the frequency diagram of the jade pendant. It is the dragon faction's blood communication pendant, signaling to the domain of shadow. She flicked a fire talisman, which silently adhered to the pendant. At that moment, the 4th opponent had taken the stage, an auditory attack, disciple wielding a long flute. The melody he played was no longer harmonious, but was instead a destructive sound wave capable of shattering spiritual veins. As Li Xiu resonated with the sound wave frequency, he discovered it was interspersed with the same malevolent energy fluctuations as the blood-pattern jade pendant. I see. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Xiu's eyes. He intended to use the sound waves to mask the transmission of malevolence. No longer merely resonating, he synchronized the balanced sword with the totem upon his chest, forming a colossal resonance chamber. The destructive sound wave entered the chamber, transforming into a soothing melody that calmed the spiritual veins, bringing tranquility to the entire arena. The auditory attack disciple stared in shock as his flute emitted wisps of smoke, the malevolent patterns along its body completely purified. The elder in the black iron mask at the judge's platform abruptly stood up, but was thwarted as Ouyang Shui, his fire talisman, detonated the pendant, exposing his identity as a dragon faction spy. Subdue him. Li Ping's voice resonated from the stands, and several disciples of the void promptly apprehended the spy. The arena erupted in chaos as they began to comprehend that Li Xiu's string of victories was not merely a display of strength, but also a precise witch hunt operation. Lin Wei's terminal suddenly lit up with a red glow. Brother Xiu, there is a powerful energy reaction in the direction of the shadow domain. It seems to be responding to the resonance here. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balanced sword, the lingering soul of Xie Mei issuing a warning. The dragon faction was attempting to exploit the resonance field of the competition to tear apart the seal of the abyss once more. He raised his gaze towards the Taiji totem at the center of the arena. Today's consecutive victories had deepened his understanding of the path of balance. Resonance is not passive acceptance, but active guidance. Whether it be the fierce martial arts, the mutable psychic energy, or the intricate manipulation of artifacts, under the resonance of the balanced sword, they all return to the essence of martial arts, harmony rather than confrontation. In the next match, Li Xiu ascended to the stage, his gaze sweeping across the arena. I shall show everyone how true resonance can dismantle all martial techniques and dispel every wicked thought. Suddenly, the bronze lamp posts of the arena burst into brilliant light, as if responding to his declaration. Meanwhile, in the distant shadow domain, the remnants of the dragon faction gazed at Li Xiu's figure within the crystal ball, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and excitement. They understood that this youth, capable of resonating with all things, was both a threat to their destruction and the final key to awakening the Lord of Shadows. The streak of consecutive victories in the preliminary rounds was merely the beginning. The true challenge was quietly approaching amidst the ripples of resonance. Chapter 63. The Dance of Snow and the Bloom of Phoenix Fire. The dusk of the martial arts arena at Tianwu Academy was painted crimson by the Phoenix Fire True Flame. Wuxianovel stepped forward, her silver hair billowing in the wind, the fiery phoenix hairpin in her locks radiating a spectrum of colors. Opposite her, the psychic disciple Wang Yu commanded 12 ice spikes that hovered around her, their surfaces adorned with sinister purple-black patterns, a hallmark of the dragon faction's malevolent energy coating. Sister Ouyang, I have long admired the might of the Phoenix Fire. Wang Yu's voice trembled slightly, yet she abruptly waved her hand. The 12 ice spikes forming a 12-tiered formation, instantly freezing the arena in a wave of chilling air. The martial arts disciples in the stands gasped. Even the elder judge, instinctively channeling spiritual energy to ward off the cold. Instead of retreating, Ouyang Shui advanced, her toes lightly tapping on the icy surface, her form drifting back like willow fluff. This was the secret technique of the Phoenix faction, the snow dance step, each step treading upon the nodes of spiritual energy, appearing slow, yet concealing profound subtleties. A flicker of disdain flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Just a facade. The ice spikes suddenly accelerated, leaving purple trails in the air. Is that so? Ouyang Shui arched a silver brow, the snow dance step shifting abruptly as her form transformed into countless afterimages. Wang Yu's ice spikes struck only phantoms, while the real Ouyang Shui had closed in within 3 feet of her opponent. The Phoenix Fire True Flame coalesced in her palm, yet she did not attack directly. Instead, she gently tapped at Wang Yu's wrist. With a sizzling sound, the ice spikes instantaneously melted, and Wang Yu felt a warm current of spiritual energy surge into her meridians, repelling the encroaching malevolent energy. She stared in astonishment at Ouyang Shui. Oh, you are helping me? The malevolent energy ice spikes from the dragon faction aim to detonate your meridians using my Phoenix Fire. Wuxianovel withdrew her hand, the Phoenix Fire True Flame forming a protective barrier around her. Now observe your ice spikes. Wang Yu looked down, witnessing the purple-black patterns on the 12 ice spikes sizzling within the embrace of the Phoenix Fire, revealing the transparent ice beneath. The chilling aura of the arena dissipated, replaced by a gentle wave of spiritual energy. Impossible. Wang Yu bit her tongue sharply, infusing her blood into the ice spikes. As the dark purple veins surged violently, 12 icy spires coalesced into a sinister ice sword, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Ouyang Shui. It appears you have chosen annihilation. Ouyang Shui's gaze turned steely, her graceful steps leaving behind 9 fiery lotus imprints upon the ground, with her hands forming intricate seals. The fiery phoenix apparition behind her unfurled its resplendent 9-colored wings, and the true flames of the phoenix transformed into a cascade of fire feathers. perfectly aligning with the trajectory of her steps. Phoenix fire and snow incinerate the heavens. At the moment of collision between the fire feathers and the ice sword, the arena erupted in a blinding radiance. Wang Yu's ice sword shattered into countless fragments, the sinister energy being purified into ethereal starlight by the phoenix flames. Yet she did not relent. Instead, she detonated the malevolent energy bomb concealed within her sleeve. The dragon sect shall prevail. Ouyang Schwerer's pupils constricted as she danced upon the fiery lotus imprints, drawing forth a taiji diagram at the very heart of the explosion. The shockwave of dark energy was forcefully redirected along the path of the taiji diagram, transforming into harmless spiritual energy that nourished the spirit herbs within the arena. You have lost. Ouyang Schwerer stood resolutely, the phoenix apparition resting docilely upon her shoulder. Wang Yu stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at her purified hands, before suddenly collapsing to the ground in tears. I was coerced. Take her away for interrogation. The elder judge gestured, but was halted by Ouyang Schwerer. She knelt down, placing a water spirit token upon Wang Yu's forehead. Speak. What has the dragon sect promised you? Wang Yu trembled, fear flashing in her eyes. They said, if they could lure out your phoenix fire with the malevolent ice spires, they could activate the core of the sinister shadow beneath the earth. Her voice grew increasingly faint, and, during the finals, something even more terrifying will descend. Ouyang Schwete sprang to her feet. The urgency of Lin Wei's communication reflected in her phoenix eyes. Sister Schwer, the readings of malevolent energy at the cave's entrance have suddenly skyrocketed. It's as if something is responding to the frequency of your phoenix fire. Indeed, Ouyang Schwerer clenched her fists, the phoenix hairpin radiating a searing glow. The dragon sect sought to use her phoenix fire as the key to awaken the master of the sinister shadows. Just then, her next opponent stepped onto the stage. Zhao Lei from the artifact manipulation faction, wielding a peculiar thunderfire gun inscribed with the same dragon sect patterns as before. Ouyang Schwerer's gaze sharpened as she performed her steps, the fiery lotus imprint upon the ground suddenly illuminating to form a colossal seal character. Sister Ouyang, brace for my thunderfire obliteration. Zhao Lei roared, and the thunderfire gun unleashed a tempest of energy. Yet Ouyang Schwerer did not flinch. She stepped into the heart of the seal, the true flames of the phoenix coalescing into a bow, with 9 luminous arrows poised to strike. Phoenix fire chasing star arrow. At the moment of collision between the light arrows and the thunderfire beam, Ouyang Schwerer's steps accelerated, sketching a complete bagua diagram across the arena. The thunderfire beam was forcibly channeled into the bagua's focal point, transforming into a warm current that nourished the spirit veins. Zhao Lei stared in shock as the dragon's sect patterns on his gun were scorched away by the phoenix flames, revealing the inscription of the Tianwu Academy beneath. This gun, Ouyang Schwerer picked up the thunderfire gun from the ground, discovering a malevolent energy chip hidden within the barrel. The dragon sect had sullied even the Academy's spiritual artifacts. Infusing her fingertips with the true flames of the phoenix, the chip was instantly reduced to ash, restoring the gun to its original luster. Zhao Lei collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with regret. I didn't know it would end up like this. Wei, Ouyang Schwerer whispered through the communicator, analyzing the frequencies of all participating spiritual artifacts, especially those exhibiting anomalous fluctuations. She glanced at the bagua totem in the center of the arena, where the flow of spiritual energy had returned to normal. Yet she understood that the dragon sect's conspiracy was far from over. Lin Wei's voice carried a note of urgency. Sister Schwerer, we've identified 17 spiritual artifacts with residual malevolent energy, 3 of which share the same frequency as the thunderfire gun you just purified. Wuxianovel. Unfurling her phoenix apparition, notify all disciples of the phoenix sect to examine the spiritual artifacts with the true flames of the phoenix. Remember, the dragon sect's aim is not merely to win the competition, but to leverage my phoenix fire to complete the final step in awakening the sinister shadows. She turned to walk towards the contestants' passage, the fiery lotus imprints beneath her steps glowing persistently. On the stands, Li Xiu gripped his balance, sword tightly. Sensing the unwavering determination radiating from Ouyang Schwerer, she was not merely fighting for advancement, but safeguarding the final line of defense for the entire Hongmeng domain. At the depths of the cave, the black-gold radiance of the sinister shadow core resonated distantly, with the frequency of Ouyang Shuer's phoenix fire. The remnants of the dragon's sect gazed at the blossoming phoenix fire within the crystal ball, their eyes alight with fervor. Yes, let the phoenix fire burn even brighter. For the awakening of the master of the sinister shadows is but a final spark away. Ouyang Shuer stood at the end of the passage, lifting her gaze towards the domain of the sinister shadows, the phoenix hairpin in her hair shimmering with resolute brilliance. She understood that each time she blossomed, it could attract an even more dreadful crisis. Yet to protect all that lay behind her, she must let the phoenix fire blaze brighter and more fiercely. The resonance of her steps with the phoenix fire was not merely a staircase to advancement, but a beacon of light against the encroaching darkness, illuminating her resolve to protect upon the grand stage of the Tianwu competition. Chapter 64. The initial manifestation of Long Xiaoyan's dark arts. The evening glow over the Tianwu Academy's arena was stained crimson, as the bronze bell for the semifinals had yet to toll, when suddenly, a piercing metallic screech filled the air. Long Xiaoyan's figure plummeted into the center of the arena like a meteor, his bare torso adorned with black gold incantations. The sinister totem on his chest resonating with the direction of the cave, churning the surrounding spiritual energy into a violent vortex. 1. The dark energy descends, an unexpected opening to the semifinals. Li Xiao, Long Xiaoyan's voice melded with the wails of countless resentful spirits, each word leaving charred imprints upon the bluestone bricks of the arena. Your balancing act ends here. He swung his hand violently, unleashing a shockwave of dark energy that tore through the air, reducing the judge's canopy to dust. Li Xiao stepped forward, positioning his balance sword across his chest. The black gold patterns on the blade resonated with the half of a jade pendant left by CMA, transforming into a translucent Taiji barrier. At the instant the shockwave struck the barrier, the dark energy was forcibly converted into pure spiritual energy, nourishing the sword-bone totem at the edge of the arena. Impossible. Long Xiaotian stared in disbelief as his dark energy was neutralized. You have integrated the fragments of Xia Mei's dark thoughts? Jealousy flickered in his eyes, and the sinister shadow behind him suddenly swelled, coalescing into the blurred visage of Elder Xia Xian, a remnant soul inadvertently assimilated during his consumption of countless resentful spirits. 2. The dark arts begin to reveal their terror. The horrifying power of the blood demon crystal. Experience the true might of the sinister shadows 9 turns. Long Xiaotian roared, the black gold incantations on his body erupting in blinding crimson light. Beneath his skin, it seemed as if magma roiled, each breath exhaling scorching dark energy that cracked the arena's surface like a spiderweb. Lin Wei's terminal emitted a shrill alarm. Xiaoge. His energy readings have surpassed the Yuanfu realm. The fusion with the blood demon crystal is causing his cells to infinitely divide within the dark energy. Li Xiao resonated with Long Xiaoyan's dark energy frequency, his consciousness suddenly engulfed in a crimson vision within the dragon's sex laboratory. 300 martial artist's essence was forcibly infused into the blood demon crystal, while Long Xiaotian, naked, submerged in a pool of blood, was besieged by countless faces of resentful spirits swirling within him. The corrected settings revealed. The sinister shadows 9 turns requires living sacrifices. Each ascension devours 100 lives, elucidating the purpose of the dragon's sex living storage. Xiangzi, interfere with his cellular division frequency. Li Xiu Kumanda. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net surged forth like a tide, but was instantaneously rebuffed upon contact with Long Xiaotian, the net displaying spiderweb-like fractures. His dark energy has already formed a domain. Zhang Chang spat blood, the telekinetic disruptor utterly ineffective. 3. Technological collaboration. The frequency reversal of the spiritual energy shield. Ouyang Shuer unfurled her phoenix apparition, sending 9 fire feathers towards Long Xiaoyan's dark energy domain. The true flames of the phoenix clashed with the dark energy, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound, yet failed to breach the domain even a fraction. His dark energy contains the annihilation toxin, specifically designed to counter the phoenix fire. Lin Wei's fingers danced across the terminal, a torrent of code flooding the screen. I've found the weakness. The division frequency of the blood demon crystal resonates with the death vibrations of the cave's sword bones. She abruptly inserted a crystal engraved with the Taiji symbol into the amplification matrix, commanding Xiaoge, guide the frequency reversal with the balanced sword. Li Xiu comprehended her intent as the balanced sword plunged into the fissure in the ground. The black and gold patterns of the sword resonated with the malevolent energy frequency emanating from Long Xiaotian, astonishingly reversing the resonance of death into a harmonious echo of life. The sword totem of the training ground erupted with countless sword energies, slicing through Long Xiaotian's realm of malevolence, creating innumerable rifts. Long Xiaotian let out a pained howl as the blood magic crystal within him began to repel his very cells. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes as he violently tore open the cursed seal on his chest, releasing a pitch-black core of evil shadow that floated ominously in his palm. The core of evil shadow, a conglomerate of the grievances of myriad races. The black and gold radiance emanating from the core sparked a deadly resonance with a righteous totem upon Li Xiu's chest. He felt a sharp pain in his meridians as the dark brilliance of the balance sword nearly consumed the golden patterns. The lingering soul of Xie Mei resonated softly within the sword, flowing into his consciousness. The core is not evil. It is the manifestation of the unresolved grievances of myriad souls. How enlightening! Li Xiu suddenly hurled the balanced sword into the air, its tip catching Xie Mei's lotus hairpin. The half-bloomed lotus at the pinhead suddenly blossomed, resonating with the lingering soul within the sword, playing a fragment of the Taishu Soul Requiem. The black and gold radiance of the evil shadow core dimmed, releasing specks of starlight. Those were the grievances of myriad souls that had been resolved. Seeing this, Long Xiaotian frantically injected malevolent energy into the core, shouting, "Do not allow my power to be resolved." The core erupted with an even more intense glow, coalescing into a massive hand of the evil shadow master above the training ground, its fingers stretching out towards Li Xiu. Xue, Qiangzi, Linvai, Li Xiu Ruoda resonate with the soul requiem. Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix bow released 9 luminous arrows. Zhang Chong's mental energy wove into a resonant chamber, while Lin Wei's amplification matrix enhanced the frequency. The combined forces of the three harmonized with Li Xiu's balanced sword, finally completing the melody of the Taishu Soul Requiem. The giant hand of the evil shadow master disintegrated inch by inch amidst the sound waves, transforming into a downpour of light. The initial cost became apparent, the backlash of evil arts and hidden implications. Long Xiaotian stared in disbelief at the dim, evil shadow core in his hand, terror flooding his eyes. The blood magic crystal within him suddenly went berserk, the black and gold malevolent energy spilling uncontrollably, leaving grotesque cracks upon his skin. Is this the backlash of evil arts? The chief elder officiating the match looked on in shock as Long Xiaotian's body began to collapse. The overfusion of the blood magic crystal led his cells to self-destruct. Li Xiu gripped the balance sword tightly, sensing the lingering soul of Xie Mei within it issuing a warning. He is intentionally guiding the backlash, aiming for mutual destruction. Indeed, Long Xiaotian pressed the evil shadow core against his own heart, causing the black and gold malevolent energy to erupt like a volcano. His body began to disintegrate, yet in that moment of collapse, it transformed into countless malevolent energy insects, charging towards Li Xiu's righteous totem. "Shoga, be careful. This is the split of the evil shadow." Lin Wei's cry rang out as Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix apparition forced itself in front of Li Xiu, only to be pierced by the swarming insects. Her silver hair instantly stained crimson. Li Xiu plunged the balance sword into the ground, its tip resonating with the Taiji totem of the training ground, forming a colossal vortex that sucked all the insects within. The melody of the soul requiem reached its zenith, and the insects transformed into points of light within the vortex, merging into the direction of the sword tomb of myriad races beneath the earth. As the light faded, only a warm balance core remained at the center of the training ground, engraved with a complete Taiji totem. Li Xiu reached out to catch it, feeling the serene power contained within, no longer a force of destruction, but rather the tranquil energy of the resolved grievances of myriad souls. However, Long Xiaotian had not truly vanished. From the shadows of the training ground came his hoarse laughter. "Li Xiu, do you believe that resolving the grievances of souls will solve everything? The true soul of the evil shadow master has long been embedded within the totem upon your chest." His voice faded, leaving behind a black and gold bloodline that pointed towards the depths of the earth. Suddenly, Lin Wei's terminal illuminated with the final message preset by CMA. Xiao Long Xiaoyan's initial manifestation of evil arts has revealed a crucial point. The true soul of the evil shadow master shares a common origin with the Taiji totem. Only by gathering the fragments of the evil thoughts from the Xiao lineage can we fully resolve it alongside your righteous totem. Ouyang Schwerer wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her fire phoenix apparition dim and weak upon her shoulder. In his recent malevolent energy, there was a fluctuation identical to that of your totem. Could it be that he has found another fragment of the ancestral soul? Li Xiao tightened his grip on the balance core, feeling the gentle whisper of Elder Xie Xian's lingering soul. When the ancestral soul was divided, 3 fragments were left behind. The righteous thought resides within you, the evil thought within Xie Mei, and the 3rd fragment is in the hands of the Long Clan. The bronze lamp pillars of the training ground suddenly lit up in unison, albeit with an eerie blood-red hue. Li Xiao gazed toward the direction of the evil shadow domain, where a massive eye could be faintly discerned amid the dark clouds, observing the entirety of the training ground. Long Xiaoyan's initial manifestation of evil arts was merely the beginning. The fragments of truth he unveiled made Li Xiao realize that the true objective of the final battle was not just to defeat Long Xiaotian, but to gather all 3 fragments to resolve the true soul of the evil shadow master, thereby completing the unfinished path of balance left by the ancestor. At the depths of the earth, the soul lamp of the sword tomb flickered ominously, as if heralding the impending final confrontation. Li Xiao tightened his grip on the balanced sword, the black and gold patterns on its blade vibrating gently, resonating with the totem on his chest. The victory of the semifinals did not bring peace. Instead, it drew him ever closer to the shocking truth. The Taishu ancestor and the evil shadow master were perhaps 2 sides of the same balance, and he was the key connecting both. Chapter 65. The Future Shadow of the Taishu Classic. At the top level of the library of the Tianwu Academy, the fragrance of sandalwood and aged parchments intertwined under the moonlight. Seated cross-legged on a mat inscribed with the Taiji symbol, Li Xiao unfurled a tattered page of the Taishu Classic, which suddenly began to turn on its own, revealing blood-red runes inscribed with spiritual energy that twisted like living entities in the moonlight. Is this the future shadow of the Taishu Classic? The lingering soul of Xie Mei resonated softly within the balanced sword, the black and gold patterns on the sword illuminating in sync. The ancestor had inscribed the scriptures with fragments of his true soul, and only those who gathered both righteous and evil totems could trigger the foresight. Li Xiao resonated with the tattered page, and his consciousness exploded with a fragmented vision. In the depths of the Earth's sword tomb, the balanced sword collided with the evil shadow core, erupting in a brilliance that dyed the heavens and earth in black and gold. Ouyang Schwerer, his fire phoenix apparition, shattered amidst the storm of malevolent energy, her silver hair consumed in flames, while Lin Wei's terminal exploded, countless data streams pouring into the totem on Li Xiao's chest. The clearest image was of Long Xiaotian, holding the 3rd fragment, laughing maniacally, his body overlapping with that of the evil shadow master, the Taiji totem on his brow flickering with a destructive red light. The 3rd fragment. Li Xiao's eyes snapped open as the blood-red runes on the tattered page formed 3 distorted ancient characters. Shadow Mirror. The lingering soul of Xie Mei transmitted a warning. The Shadow Mirror, the 3rd fragment hidden during the division of the ancestral soul, can reflect the essence of the true soul, but it can also tear the balance apart. Xiaogu, the frequency of the runes on the tattered page is changing. Lin Wei rushed in, clutching her terminal, as the spectral graph on the screen pulsed like a heartbeat. This was not a static rune. It was a projection of a future scene infused with spiritual energy. She pressed a crystal for energy analysis against the tattered page, and the data streams instantly formed a 3-dimensional model. In the model, Li Xiao stood at the center of the sword tomb, the balanced sword's tip embedded into a stone tablet inscribed with the Taiji symbol. Long Xiaoyan's figure emerged from a crack in the stone tablet, the shadow mirror in his hand reflecting Li Xiao's image, but within the reflection, the totem of the evil shadow master appeared on his brow. This is bad. The shadow mirror can amplify the evil thoughts of its holder. Suddenly, Ouyang Schwerer's fire phoenix apparition appeared at the edge of the model, 9 colored fire feathers forming a chain in an attempt to bind the shadow mirror, but were torn apart by the malevolent energy within the reflection. The lingering soul of Xie Mei transformed into a point of light within the model, merging into the balanced sword, where the complete score of the Taishu Soul Requiem emerged. It turned out that the final movement of the Soul Requiem required the sacrifice of the Xie lineage. Li Xiu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest as the righteous totem resonated violently with the fragment of evil thoughts within the balanced sword. The blood-red runes on the tattered page slithered up his arm like serpents, resonating with the blood marks left by Long Xiaotian, forming a half-illusory pattern on the back of his hand. Xiaogu, your spiritual energy frequency is collapsing. Lin Wei's terminal flashed with crimson light. The foresight energy of the page rewriting the pathways of his meridians. Zhang Chong's telekinetic net enveloped Li Xiu in time. It was scorched by the blood-red runes. His psychic energy had turned crimson. Ouyang Shuer gasped as the phoenix fire burned cautiously at the runes, only to discover that the points of contact birthed even more dark energy patterns. Don't burn it, CMA's lingering soul urgently cried. This is the true soul trial left by the ancestor. Any forced intervention will lead to him being devoured by the fragments of foresight. Li Xiu gritted his teeth, channeling the Tai Su Sutra in reverse through his meridians, and in his sea of consciousness, he glimpsed the complete memories of the ancestor's split soul. The illusory mirror was originally intended to reflect the true soul and guide away malevolent thoughts, yet was misconstrued by the dragon sect as a weapon of destruction against balance. As Li Xiu's consciousness delved deeper into the tattered page, the blood-red runes suddenly formed a complete Tai Su Bahua diagram. At its center, the illusory mirror's pattern split in two, with the front reflecting the scene of him wielding the balance sword to guide the resentful souls of myriad races, while the back displayed the apocalyptic vision of Long Xiaotian tearing apart heaven and earth with the mirror. On both sides of the mirror, Li Xiu suddenly realized that the illusory mirror could not only reflect the essence of the true soul, but also magnify the holder's malevolent thoughts. He thrust the balanced sword into the tattered page, the sword tip resonating with the center of the Bahua diagram. The blood-red runes receded like a tide, leaving behind 8 ancient characters on the page. The mirror reflects the true heart. Balance reveals itself. Lin Wei's analysis crystal erupted in a brilliant light, and the future scene in the three-dimensional model was recompiled. I understand now. The true power of the illusory mirror is to allow the user to see their innermost desires. Long Xiaotian saw destruction, while Yu Xiuge. In the model, Li Xiu held the illusory mirror, and the reflection was not of the Lord of Dark Shadows, but of Xie Mei's smiling visage. The resonance between the balanced sword and the mirror unleashed not a destructive energy, but a gentle radiance that transformed the resentful souls of myriad races into starlight. It turned out that the key lay in the user's true heart. Li Xiu retracted the balanced sword, causing the blood-red runes on the tattered page to completely fade, revealing the tiny cracks that had long existed beneath. Xie Mei's lingering soul sighed. The foresight fragments left by the ancestor have exhausted their final energy. Suddenly, the tattered page folded itself, revealing small characters scratched on the back. In the year of Gengzi, the dragon sect stole the mirror hidden in. The writing abruptly ceased, evidently tampered with. Ouyang Shuer took out the secret fire eye of the Phoenix sect. Under the flames, the back of the tattered page revealed a half-map. Deep within the sword tomb, at the bottom of the underground cavern, beneath a stone tablet inscribed with the character Void. The illusory mirror is in the sword tomb. Lin Wei's locator instantly locked onto the coordinates, but the energy readings there seemed to indicate something was sleeping. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the cavern. Long Xiaoyan's maniacal laughter seeped through the cracks in the tattered page. Li Xiu, do you think understanding foresight will change your fate? The illusory mirror has been activated by me, and the true soul at the bottom of the cavern is awakening. Li Xiu gripped the fragment of the tattered page, feeling the remnants of the ancestors will within. The foresight fragments revealed not only the future, but also choices. Long Xiaotian chose destruction, while he must choose balance. At the moment the tattered page shattered, a seed composed of blood-red runes fell into his palm, merging with the totem of righteous thought in his chest. This is the seed of the future. CMA's lingering voice was faint. Nurture it with your true heart. Perhaps it can alter the outcome of the foresight. The windows of the library shattered under the shock wave of dark energy, and Li Xiu gazed towards the cavern, where the sky had been tainted a black golden hue. He knew that the mystery of the illusory mirror was the final piece of the puzzle for the decisive battle. And the future shadow, left by the foresight fragments, was both a warning and a hope. Schwerer, Qiangzi, Linwei, Li Xiu held the balance sword tightly. The score of the soul-stirring melody quivering gently upon the blade. We shall descend to the bottom of the cavern and reclaim the illusory mirror. Ouyang Schwecker summoned the illusory figure of the fire phoenix, her phoenix eyes reflecting determination. The phoenix sect fleet has assembled at the entrance of the cavern, ready to cover your entry into the sword tomb at any moment. Lin Wei adjusted the newly developed frequency stabilizer. This can temporarily suppress the backlash of the foresight fragments. Xiao Guyu, I'm fine, Li Xiu interrupted her, feeling the warmth of the seed of the future in his palm. Foresight is not fate. It is a shadow of choice. The future Long Xiaotian sees will not become reality. At the bottom of the cavern, amid the stone tablets of the sword tomb, a monument inscribed with the character Void suddenly erupted with a black golden glow. Long Xiaotian's figure emerged from within, raising a shimmering mirror high. The front of the illusory mirror reflected his twisted smile, while the back clearly displayed the totem of righteous thought on Li Xiu's chest. And within the depths of the totem, the quietly sown seed of the future. The revelations of the foresight fragments were like a double-edged sword, revealing both crisis and opportunity. Li Xiu, accompanied by his companions, stepped into the cavern passage, the distant resonance between the balance, sword, and the illusory mirror stirring within their bloodlines. He understood that what awaited them was not only Long Xiaotian and the Lord of Dark Shadows, but also the choices within his own heart. Before the illusory mirror of balance and destruction, only by steadfastly adhering to his true heart could he allow the shadow of the Foresight's future to blossom into a genuine light of hope. Chapter 66. The confrontation of good and evil on the life and death platform. As the bronze pendulum of the Tianwu Academy's martial arts arena struck 12, the horn of the finals sounded amidst the blood-red setting sun. The pillars of light surrounding the life and death platform erupted with blinding red light, illuminating the stone tablets inscribed with the battle souls of myriad races as if weeping blood. Long Xiaotian's bare torso was entwined with chains of black golden dark energy, the fragment of the illusory mirror on his chest resonating with the direction of the cavern, each pulse carving deep fissures into the ground. Li Qiu. Long Xiaotian's voice emerged from his throat, mingled with the wails of countless resentful souls. When the final bell tolls, it will be the end of the Hongmeng domain. He suddenly tore the cursed seal from his chest, and 3 blood magic crystals flew from the wound, hovering around the illusory mirror, forming a distorted Taiji pattern. Li Xiu stepped forward, the balance sword crossing over his chest. The lingering soul of Xie Mei suddenly rang softly, transforming into a streak of light that fused into his sea of consciousness. Before him, the foresight fragments of the finals materialized. Long Xiaotian used the illusory mirror to reflect the true soul of the Lord of Dark Shadows, and he must, at the 12th toll of the bell, play the final chapter of the soul-stirring melody with the balanced sword. Ding! The first bell toll sounded, and the illusory mirror in Long Xiaotian's hand erupted with black golden light. The mirror reflected Li Xiu's image, yet within the reflection, the totem of the Lord of Dark Shadows appeared on his brow. Do you see? We are the same source. Long Xiaotian laughed maniacally, thrusting the illusory mirror towards Li Xiu, the light distorting the air into countless faces of agony. Li Xiu resonated with the mirror's light, and his sea of consciousness erupted with countless images, the compassion of the Tai Su ancestor at the moment of his soul's division, the dragon sect's conspiracy to steal the illusory mirror, and Elder Xie Xian's resolve to protect the mirror with his life. He fiercely stabbed the balance sword into the ground, the sword tip resonating with the Taiji totem of the life and death platform, forming a light barrier to block the mirror's light. Useless. Long Xiaotian manipulated the 3 blood magic crystals, and the mirror's light suddenly split into 3 beams, each reflecting Ouyang Schwerer's burning fire phoenix illusion, Zhang Chang's shattered telekinetic net, and Lin Wei's exploding terminal. Look, your companions are destined to die for you. Ouyang Schwerer's silver brows stood on end, her snowfall steps activating the fire lotus mark, the 9-colored fire phoenix illusion unfurling its wings. Phoenix fire, burn the heavens and vanquish evil. At the moment the light arrows collided with the mirror's light, she suddenly spat blood, as the mirror's light reflected her deepest fear of the phoenix sex annihilation, causing her fire phoenix illusion to crack. Xuya, Li Xiu's spirit stirred, and the black radiance of the balance sword nearly consumed the golden patterns. Lin Wei's voice crackled through the communicator, laden with static. Xiu Ge. The frequency of the illusory mirror matches that of the totem on your chest. It is amplifying everyone's negative emotions. Xiangzi, disrupt the resonance frequency of the blood magic crystals. Li Xiu Ruadat. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net surged forth like a tide, yet upon contact with the illusory mirror, it was forcefully repelled, its surface splintering like a spider web. No, he has created a frequency barrier using the resentment of myriad races. Lin Wei suddenly inserted a spiritual energy crystal into her terminal. Activate the Taisu frequency reversal device. The lamppost of the life and death platform suddenly flickered in synchrony, forming a colossal resonance matrix. The black and gold patterns of the balance sword resonated with the matrix, astonishingly reversing the sinister energy frequency of the shadow mirror into the wavelength of the soul requiem. This is the resonance grand array of the ancestor. Long Xiaotian gazed in shock as the light from the shadow mirror softened. How could you know? The final mark left by teacher CMA. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balanced sword, and the complete score of the soul requiem manifested within the blade. Long Xiaotian, you have persistently misunderstood the ancestor's intent. The shadow mirror is not meant for destruction, but rather to reflect one's true heart. At the very instant the 12th bell tolled, Long Xiaotian suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter, plunging the shadow mirror into his own heart. Even so, I still have myriad vengeful souls to offer as sacrifices. His body began to disintegrate, with countless faces of vengeful spirits emerging from beneath his skin, resonating with the shadow mirror and coalescing into the colossal hand of the Lord of Shadows in the direction of the cavern. Xiuge, now is the moment. The remnant soul of Xie Mei erupted with an unprecedented radiance from within the sword, with my fragments of malevolent thought. Let us play the final chapter of the Soul Requiem. Li Xiu abruptly raised the balanced sword high, the tip of the blade lifting Xie Mei's lotus hairpin. The half-blooming lotus at the pinhead resonated with the remnant soul within the sword, transforming the malevolent thought fragments of the Xie lineage into a beam of light that perfectly fused with the totem of righteous thought on his chest. The final chapter of the Taishu Soul Requiem suddenly resounded, with sound waves materializing into a downpour of light, cascading upon all the vengeful souls. No! Long Xiaotian watched as the vengeful souls transformed into starlight amidst the light rain. The power of the shadow mirror utterly disintegrated. His body disintegrated inch by inch, leaving only the shadow mirror falling to the ground, within which Li Xiu's visage was clearly reflected. The totem on his brow no longer depicted the Lord of Shadows, but rather a balanced mark that amalgamated both righteousness and malevolence. As the last vengeful soul transformed into starlight and drifted toward the depths of the cavern, the blood-red setting sun over the training ground suddenly softened. Li Xiu caught the falling shadow mirror, which reflected the scene behind him. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix phantom was healing, Zhang Chang's telekinetic net was being rewoven, and Lin Wei's terminal was restored to normal display. Is it over? The elder referee trembled as he struck the bronze gong, his voice laced with incredulous ecstasy. The Tianwu Grand Competition, Li Xiu wins. The training ground erupted with thunderous cheers, only to fall into sudden silence upon witnessing the resurrection of the soul lamps in the direction of the cavern. Everyone realized that this victory in the finals was not merely an individual honor, but rather a salvation for the entire Hongming domain. Li Xiu gazed toward the depths of the cavern, where the soul lamps of the myriad races' sword tomb all ignited, and the phantom of the Lord of Shadows gradually dissipated in the soul requiem, revealing the true forms of the myriad battle souls beneath. He tightened his grip on the shadow mirror, sensing the will of the ancestor emanating from within. Balance is not stillness, but rather a flowing path that needs guardianship through generations. Just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted, a deep rumble resonated from the depths of the cavern. Lin Wei's terminal suddenly blared a piercing alarm. Xiuge, the core energy of the Lord of Shadows has not vanished. It has transferred to the position where Long Xiaotian dissipated, where a black and gold core was slowly rotating, inscribed with the complete Taishu totem. Li Xiu's pupils constricted. The resonance core? His mind flashed with the final image of the ancestor's fragment of soul. The true soul of the Lord of Shadows had not been completely transformed, but rather transmuted into a balanced core, awaiting a fated individual to embed it into the Taishu core hub at the bottom of the cavern. So, the true purpose of the ancestor is to reset the balance. Li Xiu murmured, tightening his grip on the balance sword. Shuer, Xiangzi, Lin Wei. We still have one final task to accomplish. Ouyang Shuer unfurled her fiery phoenix phantom, her phoenix eyes reflecting determination, to the depths of the cavern, to fulfill the ancestor's last wish. Lin Wei adjusted the core coordinates on her terminal. The hub's location is at the deepest part of the myriad race's sword tomb, but the energy readings there indicate that something is awakening. Li Xiu looked at the shadow mirror in his hand, which reflected the balance core on his chest. And deep within the core, the future seeds sown by the fragments of foresight. Although the bell of the finals had rung, the true path to balance was just beginning. At the bottom of the cavern, the doors of the Taishu core hub slowly began to open, revealing not only the final secret of the ancestor, but also the fate choices for the future of the Hongmeng domain. And the parting words left by Long Xiaotian before his dissolution, that you and I are of the same origin, lingered like an unfulfilled shadow in Li Xiu's heart, heralding that on the path of balance, even more arduous challenges awaited him and his companions. Chapter 67. The Aura of the Rainbow Against the Dragon Elephant's Wisdom. Deep within the myriad race's sword tomb at the bottom of the cavern, the golden light of the soul lamp penetrated layers of sword bones, illuminating a colossal bronze door inscribed with ancient runes. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balance sword, the black and gold patterns of the blade resonating with the Taishu totem on the door, but at the moment of contact, he felt a violent surge of sinister energy. A cacophony of bone grinding echoed from behind the door, as if a primordial beast was awakening. Be careful! Ouyang fiery phoenix phantom suddenly unfurled, her 9-colored fire feathers shielding everyone in front. The bronze door burst open with a deafening roar, releasing a torrent of sinister energy laced with the scent of blood and rust. Manifesting as a shadow that charged forth, the figure clad in tattered dragon-patterned battle armor, with claws resembling those of a beast protruding from his hands. The Dragon Clan's dragon elephant messenger? Lin Wei's terminal blared an alarm, the screen displaying an energy analysis of the enemy, revealing that his muscle fibers had been enhanced by sinister energy, with power readings equivalent to 10 cavernous dragon elephants. The intruder did not wait for a response from the group. He stepped forward, causing the sword bones beneath him to crack like spider webs. He struck with both palms, the gale carrying black and gold sinister energy, forming 2 grotesque dragon elephant phantoms, embodying the secret malevolent technique of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Elephant Wisdom Palm. Each strike infused with the power to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Li Xiu's Gaza Sharpanat. The balance sword angled as he drew a half-taiji diagram with the tip of the blade. Faced with the formidable force of the Dragon Elephant Palm, he did not resist head-on, but instead activated the Taishu Sutra, converting the sword intent into a condensed stream of energy, the Taishu lineage's aura of the rainbow. This technique sought not to contend with force, but to guide energy with intent, penetrating through the gaps of the fierce energy like a rainbow piercing the sun. Clang! At the moment of contact between sword and palm, the tip of Li Xiu's sword precisely struck the center of the dragon elephant phantom's brow. The force of the dragon elephant palm dissipated like a cow sinking into the sea, with the sinister energy being forcibly transformed by the Taiji diagram into pure spiritual energy, replenishing the surrounding sword bone totems. The dragon elephant messenger stared in shock as his palm's power was nullified, his claw-like nails suddenly erupting with even stronger sinister energy. Merely the Taishu sword intent dares to flaunt in front of me. Xiangzi disrupt his muscle nerves. Li Xiu Kumanda. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net surged forth like a tide, but was forcibly rebuffed upon contacting the dragon elephant messenger, as the sinister energy had formed a layer of neural interference upon his surface. No, his muscle memory has been solidified by the sinister energy. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuer activated the snowfall step, imprinting the fire lotus, unleashing 9 arrows of true flame toward the joints of the dragon elephant messenger. The phoenix fire clashed with the sinister energy, emitting sizzling, corrosive sounds, but could not penetrate his hardened exoskeleton. His skin had been solidified by the dragon elephant's sinister energy. rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Lin Wei suddenly shouted, "Xiao Go." His sinister energy frequency is of the same origin as Long Xiaoyan's blood magic crystal. Try resonating with the malevolent thought fragments of the balanced sword. Understanding, Li Xiao activated the sinister thought fragments left by CMA. The black radiance of the balance sword surged violently, resonating with the sinister energy of the dragon elephant messenger. The dragon elephant messenger let out a pained howl, his internal sinister energy spiraling out of control. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao altered his approach. The aura of the rainbow was no longer a singular penetration, but transformed into myriad streams, infiltrating his meridians along the resonance frequency. The score of the soul requiem upon the balance sword gently trembled, converting the rhythmic sinister energy of the dragon elephant wisdom palm into soothing pulses for the spiritual veins. Is this the flow of sword intent? The dragon elephant messenger's eyes reflected fear as he sensed his power being guided by the intangible sword intent. Each palm strike seemed to be fueling Li Xiao's sword momentum. Li Xiao flipped his wrist, and the balanced sword traced a complete taiji diagram, absorbing all the power of the dragon elephant palm into the formation, creating a rapidly spinning vortex of spiritual energy. No, my power. The dragon elephant messenger struggled wildly, yet was drawn ever closer by the taiji vortex. Li Xiao abruptly sheathed his sword. The sword intent that surged like a rainbow swiftly retracted, compressing all malevolent energy into a singular luminous cocoon. At the moment of its rupture, the dark energy enveloping the dragon elephant messenger dissipated entirely, revealing a battered, ordinary warrior beneath. He was merely a marionette controlled by the dark energies. Ouyang Schwerer produced the water spirit pendant and pressed it against his forehead. For the dragon sect had transformed his body using the corruptive power of the dragon elephant. Suddenly, Lin Wei's terminal illuminated with a crimson glow. Xiao Ge. There are even stronger energy responses behind the giant bronze gate. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a violent tremor. From the darkness beyond the gate echoed countless roars reminiscent of dragon elephants, and within the depths of those roars, a familiar voice cackled maniacally. The remnant soul of Long Xiaotian was clinging to a more formidable dragon elephant warrior. Li Xiao tightened his grip on the balanced sword, sensing the warnings from the remnant soul of Xie Mei within the blade. The victory of the initial skirmish did not usher in tranquility. Rather, it unveiled the deeper conspiracies of the dragon sect. They had transformed countless dragon elephant messengers at the abyssal depths using dark energy, while Long Xiaoyan's residual soul sought to leverage these puppets to reconstitute the power of the Shadow Master. It appeared that the true battle had only just begun. Gazing into the darkness behind the giant gate, Li Xiao's sword intent once more coalesced with vigor. Xue, Qianzi, Linvai, prepare yourselves. What we are about to face may very well be the entire malevolent army of the dragon sect. Ouyang Schwerer unleashed the illusion of the fire phoenix, her phoenix eyes reflecting determination. The phoenix fire is ready. I can provide support at any moment. Zhang Chong rewove the telekinetic web, his eyes flashing with intensity. This time, they will not escape. Lin Wei adjusted the newly developed dark energy frequency tracker. I have locked onto the position of Long Xiaoyan's residual soul. It lies at the dragon elephant altar behind the giant gate. Beneath the shadows at the cavern's depths, the dark energy fluctuations of the dragon elephant's Rui palm intensified, standing in stark opposition to Li Xiao's sword intent. The initial clash was merely a prelude. The true confrontation between good and evil would erupt upon the dragon elephant altar with even greater ferocity. And in Li Xiao's hands, the balanced sword not only sought to sever the shackles of dark energy, but also to uncover the path of balance and fulfill the ancestral wishes amidst the relentless onslaught of myriad dragon elephants. Chapter 68. Zhang Chong's Covert Assistance. The dragon elephant altar at the cavern's depths was surrounded by countless sword bones. 12 bronze pillars entwined with a dripping blood-red dragon elephant totem. The clash between Li Xiao's balanced sword and the dark energy of the dragon elephant messenger generated a black-gold shockwave that gouged deep trenches into the ground. In the shadows of the battlefield, Zhang Chong sat cross-legged atop a rune-engraved sword bone, his hands pressed against Lin Wei's specially crafted telekinetic amplification matrix, veins bulging at his temples. Qiangzi, target muscle nerve frequency is 187 Hz, accompanied by dark energy interference waves. Lin Wei's voice crackled through the tactical headset. The terminal screen flashing complex spectral graphs. Their nerves have been transformed by the dark energy into a resonant chain of dragon elephants, rendering ordinary telekinetic interference futile. Zhang Chang clenched his jaw, the telekinetic net spreading across the battlefield like a spider's web. He could see within the dragon elephant messenger's body countless strands of dark energy connecting muscles and nerves, forming a high-speed resonance loop. With each palm strike, the loop amplified the output of dark energy, while simultaneously producing powerful recoil. Wei, please help me isolate the dark energy interference waves. I need to directly disrupt the neural synapses. He channeled the heart method of the Tai Su Jing, transforming his telekinesis into countless fine needles, attempting to penetrate the dark energy loop. However, as soon as he touched the neural synapses, a violent thought rebounded, causing excruciating pain in his consciousness. Try this neural frequency inverter. Lin Wei inserted a crystal engraved with the Tai Chi symbol into the amplification matrix. I will reverse the excitation frequency of the dragon elephant nerves into a suppression frequency. You use your telekinesis as the carrier. The crystal erupted with a gentle white light, and Zhang Chang felt a soothing sword intent merge with his telekinesis. When he launched his disruption again, the telekinetic needles penetrated the dark energy loop, accurately entangling the neural synapses. The dragon elephant messenger's movements suddenly faltered, and the previously frenzied strikes hesitated for a tenth of a second. Effective. Li Xiu seized the opportunity, drawing the balance sword in a sweeping arc, its tip poised at the dragon elephant messenger's forehead. The dark energy loop collapsed under the neural suppression, causing the messenger's malevolent armor to shatter piece by piece. Not good. They are forming a formation. Aoyang sur es de phoenix illusion suddenly expanded. 9 fiery feathers shooting toward the center of the altar. 12 dragon elephant messengers roared in unison, pressing their hands to the ground. And the dragon elephant totem atop the bronze pillars erupted in bloodlight, forming a colossal resonance array of 10,000 dragons. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net was forcibly torn apart, and he coughed up blood. Wei, the formation's frequency is synchronizing. They aim to trigger the collective resonance of the dragon elephants in the cavern. Lin Wei rapidly tapped on her terminal, analyzed the coordinates of the formation's eye. It lies at the heart of the dragon elephant at the altar. Qiangzi, can you pinpoint it? Zhang Chang took a deep breath, pushing his telekinesis to its limits. It was as if he could see beneath the altar, a pulsating dark energy heart pumping forth crimson energy, resonating with the 12 bronze pillars to form a closed loop. Found it. But the formation has a counter-telekinetic barrier. Use the telekinetic resonance blind spot. Lin Wei directed her terminal screen toward Zhang Chang. I analyzed the frequency fluctuations of the formation. There's a nanosecond blind spot every 12 resonances. Zhang Chang's eyes sharpened as he began to synchronize with the formation's resonance frequency. At the moment the 12th resonance sounded, he abruptly unleashed a telekinetic shockwave, akin to a bullet piercing the resonance blind spot. The heart of the dragon elephant at the altar emitted a mournful wail, and the crimson energy surged into chaos. Now, Li Xiu and Ouyang Schwetter struck simultaneously, the balanced sword and the true flame of the phoenix forming a Tai Chi fire wheel, crashing toward the formation's eye. The array of 10,000 dragons shattered in response, and the dark energy enveloping the 12 dragon elephant messengers receded, revealing the unconscious warriors beneath. Just as everyone believed victory was at hand, the heart of the dragon elephant at the altar suddenly erupted, and the remnant soul of Long Xiaotian surged forth, transforming into countless black gold insects that swarmed toward Zhang Chang's telekinetic net. Zhang Chang, be careful. This is the dark thought fission. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net was instantly penetrated by the insects, and he felt his consciousness being eroded by countless dark thoughts. Gruesome visions of Long Xiaotian fused with blood magic crystals flashing before his eyes. Qiangzi, Lin Wei hastily activated her telekinetic shield, only to see it corroded with numerous holes by the insects. Li Xiu abruptly plunged the balance sword into the ground, the melody of a requiem resonating, causing the insects to dissipate into points of light amidst the sound waves. Yet, the remnant soul of Long Xiaotian did not vanish. Instead, it attached itself to the nearest dragon elephant messenger, emitting a hoarse, maniacal laugh. Zhang Chong. Your telekinesis is truly delectable. Zhang Chong weakly opened his eyes. Watching as the remnant soul of Long Xiaotian fled into the depths of the altar, the telekinetic amplification matrix in his hands already riddled with cracks. Lin Wei quickly examined his consciousness. Xiangzi, you have been marked with a dark thought imprint. It's of no consequence. Zhang Chong wiped the blood from his lips. The telekinetic net, quietly, leaving an imperceptible mark on the altar surface. I have also left a telekinetic tracker on him. Li Xiu helped Zhang Chong to his feet. Feeling the disarray of his telekinesis, first, retreat to heal. The remnant soul of Long Xiaotian will return. Her phoenix eyes reflecting the energy readings deep within the altar. He is absorbing the residual dark energy of the dragon elephant heart. When he appears next, he will likely be even stronger. In the cavern's passage, Zhang Chong leaned against the swordbone wall, while Lin Wei utilized a spiritual energy healing device to stabilize his telekinesis. Yet a faint smile crept onto his lips. Wei, do you think my telekinesis imprint can be turned against him? Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with realization. You mean to use the dark thought imprint as a beacon to reverse analyze Long Xiaotian's telekinetic frequency? Zhang Chong nodded, his eyes gleaming with resolute light. Though this covert assistance bore a price, it had laid the crucial groundwork for tracking Long Xiaotian's remnant soul. He understood that the dark thought trap of Long Xiaotian was merely the beginning, and his telekinetic interference would become the decisive strike to breach the barriers of dark energy in the impending final battle. Deep within the cavern, the remnant soul of Long Xiaotian sensed the telekinetic imprint at its forehead. Rather than alerting him, it emitted an excited low growl. Mistakenly believing this was an opportunity to control Zhang Chong, unaware that he had unwittingly stepped into a countertrap woven from telekinesis. Chapter 69. The Wailing of Thousands of Wronged Souls. Deep within the depths of the dragon elephant altar in the cavern, the acrid scent of blood and rust permeated the air, filling the gaps between the skeletal remains of swords. Li Xiu's balance sword cleaved through the darkness, its blade piercing a viscous barrier of malevolent energy. The sight before them caused all eyes to widen in terror. Between 12 bronze columns hung a blood banner woven from the faces of countless vengeful spirits, saturated with black gold malevolence, each flutter emitting a heart-wrenching wail. This was the long-lost blood banner of the dragon sect, the banner of 10,000 souls. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix phantom trembled violently, and the 9-colored fire feathers showed signs of charred damage. It was said that this banner, drawing upon the grievances of countless fallen warriors, could rend the minds of practitioners asunder. The faces of the vengeful souls on the surface of the blood banner suddenly contorted, unleashing visible sound waves that fanned out like a plume. Li Xiu felt a searing pain in his consciousness, his mind flashing with the image of his parents sacrificing themselves in the void divine temple. Ouyang Shuer's true flame of the phoenix dimmed sharply. The prophecy of the elders of the Phoenix sect about self-destructing their spiritual veins echoed in his mind, and even Lin Wei's terminal screen flickered with static, revealing the blurred images of deceased relatives. Xiangzi disrupted the frequency of the sound waves. Li Xiu bellowed, forcibly suppressing the anguish swelling within him. Zhang Chong's mental force net surged forth like a tide, but was shattered the moment it encountered the wails. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It's futile. The sound waves are laced with a malevolent curse. The mental force cannot approach at all. The core of malevolence at the center of the blood banner suddenly flared brightly. The myriad faces of vengeful souls began to merge, forming a colossal visage that enveloped the entire altar. As the giant mouth opened, an even more ferocious wail erupted, causing the skeletal remains of swords at the cavern's ceiling to tremble and fall. Xiuge. The frequency of the blood banner resonates slightly with the righteous totem on your chest. Lin Wei's voice quivered. The frequency spectrum displayed on her terminal revealed that the wailing's malevolent energy fluctuations were mimicking the resonance frequency of the void totem. They intended to use your totem to unlock the seal of true souls. Ouyang Shuer's silver brows stood on end as she activated the fire lotus imprint with her snowfall step, launching 9 arrows of true phoenix fire towards the edges of the blood banner. The moment the phoenix fire made contact with the vengeful souls, it was transformed into tendrils of black mist, inadvertently nourishing the blood banner. This is not good. The phoenix fire is being used to enhance the malevolent energy. Wei Wei quickly analyzed the frequency pattern of the wailing. Li Xiao gripped the balance sword tightly, sensing the warning from Xie Mei's lingering spirit within the blade. The vengeful souls had yet to be redeemed, still harboring goodwill, merely twisted by the malevolence. Lin Wei rapidly tapped on her terminal, and the sound wave spectrum on the screen gradually clarified. Found it. The fundamental frequency of the wailing is a distorted version of the soul-stabilizing melody of the myriad clans. She abruptly inserted a crystal engraved with the Tai Chi symbol into the terminal, activating the frequency purification program to invert the wailing into the soul-stabilizing melody. The crystal erupted with a gentle white light, and the wails in the cavern indeed began to subtly shift in pitch. Li Xiao comprehended the moment, channeling the heart technique of the Taisu Sutra, causing the balance sword to resonate with the purified frequency. And a fragmented melody of the soul-stabilizing song began to flow from the sword's tip. The faces of the vengeful souls on the surface of the blood banner revealed confusion, and the rhythm of the attacks temporarily halted. Now's our chance. Zhang Chang's mental force net reformed. This time, not as interference, but weaving a light net to soothe the spiritual veins, flowing along the purified frequency. The colossal face at the center of the blood banner emitted a pained roar, and the faces of the vengeful souls began to peel away in layers, revealing a faint golden light beneath, the remnants of goodwill not tainted by malevolence. It turned out that the vengeful souls had not completely fallen. Compassion flickered in Li Xiao's eyes as the black gold patterns of the balance sword resonated with the golden light, drawing in the peeling vengeful souls into the blade. The lingering spirit of Xie Mei chimed softly within the sword, transforming into a cascade of light that infused the vengeful souls, aiding them in breaking free from the shackles of malevolence. Suddenly, the residual malevolence of Long Xiaotian surged forth from the core of the blood banner, controlling the remaining vengeful souls to form a vortex of malevolence. Li Xiao, do you think you can redeem these souls? I will ensure their wailing lasts for eternity. In his hand appeared half of a shadowy mirror, the mirror's light resonating with the blood banner, amplifying the wails tenfold. Qiangzi, disrupt the reflection frequency of the shadowy mirror. Shuer, burn the veins of malevolence within the blood banner with phoenix fire. Li Xiao simultaneously issued commands, while he plunged the balance sword into the swirling malevolence at the core of the blood banner. The score of the soul-stabilizing melody fully unfurled, forming a resonant closed loop with the malevolent frequency of the shadowy mirror. Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix phantom transformed into 9 color chains, entwining the veins of malevolence within the blood banner, while Zhang Chang's mental force net transformed into countless fine needles, piercing the reflection nodes of the shadowy mirror. Through their combined efforts, the wailing frequency of the blood banner was completely inverted, and the myriad vengeful souls transformed into twinkling starlight within the soul-stabilizing melody, drifting toward the cavern's depths and the sword sepulchre of the myriad clans. No, my blood banner of 10,000 souls. Long Xiaoyan's residual soul let out a piercing scream, being backlashed by the rampaging malevolence, his form becoming translucent. He hurled the shadowy mirror toward Li Xiao, the mirror's light reflecting not the master of the evil shadow, but countless faces of unredeemed, vengeful souls. As the last wail dissipated, the blood banner turned to ashes, revealing beneath it a stone tablet inscribed with the character for soul. Li Xiao reached out to touch the stone tablet, and the voice of the progenitor echoed in his consciousness. The myriad souls return to their rightful place, and balance manifests. Suddenly, the tablet cracked open, and a core of myriad souls, engraved with the complete void totem, tumbled into his palm. Lin Wei's terminal blared with alarms. Xiao Ge, the true soul energy at the cavern's depths, is converging toward the core of myriad souls. Ouyang Shuer gazed at the core in Li Xiao's palm, concern reflected in her phoenix eyes. Though Long Xiaotian has retreated, he used the shadowy mirror to draw upon the last vestiges of true soul power, this core. Before she could finish, the core suddenly erupted with black gold light, creating a deadly resonance with a righteous totem on Li Xiao's chest. He felt his consciousness forcibly opened, revealing the true visage of the master of the evil shadow. It was a conglomeration of all unredeemed, vengeful souls and wicked thoughts left over from the progenitor's division of soul. And the core of myriad souls was the final key to awaken it. Deep within the cavern, Long Xiaoyan's residual soul licked the cracks of the shadowy mirror, his eyes flashing with madness. Li Xiao, do you think redeeming the vengeful souls will lead to success? The true wailing has only just begun. Li Xiao gripped the core of myriad souls tightly, feeling the tempestuous energy within, knowing that the destruction of the blood banner was but a temporary victory. The shadowy mirror left by Long Xiaotian and the core of myriad souls had thrust him toward the ultimate choice, to utterly destroy the core or to discover the path of balance to redeem the true souls. And deep within the core, though the wails of countless vengeful souls had ceased, they left behind a silent prophecy. When the myriad souls returned to their rightful place, it would also mark the prelude to the ultimate confrontation between righteousness and wickedness. Chapter 70. The Sword of the Awakening Residual Soul. The core of myriad souls at the cavern's depths erupted in blinding black gold light, creating a fatal resonance with the righteous totem on Li Xiao's chest. He felt his consciousness being forcibly torn apart, countless faces of vengeful souls flashing before his eyes, while Long Xiaoyan's malevolent residual soul manipulated the shadowy mirror, directing all malevolence toward the core, where the true soul of the master of the evil shadow was awakening. The Taisu totem on his brow, flickering with a destructive red light. Li Xiao quickly destroyed the core. Ouyang Shuer's Fire Phoenix Phantom was pushed back by the shockwave of malevolence, her 9-colored wings shattering inch by inch. If this continues, the true soul will break free using your totem. Lin Wei's terminal flashed red. A three-dimensional model formed from data streams displayed. The resonance between the core of myriad souls and Li Xiao has formed a closed loop, amplifying the frequency of malevolence with each pulse. This is not good. The core is locked by the shadowy mirror. Forcibly destroying it will trigger a chain explosion. Long Xiaoyan's residual soul cackled with glee, embedding the shadowy mirror into the fissure of the core, its light refracting Li Xiao's reflection. Yet within the reflection, the totem of the master of the evil shadow emerged on his brow. Do you see? You and I are the same source. Let the true soul devour you, and the Hongmeng realm shall welcome true balance. Li Xiao's meridians threatened to rupture under the strain of resonance, and the balanced sword suddenly emitted a clear, melodious sound. The lingering spirit of Xia Mei floated from the sword, her silver hair shimmering with golden light. Xiao Air, do you remember the words of the progenitor? Balance is not stillness, is the equilibrium of flow. The fingertips of the residual soul pointed toward the core of myriad souls, and the malevolent patterns on the surface of the core began to reveal the visage of Elder Xiexian. Li Xiao experienced a moment of enlightenment. The shadowy mirror could not only reflect wicked thoughts, but also illuminate the essence of true souls. He plunged the balanced sword into the fissure of the core, the sword tip resonating with Xia Mei's residual soul, playing the final chapter of the Tai Su soul-stabilizing melody. It's useless. Long Xiaotian wielded the shadow mirror to amplify the dark energy, and the power of the true soul is beyond your resistance. The melody of the requiem penetrated the core, and the black gold light of the 10,000 souls core suddenly transformed into a gentle jade hue. CMA's remnant soul fused with the ancestral soul contained within the balanced sword, and a faint ethereal image of the primordial ancestor emerged, a giant wielding the balanced sword, with the Taoist totem on his forehead split into two halves of righteousness and evil, slowly rotating. Is this the spirit of the Taishu sword? Ouyang Shuer gazed in astonishment at the sword shadow. It is said that only those who gather the totems of righteousness and evil can awaken the ancestral remnant soul. The sword spirit opened its eyes, revealing not destruction, but only compassion. It raised the balanced sword, pointing the blade at the shadow mirror, and the reflection was forcibly reversed, revealing Long Xiaoyan's deep-seated fears. He did not yearn for destruction, but was terrified of the solitude that ensued from being consumed by the true soul. With my remnant soul, I guide myriad souls. With my sword intent, I balance yin and yang. The voice of the sword spirit resonated like a great bell, causing the sword bones in the cavern to resonate in unison. The balanced sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, the black gold sword energy transforming into a Taiji diagram. enveloping both the 10,000 Souls core and the shadow mirror simultaneously. Long Xiaoyan's remnant soul let out a chilling scream as the blood magic crystal within him disintegrated inch by inch under the sword's intent. The shadow mirror cracked open in the middle, reflecting Li Xiushi wielding the sword on one side, while the other side revealed the scene of the ancestral soul's division. The master of the dark shadow was not evil, but rather a vessel left by the ancestor to guide the resentful souls of myriad races. It turns out, I was wrong. Long Xiaoyan's remnant soul dissipated within the sword's intent, and before his demise, a flicker of clarity flashed in his eyes. The black gold light of the 10,000 Souls core completely receded, transforming into a balanced core inscribed with the complete Taishu totem, suspended in the palm of Li Xiushi's hand. The sword spirit withdrew the balanced sword, its form gradually fading, leaving behind a whispered saying, "With balance established, myriad races shall find peace." At the depths of the cavern, the myriad races' sword tomb suddenly erupted with countless sword energies, and all the resentful souls transformed into starlight within the requiem, drifting towards the vast expanse of the Hongmeng domain. Ouyang Shui's fiery phoenix illusion reformed, her 9-colored wings more resplendent than ever. The malevolent energy of the cavern was transforming into spiritual energy. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that the energy readings of the cavern's core had returned to balance. The once evil energy vortex had become the Taishu spiritual spring, nurturing the spiritual veins. Zhang Chang's psychic net captured the distant sounds of jubilation. At the martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy, everyone felt the dramatic shift in the cavern's energy. Li Xiushi gripped the balanced core, feeling the will of the ancestor within it. CMA's remnant soul chuckled softly within the sword. Remember, balance is not the end point, but the beginning of guardianship. Outside the cavern passage, the morning light penetrated the gaps in the sword bones, illuminating the balanced sword in Li Xiushi's hand. The black gold patterns on the sword no longer represented the conflict between righteousness and evil, but flowed naturally like water. He understood that although the crisis of the Long clan had been resolved, the balance of the Hongmeng domain would still require guardianship for generations to come. Let's return. Li Xiushi looked at his companions, his eyes gleaming with determination. Hope reflected in her phoenix eyes. The Feng clan will establish a balanced guardian office to monitor the spiritual veins across the lands. Zhang Chang rewove the psychic net. Chuckling, this time back, I need Wei to upgrade my psychic interference device, calling it the balance resonator. Lin Wei adjusted the terminal, and the screen displayed the last message left by the ancestor. The lineage of Taishu must take balance as the path, neither righteous nor evil, yet both righteous and evil. At the depths of the cavern, the Taishu spiritual spring gushed forth, nourishing the newly formed sword bones. Li Xiushi, wielding the balanced sword, walked at the forefront. Though the Taishu sword spirit had fallen into slumber, it left a faint golden mark on his forehead, an imprint of the path of balance and a new beginning. In the distance, thunderous cheers erupted from the martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy. But Li Xiushi knew that the true challenge was not to defeat the master of the dark shadow, but to maintain the heart of balance amidst countless temptations. He looked up at the sky of the Hongmeng domain, the sunlight piercing through the last remnants of dark clouds, illuminating the long path to balance paved by the awakened sword of the Taishu sword spirit. Chapter 71. The Price of Evil Arts Backfiring. At the depths of the cavern, the Taishu spiritual spring gushed forth, and a gentle spiritual energy permeated the gaps in the sword bones. Long Xiaoyan's remnant soul struggled within the cracks of the shadow mirror, his body engulfed in a boiling tempest of black gold malevolent energy, with the blood magic crystal in his chest emitting piercing shrieks. A harbinger of the backlash from the evil arts, each pulse of energy tore at his already broken meridians. No, I cannot lose. Long Xiaoyan's figure flickered in and out of the malevolent energy as he desperately grasped a shattered blood magic crystal, attempting to inject it with dark energy, only to be violently rebuffed by the crystal's backlash, sending him flying. Countless agonized faces materialized on the crystal's surface. Those were the remnant souls of martial artists he had devoured, now flowing upstream against the backlash, gnawing at his spiritual veins. Li Xiushi gripped the balanced sword tightly. The remnant soul of CMA warned him from within. His foundation of evil arts has been destroyed, and the blood magic crystal is disintegrating into primordial dark energy. The black gold patterns on the sword slightly trembled, reflecting the grim state of Long Xiaoyan's body. The muscle fibers once enhanced by malevolent energy were now self-dissolving, transforming into toxic mist that seeped into the ground. Long Xiaoyan, turn back. Ouyang Shuer as fiery phoenix illusion spread its 9-colored wings. The phoenix fire no longer scorching, but transforming into a gentle flow of light, attempting to soothe the rampaging dark energy. The true soul has been guided. Your obsession is meaningless. Long Xiaoyan laughed maniacally. The sound mingled with the crunch of breaking bones. Turn back? The path of destruction that my Long clan has pursued for generations cannot be questioned by mere children like you. He violently tore at the curse markings on his chest, and the last intact blood magic crystal burst forth, strangely merging with the spiritual energy of the Taishu spiritual spring to form a pitch-black evil core. Wei. The energy readings of the evil core have exceeded the limit. As Zhang Chong's psychic net brushed against the evil core, it was repelled by a violent thought, leaving him stunned as he gazed at the terminal screen. It was simulating the cellular division frequency of the true soul, but in a far more chaotic manner. Lin Wei rapidly tapped the keyboard. Within the three-dimensional model, the molecular structure of the evil core was visibly collapsing and reorganizing at an alarming rate, each fission releasing enough malevolent energy to corrode the spiritual veins. This is a storm of malevolent energy fission. If it detonates, the spiritual spring at the depths of the cavern will be utterly polluted. Long Xiaoyan appeared frenzied, thrusting his hands into the fissures of the evil core. The black gold malevolent energy spread along his arms, transforming his body into a semi-crystalline state. He leapt up violently, and the evil core erupted with a blinding light in his palm, forming a tear in space. On the other side of the rift, the giant eye of the Dark Shadow Master was faintly visible. Li Xiaoshu, come and perish with me. Long Xiaoyan howled as he hurled the evil core toward the balanced sword, and the torrent of malevolent energy surged forth from the rift, instantly engulfing a large portion of the cavern. Li Xiaoshu's gaze sharpened as he positioned the balanced sword across his chest. He did not resist with brute force, but instead channeled the Taishu Sutra, transforming the sword intent into a condensed light wall, with the surface flowing with interwoven black and white taiji patterns. At the moment the torrent of malevolent energy collided with the light wall, it was forcibly guided along the trajectory of the taiji diagram, converting into pure spiritual energy that nourished the Taishu spiritual spring. Impossible. Long Xiaoyan watched in disbelief as his destructive power was effortlessly neutralized, fear finally appearing in his eyes. The blood magic crystal within him completely erupted, countless malevolent energy spikes bursting from beneath his skin, slicing his body into 1,000 wounds. The remnant soul of Xie Mei sighed within the balanced sword. The rigidity of evil arts is easily broken. He forcibly fused the blood magic crystal, and the seeds of backlash had long been sown. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix illusion transformed into chains, wrapping around Long Xiaoyan's crumbling body. Give in. We can guide the dark energy within you. Yet, Long Xiaoyan suddenly broke free from the chains. The black blood he coughed up coalescing into a sinister dark shadow in the air. I, Long Xiaoyan, would rather shatter into pieces than remain whole. Just then, the last blood magic crystal within him detonated with a thunderous explosion. The shockwave of malevolent energy pierced through his body, transforming him into countless black gold insects, each carrying his resentment and suffering, swarming toward Li Xiaoshu's balanced sword. Xiaoshu, these insects resonate with your totem of righteousness. Lin Wei exclaimed in shock as Li Xiaoshu plunged the balanced sword into the Taishu spiritual spring. The blade resonated with the spirit spring, erupting with countless strands of soul-binding sword energy. The flying insects emitted mournful cries amidst the sword energy, transforming into specks of starlight that merged into the spirit spring. In that fleeting moment of clarity, Long Xiaoyan's consciousness grasped the madness of the ancestors of the dragon sect, eroded by dark energy, perceived the distortion of his own heart in pursuit of power, and ultimately witnessed the compassion reflected in Li Xiao's eyes. Thus, he comprehended that balance embodies this profound truth. His fading consciousness whispered, dissipating entirely into the cosmos. The fissures at the bottom of the cave gradually sealed, the torrent of dark energy receded, revealing the increasingly verdant sword bone nourished by the spirit spring. Li Xiu retrieved the fragment of the shadow mirror that Long Xiaotian had dropped before his dissolution. What was reflected within was no longer the dark shadow's master, but a pure light of the void. It was over. Ouyang Shuer retracted the illusion of the fire phoenix. Her silver-white hair was now free from the crimson burns. The wicked path of the dragon sect had ultimately led to its own annihilation. Zhang Chong, sensing the remnants of dark thoughts in his consciousness, suddenly chuckled. This fellow, until his last breath, remained oblivious that his dark arts backlash ironically aided us in purifying the last vestiges of dark energy from a cave. Lin Wei adjusted her terminal, and the energy spectrum of the spirit spring displayed a flawless cycle of Tai Chi. According to the information left by the progenitor, the essence of the dark arts backlash is the self-destruction of energy that defies the laws of nature. She pointed towards the core of balance in the center of the spirit spring, asserting that true balance, much like the spring itself, embraces all without being ensnared by any. Li Xiu placed the fragment of the shadow mirror into the spirit spring, and the shard transformed into a flowing light, merging into the core of balance. Clenching the balance sword, the void sword spirit imprint upon the blade gently warmed, conveying the progenitor's final will. The defeat of dark arts is not due to weakness of power, but rather a failure of character. The path of balance begins in the heart and culminates in action. Outside the cave passage, cheers erupted from the martial arena of Tianwu Academy. Li Xiu understood that the tragic defeat of Long Xiaotian marked not only the conclusion of a battle, but also the commencement of the re-establishment of balance in the primordial realm. He turned to his companions, determination sparkling in his eyes. It is time for us to return. Ouyang Shuer displayed the coordinates of the Fire Phoenix flagship. The Phoenix sect has established a balance outpost at the cave entrance, and we now need to monitor the energy fluctuations of the spirit spring. Zhang Chong wove his mental network anew, this time incorporating several special frequency nodes. I've set a mental alert around the spirit spring. Any aberrations of dark energy will be detected instantaneously. Lin Wei raised her terminal, and a new task list appeared on the screen. According to the progenitor's will, we need to establish balance altars across the primordial realm to channel the energy of the void spirit spring towards the depleted spiritual veins. At the bottom of the cave, the source of the void spirit spring, the core of balance, rotated slowly, exuding a gentle luminescence. Li Xiu, wielding the balance sword, led the way, the black golden patterns on the blade harmonizing beautifully with the shimmering waves of the spirit spring. The heavy cost of Long Xiaotian's devastating defeat reaffirmed the singular truth of the path of balance. Only by adhering to nature and harmonizing all can one evade the catastrophic conclusion of dark arts backlash. In the distance, the melodious chimes of Tianwu Academy resonated, heralding the end of an old era and the dawn of a new age of guardianship. Li Xiu gazed upward towards the clear skies of the primordial realm, sunlight filtering through the fissures of the sword bone, illuminating the balance mark on his forehead. He recognized that Long Xiaotian's tragic downfall was merely a footnote on the path to balance. The true challenge lay in safeguarding this hard-won fluid equilibrium throughout the long passage of time. Chapter 72. The Ripples at the Cave Entrance. The void spirit spring at the cave's depths stirred with gentle ripples, the core of balance revolving slowly, emitting spiritual energy that entwined around the sword bone like silk. Li Xiu stood by the spring, the black golden patterns of the blade resonating with the core, when a lingering soul of Xie Mei within the sword suddenly stirred, transforming into a streak of light that entered the spring's eye. Deep within the spirit spring, an ancient bronze key, enveloped by the sword bone, began to awaken in a faint glow. Xiugu, the energy readings at the cave entrance are abnormal. Lin Wei's voice crackled through the communicator as the spirit spring spectrum on the terminal surged violently. It was not dark energy, but rather a type of primordial spiritual energy never before encountered. Zhang Chong's mental network surged towards the cave entrance, only to be gently repelled upon contact with the ripples. What a peculiar energy field, soft as water, yet indestructible. He noticed countless tiny runes manifesting on the rock wall at the entrance, forming a fragmented map of the myriad races. Ouyang Shuek summoned the illusion of the Fire Phoenix. Her 9-colored wings brushed across the surface of the ripples, and the true flames of the phoenix transformed into dewdrops that merged within. This is the primordial spiritual liquid from the dawn of creation, said to be stirred only by the progenitor's key to the primordial realm. She pointed towards the depths of the spring, asserting that the key must lie at the bottom of the spirit spring. Li Xiu, resonating with the balanced sword, found its tip automatically pointing towards the eye of the spring. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the spirit spring, the icy spiritual liquid wrapping around him like a living entity, as the totem of righteous thought on his chest resonated strongly with the key at the spring's bottom. Underwater, the cocoon formed by the sword bone shattered, revealing an ancient bronze key engraved with the totems of myriad races, with a keyhole pulsating with the same primordial spiritual energy as the ripples. The key to the primordial realm, Li Xiu grasped the key, feeling the will of the progenitor flowing through it. The key felt warm to the touch, the myriad race totems slowly rotating in his palm, forming a triangular resonance with the balanced sword and the fragment of the shadow mirror, unfolding an ancient scene in his mind's eye. The progenitor of the void holding the key, opening a golden door that connected heaven and earth, beyond which lay the initial network of spiritual veins in the primordial realm. The true purpose of the key was to serve as a nexus for connecting the spiritual veins of the primordial realm. The lingering soul of Siam Mei whispered within the sword. When the progenitor divided his soul, he submerged the key into the cave to prevent the dragon sect from manipulating the spiritual veins of the myriad races. Suddenly, Lin Wei's terminal erupted with brilliant light. The frequency analysis of the key perfectly overlapped with a map of the myriad races. I understand. The ripples at the cave entrance are the resonance of the spiritual veins activated by the key. As long as we locate the primordial nodes corresponding to the key, we can reshape the balance of the spiritual veins throughout the primordial realm. Just then, the ripples at the cave entrance became violet. Countless shadowy figures surged from the fissures in the rock wall, wielding dark energy daggers capable of slicing through the primordial spiritual liquid. Remnants of the dragon sect. Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix bout erupted with 9 radiant arrows, only to have them absorbed by a peculiar energy upon contact with the shadows. Their weapons were coated with devouring spiritual lacquer, specifically designed against primordial spiritual energy. Zhang Chang's mental network was torn apart by the shadows' mental energy disruptors. He stared in shock at the blood-marked totem on their foreheads. These individuals were the death warriors transformed by Long Xiaotian using dark energy. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the key to the primordial realm. It suddenly radiated with the brilliance of the totems of myriad races, shattering the dark energy daggers of the shadows. Yet, the death warriors, undeterred by death, attempted to self-destruct by igniting the dark energy cores within them. Xiu Ye. They want to destroy the key. Lin Wei's voice cried out in alarm as Li Xiu swiftly inserted the key into the spirit spring. The light of the myriad race totems forming a protective shield that converted all explosive energy. After the explosion, a complete map of the myriad races appeared on the rock wall at the cave entrance, marked with 9 glowing red dots, corresponding to the 9 spiritual vein nodes linked to the key to the primordial realm. Li Xiu resonated with the key, and the progenitor's voice echoed in his mind. The 9 nodes are the pivot of life and death for all beings. They must be activated with the intention of the balance sword to ensure the perpetuity of the primordial realm. The nodes were distributed throughout the 9 perilous locations in the primordial realm. Ouyang Shuer pointed at the red dots on the map, the extreme north ice abyss, the southern volcanic region, the eastern domain of dark shadows. Each node connects to the threshold of life and death for the spiritual veins. Lin Wei retrieved the energy models for the nodes. Activating the nodes requires specific spiritual vein frequencies. The ice abyss requires water attribute energy. The volcano needs fire attribute energy. While the node in the dark shadow domain surprisingly requires a balance of righteous and dark energy. Li Xiu gripped the balance sword tightly as the lingering soul of the progenitor resonated with the primordial key, coalescing 9 distinct attributes of sword intent at its tip. The progenitor intends for us to harmonize the 9 great spiritual veins through the path of balance. The ripples at the cave entrance gradually calmed, yet within, a grander flow of energy was brewing. Li Xiu carefully tucked the key of Hong Meng into his bosom. where it resonated in a triangular harmony with the balanced sword and the shard of the shadow mirror, constructing a miniature network of Hongmeng's spiritual veins within his body. Chong, you're tasked with analyzing the spiritual vein frequency of the nodes. Schwerer, mobilize the Phoenix clan's strength to cleanse the malevolent energy surrounding the nodes. Wei Wei, develop a spiritual vein regulator to stabilize the frequencies. Li Xiu gazed at his companions, determination gleaming in his eyes. Our next objective is to activate the 9 nodes and reshape the Hongmeng spiritual veins. Ouyang Schwerer unfurled the coordinates of the Fire Phoenix flagship. The node in the extreme north abyss is the closest, but it is surrounded by ancient ice that has never melted, rendering ordinary spiritual energy unable to approach. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net had already locked onto the first node. I sense a familiar telepathic wave deep within the abyss, reminiscent of Teacher Xie Mei's lingering consciousness. Lin Wei calibrated the newly developed attribute resonator. This device can simulate the 9 attributes of spiritual energy. Xiu Gu, if you use the balanced sword to harmonize, we should be able to activate the node. At the bottom of the cave, the ripples of the Taishu spiritual spring spread throughout the Hongmeng domain, causing the spiritual veins in various locations to begin self-repairing. Yet, Li Xiu understood that activating the 9 nodes was merely the beginning. The true power of the key of Hongmeng lay in unlocking the golden door that connected heaven and earth, behind which concealed the ultimate secrets of the ancestors' fragmented souls and the truth of the Hongmeng domain's origin. The attack by the remnants of the Dragon Clan underscored the importance of the key and indicated that more formidable enemies lurked in the shadows, coveting it. Gripping the key of Hongmeng tightly, Li Xiu felt the pulsations of myriad totems within, realizing that he bore not only the legacy of the balanced sword, but also the future of the entire Hongmeng domain. Let us embark. Li Xiu stepped onto the path leading to the extreme north abyss, the balanced sword and the key of Hongmeng resonating at his waist, emitting a clear and melodious sword chime. The ripples at the cave's entrance slowly closed behind him, leaving in the void a barely perceptible spatial fissure. On the other side of the fissure, a pair of golden eyes, belonging to an ancient being long dormant, watched over the key of Hongmeng. A new journey had commenced, with the challenges of the 9 spiritual vein nodes awaiting. Li Xiu and his companions, bearing the key of Hongmeng, embarked on the path to restore balance. While the ripples at the cave's entrance signified not only the revival of the spiritual veins, but also the first glimmer of dawn unveiling the mysteries of Hongmeng, guiding them toward the unknown ahead and the ultimate gate to the legacy of the ancestors. Chapter 73. The Taishu Cannon and the Dragon Clan's Token. The frigid winds of the extreme north abyss sliced through the air, brushing against Li Xiu's hand that clutched the key of Hongmeng. Surprisingly, warmth emanated from the ancient bronze key, dispelling the ghastly ice malevolence within reach, transforming it into ethereal mist. He sat cross-legged on the sword-bone platform deep within the abyss, unfurling the yellowed pages of the Taishu Cannon. Suddenly, the pages began to flip on their own, revealing the final page inscribed with blood-written cryptic symbols, resonating peculiarly with the Dragon Clan's token. Could this be the activation diagram of the key of Hongmeng? Lin Wei directed her terminal towards the page, scanning it with crimson light, and the cryptic symbols revealed a 9-pointed star pattern, each ray corresponding to a spiritual vein node. Even more astonishingly, the intersection of these rays bore the outline of the Dragon Clan's token, with a blood pattern totem at the token's center perfectly fitting the keyhole. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net penetrated the page, revealing fragments of the ancestor's memories in his consciousness. I saw the ancestor submerging the key into the cave while simultaneously burying a balance token, intended to the memory, suddenly interrupted, and the blood inscriptions on the page ignited, unveiling etched illustrations beneath it. In the underground chamber of the Taishu Temple, the key and token resonated, opening a stone door adorned with myriad totems. Could the Dragon Clan's token be a fragment of the balance token? Ouyang Schwenner's Fire Phoenix illusion brushed over the page. Yet the Phoenix fire could not scorch the cryptic symbols. I once encountered a similar totem in the ancient texts of the Phoenix clan, which stated that the balance token is divided into 2 halves of righteousness and malevolence. When united, they commune with the divine, but when separated, they devour their master. Li Xiu produced the token he had seized from Long Xiaotian. Suddenly, the blood patterns on its surface erupted, casting an image of a clandestine meeting of the Dragon Clan's elders upon the icy surface. The third elder pressed the token against the schematic of the key of Hongmeng, and in an instant of malevolent energy infusion, the simulated key unleashed destructive power, obliterating the entire laboratory. They had been forging a counterfeit key all along. Lin Wei's terminal deciphered the frequency data from the imagery, revealing that the Dragon Clan had distorted the balance token with malevolent energy, attempting to forcibly activate the nodes, resulting in a backlash from the spiritual veins. She pointed towards the black viscous substance seeping from the fissure in the abyss. These remnants of malevolent energy were the aftereffects of the counterfeit key's creation. Zhang Chong suddenly clutched his head in anguish, as the telekinetic net detected the vengeful spirits deep within the token. I hear countless voices screaming. They're the remnants of sacrifices used by the Dragon Clan to forge the key. He hurled the token towards the Sorbonne, and where it struck, black blood seeped forth, forming the character's virtual divine temple upon the ice. The virtual divine temple. Could it be an alternate name for the Taishu Temple? Li Xiu resonated with the balance sword, the blade revealing a fragmented map of the Taishu Temple, the place of retreat for the ancestors' fragmented souls, located at the core of the spiritual veins in the Hongmeng domain. He placed the key of Hongmeng alongside the Dragon Clan's token, and the keyhole and the blood pattern totem of the token formed a perfect complement in a Taiji diagram. Ouyang Schwerer retrieved the dragon-seeking compass from the Phoenix Clan's secret vault. The compass's needle broke through the magnetic field of the extreme north, pointing directly southeast. The coordinates of the Taishu Temple lie within the Wan Soul resting ground in the eastern domain, an ancient battlefield where the spiritual veins are so chaotic that even the Phoenix fire cannot probe. Suddenly, Lin Wei's terminal illuminated with red light. The blood patterns of the Dragon Clan's token resonated with the key, generating a three-dimensional model of the temple on the screen. Look, at the center of the temple is a resonance pool of righteousness and malevolence. Both the key and the complete balance token must be inserted simultaneously to unlock the core chamber. In the model, the stone door of the chamber bore the same 9-pointed star pattern as seen on the pages. Just then, the ancient ice at the top of the abyss shattered, and dozens of shadowy figures wielding short blades coated with soul-devouring paint descended, the leader of whom bore a complete Dragon Clan token at their waist, the blood patterns on it resonating with the fragment in Li Xiu's possession. Surrender the key of Hongmeng. The shadows screeched, their short blades unleashing malevolent energy that froze the surrounding spiritual mist. Their token is intact. Ouyang Schwener's Fire Phoenix Bao unleashed 9 light arrows. Yet they were absorbed by the malevolent energy shield surrounding the shadows. These were the blood soul guards of the Dragon Clan, enhanced through the sacrifice of living beings. Li Xiu inserted the key of Hongmeng into the Sorbonne platform, and the key erupted with the radiance of myriad totems, forming a protective barrier. Suddenly, the fragment of the Dragon Clan's token flew from his embrace, resonating with the complete token of the shadows, unveiling in the void the complete memories of the ancestors' fragmented souls. The balance token was originally a spiritual artifact used by the ancestors to harmonize righteousness and malevolence, but had been severed by the first leader of the Dragon Clan, who attempted to corrupt one half with malevolent energy, aiming to control the Hongmeng spiritual veins. Now it all made sense. Li Xiu realized the Dragon Clan's token was the corrupted malevolent half of the token, while the key of Hongmeng left by the ancestors required the righteous half of the token to be activated. He swung the balance sword vigorously, its tip resonating with the frequencies of the two tokens, forming a Taiji diagram that enveloped the blood soul guards. The Taiji diagram erupted with a gentle radiance, disintegrating the malevolent energy shield surrounding the blood soul guards, revealing the bodies of the warriors beneath, eroded by malevolent energy. The complete Dragon Clan token emitted a mournful wail in resonance, its blood patterns fading to reveal its original white jade essence, upon which the character for righteousness was inscribed. This was indeed the righteous half of the token, inverted by the Dragon Clan. No, my token. The leading blood soul guard watched as the token restored its essence, the madness in his eyes receding to reveal confusion. Who am I? His body dissipated within the spiritual mist, leaving behind the restored righteous half of the token. Li Xiu picked up the two tokens, and the fragment automatically fused with the righteous half, forming a complete balance token inscribed with the Taiji diagram. The token felt warm in his hand, resonating more powerfully with the key of Hongmeng, and the consciousness of the ancestors echoed in his mind. The key of Hongmeng activates the spiritual veins. The balance token determines righteousness and malevolence. When the two become one, the true visage of Taishu is revealed. The spiritual mist of the extreme north abyss gradually dissipated, revealing the direction of the one soul resting ground in the distance. Li Xiao embedded the balance token into the key of Hongmeng, and the myriad totems of the keyhole resonated with the Taiji diagram of the token, projecting a teleportation array depicting the Taishu temple upon the ice. Xiuye. The energy of the teleportation array points towards the resonance pool of righteousness and malevolence in the temple. Lin Wei adjusted the terminal, yet according to the model's analysis, a wave of energy emanating from the resonance pool's depths bore a striking resemblance to the totem upon her chest. Ouyang Schwerer unfurled the ethereal form of the fire phoenix, her phoenix eyes reflecting the runes of the teleportation array. Ancient texts recorded that the core chamber of the temple concealed the true essence of the primordial soul. Could it be? Li Xiao tightened his grip on the balanced sword, feeling the remnant essence of the primordial spirit within the blade tremble gently. He understood that the secret of the dragon sex token was merely the first step in unlocking the key to the primordial chaos. Beyond the ultimate gate of the void temple lay not only the true essence of the primordial soul, but also the potential revelation of the truth behind the birth of the Lord of Shadows, as well as the ultimate answer to the chaos plaguing the spiritual veins of the primordial realm. The light of the teleportation array gradually solidified, and the assault from the remnants of the dragon sect revealed the connection between the key and the token, pointing towards their next destination, the void temple of the 10,000 souls. Li Xiao glanced at his companions, feeling the resonance of the balance token and the key to primordial chaos in his palm, emitting a melodious hum. He knew that the path to the temple would be fraught with thorns, yet only by unraveling the entirety of the secrets held by the key and the token could he truly fulfill the primordial's last wish and restore the flowing balance to the primordial realm. Chapter 74. The Warning of the Spirit Guardian. The tempest of the 10,000 souls churned through the void, as Li Xiao and his companions traversed the teleportation array. The key to primordial chaos and the balance token erupted simultaneously, enveloping them in a gentle barrier of light that harmonized the oncoming tumult of spiritual currents. The entrance to the void temple appeared before them, obscured by the forest of sword bones, where the totems of myriad races flickered faintly within the spiritual mist. The 12 coiling dragon stone columns were not entwined with dragon patterns, but rather with chains of battle souls composed of spirits. Be cautious. These columns are absorbing the spiritual energy of living beings. As Zhang Chang's mental net brushed against the column, it was repelled by a chilling force. He beheld the remnants of martial artists who had perished in the cataclysm of the myriad races sealed within the columns, each chain inscribed with ancient glyphs that warned against breaking the balance. Lin Wei aimed her terminal at the column, scanning it as red light penetrated the spiritual mist. The material of the column was crystallized from the essence of the 10,000 souls, requiring a specific frequency of spiritual energy to activate. She infused the frequency of the balance token into the terminal, causing the chains of battle souls on the column to illuminate, projecting phantoms of the battle souls of myriad races upon the ground, each striking a different martial stance. This was the entrance examination left by the primordial. Li Xiao resonated with the balanced sword, the tip of the blade instinctively pointing towards the Taiji stance among the phantoms. The chains of battle souls would mimic the techniques of the challengers, and only by responding with the intent of the balanced sword could one pass. Ouyang Schweker spread her fire phoenix's 9-colored wings, the fiery essence transforming into a flowing sword of flames, as she thrust towards the axe-wielding battle soul of the barbarian. The soul astonishingly split into 2 phantoms, one wielding an axe and the other a shield, perfectly blocking her attack. They could analyze our combat patterns in real time. Just as the companions engaged with the phantoms of battle souls, the mist coalesced into a solid form at the center column. An elder spirit, garbed in tattered robes of the void, appeared, his brow adorned with a Taiji totem of half gold and half black. He lightly tapped his bamboo staff upon the ground, causing all battle soul phantoms to freeze instantly. Who dares to intrude upon the void temple? The elder's voice resonated like the sound of pines in 1,000 ravines, each word sending ripples through Li Xiu's consciousness. I am the guardian of the battle souls of the myriad races, commanded by the primordial to pose 3 questions to you. Lin Wei's terminal pulsed wildly. Xiuji, his spiritual frequency is of the same origin as the remnant soul of Xian Mei within you. The elder pointed his staff at Ouyang Shuer. First question. The fire of the phoenix is fiercely strong. How can it guard the soft? Ouyang Shuer sheathed her sword. Standing tall, her phoenix eyes bright. The phoenix fire burns the heavens not for destruction, but for rebirth. The snowfall step treads upon the fire lotus. Strength and gentleness in harmony. This is balance. The elder nodded, his staff turning towards Zhang Chong. Second question. The power of thought is supreme. How can it guard the void? Zhang Chong dispersed his mental net, sitting cross-legged. Mental force is like a net, balanced in tension. The void scripture states that in utmost emptiness lies tranquility. Thought arises from the heart, and in emptiness, one guards the void to attain eternity. Finally, the staff halted before Li Xiu, and the elder's eyes suddenly erupted with dual energies of righteousness and wickedness. Third question. The path of balance is supreme. How can it guard the heart? Li Xiu gripped the balance sword tightly, raising its tip towards the key to primordial chaos. Balance is not stillness. It is a flowing equilibrium. Righteousness and wickedness share a source. Good and evil coexist. To guard the heart is not to extinguish wickedness, but to harmonize with it. Upon hearing this, the Taiji totem on the elder's forehead began to slowly rotate, and his staff suddenly pointed towards the totem of righteous thought upon Li Xiu's chest. In that instant, Li Xiu's consciousness erupted with countless images. The primordial's compassion during the splitting of the soul, the dragon sect's conspiracy to steal the token, Elder Xiexian's resolute defense of the sword, and finally, the scene crystallizing upon the stone door of the temple's core chamber, where the 9-pointed star pattern was oozing black blood, each droplet coalescing into the words world annihilation. Not good. The core chamber. Li Xiu snapped back to reality, only to see the elder's spirit dissipating, leaving only his staff embedded in the ground, a trace of spiritual energy marking its place. This was the final fragment of memory from the primordial's soul splitting. The remnant soul of Xie Mei whispered within the sword, revealing that not only did the core chamber seal the true essence of the soul, but also, suddenly, the memory fragment twisted, and the elder's voice transcended time and space. Beware. The paradox of balance lies deep within the temple. At that moment, the sword bones at the top of the underground palace suddenly collapsed, and dozens of shadowy figures armed with soul-devouring daggers descended. The leader bore a dragon sect token etched with blood patterns at his waist. Li Xiu, hand over the key to primordial chaos. The shadows roared, and the malevolent energy unleashed by their daggers resonated with the chains of battle souls, activating the self-destruction sequence of the columns. They were mimicking the frequency of the guardian. Zhang Chong's mental net was shredded by the malevolent energy disruptor, and he watched helplessly as the columns began to ooze black blood, the chains of battle souls becoming tainted. Ouyang Shuen's fire phoenix bow unleashed 9 luminous arrows. Yet upon contact with the shadows, they transformed into malevolent energy. Li Xiu abruptly plunged the balance sword into the ground, its tip resonating with the balance token, forming a Taiji protective barrier. However, the remnants of the dragon sect detonated the blood magic crystal within them, and a tidal wave of malevolent energy surged forth, causing the phantoms of battle souls on the columns to shatter, revealing the ominous words of annihilation beneath. Xiuji, look at the blood words on the column. Lin Wei's terminal scanned the frequency spectrum of the blood words, revealing that this was not malevolent energy, but rather a reverse resonance of the intent of the balanced sword. Li Xiu resonated with the blood words, his consciousness racked with pain, as he recalled the first-generation leader of the dragon sect had tainted the balanced token with malevolent energy, inadvertently triggering the paradox left by the primordial. When malevolent energy reached a certain intensity, it would reverse activate the destruction sequence of the true essence of the soul. The attacks from the dragon sect remnants were pushing the paradox toward its critical point. Retreat. Li Xiu decisively commanda. And the key to primordial chaos and the balance token erupted with a combined radiance, opening a new teleportation array in the ground. Yet, just as they stepped into the array, The last column collapsed with a thunderous crash, the words of annihilation resonating with the totem on Li Xiu's chest. And deep within his consciousness, the maniacal laughter of the Lord of Shadows echoed. As the light of the teleportation array faded, they found themselves in the middle tier of the temple, within the corridor of sword bones. Lin Wei's terminal indicated that the frequency of the spiritual veins at the entrance of the underground palace had breached the critical threshold. While the energy readings from the core chamber soared uncontrollably, the Guardian's warning echoed in Ouyang Shui's mind as she gazed at the glowing stone door at the end of the corridor. The paradox of balance. Could it be that when the powers of righteousness and wickedness reached equilibrium, it would instead trigger annihilation? Zhang Chong's mental net detected movement behind the stone door. There was a familiar fluctuation of mental energy, CMA. Yet intertwined within her frequency was the taint of malevolent energy. Li Xiu gripped the balance sword tightly, and the remnant soul of Xie Mei within it relayed intermittent warnings. The paradox is not the balance of righteousness and wickedness, but the voice abruptly ceased as the stone door slowly opened, revealing not the true essence of the soul, but an altar inscribed with the words of annihilation. At the altar's center floated a black gold core, absorbing the spiritual veins of the myriad races. It was indeed the core of the paradox activated by the dragon sect. Their initial exploration of the underground palace had unveiled the Guardian's warning, yet also plunged them deeper into enigma. The ambush by the remnants of the dragon sect had inadvertently triggered the paradox, while the black gold core at the temple's heart devoured the spiritual veins at an astonishing rate. Li Xiu gazed at the key to primordial chaos and the balance token in his palm, noting that the resonance frequency of both was subtly responding to the core of the paradox, as if hinting that the key to unraveling the paradox was hidden deep within the path of balance. The sword bones of the temple corridor suddenly oozed black blood, each streak echoing the final warning of the Tomb Guardian. At the shadowy altar's end, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened amidst the spiritual mist, belonging to the malevolent remnant of the first sect leader of the dragon sect, awaiting Li Xiu to step into this ultimate trap triggered by balance. Chapter 75. The Elder Council's Key Seizure Operation. The sword bone corridor of the Tai Su Temple trembled violently, the bloodstains on the ground erupting with black and gold malevolence, forming a twisted portal. As Li Xiu stepped into the sword bone archway at the corridor's end, the air behind him rippled, and 7 core members of the Dragon Sect Elder Council pursued him, shackled by chains of malevolence. The leader, holding the broken dragon-patterned scepter in his left hand and a bone bowl filled with black blood in his right, wielded the malevolent scepter and the sacrificial bowl of the first sect leader. Li Xiu, surrender the key of Hongmeng. The voice of the broken scepter elder rasped like metal scraping. The black blood in the bone bowl abruptly boiled, forming an ethereal shadow of Li Xiu in the void. The key of Hongmeng and the balance token both began to heat up, resonating with the myriad totems in the keyhole and the blood shadow, inadvertently revealing their positions. This is bad. They've locked onto us with the blood soul imprint of the first sect leader. Lin Wei's terminal flashed red. The blood shadow's resonance would continue tracking them, unless they severed the resonance between the key and the token. Zhang Chong's telekinetic net attempted to envelop the blood shadow, but was corroded by malevolence. But then we want to be able to activate the temple node. Ouyang Shui's Fire Phoenix illusion spread its 9-colored wings, unleashing true phoenix flames at the blood shadow, only for the flames to transform into wisps of black mist upon contact. The broken scepter elder cackled madly, pointing the malevolent scepter at the sword bones atop the corridor. Let me show you the true power of the blood sacrifice. Suddenly, black blood seeped from the sword bones above, and countless bloodlines formed a cascading waterfall of malevolence. Li Xiu plunged the balance sword into the ground, its tip resonating with the balance token, creating a protective shield akin to Tai Chi. Yet the wails of battle souls mingled within the malevolent waterfall, piercing through the protective barrier and leaving scorching marks of malevolence on their veins. They infused the blood sacrifice with the resentment of battle souls. The remnant soul of Xie Mei cried out urgently within the sword, quickly used the soul-subduing melody to purify. Li Xiu comprehended the urgency. The balanced sword erupted with countless strands of soul-subduing sword energy, resonating with the myriad totems of the key of Hongmeng. forming a rain of light that fell upon the malevolent waterfall. The resentment of battle souls transformed into starlight amidst the light rain, causing the black blood in the bone bowl to diminish by a third. The broken scepter elder's expression shifted slightly, signaling the blood-robed elder behind him. Activate the malevolent energy fission array. 4 blood-robed elders simultaneously formed seals, inserting their devouring spirit short blades into the ground, creating a square fission array. The spiritual veins of the corridor suddenly flowed in reverse, forcibly converting Li Xiu's balanced sword intent into malevolence, rebounding upon his own veins. This is the technology stolen by the Dragon Sect. Lin Wei's terminal analyzed the array's frequency, revealing that they had improved their malevolent arts using the Ouyang family's spiritual vein reversal technology. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net was disrupted by the fission array, causing excruciating pain in his mind. Wei, find the array's core quickly. Lin Wei rapidly typed on her keyboard, the 3D model revealing that the array's core was located within the broken scepter elder's malevolent soul scepter. Qiangzi, disrupt the malevolent energy frequency of the scepter. Zistaksuya, use the phoenix fire to burn the devouring spirit paint on the short blades. Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix bow unleashed 9 luminous arrows, striking the 4 short blades with precision. The phoenix fire clashed with the devouring spirit paint, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound as the malevolent energy coating of the short blades gradually peeled away. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chang unleashed a telekinetic shockwave, causing the malevolent energy frequency of the soul scepter to become chaotic, abruptly halting the reversal of the fission array's spiritual veins. Now's our chance. Li Xiu positioned the key of Hongmeng alongside the balance token. The combined light they emitted forming a miniature network of Hongmeng's spiritual veins. The myriad totems in the keyhole resonated with the Tai Chi diagram of the token, shooting a beam of light that struck the bone bowl, causing the black blood within to instantly solidify, revealing the blood soul imprint of the first sect leader. No, my blood soul sacrifice. The broken scepter elder howled, as the malevolent scepter erupted with its final power, opening a portal leading to the core chamber at the corridor's end. Yet, within the portal was not a hidden chamber, but a surging storm of malevolence. The Dragon Sect Elder Council intended to perish together, using the storm to obliterate the key. Siuye. The frequency of the portal aligns with that of the Balance Paradox core, Lin Wei exclaimed, as Li Xiu thrust the key and token into the portal. The wall of light formed by the myriad totems and the Tai Chi diagram shielded against the malevolent storm, transforming it into a nurturing current for the spiritual veins. The broken scepter elder watched in horror as his malevolence was effortlessly transformed, fear dawning in his eyes for the first time. The malevolent soul scepter within him suddenly went berserk, black and gold malevolence coursing through his arm, crystallizing his body. The other blood-robed elders, witnessing this, detonated the blood magic crystals within themselves, attempting to destroy the light wall with a fission of malevolence. Be careful. They aim to trigger a chain reaction. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net fortified in defense, yet he was still rocked by the fission energy, causing his veins to rebel. Ouyang Shuer's fire phoenix illusion transformed into chains, ensnaring the core of the explosion. The true flames of the phoenix collided with the malevolent fission, erupting in blinding brilliance. Li Xiu gripped the balance sword tightly, the remnant soul of the progenitor within resonating with the key of Hongmeng, heralding the final chapter of the soul-subduing melody. The sound waves transformed into a rain of light, converting all malevolent fission energy into starlight. When the radiance faded, all members of the Dragon Sect Elder Council had vanished, leaving only the malevolent soul scepter in the broken scepter elder's hand, its malevolence stripped away to reveal the original material of the balanced scepter, inscribed with the character for righteousness. This was indeed the progenitor's spiritual artifact, polluted by the Dragon Sect. Li Xiu picked up the balanced scepter, which resonated intensely with the balance token, the voice of the progenitor echoing in his mind. The scepter divides the righteous from the malevolent. The key defines Hongmeng. When the two become one, the paradox shall be shattered. He inserted the scepter into the groove of the balance token, and the two fused into a Tai Su scepter engraved with the Tai Chi diagram, the myriad totems at its head slowly rotating. All along, The Dragon Sect Elder Council has been using the progenitor's spiritual artifact against us. Ouyang Schwerer gazed at the corridor, now restored to its gentle spiritual mist. Her phoenix eyes reflecting astonishment. They had tainted the balanced scepter, yet remained oblivious to the scepter's source of power. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that the energy readings from the core chamber were beginning to decline. The critical value of the balance paradox was stabilizing. Xiaogu. The return of the scepter seems to have stabilized the paradox core. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net detected a faint signal emanating from the direction of the chamber. I hear Teacher Xie Mei's voice. She left for final guidance in the chamber. The sword-bone corridor of the Tai Su Temple returned to tranquility, the Dragon Sect's pursuit for the key culminating in a dismal defeat, yet unveiling the original mystery of the balanced scepter. Li Xiu held the Tai Su scepter and the key of Hongmeng tightly, their resonance constructing a complete network of Hongmeng's spiritual veins within him. He understood that the downfall of the Dragon Sect Elder Council was merely a footnote on the path of balance, while the guidance from Xiemei in the core chamber, along with the ultimate truth of the balance paradox, awaited their revelation. As the portal at the corridor's end slowly closed, it left behind a nearly imperceptible rift in space. On the other side of the rift, the malevolent remnant of the first sect leader gazed through the blood mist at the Tai Su scepter in Li Xiu's hands, his eyes flickering with a mad gleam, heralding that the true challenge had only just begun. Chapter 76, The Blood Inscription on the Stone Wall. The stone door of the core chamber of the Tai Su Temple gradually opened under the resonance of the Tai Su scepter. Black and gold malevolence seeping from the creaking hinges, remnants of the blood sacrifices resentment left by the Dragon Sect Elder Council. The moment Li Xiu stepped into the chamber, the key of Hongmeng and the balance token both began to heat up, and the myriad totems on the walls suddenly illuminated, revealing 8 ancient inscriptions written in vital blood, each stroke resonating with the sword intent of his parents, Su Lan and Li Mingyuan. This is the true soul stone wall of the Tai Su Temple. The remnant soul of Xiemei softly resonated within the balanced sword, as the sword's body manifested the lingering image of Su Lan inscribing characters with her sword. When your parents guarded the temple, they used their own vital blood to leave behind this final warning. Lin Wei's terminal scanned the blood characters in red light, and the screen displayed the analysis results. The blood characters employ the myriad clan blood inscriptions. They require the spiritual energy of direct bloodline descendants to fully manifest. She imported Li Xiu's blood sample into the terminal, and suddenly, the stone wall erupted with myriad sword energies, forming a dynamic tableau of memories. Li Mingyuan wielded the balance sword to cleave through the torrent of malevolent energy, while Su Lan harmonized the spiritual veins with a water spirit pendant. The stone wall behind them inscribed the crimson characters before them. Father, Mother, as Li Xiu's fingertips brushed against the warm blood letters. Flashes of childhood memories surged in his consciousness. His parents had entrusted him with the balanced sword before their departure, and the water spirit pendant left a chilling mark upon his chest. The blood characters began to rotate of their own accord, arranging themselves into a circular formation, at the center of which emerged a distorted character for danger. This character represented the very essence of the balance paradox. Ouyang Schwerer's fiery phoenix apparition swept past the blood characters, and the phoenix flame transformed into dew, seeping into the strokes. I had encountered a similar symbol in the ancient texts of the Phoenix sect. The records stated that breaking the character for danger would lead to the fusion of true souls. Zhang Chang's mental web infiltrated the fissures of the blood characters, revealing fragments of memories concealed within the layers of the stone wall. Su Lan pressed the water spirit pendant against the stone surface, and the blood characters unfurled into a star map, marking the locations of the 9 major spiritual nodes, with the center of the connecting lines pinpointing the black golden core at the heart of the secret chamber, the source of the balance paradox. The core was not composed of malevolent energy. Rather, it was the untransformed essence of the true soul. Lin Wei's terminal emitted a blinding light, and the 3-dimensional model displayed the core's interior, where the true soul of the progenitor clashed violently with the residual consciousness of the Lord of Malevolence. The blood characters left by your parents contained the cipher for soul fusion. At that moment, the blood characters erupted with black golden radiance, and the totems of countless races coalesced into chains that ensnared everyone. Li Xiu's balanced sword was forcibly wrenched from his grasp. Its tip aimed at the apocalyptic bloodstain on the stone wall, triggered by the blood sacrifice of the Dragon Sect Elder Council. This is dire. The blood characters are guiding the core's energy. Zhang Chang's mental web was severed by the chains, and he watched helplessly as the core began to swell. Was this the ultimate trial set by your parents? The remnants of Xia Mei's soul sighed within the sword. Back then, they discovered that the balance paradox could not be destroyed and could only set up the blood character mechanism. Only those who simultaneously wield the power of balance between good and evil could unravel it. Her voice grew urgent. Hurry. Insert the balance staff into the center of the danger character. Li Xiu thrust the Tai Su staff into the heart of the blood characters, and the Tai Chi diagram on the staff resonated with the character for danger, unfolding the ethereal forms of Su Lan and Li Mingyuan in the void. Both swung their swords simultaneously, their sword tips tracing the Tai Chi pattern upon the core's surface, causing the black-golden luminescence of the core to transform into a gentle jade hue. Xue, listen. Su Lan's ethereal form infused the energy of the water spirit pendant into Li Xiu's brow. For the paradox core embodies the heart of imbalance at the moment of the progenitor's soul division. Only by guiding the true soul with your totem of righteousness and utilizing the intent of the balance sword to transform the true soul can we prevent annihilation. Li Mingyuan's apparition plunged the balanced sword into the fissures of the core, unleashing a torrent of soul-stabilizing sword energy. The Dragon Sect misunderstood the path of balance. True balance does not entail the eradication of malevolent thoughts, but rather his words were drowned out by the core's roar as the blood characters abruptly reconfigured, revealing the final words. Seek the eye of balance, and you shall behold the true visage of Tai Su. The Tai Chi pattern fully merged with the core, dissipating the black-golden malevolent energy and revealing a true soul core inscribed with the complete Tai Su totem. As Li Xiu reached out to touch it, the core transformed into a stream of light, merging into his brow, resonating with the totem of righteousness. And the ancient voice of the progenitor echoed in his consciousness. The eye of balance resides at the origin of spiritual veins in the Hongmeng domain. The origin of the spiritual veins is at the center of the myriad souls' return. Ouyang Schwerer unfurled the dragon-seeking compass, the needle piercing through the temple's magnetic field, pointing directly at the ground of the secret chamber. The origin lies beneath our feet. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that after the core's anomaly, the frequencies of the 9 major spiritual nodes began to harmonize spontaneously. Xiugu, the fusion of the true soul core, has stabilized the paradox. Now, only one node remains. The sword bones at the top of the secret chamber suddenly exuded golden light, forming a teleportation array leading to the return of myriad souls. Li Xiu gripped the balance sword tightly, the intent of his parents resonating with the progenitor's true soul, coalescing a nascent form of the eye of balance at the sword's tip. He understood that his parents' last words were not merely a warning, but a legacy, a mission to transform true souls, and a will to safeguard balance. Qiangzi analyzed the frequency of the teleportation array. Schwer, prepare to counter the chaotic flow of spiritual veins in the return. Wei Wei, pinpoint the specific coordinates of the eye of balance. Li Xiu turned to his companions, the true soul core in his brow gently warming. We shall journey to the origin of the spiritual veins and fulfill the progenitor's wishes. Ouyang Schwer's fiery phoenix apparition spread its 9-colored wings. Deep within the return lies the chaotic spiritual veins recorded. Even the phoenix flame cannot detect them. Zhang Chang's mental web locked onto the center of the teleportation array. I sense a force at the bottom of the return that shares a source with the core in your brow. Lin Wei adjusted the spiritual vein model on her terminal. The energy frequency of the eye of balance aligns perfectly with the blood characters left by your parents. The light of the teleportation array gradually coalesced, and the blood characters of your parents' last words slowly faded from the stone wall, yet left an eternal imprint in Li Xiu's consciousness. He glanced back at the faint glow of the true soul core remaining in the secret chamber, knowing that the path of balance his parents had guarded with their lives had now been entrusted to him. Behind the portal to the return of myriad souls lies not only the ultimate door to the origin of spiritual veins, but also the unfulfilled ideals of his parents and the final answer to balance in the Hongmeng domain. Meanwhile, In the shadows deep within the return, the residual malevolent soul of the first-generation sect leader gazed through the blood mist at the radiance of the teleportation array, tightly gripping the last fragment of the tainted balance token, awaiting Li Xiao to step into this ultimate trial ignited by his parents' last words. Chapter 77. The Backlash of Key Resonance. The chaotic spiritual veins of the return of myriad souls boiled like molten iron. And at the very moment Li Xiao stepped into the teleportation array, the Hongmeng key and the balance token erupted with blinding black golden light. The myriad totems of the keyhole and the Tai Chi diagram of the token spinning wildly, forming an uncontrollable vortex of energy within him. The true soul core in his chest trembled violently, resonating with the blood characters from his parents' last words, forcibly channeling the chaotic flow of spiritual veins into his body. Xiaogu, your spiritual energy frequency is collapsing. Lin Wei's terminal flashed ominously in red. The three-dimensional model composed of data streams depicting Li Xiao's internal spiritual veins fracturing like a spider's web. The resonance between the key and the token exceeded the critical threshold, triggering a backlash of balance. Ouyang Shui's fiery phoenix apparition suddenly unfurled, its nine-colored wings attempting to envelop Li Xiao, only to be repelled by the rampaging spiritual energy. The moment the phoenix fire touched the black golden light, it transformed into wisps of dark mist. This is the reverse resonance of the chaotic flow of spiritual veins. His body was converting spiritual energy into malevolent energy. Zhang Chang's mental web just grazed Li Xiao's brow before being repelled by a violent surge of thought. He was shocked to see the blood characters left by his parents being eroded by the black golden light in Li Xiao's consciousness. The words annihilation gradually replacing balance, the ultimate harbinger of the backlash of balance. When the energies of good and evil become imbalanced to the extreme, the bearer will transform into a new lord of malevolence. Ha ha ha, Li Xiao, your path of balance is but a facade. The residual malevolent soul of the first-generation sect leader emerged from the fissures of the return, resonating with the fragment of the token in his hand and the black golden light within Li Xiao, coalescing a gigantic hand of the Lord of Malevolence in the void. Hand over the Hongmeng key, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. As the giant hand descended upon Li Xiao, CMA's remnants within the balanced sword erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Xiaoer, draw upon your parent's sword intent and inscribe an emergency seal. The sword bore the fleeting shadows of Su Lan and Li Mingyuan wielding their swords, the sword tip instinctively inscribing a Tai Chi sealing pattern on Li Xiao's palm. Wei Wei, analyze the frequency of the sealing pattern. Chang Zi, disrupt the mental link of the first generation's remnants. Ouyang Shui's phoenix bow unleashed 9 luminous arrows, striking precisely at the joints of the giant hand. The collision of phoenix, fire, and malevolent energy ignited the black golden light within Li Xiao, creating a bizarre burning state. The base frequency of the sealing pattern is the reverse order of the myriad soul-stabilizing tune. Lin Wei pressed her terminal against Li Xiao's palm, initiating the frequency lockdown procedure to redirect the backlash energy back to the key. Zhang Chang's mental web transformed into countless fine needles, piercing the mental link nodes of the first generation's remnants. His residual soul resonated with Li Xiao's painful memories, revealing the dragon sect's malevolent siphoning technique. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, channeling the Tai Su Sutra to reverse the flow of his meridians. As the balance sword and the Tai Su staff plunged into the ground simultaneously, creating a resonant closed loop. As Lin Wei's program initiated, the dark golden light within him surged along the seal's patterns, re-injecting into the primordial key, causing the myriad totems in the keyhole to regain their gentle luster. No, my malevolent energy. The remnant soul of the first generation watched as the colossal hand crumbled inch by inch, prompting the fragment of the decree to suddenly explode, transforming into countless malevolent energy insects that burrowed into Li Xiao's true soul core. Xiaogu, the malevolent energy insects are corroding the true soul core. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net braced itself fully for defense, yet was penetrated by the insects, which began to mimic the sword intent of your parents. Li Xiao's sea of consciousness throbbed painfully, images of his parents' sacrifice flashing before his eyes as the radiance of the true soul core gradually dimmed. At that moment, The blood characters of his parents' final words suddenly arose from the sea of consciousness, transforming into a light shield that warded off the insects. The character representing danger erupted with golden light, vanquishing the malevolent insects entirely. This was the last protective imprint left by his parents. CMA's remnant soul whispered within the sword. The emergency seal had been completed, but your body. Li Xiu lowered his head, observing the Tai Chi seal pattern in his palm, seeping black blood. Each blood trace resonated with the primordial key, the surface of the key revealing blood characters signaling annihilation. The emergency seal, while temporarily locking the backlash, had left behind a mark of malevolent energy on the key. The key has been tainted. Wuxianovel phoenix apparition wand. The malevolent energy imprint would deepen with the resonance, and the next backlash. Lin Wei's terminal displayed a frequency graph of the primordial key, showing black static. The imprint's frequency shared a source with the remnant soul of the first generation. He may still be hidden within the key. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net cautiously probed the key, indeed discovering a trace of malevolent energy fluctuation amidst the gaps of the myriad totems. His remnant soul is parasitic within the key. Li Xiu grasped the primordial key tightly, feeling the raging energy within, knowing that the emergency seal was merely a temporary measure. The power of his parents' final words had been exhausted. The next resonance backlash could erupt at any moment, and the parasitism of the first generation's remnant soul further complicated the situation. The chaotic currents of the Ling Mai within the void gradually settled. The glow of the teleportation array pointed towards the origin of the Ling Mai. Li Xiu gazed at the seal pattern in his palm, and then at the blood characters on the primordial key, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. We shall continue forward, find the eye of balance, and resolve the backlash once and for all. Ouyang Schwerer unfolded the coordinates of the Fire Phoenix flagship. Near the origin, there exists a recorded chaotic altar, said to purify all energies. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net locked onto the altar's direction. I sense an energy at the altar's center that resonates perfectly with the core of your brows. Lin Wei adjusted the newly developed malevolent energy isolator. This can temporarily shield the key's malevolent energy imprint, but its efficacy lasts only 3 hours. In the shadows of the myriad soul's void, the fluctuations of the first generation's malevolent energy flickered within the primordial key. He gazed through the key's crevice at Li Xiu's brow, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The cost of the emergency seal was not only the tainting of the key, but also opened a secret passageway to the true soul core. Meanwhile, at the heart of the void, the light of the eye of balance gradually illuminated amidst the chaotic currents, awaiting Li Xiu's use of the tainted primordial key to unlock this ultimate seal concerning the survival of the primordial realm. Chapter 78, The Complete Memory of CMA. The chaotic spiritual veins of the myriad soul's void roiled like a furious sea, when suddenly, the primordial key in Li Xiu's palm erupted with a gentle white light. The myriad totems in the keyhole resonating with the true soul core in his brow, drawing forth the remnant soul of Xie Mei from the balance sword. The ethereal figure of the silver-haired elder manifested amidst the chaos, the Tai Chi totem on his brow half gold and half black. Precisely the final guardian spirit of the Taishu lineage mentioned by the gravekeeper. Teacher CMA, Lin Wei's terminal emitted a red light scanning the spirit, revealing a fragmented genetic map on the screen. Her spirit frequency was completely identical to the blood characters of your parents. CMA's ethereal figure smiled faintly. A half-piece of jade inscribed with the character for Xie slipping from her sleeve, resonating with the fragment in Li Xiu's embrace. The jade burst forth with countless sword energies, forming dynamic memories of the battle of the myriad races before the Taishu Divine Temple, where an elder clad in dark robes thrust a half-piece of jade into a young girl's hands, detonating his dantian to seal the torrent of malevolent energy with sword intent. That was Elder Xiexian? Ouyang Schwerer's phoenix apparition trembled, the seventh elder of Taishu who sacrificed himself during the battle of the myriad races. CMA's voice rang like ancient jade striking each other. During the final stages of the myriad races war, the Dragon Clan breached the Divine Temple. My father instructed me to flee with the shards of malevolent thoughts while her spirit's fingers traced the stone wall, causing blood identical to that of Li Xiu's parents to seep forth. The Taishu lineage has guarded the ancestral fragment soul for generations. What I inherited is the power to harmonize the shards of malevolent thoughts. The memory shifted, revealing a young Xie Mei curled up amidst the swordbone stone forest. The shards of malevolent thoughts in her arms resonating with the blood demon crystal of the pursuing dragon clan. She suddenly bit her tongue, smearing her blood upon the shards, accidentally activating the soul pacifying mechanism within, calming the vengeful spirits within the pursuers. So, the shards of malevolent thoughts were originally soul pacifying artifacts. Li Xiu resonated with the memory, his sea of consciousness flashing with the compassion of the ancestral fragment soul. The Dragon Clan had distorted it into a vessel for malevolent energy, triggering a calamity lasting a millennium. Xie Mei's spirit nodded, the scene shifting to the underground chamber of the Taishu Divine Temple. Su Lan and Li Mingyuan were inscribing blood characters with the balanced sword, while Xie Mei stood beside, cradling the shards of malevolent thoughts, their spiritual energies intertwining on the stone wall into a Tai Chi pattern. Your parents discovered the truth of the balance paradox, instructing me to seek an heir who could merge righteousness and malevolence. The scene jumped to the spiritual spring by Tianwu Academy, where the young Li Xiu was troubled by the conflict of righteousness and malevolence within the balanced sword. Xie Mei suddenly appeared, pressing a water spirit pendant to his brow. Balance is not stillness, but the flow of equilibrium. The lotus hairpin that slipped from her sleeve resonated with the balanced sword, momentarily calming the energy surging within. No wonder Li Xiu tightened his grip on the hairpin. Every time I lost control, you always appeared just in time. A hint of tenderness flickered in Xie Mei's spirit. Your parents left a prophecy before they departed, stating that the bearer of the balanced sword must have a righteous totem in their brow. I waited for 10 years at Tianwu Academy until I saw the totem on your chest. Her voice suddenly choked. Silly child. Do you know that every time I helped you suppress the malevolent energy, I was drawing upon the Xie bloodline? The memory surged towards its climax. Before the myriad races sword tomb at the bottom of the cavern, Xie Mei embedded the half-piece of jade into the balanced sword, her silver hair gradually incinerating amidst the malevolent energy storm. Show her, remember, the path of balance. Her spirit transformed into specks of light, merging into the sword's body. Yet her final intent manifested fully at that moment. The first-generation leader of the Dragon Clan was originally a disciple of Taishu. Out of jealousy for the ancestral fragment soul, he severed the balance decree, triggering the paradox. Now that you have gathered the key and the staff, you must resonate with the complete pacifying melody at the origin of the Ling Mai to pacify the true soul and resolve the paradox. Xie Mei's spirit produced a scroll of blood script. This is the incomplete final chapter of Taishu left by your parents, detailing the true usage of the Eye of Balance. As the blood script unfurled, Su Lan's handwriting appeared. The Eye of Balance is not a spiritual artifact, but the true souls I left by the ancestral fragment soul. Only by gathering the totems of righteousness and malevolence and merging the bloodlines of the myriad races can it be unlocked. At the end of the blood script, Li Mingyuan inscribed the final sentence with sword intent. My son Xiu, if you see this book, your mother and I have become sword bones. I hope you carry on our will and restore balance. So, my parents had known the conclusion all along. Li Xiu's voice choked, as the true soul core in his brow resonated with the blood script, surprisingly manifesting the ethereal figures of his parents. The spiritual energies of the three intertwined in the chaos, forming a complete Tai Su totem. Xie Mei's spirit revealed a smiling countenance of contentment. The true mission of the Taishu lineage is neither to wage war nor to guard, but to inherit the path of balance. Now that you have merged with the true soul core and hold the primordial key, it is time to go to the origin of the Ling Mai and fulfill the wishes of the ancestors and your parents. As Xie Mei's spirit gradually became transparent, she infused a strand of her silver hair into Li Xiu's brow before dissipating. This is the final strength of the Xie bloodline, which can assist you in suppressing the malevolent energy imprint within the key. Remember, the unlocking of the Eye of Balance requires your righteous intent as a guide, and the bloodlines of the myriad races as a bridge. In the moment of her spirit's disappearance, the blood characters on the primordial key suddenly illuminated, forming a star chart leading to the chaotic altar. The terminal of Lin Wei illuminated, revealing that the energy frequency at the center of the altar perfectly aligned with the ethereal essence of Xie Mei and the core of Li Xiu's true soul, Xiu Ge. The eye of balance resides within your brow. Ouyang Shuer unfurled the illusion of the fire phoenix, her phoenix eyes reflecting the star map. The altar is located at the core of the return to ruins, where the chaotic spiritual veins can cleanse all forms of energy. Zhang Chang's mental net locked onto the altar's direction. I sense a familiar sword intent emanating from the depths of the altar, reminiscent of CMA's father, Elder Xie. Amidst the chaos of the myriad souls' return, CMA's complete memories illuminated the path ahead like a beacon. Li Xiu gripped the key of primordial chaos tightly, feeling the intertwining spiritual essences of his parents with CMA at his brow. Finally comprehending that the true legacy of the Tai Su lineage is not merely bloodline or spiritual artifacts, but rather the unwavering resolve to maintain equilibrium amidst the tides of righteousness and malevolence. The radiance of the chaotic altar shone ahead, and the ultimate secret of the Eye of Balance was on the verge of revelation, while the remnant soul of the primordial ancestor peered through the fissures of blood, awaiting its final attempt to seize control at the origin of the spiritual veins. Chapter 79. Uyang Dilemma. Within the chaotic spiritual veins of the myriad souls' return, the flagship of the Fire Phoenix trembled violently as a red alert from the Phoenix Sect Elder Council flashed on the bridge screen. She gazed at the blurred images of the elders on the screen, a flicker of struggle passing through her phoenix eyes. In the communication channel, the voice of the third elder resonated with undeniable authority. Shuer, lead the fleet to evacuate the ruins immediately. The Phoenix Sect has reached an agreement with the Dragon Sect. Surrendering the key of primordial chaos will ensure the safety of our sect. An agreement? Ouyang Shuer abruptly crushed the communication crystal, the illusion of the Fire Phoenix unfurling 9-colored wings behind her. When the Dragon Sect slaughtered our spiritual veins, was there ever an agreement? She turned to the porthole, where dozens of Dragon Sect's malevolent warships emerged from the fissures of the ruins, their ominous totems resonating painfully with the Fire Phoenix mark on her brow. Suddenly, Lin Wei's terminal illuminated with an encrypted signal from within the Phoenix Sect. Sister Shuer, this is your mother's last message. The holographic projection revealed the ethereal image of the former Phoenix Lord, Su Huang, wielding the Fire Phoenix bow, with the Phoenix Sect's forbidden grounds burning fiercely behind her. The Dragon Sect used the Phoenix Fire Purification Plan as bait to entice the Elder Council to betray the path of balance. Remember, the true Phoenix Sect. The image was abruptly interfered with by malevolent energy, leaving only the words Heart of the Fire Lotus. Heart of the Fire Lotus. Ouyang Shuer caressed the Fire Phoenix jade hairpin in her hair, the half-bloomed lotus at its tip suddenly radiating heat, resonating with the Fire Lotus mark in her dantian. She recalled Siem Mei's teachings. The Phoenix Fire is indomitable, yet the Fire Lotus thrives in the mire. Only the harmonious balance of strength and gentleness constitutes the path. Miss Ouyang, have you made your decision? The image of the third elder materialized on the flagship screen, cradling a jade bowl filled with spiritual liquid, the lost Fire Phoenix essence of the Phoenix Sect. If you surrender the key of primordial chaos, not only will the essence be restored, but the Phoenix Sect can also become a co-regent of the new order. Zhang Chang's mental net penetrated the image, revealing blood-patterned totems inscribed on the bottom of the jade bowl. Shuer, the essence has been tainted by malevolent energy. They seek to control the Phoenix Sect. Ouyang Shuer's silver brows furrowed in defiance, her Fire Phoenix about coalescing in her grasp. Dragon Sect scoundrels, when you slaughtered my spiritual veins, did you ever consider a pact? She drew her bow with fervor, unleashing 9 luminous arrows towards the screen, only for them to be transformed into tendrils of dark energy upon contact, as the Dragon Sect had established a communication channel using her Phoenix Fire frequency. Refusal of a toast results in drinking punishment. The third elder cackled maniacally, as the malevolent warships opened fire, a dark red shockwave enveloping the flagship. Ouyang Shuer's illusion of the Fire Phoenix forcefully shielded the ship, her 9-colored wings corroded by malevolent energy, and the blood she coughed up congealed into the shape of a Fire Lotus on the deck. Zistak, your Fire Lotus mark is resonating. Lin Wei's terminal indicated that the Fire Lotus mark in Ouyang Shuer's dantian erupted with pure Fire Phoenix true flame, incinerating the malevolent energy shockwave in layers. The remnants of Xie Mei's soul resonated within Li Xiu's balanced sword, This is the lost 9 transformations of the fire lotus. Only those who steadfastly uphold their true hearts can awaken it. Ouyang Schwerer experienced a moment of enlightenment, forming hand seals as the fire lotus mark suddenly bloomed. 9 fiery feathers coalescing into a taiji pattern. The moment the shockwave of malevolent energy made contact with the pattern, it was forcibly transformed into a warm current, nurturing the spiritual veins, nourishing the chaotic spiritual veins of the myriad souls return. The image of the third elder displayed shock. Impossible. The heart of the fire lotus truly exists? My mother sacrificed herself to preserve this ember. Ouyang Schwener's voice was icy. As the light arrows on the fire phoenix bow formed intricate patterns of the myriad races' totems. The dragon sect believed they had grasped the phoenix fire. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that the true phoenix fire could incinerate all malevolent thoughts and nurture new life. At that moment, the reinforcement fleet of the phoenix sect suddenly appeared, led by none other than the flagship of the third elder. However, the fleet did not engage the dragon sect. Instead, they surrounded the fire phoenix flagship. In the communication channel, the third elder's voice brimmed with arrogance. Schwerer, the elder council has voted. To ensure the survival of the phoenix sect, you must surrender the key. Is that so? Ouyang Schwerer unleashed the 9 transformations of the fire lotus. The 9-colored radiance piercing through the formation of the fleet. The fire lotus token, left by my mother, can summon all the guardians of the phoenix sect. She retrieved a burning jade token, and the moment the flag unfurled, half of the phoenix sect's warships suddenly turned their cannons towards the dragon sect and the flagship of the third elder. Traitor! The third elder bellowed, as the malevolent warships and the flagship opened fire simultaneously. Ouyang Schweter's 9 transformations of the fire lotus resonated with Li Xiu's balance sword, forming an immense taiji fire wheel that transmuted all incoming attacks. She gazed at the fire lotus signal igniting within the reinforcement fleet, tears glistening in her phoenix eyes. This is the true phoenix sect. Shogu, help me stabilize the fire lotus frequency. Ouyang Schwerer hurled the fire phoenix bow towards Li Xiu, the bow's body resonating with the balance sword, unfolding a complete score of the taiji, soul-soothing melody in the void. Li Xiu comprehended intuitively, as the balance sword and the key of primordial chaos simultaneously infused spiritual energy. The melody of the soul-soothing song resonating with the 9 transformations of the fire lotus, forming a formation capable of transmuting malevolent energy. The dragon sect's fleet disintegrated inch by inch within the formation, as the flagship of the third elder unleashed its final surge of malevolent energy, attempting to detonate the spiritual veins of the myriad souls' return. The fire lotus mark of Ouyang Schwerer resonated lethally with Li Xiu's true soul core, and she charged towards the flagship, her fire phoenix illusion transforming into chains that bound the core of the explosion. The foundation of the phoenix sect is not power or profit, but the guardianship of balance. As the explosion's radiance dissipated, Ouyang Schwener's fire phoenix illusion appeared weak, her silvery hair singed. Yet, she clutched a burning seed of the fire lotus tightly in her hand, the seed resonating with the key of primordial chaos, and in the chaos of the ruins, she planted a fire lotus. The moment the lotus flower bloomed, the cannons of all malevolent warships simultaneously emitted wisps of smoke. Sister Schwerer, Lin Wei's voice choked, as the terminal displayed the severe damage to Ouyang Schwerer's spiritual veins. However, Ouyang Schwerer revealed a smile, as the fire lotus seed fused in her brow. My mother said, as long as the heart of the fire lotus endures, the guardianship of the phoenix sect shall never cease. She turned to Li Xiu, her phoenix eyes reflecting determination. We shall go to the origin of the spiritual veins and fulfill the ancestral wish. Within the chaos of the myriad souls' return, the fleet of the phoenix sect regrouped, half of the warship's prows illuminating with the fire lotus emblem, resonating with Li Xiu's balance sword from afar. Ouyang Schwerer's choice not only preserved the dignity of the phoenix sect, but also ignited the ember of the fire lotus within the path of balance. And in the shadows deep within the ruins, the malevolent remnant soul of the first-generation sect master gazed upon the burning fire lotus, a flicker of fear shimmering in his eyes for the first time, for he knew that this girl, who steadfastly upheld balance with the heart of the fire lotus, would be his greatest obstacle in seizing the key of primordial chaos. The radiance at the origin of the spiritual veins glimmered ahead. The echoes of the fire phoenix, soul-soothing formation yet to fade, as Ouyang Shuer's choice paved a path ablaze with hope for the final battle. Chapter 80. Lin Wei's New Invention. In the chaotic spiritual veins of the myriad souls' return, Lin Wei knelt in the laboratory of the Fire Phoenix flagship, her fingertips dancing across the holographic keyboard as a Taiji diagram composed of 360 data streams encircled her. Before her, the experimental platform held the key of primordial chaos and the balance token, suspended within a magnetic levitation device. The apocalyptic blood characters on the surface of the key resonating with the malevolent energy fluctuations of the first-generation remnant soul, producing a jarring metallic grinding sound. Wei, the malevolent energy frequency of the key is rising again. Zhang Chang's mental net enveloped the experimental platform. It was scorched by the black-golden malevolent sparks. As the first-generation remnant soul deepened its imprint through resonance, Lin Wei bit her lower lip, the spectral graph on the terminal screen pulsating like an electrocardiogram. The fundamental frequency of the malevolent energy imprint resonated with the telepathic waves of the primordial residual soul. Yet, every attempt to analyze the core frequency triggered a self-destruction protocol. She summoned the psychoenergetic frequency studies left by Su Lan. Between its ancient pages lay a yellowed manuscript, with red lines marking the frequency blind spots of the chaotic spiritual veins. Blind spots. A glimmer sparked in Lin Wei's eyes. If she could channel the malevolent energy frequency into the blind spots of the chaotic spiritual vein, it could provide temporary isolation. She abruptly inserted a spirit energy crystal engraved with a Tai Chi symbol into the terminal, activating the frequency folding program to compress the imprint frequency to the nanoscale. The crystal erupted in a soft, white glow, and the blood characters of the primordial key suddenly twisted, unfolding fragmented memories of the original residual soul in the void. When the first leader of the dragon sect pilfered the balance token in the void temple, he inadvertently etched his telepathic waves into the token, creating an indelible malevolent energy imprint. So that was it. Lin Wei swiftly recorded the data. The essence of the imprint was the reverberation of the primordial residual soul's telepathy, which must be masked by a corresponding positive thought frequency. She produced the positive thought amplifier left by Li Xiu's parents, resonating it with the balance token, and, astonishingly, a gold-red frequency protective membrane formed on the surface of the key. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix projection penetrated the laboratory, her phoenix eyes reflecting surprise. Is this a fusion resonance of spiritual devices and technology? Lin Wei nodded, gesturing towards the flowing runes on the protective membrane. I utilized the Tai Su classic sword intent of Qigongcheng as the frequency carrier, solidified through technological means. Theoretically, it can continuously suppress malevolent energy. Just as she finished speaking, the key suddenly erupted with black and gold light, and the protective membrane developed spiderweb-like cracks. No, the primordial residual soul was absorbing the chaotic energy of the return to the void. Zhang Chang's telepathic net was shattered, and he watched helplessly as the myriad totems in the keyhole began to darken. A stronger energy source must be found. Lin Wei urgently connected the terminal to the spiritual vein network of the myriad souls' return, and the screen revealed a startling discovery. The chaotic energy at the spiritual vein's origin matched the spiritual frequency of teacher CMA. She retrieved a silver hair strand left by CMA, integrating it into the frequency protective membrane, and initiated the chaotic resonance protocol to purify the malevolent energy using the energy from the spiritual vein's origin. The silver hair resonated with the chaotic spiritual vein, and the protective membrane erupted with countless soul-constricting sword energies, gradually peeling away the blood characters from the surface of the key. The anguished roar of the primordial residual soul emanated from the key, my imprint. But before it could finish, Lin Wei captured the fluctuations of the residual soul with her telepathic net, sealing it within a spirit energy crystal. Success! Lin Wei raised the purified primordial key. The myriad totems in the keyhole regained their warm luster. However, this was merely the first step. She produced a spirit energy core inscribed with a 9-pointed star, resonating it with the key. Behold, the balance resonator, capable of actively harmonizing the frequencies of the 9 spiritual vein nodes. The resonator unfurled into a lotus shape, each petal corresponding to a spiritual vein attribute. Li Xiao inserted the balance sword into the core, and the black gold patterns on the sword resonated with the petals, astonishingly unfolding a complete primordial spiritual vein network in the void. Lin Wei pointed at the flickering red dots within the network. Each node bears a frequency beacon that I have embedded, allowing the resonator to adjust in real time. Just then, a malevolent energy warship from the dragon sect burst forth from the return to the void fissure. The flagship launched malevolent energy frequency interference shells, instantly crippling the resonator's energy system. They are mimicking my frequency analysis technology. Lin Wei's terminal emitted smoke. The frequency of the interference shells was identical to that of the spiritual vein stabilizers developed by my parents. Spiritual vein stabilizers? Li Xiao resonated with the interference shells, visions of Lin Wei's parents' research flashing through his mind. Your parents discovered the balance paradox back then. The dragon sect has pilfered their technology. Tears glimmered in Lin Wei's eyes. Yet she swiftly accessed her parents' final research logs. Here, they left behind a frequency inversion key capable of transforming the malevolent energy interference shells into spirit energy amplification shells. She imported the key into the resonator, and the lotus petals suddenly reversed, forming an energy converter in the shape of a Tai Chi diagram. Fire! Lin Wei pressed the button, and the resonator emitted a gold-red light beam, precisely striking the interference shell. The shell exploded in the void, transforming into a plethora of spirit energy rain, nourishing the chaotic spiritual vein of the myriad souls' return. The captain of the dragon sect flagship stared in shock at the instrument panel. What is happening? The interference shell has turned into spirit energy supplies? The lotus petals of the balance resonator gradually closed, each petal inscribed with the frequency spectrum of the dragon sect's interference shells. Lin Wei caressed the core of the resonator, her eyes shimmering with determination. This is not merely a weapon. It is a bridge, uniting spiritual devices and technology to safeguard balance. Ouyang Shui's fiery phoenix projection alighted upon the resonator, the 9-colored fiery feathers resonating with the lotus. The phoenix sect's fire lotus heart can provide continuous energy for the resonator. Zhang Chang's telepathic net connected to the resonator's frequency matrix. I can remotely control it through telepathy, ready to respond to any node anomalies. Li Xiao embedded the primordial key into the center of the resonator, creating a triangular resonance with the balance token and the Tai Su staff, astonishingly opening a portal deep within the return to the void, revealing the balance eye of the spiritual veins origin. Lin Wei's new invention not only purified the key, but also opened the gateway to the ultimate battle, and deep within the core of the resonator. Her parents' technological legacy perfectly intertwined with the spiritual device path of the Tai Su lineage, radiating a brilliant light of balance. The dragon sect's malevolent energy warship swayed chaotically amidst the spirit energy rain, and the spectral figure of the primordial residual soul on the flagship felt a chilling dread for the first time, realizing that this girl, who fused spiritual devices with technology, had become an insurmountable obstacle on his path to seizing the primordial key. The call of the spiritual veins origin echoed behind the portal. Lin Wei's invention provided a crucial weapon for the final battle for balance and paved a new path for the future of the primordial domain, where technology and martial arts coexist. Chapter 81. The Hidden Map of Ancient Text Fragments. The underground chamber of the Void Temple suddenly glowed with a ghostly blue light as Li Xiao embedded the balance resonator into the spiritual veins origin. The myriad totems on the stone walls writhed as if alive, revealing a yellowed fragment of ancient text concealed within a crevice. The edges of the fragment were riddled with wormholes, yet the center was adorned with a blurred star map crafted from gold powder, the north pole of which marked a distorted symbol that perfectly matched the energy spectrum of the balance eye on Lin Wei's terminal. This is the fragment of the myriad race's star map by the ancestor of Tai Su. CMA's residual soul whispered within the balance sword, and the sword's body manifested the spectral image of the ancestor holding the fragment. The star map indicated not only the 9 spiritual vein nodes, but also an undiscovered 10th node. Lin Wei's terminal scanned the fragment with a red light, and the star map on the screen suddenly expanded into a 3-dimensional model. The location of the 10th node was astonishingly revealed to be at the chaotic core of the myriad soul's return, where the energy readings had consistently registered as unknown. The gold powder was mixed with the primordial essence of the myriad spiritual veins. She used tweezers to extract a small amount of gold powder, which exploded in dazzling blue light on the terminal. Only the bearer of the primordial key could activate the complete star map. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix projection brushed over the fragment, causing the gold powder star map to ripple and reveal the handwriting of Li Xiu's parents. The 10th node conceals a true soul container, capable of completely redeeming the ancestor's divided soul. Beside the writing was a drawing of a Tai Chi-shaped container, the bottom of which was engraved with a groove identical to that of the balance token. It turns out, my parents were already aware of the existence of the 10th node. Li Xiu clenched the fragment tightly, as the north pole of the star map suddenly heated up, resonating with the true soul core at his brow, while the position of the chaotic core in the model erupted in gold-red light, characteristic of the balance eye's energy. Li Xiu, hand over the fragment. The malevolent residual soul of the first leader of the dragon sect emerged from the chamber's fissure, resonating the fragment of the token in his hand with the gold powder star map, projecting the coordinates of the 10th node in the void. The true soul container at the 10th node was prepared for me. The fragment trembled violently, and the gold powder star map became tainted by malevolent energy, distorting the coordinates of the 10th node. Zhang Chang's telepathic net attempted to envelop the fragment, but was rebuffed by a violent thought. He injected a malevolent energy tracking beacon into the star map. Lin Wei abruptly affixed a frequency shield to the tattered page, causing the brilliance of the golden star map to dim instantly. This shield, crafted from teacher Xie Mei's silver hair, possesses the remarkable ability to temporarily isolate the malevolent energy frequencies. However, dark patterns soon emerged on the surface of the shield, as the corrupting force of the original remnants of the soul began to erode the power of the Xie lineage. The holes along the edge of the tattered page were not the result of insect damage. Ouyang Shuer's phoenix true flame gently scorched the remnants, revealing ancient script formed by the holes. It was inscribed with blood as a guide and the soul as a key. Li Xiu bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence to fall onto the center of the page. Suddenly, the golden star map erupted with countless sword auras, forming a dynamic cipher lock, with the core comprising 9 rotating characters, each corresponding to the attributes of the 9 major spiritual pulse nodes. Each key required the primordial spiritual essence from its respective node. He pressed the key of Hongmeng against the cipher lock, and the totems began to illuminate in sequence. Lin Wei quickly accessed the energy data for the 9 nodes. The fire attribute node utilized the Phoenix Fire True Flame, while the water attribute node drew upon the power of the Water Spirit Pendant. Her terminal connected to the balance resonator, channeling the primordial spiritual essences through the key into the cipher lock, with the final chaotic node requiring the power of your true soul core. As the last lock rotated into position, the ancient page spontaneously ignited, and the golden star map transformed into a stream of light that entered Li Xiu's brow. His consciousness expanded to reveal a shocking scene. The primordial ancestor submerged the true soul vessel into the chaotic core, its surface engraved with the eternal teaching that embodies both righteousness and malevolence. During the Great War of the Myriad Races, Elder Xie Xian attempted to extract the vessel, but was thwarted by the first leader of the dragon sect, leaving an everlasting energy mark of their sword intent upon the chaotic core. The purpose of the true soul vessel is to allow the ancestors' divided souls of righteousness and malevolence to reintegrate. Xie Mei's residual voice trembled, stating that only the fused true soul can thoroughly unravel the paradox of balance. Zhang Chang's telekinetic web infiltrated the coordinates of the chaotic core, revealing countless vengeful spirits entwined around the vessel. These were the battle souls that had not been salvaged during the Great War, serving as the final key to activate the vessel. The conclusion of the requiem was necessary. His voice was drowned by the roaring of the chaotic core. And among the ashes of the burnt page, half of a jade pendant inscribed with the character for soul was revealed. At that moment, the floor of the secret chamber suddenly collapsed, and the projection of the golden star map transformed into myriad chains of malevolent energy, dragging everyone toward the chaotic core. Li Xiu's balance sword was ensnared by the chains, its tip pointing to the jade pendant amidst the ashes of the page. That was the mechanism that triggered the trap. This was set by your parents. The final selection. The malevolent hand of the original remnants of the soul emerged from the crevice, and only those who could maintain balance within the trap would be deemed worthy to retrieve the true soul vessel. Lin Wei's terminal erupted with brilliant light, displaying a three-dimensional model that indicated the energy source of the trap originated from the 10th node. Xiaogu reversed the energy output using the balance resonator. I can pinpoint the mechanism of the trap. Ouyang Shuer's Phoenix Phantom unfurled its 9-colored wings, the Phoenix Fire True Flame colliding with the chains of malevolent energy, igniting the true soul core within Li Xiu. The golden-red flames spread along the chains, forming a fire lotus mark at the trap's nexus. An array of the Phoenix sect designed to sever the energy link forcibly. At the moment the trap collapsed, Li Xiu seized the jade pendant from the ashes. The pendant, along with the key of Hongmeng and the balance token, formed a triangular resonance, unfolding the complete map of the 10th node in the void. The map's endpoint bore an inscription in ancient seal script: True Soul merged, balance born, Hongmeng determined. The 10th node lay ahead within the chaotic core. Lin Wei's terminal locked onto the coordinates, but according to the energy readings, the true soul vessel there was being tainted by the malevolent energy of the original remnants. Zhang Chang's telekinetic web detected the fluctuations of the chaotic core. I hear the ancestors' whispers within the vessel. He awaits us to complete the final fusion. Ouyang Shuer's Phoenix Phantom gazed towards the chaotic core, her phoenix eyes reflecting determination. The fleet of the Phoenix sect has assembled at the periphery of the void, ready to assist you in entering the core. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the ashes of the ancient page, the brilliance of the golden star map coalescing into the totem of the Eye of Balance upon his brow. He understood that the page revealed not only the location of the 10th node, but also the ultimate answer to the path of balance. Salvation does not entail the annihilation of malevolent thoughts, but rather achieving eternal equilibrium between the divided souls of righteousness and malevolence within the true soul vessel. The call of the true soul vessel resonated from the direction of the chaotic core, while the waves of malevolent energy from the original remnants spread from the depths of the core, heralding that the final fusion ceremony would be the ultimate confrontation between the divided souls of righteousness and malevolence. The stone walls of the secret chamber slowly closed in resonance, and the ashes of the page transformed in Li Xiu's palm into a golden-red seed. The moment the seed touched the ground, a sprout entwined with the totems of the myriad races emerged, signifying the hope of rebirth within the realm of Hongmeng and the ultimate future indicated by the core's clues. Chapter 82. The Dragon Sect's Backlash in Public Opinion. Before the morning bell of Tianwu Academy had even sounded, the bulletin board of the training ground was already shrouded in black and gold malevolent energy flyers. As Li Xiu stepped through the academy gates, he was encircled by furious students. The holographic projection on the flyers displayed false images of Li Xiu hoarding the key of Hongmeng and misusing the power of balance. In the images, his balance sword shattered the stone tablet of the Taishu Shrine, with the shadow of the Lord of Malevolent Shadows following closely behind. Li Xiu, hand over the key. Zhao Lei from the martial arts department shouted, brandishing a flyer. His sister had been injured in the Dragon Sect's attack, and his eyes burned with incited fury. The Dragon Sect claimed that if the key were returned, they would withdraw from the realm of Hongmeng. This is fabricated. Lin Wei pushed her way to the front of Li Xiu, her terminal projecting an analysis of the image. Look at the traces of light and shadow here. It has been altered using malevolent energy. Yet her voice was swiftly drowned out by louder waves of doubt, as more students surged forward with flyers. The malevolent energy patterns along the edges emanating faint waves of mental disturbance. Ouyang Shuer's Phoenix Phantom unfolded above the crowd, its 9-colored radiance temporarily suppressing the malevolent energy. When the Dragon Sect slaughtered the myriad races, did they ever honor their commitments? She pointed to the Dragon Sect's insignia in the corner of the flyer. The frequency of malevolent energy in these flyers is identical to that of the Blood Demon Crystal's backlash. However, the doubts did not cease. Elder Wang from the Academic Affairs Office suddenly appeared, holding a resolution from the Elder Council. Li Xiu, you are hereby suspended from all duties and subject to investigation. The Dragon Sect has provided evidence proving your collusion with the Lord of Malevolent Shadows. Elder Wang, Zhang Chang's telekinetic web penetrated the flyer, detecting the malevolent energy beacon concealed within. It is a psychological manipulation symbol from the dragon sect. But Elder Wang abruptly waved his sleeve, dispersing the telekinetic web. A dark pattern flashed across his brow, a sign of being controlled by malevolent energy. The holographic screen in the Academy Square suddenly illuminated, displaying the image of the dragon sect's third elder, who held a Taishi order, claiming that Li Xiao had stolen the ancestor's relic. If Qianwu Academy does not surrender Li Xiao, the dragon sect will wash the academy in blood within 3 days. Alongside the image, a distorted history played, blaming the crimes of the Great War upon the Taishu lineage. Impossible. A disciple of the Phoenix sect raised the Phoenix flag in rebuttal. Sister Schwerer fought alongside Li Xiao. How could they collude with malevolence? Yet more neutral students began to waver, with Professor Zhang from the clinical medicine department sighing, if the dragon sect truly intends to wage war, the casualties within the academy. Cold sweat trickled from Li Xiao's palms as he witnessed the averted gazes of once comrade in arms, and saw that the altar before teacher Xie Mei was adorned with questioning white flowers. The balance sword suddenly grew hot, the blade revealing the residual soul of Xie Mei. The war of public opinion is more injurious than blades and swords. The dragon sect seeks to isolate you, to turn you against your own. Xiaogu, I've located the source of the flyers. Lin Wei's terminal pinpointed the signal tower on the academy's back mountain, where the dragon sect had installed a malevolent energy signal amplifier capable of altering all communication frequencies. She inserted a countermeasure chip into her terminal, and the holographic screen in the square abruptly switched displays, revealing the entire process of the dragon sect controlling Elder Wang. Elder Wang has been compromised. Gasps erupted from the students as the dark pattern on Elder Wang's brow exploded with black gold light in the face of the truth. He clutched his head in agony. Yes, it is the malevolent thoughts of the dragon sect. However, the image of the third elder of the dragon sect reemerged, this time presenting a more maliciously forged video. Li Xiao was depicted absorbing the power of the Lord of Evil Shadows at the Abyss of Souls, with the fallen Ouyang Schwerer and Zhang Chang behind him. Did you see that? For the sake of the key, he is willing to sacrifice his companions. You lie. Ouyang Schwerer's Phoenix true flame shot towards the screen. Yet the image morphed into countless malevolent energy insects that burrowed into the consciousness of the observing students. Several students from the clinical medicine department suddenly succumbed to madness, wielding scalpels as they charged at Li Xiao, shouting, "Kill him! Avenge the myriad races! Qiangzi, purify their consciousness!" Li Xiao's balanced sword traced a Tai Chi diagram, shielding the students within its formation. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net surged forth like a tide, each strand resonating with the melody of a soul requiem, while the malevolent energy insects transformed into specks of light within the telekinetic force. Thank you. The purified students collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. I feel as if I was under some kind of control just now. Seizing the moment, Lin Wei projected evidence of the dragon sect's forged images into the sky above the square. This is a false portrayal synthesized from fragments of the shadow mirror. Pay attention to the frame rate discrepancies. She called up the original battle records, revealing Li Xiao using the balanced sword to protect his companions rather than to attack. Elder Liu from the Academic Affairs Office suddenly stepped forward, raising the Tai Su order in his hand. I guarantee in the name of the Elder Council that Li Xiao has never stolen the ancestral relics. He tore open his sleeve, exposing a brand left by the dragon sect threats. They have coerced me with the lives of my family to testify falsely, but I cannot allow the Tai Su lineage to be wronged. An increasing number of coerced faculty and students stood up, with Professor Zhang from the clinical medicine department displaying the hush money sent by the dragon sect, a blood jade tainted with malevolent energy. They wanted me to fabricate a health report for Li Xiao, proving that he harbored the essence of the Lord of Evil Shadows within him. Li Xiao stepped into the center of the square, his balanced sword plunged into the ground, erupting with myriad soul requiem sword energies. I, Li Xiao, swear to the heavens, if I harbor even a fraction of collusion with the evil shadows, may my soul be shattered. Within the sword energies, images of him battling alongside his companions emerged. The guardianship at the depths of the caverns, the exploration of the Tai Su temple, and the steadfastness at the abyss of souls. We believe in Li Xiao. Disciples of the Phoenix sect, raise the Phoenix flag high. Down with the Dragon sect. Return the truth to us. Neutral faction students joined the chorus, their support converging into a torrent that completely drowned the malevolent imagery of the Dragon sect. The image of the third elder of the Dragon sect twisted in anger, ultimately dissolving into a beam of black and gold light. You will regret this. The flyers of the academy were all incinerated, and Elder Wang, regaining consciousness after the purification ritual, knelt before the spirit tablet of Siam Mei, weeping. I was foolish, almost causing a grave mistake. An emergency elder council convened, retracting the investigation into Li Xiao and reaffirming their irreconcilable stance against the Dragon sect. Yet Li Xiao knew that the rift left by the tempest of public opinion could not be mended instantaneously. He gazed at the remnants of black patterns on the square and said to his companions, the true aim of the Dragon sect is to delay our journey to the 10th node. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that the Dragon sect's fleet was gathering at the Abyss of Souls. They intend to seize the true soul vessel while we are preoccupied with the Academy's affairs. Ouyang Schwerer's Phoenix flagship was ready. Disciples of the Phoenix sect are willing to march with you, even if only one remains. Zhang Chong clenched his fists, weaving a protective shield of telekinetic energy above the Academy. I will stabilize the Academy and use my telepathy to alert us of the Dragon sect's subsequent moves. Beneath the setting sun, Li Xiao stood before Xia Mei's spirit tablet, the balanced sword resonating with the key of Hongmeng, producing a clear, melodious sword cry. Though the turmoil within the Academy had calmed, he understood that the true test lay ever ahead. The Dragon sect's backlash had failed, yet it unveiled the frailty and resilience of human hearts. Trust must be safeguarded through actions. And the path of balance requires not only the opposition of malevolent energy, but also the mending of hearts torn apart by rumors. The bell of Tianwu Academy chimed anew, no longer in doubt, but as a battle song to send forth the expeditioners. Li Xiao glanced back at the lights of the Academy, aware that countless trusting gazes supported him as he ventured towards the chaotic core of the Abyss of Souls, heading towards the ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the Hongmeng realm. The Dragon sect's defeat was not the conclusion. In the distant shadows, the malevolent remnants of the first generation's leader watched with a cold smile, knowing that once the cracks of trust appeared, a mere push could cause Li Xiao's path of balance to crumble completely. Chapter 83. The Key Evidence of Telepathic Eavesdropping. The underground air raid shelter of Tianwu Academy was transformed into a temporary command center, with the real-time coordinates of the Dragon sect's fleet flickering on the holographic screen. Li Xiao's fingertips traced the three-dimensional model of the 10th node, his brow furrowed. The movements of the Dragon sect had suddenly become peculiar, with the fleet repeatedly patrolling the periphery of the Abyss of Souls, neither launching an attack nor retreating, as if awaiting something. They are stalling for time. Ouyang Schwerer's Phoenix apparition circled beside the model, her Phoenix eyes reflecting the flickering red dots. The ultimatum to cleanse the Academy within 3 days had elapsed. Yet no action had been taken, which was uncharacteristic of the Dragon sect's modus operandi. Lin Wei's terminal suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Xiao Gu. There's an abnormal fluctuation in the Dragon sect's encrypted communication frequency. It seems to be transmitting some form of energy data. She displayed the spectrogram, revealing a patterned serrated waveform, the frequency pattern bearing a 70 similarity to the telepathic waves of the first generation's remnants. Zhang Chong abruptly opened his eyes. His previously unfocused pupils now sharpened. Let me give it a try. He sat cross-legged at the command platform center, his telekinetic net infiltrating the air raid shelter's shielding layer like gossamer, extending along the trajectory of the encrypted communication frequency. This was a new ability he had developed following the Academy's turmoil, compressing his telepathy into a nanoscale signal to infiltrate the most secure malevolent energy shielding field. Xiangzi. The communication tower of the Dragon sect is wrapped in a layer of malevolent energy interference. Lin Wei's terminal indicated that the energy readings of the interference layer were sufficient to tear apart ordinary telepathy. They had constructed a barrier using the grievances of the myriad race's vengeful souls, and any contact with telepathy would lead to detection. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Chong's forehead as the telekinetic net trembled violently upon nearing the interference layer. He recalled Xia Mei's teachings. Telepathy flows like water. It bends around the strong and penetrates the weak. He suddenly split his telepathy into countless fine threads, slipping through the energy fissures of the interference layer. Those fissures were natural blind spots for malevolent energy fluctuations. Only telepathy, perfectly synchronized in frequency with the grievances, could pass through. I see it. Zhang Chang's voice quivered, his vision piercing through the communication tower to see the third elder of the dragon sect conversing with a shadow cloaked in black robes. The black-robed figure held a black-gold core in the palm of their hand, the core's frequency perfectly matching that of the true soul vessel at the 10th node. Lin Wei's terminal simultaneously displayed the scene. The energy signature of the black-robed figure matches exactly with the remnants of the first generation that you previously marked. How is the activation ritual for the vessel prepared? The voice of the black-robed figure, processed by malevolent energy, bore a metallic rasp. Li Xiao and the others are trapped within the academy. This is the perfect opportunity to seize the 10th node. The third elder bowed respectfully, the blood magic crystal in his hand resonating with the core, reporting to the ancestor. The sacrifice array for the myriad souls has been set up on the periphery of the chaotic core, awaiting your infusion of the true soul remnants to activate the vessel. He pointed to the star map on the screen. The sacrifice array requires the grievances of 100,000 souls. We have captured sufficient offerings at the outskirts of the abyss. Offerings? Zhang Chang's telepathy suddenly halted as he glimpsed the basement of the communication tower, where countless warriors, bound by chains of malevolent energy, were wailing. Among them were even students from Tianwu Academy who had gone missing. The black-robed figure sneered. 100,000 souls in exchange for the fusion of true souls is worth it. Once I seize control of the vessel, the spiritual veins of the Hongmeng realm will be mine to command. The path of balance of the Tai Su lineage is but a joke. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the screen. Beware of the telepathic practitioner Li Xiao. The last time during the Academy's public opinion battle, he thwarted our plans. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the third elder. We have already set up a telepathic capture net around the sacrifice array. Should he dare to approach, he will be devoured by malevolent energy instantaneously. Zhang Chang's consciousness suddenly throbbed with intense pain. The black-robed figure could actually sense his telepathy. He abruptly severed part of the psychic link, continuing to eavesdrop with the remaining threads, only to uncover a more astonishing secret. The final step to activate the container required Li Xiao's true soul core as the key. The eye of balance at his brow was, in fact, a component of the container. He had discovered it. Lin Wei's terminal emitted a vibrant red flash, and the communications tower's layer of malevolent energy interference suddenly reversed, forming a massive psychic net. Chang, retreat now. Zhang Chang's psychic net was ensnared by the trapping net. Countless malevolent energy spikes surged upstream along the psychic current, piercing towards his sea of consciousness. He could sense the third elder sneering as he tightened the net. Got you, little mouse. Initiate the self-destruct protocol. Li Xiao's balance sword suddenly plunged into the ground, the melody of the requiem resonating through the psychic net, momentarily paralyzing the malevolent spikes. This was the emergency plan they had agreed upon in advance, to exchange a portion of psychic energy's self-destruction for the main force's retreat. Zhang Chang clenched his teeth, detaching the core psychic thread that recorded their conversation, while the remaining psychic energy detonated within the trapping net. The malevolent energy interference layer of the communications tower trembled violently, and the third elder's furious roar echoed through the remnants of the psychic energy. Investigate. Find out who is eavesdropping. Inside the air raid shelter, Zhang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood as the psychic net completely collapsed. Yet, he trembled and raised his hand. A memory crystal, condensed from psychic energy, floated in his palm, containing a complete record of the conversation between the man in the black robe and the third elder, as well as images of the students in the basement. They had succeeded. Lin Wei's terminal connected to the memory crystal, and the holographic screen immediately displayed the crucial dialogue. When the words sacrifice of 100,000 souls echoed, the atmosphere within the air raid shelter instantly solidified. Audiobooks es phoenix feed operation tremble violently. Recognizing that some of the students were disciples sent by the Phoenix sect for exchange. The core of the sacrifice array lies within the northwest rift of the chaotic core. Li Xiao paused the image, pointing to the red dot on the third elder's star map, where the frequency of malevolent energy exhibited slight fluctuations. indicating the energy hub of the formation. Zhang Chong weakly supplemented. The man in the black robe mentioned that activating the container requires a key, which is my true soul core. His psychic remnants captured the design of the sacrifice array. The formation has a reverse Tai Chi groove that perfectly matches the shape of the balance token. Lin Wei's terminal swiftly generated a plan to break the formation. Insert the balance token into the groove. Then reverse the energy flow of the sacrifice array using the frequency of the primordial key, thereby transforming the malevolent energy into soul power. She glanced at Zhang Chong's pale face, but Chong's psychic energy would require at least 3 days to recover. No need for 3 days. Zhang Chong struggled to rise, the memory crystal in his palm suddenly emanating a gentle light. Before the trapping net detonated, I inscribed the weakness of the sacrifice array into the crystal. Wait, look. The crystal projected a 3-dimensional model of the sacrifice array. Within the malevolent energy flow of the northwest rift, a faint golden-red light shimmered. It was the untainted positive thought energy from the captured students, a crucial breakthrough point for dismantling the array. This crystal was the key to turning the tide of the battle. Li Xiu clutched the memory crystal tightly, his gaze towards Zhang Chong filled with reverence. Without your eavesdropping, we would have never known their sacrificial plan or discovered the weakness of the array. Ouyang Shui's Fire Phoenix flagship had adjusted its coordinates. The Phoenix Sect fleet would feign an attack from the southeast, diverting their attention. Lin Wei synchronized the frequencies of the balance token and the crystal. The array-breaking device requires 5 minutes to activate. Someone must engage the original residual soul. All eyes turned to Li Xiu. He gripped the balance sword, the remnant soul of Xie Mei within it trembling gently. The container requires the true soul core as a key. Then I shall become that key. He looked at Zhang Chong. Your psychic records the students' locations. The rescue mission is entrusted to you and Wei Wei. Zhang Chong nodded. Though his sea of consciousness throbbed in agony, his eyes were exceptionally resolute. I guarantee the mission will be completed. He understood that this eavesdropping was not only a chance to establish merit, but also a testament to the value of psychic practitioners on the battlefield. Sometimes, an invisible thread of psychic energy could change the course of battle more effectively than the sharpest sword. Beneath the night of the returning souls, the Phoenix Sect fleet's artillery pierced through the chaos, and the Dragon Sect fleet indeed turned towards the southeast as anticipated. Meanwhile, Li Xiu, wielding the balance token, infiltrated the northwest rift. The black and gold patterns of the balance sword resonating with the malevolent energy of the sacrifice array. While Zhang Chong and Lin Wei led the rescue team, stealthily making their way toward the basement along the marked psychic route. Inside the air raid shelter, the glow of the memory crystal gradually dimmed, yet the truth it revealed had transformed into the clarion call for action. Zhang Chong leaned against the medical chamber, observing the advancing coordinates on the terminal, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Once feeling inferior due to his inability to fight directly with psychic energy, he now contributed irreplaceably to the path of balance in the manner he excelled. Meanwhile, within the sacrifice array of the chaotic core, the original residual soul beneath the black robe flickered with unease. He sensed that something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of the eavesdropping. The activation ritual of the true soul container was about to commence. He raised the black and gold core, entirely oblivious to the weak thread of psychic energy quietly approaching the formation eye's reverse Tai Chi groove, following the trail left by Zhang Chong. This was the beacon for breaking the array planted by Zhang Chong with his last psychic energy and the final foreshadowing of this dual-line operation. Zhang Chong's eavesdropping evidence not only exposed the conspiracy, but also transformed the Dragon Sect's sacrifice array into their own grave. At the moment when Li Xiu inserted the balance token into the groove, as the rescue team's sword lights cleaved through the darkness of the basement, everyone understood. The turning point of this battle began with that thread of psychic energy piercing through the malevolent energy shield, initiated by the psychic practitioner who steadfastly recorded amidst the torment. Chapter 84. The Call from the Depths of the Sea of Consciousness. The chaotic spiritual veins of the returning souls suddenly surged with great waves. Li Xiu stood at the edge of the northwest rift. The tip of the balance sword aimed at the reverse Tai Chi groove of the sacrifice array. He could hear the wails emanating from the depths of the formation eye, the grievances of 100,000 souls boiling within the malevolent energy, forming a stark contrast to the gentle radiance of the true soul container. Just as he prepared to insert the balance token, the true soul core at his brow suddenly throbbed painfully, his sea of consciousness being forcibly drawn into the abyss by a colossal consciousness. Shower, come back. An ancient voice echoed within his sea of consciousness. Li Xiu found himself standing in a pure white space, the clouds beneath his feet flowing with black and gold spiritual energy, reminiscent of the true soul realm during the division of the primordial ancestor's soul. In the distance, a vague, giant silhouette wielded a balance sword. In the reflection of the blade, he saw his own visage, strikingly similar to that of the ancestor. Ancestor? Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balance sword, the patterns on the blade synchronizing perfectly with those of the giant silhouette sword. Are you calling me? The giant silhouette slowly turned, the Tai Su totem at its brow splitting into two halves of righteousness and malevolence, rotating increasingly faster. The eye of balance has opened. The true soul container awaits convergence. Yet you have yet to grasp the essence of the Tai Su sword intent. His voice resonated like a great bell, each word echoing in Li Xiu's sea of consciousness. What is sword intent? It is neither slaughter nor defense, but before he could finish, the pure white space abruptly tore apart, and the malevolent giant hand of the original residual soul emerged from the rift, staining half of the giant silhouette's body black. Don't listen to him. Sword intent is to annihilate all imbalance. Li Xiu's sea of consciousness instantly split in two. The left half was the pure, white, true soul realm, where the ancestor's silhouette wove visions of growth with sword intent. The right half was the pitch-black domain of malevolent energy, where the original residual soul tore through the spiritual veins, leaving devastation in its wake. Do you see? The voice of the original residual soul was laced with temptation. The Tai Su sword intent is meant to be decisive in slaughter. Your parents' deaths, Sia's sacrifice, are all due to your feeble balance. His sword shadow pointed towards the positive thought totem on Li Xiu's chest. Abandon this hypocritical protection. Embrace the malevolent energy, and you shall truly master the container. Yet the ancestor's silhouette spoke with gentle firmness. He speaks of sword techniques, not sword intent. The giant raised the balanced sword, and within the trajectory traced by its tip, the wounds of the malevolent energy domain began to sprout new spiritual buds. Sword intent is like the heart. If the heart is balanced, the sword is balanced. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the path, and Xia Mei protected the sword with her soul, not out of weakness, but to steadfastly uphold their true hearts. Li Xiu's sea of consciousness trembled violently as he beheld the resolute determination of his parents etched before the bloodied words of balance, and the tender guidance of Xia Mei by the sacred spring as she taught the flowing equilibrium. These vivid scenes clashed repeatedly with the shadow of destruction from the first generation's remnant soul, pushing his awareness to the brink of collapse. Xia, your consciousness is dissipating. Lin Wei's voice pierced through the barriers of his mind, the red light at the center of his brow, flickering as Chang transmitted fragments of memory through telekinesis. A strand of golden-red mental energy surged into his consciousness, unfolding images of Li Xiu fighting alongside his companions at the depths of the catacombs. His balanced sword and Ouyang Shuer's phoenix bow formed a Tai Chi fire wheel. Within the library, his sword intent resonated with Lin Wei's technological frequencies. In the Academy Square, his sword momentum combined with Zhang Chang's telekinetic net to create a defensive formation. In that moment, Li Xiu's pupils constricted sharply, as he finally comprehended the unfinished words of the progenitor. Sword intent is not a solitary blade, but a convergence of collective will. He thrust the balanced sword into the ground of his consciousness, where a fissure between the pure white space and the pitch-black domain suddenly sprouted spiritual sprouts. These sprouts rapidly grew into towering trees, their trunks etched with the trajectory of the balanced sword, while their branches and leaves intertwined with the spiritual energy of his companions. This was the harmonious sword intent infused with technology, telekinesis, and phoenix fire, embodying both the compassion of a requiem and the sharpness of an evil-slaying formation. Impossible. The malevolent hand of the first generation's remnant soul struck violently at the spiritual tree, only to be repelled by the entangled telekinetic net of branches and leaves. How could your sword intent? Its form suddenly distorted, transforming into countless malevolent energy insects that swarmed toward Li Xiu's core of consciousness. I will seize your body. using your true soul core to activate the vessel. As the insects burrowed into his consciousness, Li Xiu's harmonious sword intent erupted with sudden ferocity. The branches and leaves of the spiritual tree transformed into myriad streams of requiem sword qi, each inscribed with the marks of his companions. Lin Wei's technological runes. Shangqiang's telekinetic petons, Uyang Sue is Fia Lotus insignia. The insect shrieked in anguish amidst the sword qi, revealing the true form of the first generation's remnant soul, a wisp of distorted void consciousness. So you too are a fragment of the progenitor's soul, Li Xiu spoke with compassion. You envied the progenitor's path of balance, and thus severed your true soul, descending into shadow. The essence of the first generation's remnant soul let out a defiant roar. I merely sought to prove that power is truth. Its remnant consciousness gradually became transparent within the harmonious sword intent, ultimately transforming into a streak of flowing light, merging into the roots of the spiritual tree, a sign of redemption. The pure white and pitch black of the sea of consciousness fused completely, becoming a space flowing with vibrant spiritual energy. The ethereal visage of the void progenitor displayed a satisfied smile, slowly dissolving into light that integrated with Li Xiu's balanced sword. The harmonious sword intent is the true essence of the void. Go forth, complete the vessel's fusion. Li Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, the sacrificial array at the northwest fissure still operating, yet the hesitation in his gaze had vanished. The balanced sword quivered gently in his grasp, the blade illuminated by the spiritual energy marks of his companions, resonating perfectly with the light of his true soul core. Xiuge, you have awakened. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that his consciousness had been submerged for a full quarter of an hour, and the energy of the sacrificial array was nearing its critical threshold. A message from Zhang Chang's telekinetic net arrived. The rescue team has breached the outer perimeter and is in the process of saving hostages. Ouyang Shuer's Phoenix avatar unfurled its 9-colored wings. The Phoenix faction fleet has restrained the Dragon faction's main force. We await your signal to break the array. Li Xiu Nudda, aligning the balance token with the anti-Tai Chi recess, channeling the harmonious sword intent through the token into the array's focal point. The flow of malevolent energy in the sacrificial array suddenly halted, as a beam of light ascended from the anti-Tai Chi recess, revealing a totem of the void that fused both good and evil. The true soul phantoms of the progenitor's fragment and the first generation's remnant soul gradually approached. The vessel is about to merge. Lin Wei's terminal erupted with bright light. As in the three-dimensional model, the Tai Chi patterns of the true soul vessel began to rotate. The chaotic core of the 10th node radiating a golden red glow, resonating with Li Xiu's harmonious sword intent. Li Xiu sensed the essence of his parents smiling within the sword intent. CMA's remnant soul softly singing upon the blade, while the myriad war souls that had been redeemed transformed into points of light merging into the vessel. He realized that the call from the depths of his consciousness was not an end, but the true beginning of the path of balance. The ultimate form of sword intent was never the solitary blade of a lone hero, but rather a river of light forged by the collective hearts of countless guardians. As the sacrificial array at the northwest fissure began to disintegrate within the anti-Tai Chi recess, the balance token and the true soul vessel fused perfectly, emitting a resonant hum that echoed through the void. The final remnants of malevolent energy from the first generation dissipated within the harmonious sword intent, leaving behind a warm, true soul jade, within which reflected the complete figure of the void progenitor. Xiuge, the Dragon faction fleet, is retreating. Lin Wei's voice brimmed with excitement. Their malevolent energy core has lost the support of the first generation's remnant soul and is collapsing. Li Xiu lifted his gaze toward the depths of the chaotic core, the light of the true soul vessel growing ever brighter. As the energies of the 9 major spiritual nodes converged along the trajectory of the harmonious sword intent, he tightened his grip on the balanced sword, aware that the fusion of the vessel was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in how to use the complete true soul of the progenitor to restore the balance of the spiritual veins in the primordial domain. This time, he would not stand alone, as the spiritual energies flowing within the harmonious sword intent would accompany him to the very end. The chaotic spiritual veins of the void gradually calmed, revealing the purified 10th node. Li Xiu stood before the true soul vessel. The balanced eye at his brow shimmering in harmony with the vessel's radiance. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the voice of the void progenitor transformed into a final blessing. Go forth, my successor, and let the path of balance endure like the stars of the galaxy. In the distance, the flagship of the dragon faction's third elder sank amidst an explosion, while within the radiance of the 10th node, Li Xiu's harmonious sword intent wove a web of light that enveloped the primordial domain, each strand connecting the hearts of those who protected balance. This was the deepest call of the void sword intent, and the ultimate answer he had earned through countless sacrifices. Chapter 85. The Secret Realm Plan of the Five-Man Team. The underground training ground of Tianwu Academy was temporarily transformed into a command center for combat, with a holographic projection unfurling a complex map of the secret realm upon the rock walls. At the center of the map, the chaotic secret realm was encircled by blood-red patterns, with 9 flickering red dots marking the spiritual vein nodes. While the core area surrounding these nodes was the pivotal hub for the final fusion of the true soul vessel. Li Xiu's fingertip traced the hub's position, causing the balance sword to resonate with the projection as the patterns of harmonious sword intent glimmered faintly upon the blade. According to Zhang Chong's telekinetic detection, the entrance to the chaotic secret realm lay within the Rift Canyon to the southeast of the Eternal Soul's Rest. Lin Wei pulled up a 3-dimensional model of the secret realm, and the blood-red patterns along its edges suddenly pulsed. These patterns were the malevolent energy warning array left by the dragon faction, set to trigger an alarm if any spiritual energy fluctuations exceeded the critical threshold. Ouyang Shuer unfolded the tactical map of the Phoenix flagship, with the coordinates of the 9 subfleets forming a fan-shaped defensive perimeter around the secret realm. The Phoenix faction was responsible for outer vigilance, preventing the remnants of the dragon faction from approaching. However, only the 5 of us could enter the secret realm: Xiugu, myself, Chong, Wei Wei, and she glanced toward Elder Lu, who stood in the corner, the Tai Su token in his hand resonating with the map of the secret realm. Elder Lu stroked his grizzled beard, a half-piece of jade appearing in his palm. I was once the guardian of the Tai Su temple, well acquainted with the mechanisms of the secret realm. This half-piece guiding token can shield us from the malevolent energy warning array's detection. He placed the jade piece alongside Li Xiu's primordial key, the 2 artifacts instantly aligning to form a complete Tai Chi pattern. Zhang Chong suddenly opened his eyes, the telekinetic net sketching the energy flows of the secret realm upon the projection. I see 3 energy barriers deep within the secret realm. The first barrier requires fire attribute energy to break, the second relies on telekinetic resonance, and the third, his brow furrowed. The frequency of the third barrier is identical to that of the true soul core. Only you, Xiugu, can break it. This is the balance kit prepared for everyone. Lin Wei opened the alloy chest and retrieved 4 sets of equipment embedded with spiritual energy crystals. The balanced sword sheath for Li Xiu, inscribed with the Tai Chi resonance array, capable of amplifying the harmony sword intent. The Fire Phoenix boots for Ouyang Shuer, equipped with a spiritual vein booster that could instantly enhance the speed of her snowfall step. The telekinetic headband for Zhang Chong, infused with Xia Mei's silver hair powder, designed to resist the corruption of malevolent energy, and her own terminal connected to a void frequency converter, which could real-time analyze the energy fluctuations of the secret realm. Let us give this a try. She handed Elder Lu a bronze talisman, infused with the energy of the balance command, capable of masquerading as the malevolent energy signature of the dragon sect, thus remaining undetected when passing through the warning array. Elder Lu accepted the talisman, which resonated with the void command, a fine item indeed. He produced a weathered tome titled Record of Secret Realm Mechanisms, a compilation of traps recorded during his tenure as Guardian of the Hall. Beyond the third barrier lay the Mirror of 10,000 Souls, which would reflect the inner weaknesses of intruders. Only those with clear hearts could pass through. Li Xiu caressed the upgraded sword sheath, the harmony sword intent triggering a chain reaction, the blade humming softly within its scabbard. The mirror array is an apt test for our balanced hearts. He gazed at his companions. For this expedition into the secret realm was not merely about merging containers, but also about thoroughly eradicating the last remnants of the dragon sect's influence at the Nexus. I shall take the first barrier. Ouyang Shuer's Fire Phoenix apparition unfurled its wings, the true flames coalescing into a fireball at her fingertips. The resolution of fire attribute energy required precise temperature control, and her 9-colored fire phoenix could adjust to the critical threshold of the barrier. She summoned the energy spectrum of the barrier, but the dragon sect might have deployed malevolent fire ants behind it, creatures that would devour fiery energy, necessitating Zhang Chang's telekinetic web to interfere in advance. Zhang Chang nodded, the brilliance of the telekinetic headband flickering. I will seal the nerve centers of the fire ants with my telekinesis a second before your breakthrough, granting you 10 seconds. Lin Wei pointed to the model of the second barrier. This barrier is composed of countless strands of telekinetic threads, their frequencies entirely opposed to normal telekinetic energy. My frequency converter can reverse Zhang's telekinesis, and combined with the broken thread points recorded in the record of secret realm mechanisms, we can open a passage through the barrier. Her fingers glided over the terminal, yet the broken thread points shifted every 3 minutes, requiring precise timing. I shall be responsible for the third barrier and the mirror of 10,000 souls. Li Xiu's true soul core warmed gently. A heart devoid of distractions perhaps meant embracing all thoughts without being swayed by them. He recalled the teachings of the progenitor in his sea of consciousness. The glow of the harmony soared intent, becoming ever more gentle. Elder Lu closed the record of secret realm mechanisms. I will remain behind you as you breach the barriers, eliminating the dragon sect's hidden sentinels. Remember, the fusion ritual at the Void Nexus requires the simultaneous infusion of spiritual energy from 4 individuals. Xiu as the leader, Shue's fire phoenix spiritual power, Chang's telekinesis, and Wei Wei's technological energy. None can be absent. Just as the tactical deployment neared completion, Zhang Chang's telekinetic web suddenly trembled violently. Someone is eavesdropping. He pointed sharply at the ventilation shaft of the training ground, the strands of telekinesis shooting forth like arrows, ensnaring a shadow attempting to flee. The shadow was dragged before them, revealing the distinctive black robe of the dragon sect. Lin Wei's terminal emitted an alarm after scanning. It is a shadow guard of the dragon sect, with a malevolent energy bomb concealed within. Ouyang Shuer's true flames of the fire phoenix enveloped the shadow instantly. Speak. What traps have you set in the secret realm? The shadow grinned menacingly and detonated the bomb. Yet in the blaze, it transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, leaving behind a blood-stained command talisman. Li Xiu picked up the talisman, noting that the malevolent energy frequency was of the same origin as the secret realm's warning array. They are aware of our impending entrance into the secret realm. This serves as a warning. Elder Lu crushed the talisman into powder. The appearance of the Shadow Guard indicates that the Dragon Sect has established a fortified defense within the secret realm, likely under the command of the third Elder himself. He turned to the last page of the record of secret realm mechanisms, which detailed a secret passage leading to the Nexus, capable of bypassing certain traps, but it required traversing the corroding spirit marsh, where the miasma could erode spiritual energy. Lin Wei quickly summoned the parameters of the marsh. I can concoct an anti-corrosive spiritual liquid, but its efficacy will only last for 1 hour. She glanced at Li Xiu, pondering whether to adjust their plans. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balanced sword. Proceed as originally planned. The secret passage will serve as a backup route. His harmony sword intent suddenly erupted, the rock face of the training ground revealing the spiritual energy imprints of his companions. United in heart, no trap shall hinder us. The greatest danger of the mirror of 10,000 souls lies not in the mechanisms, but in the inner demons. Elder Lu's gaze swept over the group. He had witnessed many strong individuals during his guardianship who, despite being capable of breaking the formation, were ensnared by the illusions reflected in the mirror. He produced a water mirror, the clear heart mirror, capable of revealing hidden distractions. They would practice their responses in advance. In the water mirror, Li Xiu beheld the image of his parents collapsing into malevolent energy. Reaching out to grasp them, he found only emptiness. Ouyang Shuer witnessed the tragic slaughter of the Phoenix sect, her fire phoenix apparition nearly spiraling out of control. Zhang Chang saw his telekinetic web torn apart, his companions wailing amid the malevolent energy. Lin Wei envisioned her terminal exploding, all data turning to ash, while Elder Lu saw the collapse of the Void Temple. The humiliation of kneeling in surrender. Steady yourselves. Li Xiu infused the water mirror with his harmony sword intent, causing the illusions within to dissipate in an instant. This was the method of the mirror array, amplifying their fears. Yet fear is inherently a part of balance. Only by embracing it could they avoid being controlled by it. Ouyang Schwerer took a deep breath, the fire phoenix apparition reforming. Next time I see it, I will ignite the illusion with phoenix fire, transforming it into my strength. Zhang Chang's telekinetic web wove a protective layer over the water mirror. Telekinesis as a shield, distractions as arrows. While a shield can block, it is better to transform arrows into light. Lin Wei adjusted her terminal, recording the frequencies of the illusions. I will implant an illusion filtering program into the terminal, so that upon first sight, I will recognize it as false. Elder Liu put away the water mirror, a glint of approval in his eyes. Excellent. Remember, the method to unravel the mirror array lies in allowing the five of us to resonate in belief. If any one person wavers, it will reinforce the core of the array. The night wind in the Rift Valley was particularly chilling, as the five-member team concealed themselves in the shadows of the rock face. Elder Liu's guiding pendant resonated with the key of Hongmeng, opening an invisible passage through the malevolent energy warning array. Lin Wei's terminal indicated that the energy fluctuations at the entrance to the secret realm stabilized within safe parameters. In 3 minutes, the Dragon Sex Patrol will pass through here. Chang, disrupt their perception. Li Xiu lowered his voice. At the moment the balanced sword was unsheathed, the harmony sword intent resonated with the spiritual veins of the valley, masking the sound of metal scraping. Zhang Chang's telekinetic web spread like a veil over the valley, the patrol's malevolent energy detector suddenly failing, leaving them in confusion. Strange. There was clearly a spiritual energy fluctuation just now. Ouyang Schwerer's fire phoenix boots emitted a faint glow, allowing her to ghost around the patrol's rear. The tip of her finger ignited with true flames, striking their sleeping acupoints with swift precision, triggering no energy fluctuations. The entrance is open. Elder Liu pointed to the whirling energy field deep within the valley, the light of the guiding pendant flickering in synchrony with the vortex. Remember, maintain open communication after entering. In case of an emergency, activate the terminal's homing signal, and I will open the backup passage to assist you. Lin Wei conducted a final check of their equipment. The anti-corrosive spiritual liquid, frequency converter, and balance gear were all in order. She turned to Li Xiu, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination, ready for the task ahead. Li Xiu nodded and stepped into the energy vortex first. Five-member team, commence operation. As the light of the vortex engulfed their figures, Elder Liu cast one last glance at the record of secret realm mechanisms. The Tai Chi totem on the cover glowing in unison with the void command in his palm, a testament to the vow passed down through generations of guardians. With my frail body, I shall protect the tranquility of the Nexus. At the entrance of the chaotic secret realm, the five stood amidst a forest shrouded in white mist. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that time flowed 3 times faster here than in the outside world. Our preparation time has been compressed. We must hasten our pace. Zhang Chang's telekinetic web extended forward, suddenly halting 10 meters away. The first barrier lies ahead, and the energy readings are rising, as if welcoming us. Li Xiu's balanced sword abruptly pointed toward the depths of the white mist, as the sword intent of harmony captured a trace of a familiar sinister energy fluctuation. It was the aura of the first generation's remnant soul before its transformation, yet it felt more feeble and elusive than in his memories. It appeared that the dragon sect had prepared more than one surprise. He tightened his grip on the hilt and glanced at his companions, adhering to their plan while remaining vigilant. Within the white mist, the outline of the first barrier gradually sharpened as crimson energy flowed around it, casting reflections of the 5 steadfast figures. The meticulous preparations made before the contest provided them with the confidence to step into the unknown. Yet the shadows concealed in the depths of the secret realm and that peculiar sinister energy fluctuation foretold that this endeavor would not be smooth sailing. The footsteps of the quintet echoed through the forest, the energy crystals of their balanced gear resonating with the spiritual veins of the secret realm, heralding the prelude to battle. They understood that the plan was the beacon guiding their actions, but true victory would eternally belong to the United Five, to that sword of harmony which embodied all their beliefs. Meanwhile, in the core hub of the secret realm, the ancient bell of the Tai Su Temple seemed to toll, awaiting them to inscribe a fresh stroke for the future of the primordial realm through the path of balance. Chapter 86. The Sinister Energy Bomb at the Entrance of the Underground Palace. At the end of the white mist forest within the chaotic secret realm, the outline of the underground palace entrance flickered in and out of sight amidst the sinister energy. It was an archway constructed from crystallized souls, adorned with black golden sinister energy chains entwined around its lintel, their ends embedded in the rock wall, each link corresponding to a pulsating blood magic crystal. As Zhang Chang's telekinetic web grazed the chains, it was repelled by a surge of searing, sinister energy. He pressed his hand to his forehead, the three-dimensional structure of the bomb flashing through his mind. It's a chain reaction sinister energy bomb. Zhang Chang's voice trembled as the telekinetic web outlined the fuse hidden within the rock wall. The blood magic crystals served as the energy source, while the sinister energy chains acted as the conduits. The moment anyone stepped within 3 meters of the archway, a series of explosions would be triggered. Lin Wei pressed her terminal against the rock wall, and under the red light of the scan, the molecular structure of the fuse emerged clearly. The bomb's core was the annihilation sinister crystal, with an explosive power equivalent to 10 blood magic crystals detonating simultaneously, capable of utterly obliterating the entrance of the underground palace and potentially causing a collapse of the spiritual veins within the secret realm. She called up the energy blueprint, realizing that the frequency of the sinister crystal was derived from the true soul core. Any standard demolition would trigger a premature explosion. Ouyang Shue's fiery phoenix apparition brushed against the archway, the phoenix fire clashing with the sinister energy chains, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. What if we incinerate it with phoenix fire? My 9-colored flames can purify sinister energy. But before she could finish, the blood magic crystals on the chains suddenly ignited, and the sinister energy fluctuation surged threefold. This was the defense mechanism of the trap, activating the enhancement protocol in response to any energy attack. Don't touch it. Elder Lu suddenly grasped her wrist, his fingers tracing the etchings on the chains. This was an improved version of the Dragon Sect's bloodlock formation. During my time guarding the temple, I witnessed the third elder use this formation to blow up the flank of the Tai Su temple. He pointed to the subtle recess at the connection of the lock, where the detonation mechanism was concealed, requiring a purifying frequency completely opposite to the sinister energy to deactivate it. The purifying frequency. Lin Wei's terminal suddenly erupted with brilliant light as she uploaded fragments of Elder Lu's memories into the system, and found it. It was the frequency of the clear heart incantation of the Tai Su ancestor. She quickly began coding a program, but it required someone to guide the frequency with spiritual energy, injecting it into the recess of each lock, meaning they had to approach within 3 meters of the bomb. Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balanced sword, the sword intent of harmony resonating with the key of primordial chaos. I will go. His true soul core resonated faintly with the sinister crystal. My spiritual energy can temporarily neutralize the sinister energy, buying you time to disarm it. No. Ouyang Shue's fiery phoenix apparition shielded him, her 9-colored wings unfurling in a defensive posture. Your true soul core is the key to the container's fusion. You cannot take the risk. Let me handle it. Although the phoenix fire will trigger the defense, I can control the energy output. Zhang Chang suddenly spoke up. I have a plan. His telekinetic web split into myriad fine threads, threading through the crevices of the rock wall and penetrating the lock. My telekinesis can simulate the purifying frequency, but it needs Wei Wei's terminal for real-time calibration. Zistaksuya used the phoenix fire to draw the attention of the blood magic crystals, and Li Xiu. I will stabilize the main hub of the sinister energy chains. Li Xiu pointed to the Tai Chi lock at the top of the archway, where the sinister energy fluctuation was most stable. As long as the main hub did not activate, the explosive power of the individual locks would be reduced by 70%. Elder Lu retrieved a bronze talisman from his robe. This is the Binding Spirit Talisman, capable of freezing the flow of sinister energy for 10 seconds. Use it at a critical moment. He pressed the talisman into Li Xiu's hand. I will go to the left rock wall, where there is an alternate passage left by the guardians of the temple. If you fail, I will come around from the back to assist. Li Xiu took a deep breath and stepped into the 3-meter alert zone first. The sinister energy chains indeed trembled violently, the glow of the blood magic crystals surging dramatically. He forcefully thrust the balanced sword into the ground, the sword intent of harmony spreading along the blade, forming a Tai Chi protective shield over the chains. The shield clashed with the sinister energy, emitting a piercing hum, yet successfully delayed the detonation protocol by 10 seconds. Now, Linway's terminal projected the waveform of the purifying frequency. Zhang Chong injected into the first lock. His telekinetic thread precisely pierced the recess. The telekinesis simulating the frequency of the clear heart incantation under the terminal's calibration. The glow of the blood magic crystals dimmed suddenly. The first lock clicking softly as the tremors of the sinister energy chains weakened slightly. But just then, the sinister energy of the second lock surged violently, and Lin Wei's terminal blared an alarm. The dragon sect is remotely controlling it. They are enhancing the sinister energy. Ouyang Shue's true flame of the fiery phoenix suddenly transformed in a flowing fire, wrapping around the second chain, set it ablaze. The clash between the phoenix fire and the sinister energy generated a violent energy explosion, the shockwave temporarily severing the remote control signal. Wei, hurry. The signal interruption lasts only 5 seconds. Li Xiu's Tai Chi protective shield developed cracks amidst the explosion. He shattered the binding spirit talisman. The bronze talisman's light instantly freezing the flow of sinister energy. Zhang Chan, the second one, he shouted, the glow of his true soul core pouring into the protective shield, forcibly maintaining the defense. Zhang Chan's telekinetic strands shot like lightning into the second recess. This time, the backlash of the sinister energy coursed through his telekinesis. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as the telekinetic web nearly collapsed. I held on. Lin Wei's terminal had already locked onto the frequency of the third lock. The last one, the dragon sect signal, is about to recover. At that moment, the Tai Chi lock at the top of the archway erupted with black golden light, a flood of sinister energy far exceeding the previous surges cascading down the chains. The voice of the third elder of the dragon sect resonated with a sinister laugh. Li Xiu, taste the flavor of the annihilation, sinister crystal. The flood of sinister energy from the Tai Chi lock instantly overwhelmed Li Xiu's protective shield, sending him flying backward. The balanced sword carving 3 deep grooves into the ground. Simultaneously, the glow of the blood magic crystals ignited, the 3 chains coiling like living serpents, poised to trigger the main detonation protocol. Li Xiu, Ouyang Shue's fiery phoenix apparition transformed into a shield, standing in front of Li Xiu. The clash between the phoenix fire and the flood of sinister energy charred half of her 9-colored wings instantly. She coughed up blood, but gritted her teeth. 3 seconds left. Lin Wei's terminal suddenly connected to the spiritual vein network of the secret realm, and she infused the frequency of the balance token into the system. Zhang Chong, overlay the token frequency onto the purifying frequency. Zhang Chong's telekinetic strands erupted with a golden red glow, merging with the frequency of the balance token. This time, the flood of sinister energy was forcibly redirected by the telekinetic strands, flowing back along the chains toward the Tai Chi lock. The third elder's furious voice echoed, impossible. How could you? Because you do not understand the path of balance. Li Xiu sprang to his feet, the sword intent of harmony resonating with Zhang Chong's telekinesis and Ouyang Shue's phoenix fire, forming a colossal Tai Chi light wheel. The light wheel enveloped the 3 chains entirely, the glow of the blood magic crystals extinguishing inch by inch within the wheel. The last lock's recess emitting a crisp sound. The sinister energy chains completely lost their luster, the black golden sheen entwined around the archway gradually fading, revealing the original jade hue of the crystallized souls. Lin Wei slumped to the ground, her terminal screen now dark. The frequency countermeasure had depleted all available energy. Zhang Chong's telekinetic net contracted violently, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet a smile graced his lips. It's done. It's dismantled. Li Xiu steadied the wobbling Ouyang Shuer. Her fire phoenix apparition had turned translucent. Worth it. Elder Lu emerged from the left rock wall, holding a stone slab etched with intricate markings. We've located the alternate passage, but he indicated the patterns on the slab. The mechanism at the end of the passage requires 5 individuals to simultaneously infuse their spiritual energy to activate it, which implies the dragon sect was already aware that we are a 5-member team. Li Xiu examined the 5-pointed star recesses on the slab, each etched with corresponding attribute totems: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, which aligned perfectly with his balanced sword intent. Zhang Chong's telekinesis, Lin Wei's technological energy, Ouyang Xuaner's phoenix fire, and Elder Lu's Tai Su order. Lin Wei, utilizing her remaining energy, activated the terminal, and her expression shifted dramatically upon scanning the slab. This is no ordinary mechanism. It's a disguise for the five spirits sacrifice array. The moment we infuse our spiritual energy, it will be converted into malevolent energy, feeding back to the abyssal, evil crystal deep within the tomb. Their objective was not to obliterate the entrance, but to utilize our spiritual energy to activate the ultimate bomb. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net penetrated the slab, revealing a count of at least 100 evil crystals beneath. Elder Lu's expression turned grave. It seems Elder San's understanding of the secret realm far surpasses our expectations. He not only knows of the alternate passage, but also the weaknesses of the Guardian's mechanism. Li Xiu suddenly glanced at the inner side of the archway, where the rock wall, after the malevolent energy receded, unveiled a line of indistinct inscriptions. Left 3, right 4, up 7, down 9, the pivot is in the middle. This is Elder Xia's handwriting. Elder Lu excitedly traced the inscriptions. Left 3, right 4 is the security password of the mechanism, and up 7, down 9 is the sequence for infusing spiritual energy. I anticipated that someone would tamper with the mechanism. Lin Wei's terminal flickered back to life as she deciphered the correct activation method from the inscriptions. The core of the five spirits sacrifice array is the reversal symbol, hidden within the layers of the slab. As long as we touch the recesses in the order of left 3, right 4, and then infuse the spiritual energy in the order of up 7, down 9, we can transform the malevolent energy into purifying power. This was the dragon's sex arrogance. Li Xiu gripped the balanced sword, resonating his sword intent with the inscriptions. They believed they had altered the mechanism, unaware that Elder Xia had left the contingency. The five followed the inscription's guidance, placing their hands sequentially on the recesses. Li Xiu's sword intent, Ouyang Xuaner's phoenix fire, Zhang Chang's telekinesis, Lin Wei's technological energy, and Elder Lu's Tai Su order infused simultaneously, causing the slab to suddenly sink, revealing a staircase leading to the tomb. The wall lamps flanking the staircase illuminated automatically, emanating a warm spiritual energy, starkly contrasting the previous malevolent energy environment. We succeeded, Lin Wei exclaimed, observing the energy readings on her terminal, as the transformed, purifying power began to dismantle the evil crystals deep within the tomb. Elder San's remote control was failing. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net extended along the staircase, detecting the dragon sect's main force deep within, approximately 50 individuals, all wielding malevolent energy weapons. His brows furrowed once more, though their auras were chaotic, as if they were afraid of something. As they stepped into the tomb, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. In the center of the hall at the staircases end lay dozens of dragon sect disciples' corpses, each with a charred hole in their chests, as if blown apart by some energy from within. This was the backlash of the abyssal evil crystal. After inspecting the bodies, Elder Lu's expression darkened significantly. Elder San had implanted the disciples with submother evil crystals to ensure the ultimate bomb's activation. Once the subcrystal was destroyed, the mother crystal would detonate, showing he cared little for these lives. Suddenly, Lin Wei's terminal received a fragmented communication. The remnants of the ancestors' consciousness are out of control. Shut it down quickly. The transmission cut off abruptly, leaving only the sound of static. The power of the first generation's remnant soul was rebounding against Elder San. Li Xiu's true soul core trembled violently. He had failed to fully master the transcended remnant consciousness and was instead being consumed by the malevolent energy, losing part of his awareness. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net detected energy fluctuations deep within the hall. Elder San was in the adjacent pivot room, but the malevolent energy surrounding him was tenfold stronger than before. Ouyang Xuaner's fire phoenix apparition reformed, its 9-colored wings flickering with an alert glow. He is forcibly stabilizing the remnant consciousness using the disciples' lifeblood. This is our chance. Li Xiu glanced at his companions. As the resonance of the balanced sword intent harmonized with each person's spiritual energy, the dragon sect trap failed to destroy the entrance, instead exposing their internal strife. Next, we must not only complete the container fusion, but also eradicate this final source of malevolent energy. The wall lamps in the tomb hall flickered suddenly. illuminating the resolute figures of the five. Although the Dragon Sect's malevolent energy bomb had not succeeded, it unveiled the conflict between Elder Sand and the first generation's remnant consciousness, creating an opportunity for the team's actions. Yet, from the darkness of the pivot room, Elder Sand's maniacal laughter echoed through the stone walls. Infused with the eerie essence of malevolent energy and lifeblood, he knew there was no turning back, preparing to use the final evil crystal to perish alongside the intruders. In the shadows at the staircase's end, an undiscovered malevolent energy beacon quietly activated, transmitting the five's location in real time to the pivot room. The remnants of the trap had yet to dissipate, and a greater crisis loomed ahead. Meanwhile, Li Xiu tightened his grip on the balanced sword, its sword intense brilliance intensifying, illuminating the path to the pivot room and the resolve of the five-member team to break through together. Chapter 87. Initial Exploration of the Primordial Chaos. The Impact of Spiritual Energy Tides. At the end of the tomb's pivot room, a light gate composed of myriad totems slowly opened within the resonance of the sword intent. Behind the door lay not the anticipated Tai Su pivot, but a chaotic space flowing with colorful spiritual energy. The sky was a swirling Tai Chi nebula, and the ground was formed of semi-transparent spiritual vein crystals, with each step revealing a torrent of energy surging beneath. Elder Lu traced the edge of the light gate, shock evident on his aged face. This is the legendary source of the primordial chaos, the origin of the ancestors' divided soul. Li Xiu's balanced sword suddenly trembled violently, its sword intent resonating with the spiritual energy of the space. As the true soul core at his brow emanated a golden-red glow, the concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 100 times that of the outside world. He sensed countless ancient consciousnesses drifting within the spiritual energy, remnants of the primal telekinesis from the birth of myriad races. Lin Wei's terminal flickered wildly, the energy graph on the screen depicting a perfect sine curve. This is incredible. The spiritual energy flowed in a tidal rhythm, with a cycle precisely matching that of an incense stick. She suddenly pointed towards the distant nebula, but the peak energy of the tide could tear apart our defenses. Before she could finish, the Tai Chi nebula in the sky abruptly accelerated its rotation, the colorful spiritual energy condensing into a torrent, cascading down like a waterfall. The first spiritual energy tide descended without warning. Quick defend! Li Xiu's sword intent erupted, resonating the balanced sword with the primordial key, forming a massive Tai Chi protective shield around the five. The moment the spiritual energy tide struck the shield, it produced a resounding clash. The shards of spiritual veins mixed within the colorful torrent, slicing through the shield, leaving white scars. Ouyang Shui's fire phoenix apparition unfurled its 9-colored wings, attempting to guide the tide with phoenix fire, but was rebuffed by an invisible repulsion. The energy of this tide is too chaotic. The phoenix fire cannot be tamed. Her snowflake steps left after images on the crystalline ground as she narrowly evaded a fist-sized shard of spiritual vein. Upon landing, it corroded a deep pit the size of a bowl. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net spread across the protective shield like a spider's web, trying to filter the violent energy of the tide, but a severe pain surged in his sea of consciousness. Their primal telekinesis from the myriad races inside. They are rejecting my interference. He abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the telekinetic net faltered, allowing several streams of spiritual energy to penetrate, burning Lin Wei's arm. Why? Li Xiu's protective shield instantly contracted, forcing the streams of spiritual energy back. Lin Wei gritted her teeth against the pain. As the terminal's red light scanned the invading spiritual energy, these energies possess inherent repulsion. Except for Brother Xiu's true soul core, our energies will be perceived as outsiders. Elder Lu suddenly bit his tongue, spraying his lifeblood onto the Tai Su order. Use this. The talisman radiated a soft golden light, forming a delicate membrane on the inner side of the protective shield. This was the Guardian's homogeneous symbol, capable of temporarily disguising itself as the original spiritual energy, thus reducing its repulsive properties. As the first tide receded, the crystalline ground was left pockmarked with numerous indentations. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that the peak energy of the tide reached 3 times that of the previous demonic energy bomb, according to waveform analysis. The next tide would arrive in half a stick of incense, with an energy intensity increase of 50. She brought up the swirling trajectory of the Tai Chi Nebula. Realizing that the source of the tide emanated from the primordial singularity at the center of the nebula, where the energy reading was infinite. Infinite? Zhang Chang's mental net extended towards the nebula, only to be forcefully rebuffed as he approached the singularity. He observed countless energy strings vibrating within the singularity, each corresponding to a specific spiritual vein attribute. His face turned ashen. Their vibration frequency was accelerating, indicating that the tide would become increasingly potent. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix apparition appeared languid, its 9-colored wings losing their luster. My phoenix fire spirit energy has been repelled by 70%. If this continues, we will be utterly unable to contend with the next tide. Li Xiu suddenly pointed towards a nearby spiritual vein peak, its rocky walls riddled with honeycomb-like cavities. Those cavities can filter spiritual energy. His harmonious sword intent detected the energy flow of the peak, and the resonance frequency of the cavities aligned with the tranquil energy within the tide, capable of absorbing the violent portions. Elder Lu nodded. That is the spiritual vein filtering peak, a natural barrier of the primordial land according to ancient texts. However, within the peak lies an illusionary spirit array that will reflect the inherent weaknesses of intruders. As the 5 dashed into the filtering peak, the second tide struck. At the moment the colorful torrent collided with the peak, the cavities indeed erupted with a soft white light, dissipating the violent spiritual energy into strands of serene energy that seeped into the mountain. Yet the scene within the peak suddenly distorted. Li Xiu found himself standing before the ruins of the Void Temple, the ethereal forms of his parents being consumed by demonic energy. Xiu'er, why don't you save us? It's an illusion array. Lin Wei's terminal emitted a piercing alarm, indicating that it was utilizing the primordial mental power within the tide to amplify our feelings of guilt. She swiftly jabbed a waking needle into Li Xiu's arm, crafted from dragon brain grass and calming heart flower, capable of temporarily blocking neural interference. Li Xiu instantly regained his clarity, unleashing his harmonious sword intent to shatter his parents' apparitions. Everyone, hold steady. This is not real. He glanced at the others. Ouyang Shuer was grappling with the corrupted elder of the Phoenix sect. Zhang Chang was bound by countless strands of mental energy, while Elder Lu knelt in a void, confessing to the air. Wei Wei, analyze the array's focal point. Li Xiu's balanced sword drew the Tai Chi symbol, sheltering the four within. Lin Wei pressed her terminal against the rock wall, a red light penetrating the stone layers. The focal point lies within the original crystal at the peak's apex. We need to inject 5 different attributes of spiritual energy simultaneously. The 5, stifling the illusion's interference, followed Lin Wei's guidance. Channeling their spiritual energies into the rock wall's recesses. Li Xiu's harmonious sword intent, Ouyang Shuer's phoenix fire, Zhang Chang's mental energy, Lin Wei's technological energy, and Elder Lu's void order spiritual energy converge within a recess, forming a 5-colored beam shooting straight to the peak's summit. The vision of the illusionary spirit array shattered in an instant, and the filtering peak returned to calm. However, the residual waves of the second tide seeped through the cavities, forming a miniature Tai Chi diagram on the ground, embodying the core frequency of the tide's energy. This is the harmonious frequency of the tide. Lin Wei's terminal scanned the Tai Chi diagram. If we can adjust our spiritual energies to this frequency before the third tide arrives, we can completely evade its repulsive force. She rapidly composed a program. My terminal can generate frequency guiding waves, but someone must serve as the frequency anchor to synchronize the energies of the 5. I will be the anchor. Li Xiu's true soul core resonated with the Tai Chi diagram. My harmonious sword intent can accommodate all attributes. He plunged the balanced sword into the center of the Tai Chi diagram, while Chang used mental energy to maintain the connection of the 5's consciousness. Shuer ignited the frequency guiding wave with Phoenix Fire. Wei Wei managed the program, and Elder Lu stabilized the focal point of the array. We must complete the synchronization before the third tide arrives. The roar of the third tide grew ever closer, and the sky's Tai Chi nebula had transformed into a blinding white light. The 5 acted according to plan: mental energy, Phoenix Fire, technological waves, and void order spiritual energy intertwined within Li Xiu's harmonious sword intent, forming a continuously rotating five-colored halo. When the tide's torrent struck the peak once more, the halo suddenly erupted with the same frequency as the Tai Chi diagram, and a violent spiritual energy flowed past them as if encountering an invisible passage. Gosing no harm whatsoever. We succeeded. Lin Wei's cheer was drowned out by the tide's thunderous roar. Yet her terminal indicated that the spiritual energies of the five had completely synchronized with the tranquil portion of the tide. Elder Lu's face bore a satisfied smile. This is the trial of the primordial land, not only to withstand the violent, but to learn to resonate with the origin. As the last tide receded, a staircase leading into the depths emerged from the peak's summit. On either side of the staircase, the stone walls revealed engravings of the ancestor of the void. The primordial gives birth to the dualities evolve into the four symbols. The four symbols give rise to all things, and all things return to balance. It became clear that the spiritual energy tides were not a calamity, but a self-purification of the primordial origin. Li Xiu caressed the engravings, resonating with his harmonious sword intent. The violent energy was the unbalanced impurities, while the tranquil portions represented the true origin. Lin Wei's terminal displayed that each of their spiritual energies had incorporated a trace of primordial energy. The tide is assisting us in purifying the impurities within our spiritual energies. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix apparition rejuvenated, its 9-colored wings adorned with an additional layer of prismatic radiance. My phoenix fire can now resonate with the origin. Zhang Chang's mental energy net extended deeper into the staircase, his expression lighting up with delight. The void nexus lies just ahead. Furthermore, the aura of the dragon sect is faint, as if it has encountered trouble. Elder Lu gazed at the last line of the engravings. Nexus opens, true soul unites. A look of determination flashing in his eyes. The third elder has likely encountered the tide's impact. This is our opportunity. But remember, the balance of the primordial origin is never about eliminating dualities, but allowing them to coexist harmoniously. As the five ascended the staircase, the cavities of the filtering peak continued to absorb the residual spiritual energy tides. Li Xiu glanced back at the sky's Tai Chi nebula, suddenly comprehending the true significance of the spiritual energy tides. They were not merely trials, but gifts, a means by which the primordial land selects those qualified to engage with the nexus as balance bearers. The brilliance at the staircase's end grew ever brighter, the contours of the void nexus becoming discernible within the radiance. Yet Li Xiu understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. How to achieve the fusion of the true soul vessel at the core of the primordial origin, and how to establish a genuine balance between the violent and the tranquil, the righteous and the wicked, as envisioned by the ancestor. The residual waves of the third tide swept past the staircase, forming a 7-colored light curtain behind the five, as if it were a blessing from the primordial land, also serving as an invisible boundary that wholly separated mortals from the realm of the origin. The initial exploration of the primordial trial had concluded, yet the ultimate test of the path of balance was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 88, Spiritual Beings, the semi-transparent inhabitants of the forest. Upon traversing to the end of the staircase of the filtering peak, a forest composed of luminous mist unfurled in the realm of the primordial origin. The trunks were made of semi-transparent spiritual vein crystals, and the leaves consisted of flowing, multicolored, luminous particles. As the wind swept through the forest, the particles collided, producing a melodious chime. This was the spirit essence forest, the first cradle of life, nurtured by the primordial origin. As Li Xiu's balance sword grazed the luminous mist, the harmonious sword intent on the blade automatically retracted, as if in reverence to this pure field of life. These are Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix apparition qui vergently, its 9-colored wings brushing against a luminous mist shrub, which then blossomed with flowers composed of luminous particles. In the heart of the flowers, a semi-transparent fawn peeked out, its antlers adorned with flickering spiritual lights. Zhang Chang's mental energy net extended cautiously, observing that the fawn lacked any corporeal organs. Instead, it housed a life force that resonated with the primordial spiritual energy. They are spiritual beings, composed of the pure energy of the primordial origin, lacking physical form, yet possessing complete consciousness. His psychic energy resonated faintly with the fawn, causing a warm emotion to flicker through his consciousness. a signal of welcome. Lin Wei's terminal was affixed to the crystalline trunk, and under the crimson light of the scan, the energy flow within the trunk revealed a flawless double helix structure. This was the life-light flow, purer than any energy vein we have ever known. She summoned data for comparison, discovering that the energy frequencies of the spirit beings were in perfect harmony with the tranquil state of the true soul core. They were the embodiment of primordial balance. Elder Lu caressed the luminous mist leaves, his fingertips dusted with particles of light. Ancient texts recorded that the inhabitants of the spirit essence forest were the spirits of the primordial, guardians of the final barrier leading to the Taishu nexus. They did not attack any being with a heart for balance. Yet their repulsion of malevolent energy was more thorough than the tides of spiritual energy. A colossal elephant formed from light particles emerged from the woods, its long trunk curling to present a bundle of luminous mist to Li Xiao. The mist transformed into a crystalline leaf within his palm, inscribed with the light language of the spirit beings, a tongue composed of shifting light and shadow. Lin Wei's terminal swiftly deciphered the light language. It spoke of outsiders, of malevolent shadows harming our kin. She pointed towards the depths of the forest, where the term shadow den repeatedly surfaced within the light language, indicating an anomaly in energy frequencies, as if dark energy were gathering there. The elephant's luminous body suddenly dimmed, its trunk pointing skyward, the emotion of the light language shifting to sorrow. Zhang Chang's psychic net extended along its guidance, revealing the direction of the shadow den, where countless spirit beings' light flows were dissipating, their remnants transforming into black specks of light, drawn underground by an invisible force, a manifestation of corruption by dark energy. It was the third elder. Ouyang Shui's fiery phoenix apparition suddenly unfurled, capturing spirit beings to purify the malevolent energy within himself using their pure energy. Li Xiao clenched the crystalline leaf, resonating his Tao, harmonizing sword intent with it, feeling the pain and anger of the spirit beings. The elephant suddenly knelt, its trunk indicating a small path shrouded in luminous mist, a shortcut to the shadow den, and a sign of trust from the spirit beings. The moment they stepped onto the path, the mist in the forest thickened. A small spirit rabbit's light flow body came into contact with the minuscule remnants of dark energy on Li Xiao's shoe, left over from the previous battle, instantly emitting a piercing shriek, dissolving into black light particles. The surrounding spirit beings recoiled, the emotion of the light language shifting from welcome to vigilance. Be cautious. Lin Wei's terminal sounded an alarm. The spirit being's reaction to dark energy was one of mutual destruction. They would use their pure energy to purify the malevolent energy, even at the cost of their own lives. She swiftly produced a purification spray, crafted from the tranquil spiritual energy of filtered peaks, capable of cleansing residual dark energy from the surface. As the five of them sprayed the mist, the crystalline trunks on either side of the path suddenly twisted, forming a barrier of luminous mist. The light language upon the barrier flickered with warnings. Malevolent shadows have laid a soul-devouring formation in the shadow den, using our kin's remains as bait, polluting the forest's light flow. Zhang Chang's psychic net penetrated the barrier, revealing the entrance to the shadow den, where the third elder was casting the remnants of spirit beings into a black and gold formation eye, forcibly converting the light flow around it into dark energy. He was using the energy of spirit beings to combat the backlash of dark energy within himself. With each conversion, the dark energy of the formation eye grew stronger. A collective roar erupted from the spirit beings, and the barrier of luminous mist burst forth in a blinding brilliance. Li Xiao's Tao harmonizing sword intent surged with awareness. He glanced at Elder Lu's Taishu token, which ominously exuded a trace of black markings, remnants of dark energy pollution from the previously reserved passage, magnified by the forest's rejection mechanism. It wasn't me. Elder Lu stared in shock at the token as the black markings spread along his arm, remnants of long-standing malevolence on the Guardian's token. The emotion of the spirit being's light language turned to fury, and countless light arrows shot forth from the forest, aimed directly at Elder Lu. Stop! Li Xiao's Tao harmonizing sword intent erupted, as the balanced sword plunged into the ground, erecting a Tai Chi protective shield that deflected all the light arrows. His true soul core radiated a golden red glow, resonating with the forest's light flow. He was tainted, but not willingly. The elephant's luminous body suddenly shielded Elder Lu, its trunk curling around the black markings, which began to slowly dissipate within the luminous mist. Lin Wei's terminal indicated that the elephant's energy was rapidly depleting. It was using its pure energy to purify the malevolence. They could discern between active and passive dark energy. Lin Wei's voice brimmed with excitement. This was the true path of balance, punishing malice while forgiving unintentional transgressions. Elder Lu gazed at the dimming light flow of the elephant, tears welling in his eyes. I owe them a life. The dark energy barrier of the shadow den, nurtured by the soul-devouring formation, had transformed into a pitch-black eggshell. The third elder's maniacal laughter echoed from within the den. Li Xiu, once I purify these spirit beings, your time is up. His voice mingled with the wails of the spirit beings, the black markings on the dark energy barrier growing ever more menacing. The elephant suddenly emitted a deafening roar, summoning the forest spirit beings to gather, forming a colossal vortex of light particles. Lin Wei's terminal deciphered their intent. They were about to unleash a life tide, to strike the dark energy barrier with their collective pure energy. But this was tantamount to suicide. Zhang Chang's psychic net detected the energy state of the spirit beings. The life tide would deplete their essence, and once the surge ended, they would completely dissipate. Li Xiu's Dao harmonizing sword intent resonated with the vortex, and he could feel the spirit being's determination. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to safeguard the primordial balance. The balance sword suddenly became scalding hot, the sword's body revealing the remnants of Xie Mei's soul. Guide their energy with the Dao harmonizing sword intent. Do not let their sacrifice be in vain. Wei. Calculate the weaknesses of the dark energy barrier's frequency. Xiangzi, synchronize the energy flow of all spirit beings with your psychic power. Xuya, ignite the core of the tide with your phoenix fire. Li Xiu hurled the balance sword towards the center of the vortex, declaring, I will serve as the guiding hub. The five acted according to their plan. Li Xiu's Dao harmonizing sword intent infused the vortex, weaving the spirit being's pure energy into a Tai Chi shape. Zhang Chang's psychic net connected each spirit being like threads, ensuring their energy flowed in complete synchronization, while Ouyang Shuer's phoenix fire transformed into a spark, igniting the light flow at the center of the Tai Chi. Lin Wei's terminal locked onto the barrier's frequency weakness, transmitting coordinates in real time to Li Xiu, while Elder Lu's Taishu token hovered above the vortex, stabilizing the energy flow with the presence of the guardian. This time, it was not a solitary struggle of the spirit beings, but a united battle of the five alongside the forest's inhabitants. Now, Li Xiu's true soul core erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, the Tai Chi light flow like a blade piercing toward the dark energy barrier. The black markings on the barrier shattered inch by inch under the impact of pure energy, and the third elder's screams echoed from within the den. My dark energy. As the life tide surged into the shadow den, Li Xiu's Dao harmonizing sword intent suddenly reversed, retracting most of the spirit being's energy. He only guided the energy sufficient to breach the barrier, preserving their essence. Although the elephant's light flow body remained dim, it had safeguarded its core light flow. Its trunk gently touched Li Xiu's cheek, the emotion of the light language filled with gratitude. The dark energy barrier of the shadow den collapsed entirely, revealing the disheveled figure of the third elder, whose internal dark energy backlash had reached a critical point. Half of his body transformed into a pitch-black crystal. Upon seeing the spirit beings behind Li Xiu, fear flashed in his eyes. Impossible. How can you command the spirits of the primordial? The light flow bodies of the spirit beings suddenly glowed collectively, their essence energy transforming into countless light particles. Merging into the bodies of the five, Li Xiu's Dao, harmonizing sword intent now, bore a touch of life's warmth. Ouyang Shuer's phoenix fire bore a hint of pure light. Zhang Chang's psychic net shimmered with a soft luster. Lin Wei's terminal energy core transformed into a flowing light form, while Elder Lu's Taishu token manifested a complete Tai Chi totem. This was the blessing of the forest. Elder Lu felt the transformation within him. The spirit beings had bestowed upon them the primordial mark, and with this, the last defense of the Taishu nexus would no longer reject them. The luminous body of the colossal elephant pointed towards the depths of the shadow cavern. where amidst the shimmering light mist, a bridge crafted purely from the flowing light slowly unfurled. At the bridge's end lay the Taishu Nexus, radiating a golden-red brilliance. Lin Wei's terminal indicated that the energy of the ethereal beings was gradually restoring. They would not dissipate. Your Taoist sword intent had preserved their essence. Li Xiao gazed into the eyes of the ethereal beings, suddenly comprehending the profound truth of the Lingyun forest. The equilibrium of the primordial chaos is never a unilateral guardianship, but rather a symbiotic fulfillment among all living entities. The resolute sacrifice of the ethereal beings, alongside the unwavering protection of the five, collectively inscribed a vibrant footnote to the path of balance. Deep within the shadow cavern, the wails of the third elder gradually diminished. The evil energy crystals within him began to peel away, revealing the faint glimmer beneath, a serendipitous gift brought forth by the tides of life, and the final offering of the pure energy of the ethereal beings. As the five stepped onto the luminous bridge, the light language of the ethereal beings resonated behind them, a blessing and an anticipation. Li Xiao tightened his grip on the balanced sword, its primordial mark harmonizing with the radiance of the Taishu Nexus. He understood that the final confrontation was imminent, yet this time they would not be fighting alone. The denizens of the Lingyun forest had bestowed upon them, through trust and sacrifice, a layer of everlasting life's brilliance upon their path of balance. Chapter 89. The Emergence of Xiaoya, the Guiding Ethereal Maiden. At the terminus of the Light Flow Bridge in the Lingyun forest, a curtain of light woven from the totems of myriad races obstructed their path. The patterns upon the curtain synchronized completely with the energy field of the Taishu Nexus, yet were more intricate than any barrier encountered before, each totem rotating independently, forming an ever-shifting lock of codes. As the balance sword merely grazed the curtain, it trembled violently, and the core of his true soul resonated clearly. This was not a defense, but a balance code waiting to be deciphered, the final mechanism of the Nexus. Elder Lu caressed the dragon-patterned totem on the curtain, only to have his fingertips repelled by the light patterns. The corresponding energy of myriad races was needed to unlock it. Yet they only possessed the energies of Taishu, Feng, telekinesis, and technology, lacking five others. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix apparition brushed against the curtain, its nine-colored wings resonating with the phoenix totem, but only causing it to pause for half a second. The five energies corresponded to the barbarian, aquatic wood metal, and earth races, of which they had no samples of spiritual energy. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net infiltrated the crevices of the curtain, revealing a faint light flowing at the core of the lock, sharing the same origin as the energy of the ethereal beings. The core's light flow was calling out for something. His telekinesis resonated with the light flow, and a hazy figure flickered in his mind's eye. A girl composed entirely of pure light particles, seated atop the crystal platform at the Nexus's pinnacle. Suddenly, Lin Wei's terminal erupted with brilliant light. A new frequency node was forming on the energy spectrum of the curtain. Xiaogo, a new ethereal life, is approaching. Its energy signature is purer than that of the colossal elephant, akin to the royalty of the ethereal beings. A melodious chime resonated from behind the light flow bridge. The five turned to behold countless light particles converging from every corner of the Lingyun forest, coalescing in the center of the bridge into the form of a maiden, her silvery hair woven from strands of light, her eyes a flowing river of rainbow hues, her gown drifting like mist, and in her hand she held a staff crafted from crystalline branches, topped with a luminous core that shared its essence with the true soul core. Xiaoya, the name echoed within Li Xiao's mind, as if a deeply buried memory had been awakened. The maiden's body of light gently inclined her head, and her staff lightly tapped the ground. The totems of myriad races on the curtain abruptly halted their rotation, all turning towards her in absolute acknowledgement. Lin Wei's terminal swiftly analyzed the maiden's energy field. Within her life-light flow resided the spiritual energy characteristics of all races. She was a master of all spirits, birthed from the primordial chaos. The terminal's translation device activated in sync, and she proclaimed, "I am Xiaoya, commanded by the ancestor." Awaiting the balancer, Xiaoya's luminous fingers pointed towards the curtain, gracefully tracing an arc with her staff, causing the previously chaotic totems to align into a circular formation. each totem revealing a corresponding groove beneath. She was indicating that the spiritual energy of myriad races did not refer to the races themselves, but rather to the 5 characteristics of a balanced heart. Lin Wei's voice trembled with excitement. Look, the shapes of the grooves perfectly correspond to us 5. Xiaoya's luminous palm suddenly opened, revealing a flowing memory light stream, depicting the birth of the primordial chaos. The ancestor split his true soul into 2 halves. The righteous soul transforming into the path of balance, while the evil soul morphed into a shadow of warning. Xiaoya, indeed, was the ethereal being born from the equilibrium of both, endowed with the mission to guard the nexus. The memory sequence unveiled the truth of the war among the races. It was not a conflict between factions, but rather a self-correction triggered by the imbalance of righteous and evil energies following the ancestor soul division. The evil energy of the first-generation leader of the Dragon Clan, originally intended by the ancestor as a test for the path of balance, had been twisted by ambition into a force of destruction. Li Xiu's gaze fell upon the figure of the 3rd elder in the memory sequence, as Xiaoya's light stream vividly displayed him forcibly merging the pure energy of the ethereal beings with the remnants of the first-generation consciousness and his own evil energy, attempting to become the new master of the shadow. A flicker of sorrow flashed in Xiaoya's luminous eyes as her staff pointed towards the Taishu nexus within the memory, stating, "The nexus is not a vessel, but a mirror." Lin Wei's terminal instantly translated the deeper meaning. The nexus reflects the balanced heart. Only those who truly understand the origin of righteousness and evil can unite their true souls. Otherwise, they will be consumed by their own malevolence. Elder Lu suddenly wept profusely, trembling as he pointed to the figure of the guardian in the memory. "That is my master." What he guarded was not the nexus, but this truth. Xiaoya explained, "The grooves require not the spiritual energy of the races, but our individual characteristics of balance." Lin Wei's terminal projected an analysis diagram of the 5 grooves. Xiugu corresponds to the inclusion of righteousness and evil. Sister Schwerer embodies the harmony of hardness and softness. Xiangzi represents the interplay of reality and illusion. I fuse technology with martial arts, while Elder Lu symbolizes inheritance and innovation. Xiaoya's staff lightly tapped the 1st groove, and Li Xiu understood, inserting the balanced sword into the slot. The Taoist sword intent and true soul core erupted simultaneously, intertwining the light of righteousness and evil into a taiji within the groove, causing the Taishu totem upon the curtain to illuminate instantly. She remarked, "Inclusion is not indulgence, but guidance born of understanding." Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix apparition melded into the 2nd groove, where the energies of the phoenix fire and the snowfall step created a wondrous spectacle of ice and fire coexisting. Hardness does not imply brutality. Softness does not denote weakness. True longevity lies in the balance of both. The phoenix totem upon the curtain brightened in response. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net transformed into threads of light interweaving between reality and illusion, infusing the 3rd groove. The essence of telekinesis lies in protection, while its void lies in acceptance. His telekinesis resonated with the groove, and the barbarian totem responded with illumination, representing the equilibrium of strength and wisdom. Lin Wei connected her terminal to the 4th groove, where technological runes and martial energy flowed within. Technology is the vessel, martial arts the soul. Only through their fusion can one attain completion. As the aquatic totem illuminated, a vision of machinery coexisting with waves emerged within the light flow. Finally, Elder Lu pressed the Taishu command upon the 5th groove. Within the Elder's energy, the ancient aura of the Guardian intertwined with the resolve for innovation. Inheritance is not stagnation. Innovation is not forgetting one's roots. The totems of the wood, metal, and earth races lit up simultaneously, and the myriad race totems on the curtain were fully activated, forming a complete ring of balance. The curtain slowly dissipated, revealing the true form of the Taishu nexus, not the imagined palace, but a colossal crystal sphere suspended within the primordial chaos, inside which the righteous soul of the ancestor and the remnants of the evil shadow were slowly rotating. Akin to an unformed taiji, beneath the crystal sphere, a platform silently floated, where a true soul container awaited, its surface grooves perfectly accommodating Li Xiu's true soul core. The final step of merging the container required someone to enter the crystal sphere, guiding the meeting of the righteous and evil souls. Xiaoya's luminous fingers pointed towards the core of the crystal orb, where the energy density was potent enough to rend any physical entity asunder. Only ethereal beings, or those possessing the true soul core, could enter, while others were compelled to stabilize the energy field of the container from the outside. Suddenly, the maniacal laughter of the third elder echoed from within the crystal orb. Xiaoya, you have betrayed the covenant of our clan. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from the fissures of the orb, thrusting the unsuspecting Xiaoya backwards, her luminous form dimming significantly in an instant. Once I consume the righteous soul, I shall obliterate you, this balanced puppet, first. He was lurking within the core, a remnant of dark essence. Lishius armonios sword inten arupta, resonating with the sword of balance and the key of primordial chaos, forming a protective shield to block the malevolent energy. Xiaoya, are you all right? A resolute glint flashed in Xiaoya's radiant eyes as her staff suddenly pierced her own luminous core. Countless light particles bursting forth from her being and merging into the fissures of the orb. I shall use my essence as a guide to temporarily seal the rift. Li Qiu. Remember, encounters are not confrontations, but embraces. Her figure became transparent as the light particles dispersed. Within the core's memory chamber lay the last message of your parents. Indeed, within the crystal orb, there existed a memory chamber composed of flowing light. On the walls, the figures of Li Qiu's parents inscribed words in blood, resembling the scene he had witnessed in the subterranean chamber. But this time, an additional line adorned the end. The true soul's fusion is not the annihilation of evil, but the acceptance of evil within righteousness, thus attaining eternal balance. It turned out that his parents had long understood the profound truth of fusion. As Li Qiu's fingertips brushed against the luminous forms of his parents, their silhouettes transformed into light particles, merging into his true soul core, not to annihilate the dark essence, but to embrace it, allowing righteousness and malevolence to coexist as two sides of a balance. Suddenly, the floor of the memory chamber illuminated, revealing the final page of the Taishu Sutra, inscribed in the shared handwriting of Li Qiu's parents and CMA. The harmonious sword intent is not the sword of one, but the sword of collective will. When a container merges, 5 hearts must resonate in unison to achieve continuity. Lin Wei's terminal was receiving the memory light stream synchronously. Xiu Ge. The external energy field is beginning to destabilize. The third elder is forcefully assaulting the seal. Her voice was laced with urgency. Xiaoya can barely hold on. Li Qiu tightened his grip on the sword of balance, allowing the harmonious sword intent to resonate with the light stream of the memory chamber. Tell everyone to follow Xiaoya's instructions. I will guide the two souls. You must stabilize the container from the outside. Remember, embrace rather than oppose. As Li Qiu stepped into the core of the crystal orb, he beheld Xiaoya's translucent figure suspended at the fissure, using her final source energy to resist the malevolent force. The girl's luminous gaze met his, conveying a clear message. The path of balance begins with encounter and culminates in understanding. Thank you, Xiaoya. Li Qiu's true soul core erupted with a golden red radiance, resonating with the girl's luminous core. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended that Xiaoya was not a royal being of ethereal creatures, but rather a guiding spirit birthed by the primordial source for the path of balance. Her existence was destined to convey the ultimate truth to the balancer at this pivotal moment. Xiaoya's figure transformed into myriad light particles with a smile, merging into the energy field of the crystal orb, her essence returning and temporarily fortifying the seal of the orb. Within Li Qiu's harmonious sword intent, a thread of pure balance essence unexpectedly emerged, a final gift from Xiaoya. Outside the crystal orb, Ouyang Shui's fiery phoenix illusion, Zhang Chong's telekinetic net, Lin Wei's technological energy, and Elder Lu's Taishu Order's spiritual energy intertwined to form a stabilizing field, safeguarding the true soul container. Within the orb, Li Qiu's figure gradually approached the swirling dual souls of righteousness and malevolence. The voices of his parents, CMA's teachings, and Xiaoya's guidance intertwined in his consciousness, ultimately converging into a singular thought. Balance is to allow both light and shadow to discover the meaning of existence. At the moment when Li Xiu's true soul core encountered the dual souls of righteousness and malevolence, the crystal orb erupted with a brilliance that illuminated the entire primordial source. Under the guidance of the ethereal girl, the final trial of the Taishu Nexus finally reached its moment of revelation. A revelation that would determine the future balance of the primordial domain and complete Li Xiu's transformation from the bearer of the Sword of Balance to the true inheritor of the Path of Balance. On the walls of the memory chamber, the final words of light left by Xiaoya before her dissolution slowly flowed. An epistle from the primordial source to all beings. All things possess gaps. From those gaps, light is born. When light and gaps intertwine, there exists eternity. Chapter 90. Traces of the Dragon Sect, the mark of malevolent pollution. Outside the crystal orb of the Taishu Nexus, Li Xiu's harmonious sword intent resonated with the true soul core, guiding the ancestral righteous soul and the remnants of the dark essence to draw near. The fissures on the surface of the orb gradually healed under Xiaoya's essence, but Lin Wei's terminal suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. On the screen, a stream of black-red energy was spreading from the depths of the spiritual vein at the base of the nexus, leaving behind charred ripples in the orb's once pure radiance. It was malevolent pollution. Lin Wei's fingers rapidly glided across the terminal, the three-dimensional model revealing that the source of pollution emanated from the root system of the spiritual vein beneath the nexus, which served as the connection of the primordial source to the spiritual veins of myriad races. The frequency of the pollution was identical to that of the submother evil crystal within the third elder. He was exploiting the root system of the spiritual vein to disseminate malevolent energy. Ouyang Shuer's fiery phoenix illusion dove towards the base of the crystal orb, her 9-colored wings brushing against the tainted roots, only to be repelled by a surge of searing malevolent energy. The malevolent energy is mixed with spirit-devouring spores. My phoenix fire can neither purify it nor accelerate their proliferation. She pointed at the black patches on the roots, which were visibly splitting at an alarming rate. These spores could consume spiritual vein energy and transform it into malevolent energy bombs. Zhang Chang's telekinetic net extended along the root system of the spiritual vein, his consciousness flashing with harrowing images. Countless remnants of polluted ethereal beings accumulated deep within the roots, their life light streams compressed into black crystals. The patterns on the surface of these crystals mirroring those of the Dragon Sect's bloodlock formation. The third elder had moved all the remnants of the ethereal beings from the shadow cavern here. He was using the energy of the primordial source to catalyze the final form of the malevolent energy bomb. Elder Lu suddenly pressed down on the violently trembling Taishu order, his pupils contracting sharply. This is a variant of the myriad vein